Chapter 83 is utterly devoid of interest. You could certainly stand and await the reverence of others, yet you insist on kneeling and prostrating yourselves as a sign of respect. I do not oppose your choice, however. Should anyone dare to speak on behalf of those envoys in my presence, I must regrettably enlighten you on the true nature of what it means to be a petty person, as well as the challenges of dealing with women. After Su Wantang finished speaking, the crowd fell silent. Su Wantang felt as though she had become a perpetual source of confrontation, and she found it tiresome. This emperor, who daily summons ministers to conspire against me, serves no purpose. If this continues, I might as well abandon my role as prime minister. After all, where one can eat melons is not limited to Duel. Why must it be here? A group of mundane individuals, lacking an understanding of my significance, while others in distant lands certainly do. In this vast world, I refuse to believe there are no places I yearn to visit. If Duel does not welcome me, so be it. Regarding Zhao Yuan, after all, we have merely held hands. If he is to be cast aside, there are countless worthy men in the world, and I shall surely encounter one far superior. This wretched royal household, burdened with trivial matters daily, this decrepit court, resembling a bustling marketplace, rife with intrigue and deceit, has become utterly tiresome. As for those who stab me in the back, when I take my leave, they shall learn what it truly means to offend someone beyond reproach. Tonight, I shall visit the households of the most audacious ministers, and they will come to understand the consequences of their folly. I am utterly exasperated. My vexation surpasses even that of slaying the zombie king. My reputation as the blood Rakshasa has been sullied by these individuals, stripping me of my fierceness. Ah, how maddening! With Su Wantang's final utterance, the temperature within the grand hall plummeted, and frost began to adorn the doors and windows. The emperor and Zhao Yuan were both struck with profound alarm. Su Wantang was genuinely enraged. Her expression was dark, and the sound of freezing reverberated, leaving the ministers in terror as they realized that the surroundings had turned to ice. Su Wantang was engulfed in her emotions, yearning for an outburst. She abhorred the prevailing atmosphere. Minister Su, please quell your anger. The emperor suddenly rose from his seat and approached her. Tang Tang, do not behave in such a manner. As Zhao Yuan's hand brushed against Su Wantang's, it was instantly encased in ice, the frost beginning to spread slowly. Your Highness. The others cried out in alarm upon witnessing the scene. Su Wantang snapped back to reality and noticed Zhao Yuan partially frozen. She sighed inwardly. This adversary. Reluctantly, Su Wantang stepped away from Zhao Yuan, halting the spread of the frost, though he remained ensnared. A thin layer of ice encased Zhao Yuan, rendering him unable to escape. He finally grasped the magnitude of Su Wantang's previous freezing of Yangfan. Minister Su, I implore you to remain calm, the emperor interjected once more. Su Wantang gazed upon the emperor's aging visage, then shifted her gaze to Zhao Yuan, recalling her beloved pet at home, and ultimately decided to let go of her grievances. With a gentle wave of her hand, the surrounding ice shattered and fell to the ground, infusing the sweltering hall with a refreshing aura. Yet, none perceived it as refreshing. Instead, they felt an icy chill that penetrated to their very bones. Su Wantang surveyed the ministers and cast a glance at the emperor before speaking slowly. My presence is a boon sought after through adversity. My existence ensures the prosperity of Duel, not to engage in petty machinations with a cadre of ineffectual individuals. Should your majesty continue to observe passively, I find little purpose in remaining here. Upon completing her statement, Su Wantang exited the grand hall, casting a cold smile at those who had been the most audacious. The crowd released a collective sigh of relief only after she had departed. Your majesty, this prime minister exhibits a remarkable lack of decorum, one audacious individual dared to remark. Silence, the emperor commanded, fixing his gaze upon the speaker. If you relish your role as a common scoundrel, then so be it. This court cannot accommodate you any longer. The moment the emperor's words fell, the individual was left in shock. Your majesty, I acknowledge my error. I acknowledge my error. No amount of pleading could reverse his fate. He was dragged from the court, and whether he faced demotion or other consequences mattered not to Su Wantang. What was supposed to be a dinner with Zhao Yuan had devolved into chaos. Upon returning home, Gua Liu arrived with a reminder. Master, you have unlocked something. What is it? Having not unlocked anything in ages, Su Wantang doubted there would be anything new. You shall see for yourself. Su Wantang accessed the system panel and discovered grenades in the weapon section. How could this object possibly appear? This should not be. This is a firearm, and its presence could yield revolutionary consequences. Su Wantang's expression darkened. Master, the items that manifest are contingent upon your environment and world. Their emergence is surely for a reason. Gua Liu's voice chimed in. Understood. Miss. Xiao Tao rushed in, breathless. What is it? The emperor has arrived. I see. Su Wantang sighed, wondering how the situation had escalated to this point. I have seen the emperor. Su Wantang entered the hall to pay her respects. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuan watched Su Wantang with worry, fearing she might abandon him altogether. Minister Su, please rise, the emperor stated, standing and bowing to Su Wantang. Minister Su, I beseech you not to harbor anger. Your Majesty's words are excessive. Su Wantang regarded the emperor, turning aside and refusing to accept his bow. He was the human emperor, and accepting his courtesy seemed to invite misfortune. Your Majesty, please take your seat, Su Wantang urged. Very well. Subsequently, Zhao Yuan, the emperor, and Su Wantang sat down to engage in calm conversation. It is my inadequacy that has allowed those ministers to bully the prime minister. I ask for your understanding, the emperor sighed. It is not your Majesty's fault. People will speak as they will, and we are powerless to prevent it, Su Wantang reflected, realizing she could not place all the blame on the emperor. The emperor, ensconced in the depths of the palace, faced many matters beyond his control. Moreover, those individuals were court censors. Their duty was to uncover the misdeeds of officials, and they scrutinized Su Wantang particularly closely, for she was a woman in a position of power, a fact that surely chafed their egos. Tong Tong, do not be angry. Allow me to handle those individuals today. I shall seek retribution for you. Zhao Yuan's words resonated, causing Su Wantang to pause in surprise. Really? Indeed. Just don't kill them. Their misdeeds do not warrant death. I am aware. That evening, the three engaged in lengthy conversation, the content of which remained a mystery to all. Meanwhile, those who had conspired against Su Wantang were perpetually filled with trepidation, fearing her reprisal. Should she choose to retaliate, they would have no hope of survival, for her supernatural abilities had truly instilled fear within them. They deeply regretted provoking Su Wantang. Even the emperor himself seemed indifferent. What could they possibly say? They felt utterly wearied by life, yet it was too late for remorse. They had already stirred the hornet's nest. They contemplated offering apologies but lacked the courage, fearing the consequences. Thus, they could only endure in silence, refraining from sleep. Su Wantang's verbal torment was excruciating for them, yet as the night passed, nothing transpired. Today marked the 15th day of the 8th month, also known as the Day of Tribute. Su Wantang arose early, donning her resplendent official attire before heading to the palace. The banquet, scheduled from the hour of the snake to the hour of the dog, would occupy her entire day within the imperial court. Tong Tong, Zhao Yuan approached, greeting Su Wantang. You look quite dashing today, Su Wantang complimented, admiring Zhao Yuan's attire. Thank you, come with me, Zhao Yuan said, leading her to a quiet room where a box of white pastries and a pot of soup awaited on the table. This is osmanthus rice cake, and this is lotus root and pork rib soup, all prepared by the chef this morning. Hurry, have some. We shall be busy all day, Zhao Yuan said, ladling a bowl of soup for Su Wantang. Thank you. Su Wantang felt a surge of gratitude. Her household servants cared for her well, yet none exhibited such attentiveness. Xiao Tao was currently tending to Xiao Yun, leaving her with little energy, and she had no particular demands regarding her meals. Su Wantang took a sip of the soup, savoring its delightful flavor. The lotus root was tender and sweet, the pork ribs flavorful, and the osmanthus rice cake mildly sweet without being cloying. You should eat too, Su Wantang urged. All right, Zhao Yuan replied, joining her. After Su Wantang had her fill, Zhao Yuan finished what she had left. Observing him, Su Wantang realized that this man was genuinely kind. Perhaps his time spent in the military rendered him somewhat unrefined in matters of romance. However, it was such sincerity that truly touched her heart. Were he akin to those frivolous young masters, she would not regard him with favor. I am so full. I doubt I can eat again for a while, Su Wantang said with a satisfied burp. That is good. After all, the food at the banquet is not particularly appetizing. Zhao Yuan expressed his disdain for the banquet fare. It is somewhat better now, but the winter offerings are truly inedible, Su Wantang remarked, wiping her mouth before stepping out with Zhao Yuan. The banquet hall had been meticulously prepared overnight, and the attending ministers were now arriving. Elder sister. Su Chuanwen's voice rang out. Yes, you shall sit there. Su Wantang indicated the seats reserved for her family behind her. All right. Su Wantang brought Su Chuanwen to witness the grandeur. After all, he was a commendable boy who held her in high regard. One by one, the guests arrived, and the envoys from the tribute states were already lined up outside the grand hall. Your Majesty, the Empress has arrived. I pay my respects to your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Su Wantang and the other ministers bowed in reverence. All rise. Thank you, your Majesty. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival and the Day of Tribute. I shall rely on you all not to bring shame upon Young. Yes, we shall comply with your Majesty's wishes. Once everyone was seated, they awaited the tribute bearers' offerings. This was Su Chuanwen's first experience at such a grand banquet, and his inaugural encounter with the Emperor. Sitting so close to him, he felt in awe of his elder sister's capabilities, seated at the head of the officials, surrounded by the sons of prominent families. This must be what his elder sister referred to as the circle. Envoy Wu Wang of Dongqing Kingdom pays his respects to your Majesty and wishes for your health. Wu Wang performed a deep bow. Haha, Esteemed envoy, you are too courteous, the emperor responded with a smile. These are the finest eastern pearls from our Dongqing kingdom. We hope your majesty will take a look. After Wu Wang spoke, a dozen individuals behind him unveiled the trays, revealing a dazzling array of pearls to the assembly. Wow, so beautiful, an admiring voice echoed. However, upon seeing the pearls, Su Wantang could not help but smirk derisively. These pearls might deceive the ancients, but they could not fool her. A glance at Wu Wang confirmed her suspicions. Humph, rubbish. Merely the lowest grade of artificially cultivated pearls. These are the discarded remnants from Dongqing Kingdom, and the truly exquisite ones have long been sold to the kingdom of Dongying. The size of these pearls is merely a result of the large nuclei used during cultivation. The so-called Baroque pearls are nothing but irregular shapes that were unwanted. Wu Wang was taken aback, for such knowledge was privy only to their nation's pearl cultivators. Pearls were the lifeblood of their economy, and not everyone could cultivate them. How could this person possibly know? And whose voice was that? Wu Wang nervously scrutinized the source of the voice, yet as he did so, the emperor sneered and declared, "We of De Yong shall not accept this tribute. You may take it back." Accepting it would require them to offer a significant return gift, which would result in a great loss. "Your Majesty," Wu Wang attempted to speak, but was interrupted by the peculiar voice once more. What an audacious display, attempting to exchange worthless pearls for De Yong's gold and silver. Do they truly think us fools? At this, Wu Wang dared not utter another word, retreating with the other envoys to take their seats. Envoy Ben Keita of Shifan Kingdom pays his respects to your majesty. Ben Keita was a prince of Shifan Kingdom. You need not be so formal. Your majesty, these are our tribute offerings. We hope you will review them. He gestured to several large chests, which upon opening revealed a variety of furs. Oh, these are merely the discarded furs of the palace concubines, refurbished and presented as tribute. How utterly disgraceful. That black fox fur was worn by their late empress, and after her passing, it was refurbished for tribute. The white rabbit fur was used by one of their emperor's consorts for drying off after bathing, and they dare to present it as tribute? Do they truly consider De Yong a dumping ground? Su Wantang gazed upon these items and shook her head, pondering how utterly foolish the emperor of Daong must be to have become such a significant victim of deception. How is it that Daong has not yet met its demise? Surely, the ancestors must be weeping in despair from beneath the earth. Chapter 84. Disobedience. A fright suffices upon hearing Su Wantang's innermost thoughts. The expressions of those present grew grim, for many of the items in question had been bestowed upon the noble ladies. The emperor's countenance darkened even further. The actions of the Shifan Kingdom were truly excessive, treating them with utter disdain. What if these furs were tainted with unclean substances? There would be nowhere to lament when the time came. Upon hearing Su Wantang's thoughts, Benkita wished to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. The voice had spoken the truth. Indeed, these offensive furs were as described. Stop dawdling. Just eliminate them already. Su Wantang's thoughts echoed once more. At this moment, the prince dared not utter a word, and hurriedly took his leave. The envoy from Nanfang Kingdom, Bai Jian, who served as the prime minister, approached. His nation was renowned for its salt production, serving as the primary supplier of edible salt for the entire Daong. Your Majesty, this is our tribute list from Nanfang. I humbly request your perusal. He then presented the list. Su Wantang cast a glance at Prime Minister Bai, and her thoughts resounded again. The Nanfang Kingdom seeks to manipulate the tribute salt, but fortunately, a virtuous Prime Minister holds back the unscrupulous. Alas, while he can manage for now, he cannot do so indefinitely. Prime Minister Bai is indeed a figure of significance. Yet age has its toll. Sigh. The future of our tribute salt may be fraught with difficulties. Upon hearing this, Bai Jian dared not look around. For the truth of the matter was as the voice had stated. This was precisely why he accompanied the tribute delegation each time. The Nanfang had developed well in recent years, but in comparison to Daong, it was no contest. Yet, some refused to acknowledge this reality and continued to harbor thoughts of rebellion. Sigh, I am already aged. I shall manage what I can for the time being. Your esteemed envoy must have endured much toil. Please take a seat. Thank you, Your Majesty. The subsequent envoys presented primarily cattle and horses, albeit with varying degrees of defects. However, regarding the long-haired breeds, one could hardly argue. After all, they could claim such issues arose during transport. These livestock were received at the border station by officials of Daong. So the envoys merely came to submit a list of cattle and horses and to request some form of reciprocal gift. Su Wantang remained silent. After all, these individuals harbored ill intentions, and sooner or later, they would be dealt with. Finally, the banquet commenced, filled with songs and dances, a scene of merriment and revelry. Su Chuanwen engaged in conversation with the young nobles seated nearby. By the time it came to Su Wantang's position, The officials beside her were no mere minor functionaries. Hence the offspring of these high-ranking officials were, on the whole, exceptionally talented. Only those of sufficient merit would be invited to palace banquets. So Su Wantang did not discourage Su Chuanwen's socializing. She cast a glance at Zhao Yuan, seated to her left, and smiled gently. Your Majesty, it is said that Daong has a courageous and astute female prime minister. I, Mantisang, wish to seek her guidance. The envoy from the Korchin's tribe remarked. What does the prime minister think? The emperor inquired of Su Wantang, knowing that as long as she was unwilling, he would certainly refuse on her behalf. Your Majesty, I too believe it is acceptable to exchange insights. Su Wantang did not decline. This was both a means of intimidating the envoy and establishing her own authority. May I inquire what it is you wish to learn?
Su Wantang asked.
I have heard that Prime Minister Su possesses formidable martial prowess, capable of stealthily taking the heads of enemy soldiers, and thus our Korchin's foremost warrior has come to seek a friendly contest. This is permissible, but it would be rather tedious without a reward, Su Wantang replied languidly. And what reward would the Prime Minister desire? Mantisang inquired. I have heard that near the border of our Daong lies a barren mountain where no vegetation grows. I wish to claim that mountain, Su Wantang stated. Agreed. That mountain, while large, is of no use since nothing grows there. Should I lose, I shall gift you all my estates, Su Wantang said with a smile. Very well. The envoy from Korchin's is aware of Su Wantang's wealth. Then let us draft a written agreement. Su Wantang concluded, preparing to change into more suitable attire for combat. As her current outfit was not appropriate for a duel, Su Chuanwen was filled with concern, yet he dared not speak, for there was no space for his voice here. Zhao Yuan, however, was unperturbed, as he was well aware of Su Wantang's capabilities. Those who had never witnessed her prowess wore expressions of schadenfreude or worry. Others remained indifferent, for the outcome bore no consequence for them. Should she lose, it would merely cost her wealth, and should she win, she would gain an arid mountain, nothing more. Su Wantang proceeded to the courtyard to don attire suitable for battle. Knowing well that provocations or contests were likely at such gatherings, she had prepared accordingly. Upon returning to the banquet hall, she found a spacious stage in the center, making a duel entirely feasible. Standing at the center of the stage, she gazed upon the towering warrior across from her, who must have stood over 2 meters tall. In his presence, Su Wantang appeared almost diminutive. Suddenly, she felt that her spade was ill-suited for this encounter, for his hands were enormous, and a single swing might afford him an opportunity. Gua Liu, help me determine what weapon would be most fitting against this opponent, Su Wantang asked. Host, this man relies solely on brute strength, unless you employ your extraordinary abilities. You will not stand a chance against him. However, if you engage in direct combat while utilizing some of your powers as support, you can easily prevail. As for weapons, a wolf-toothed club would suffice to subdue him, Gua Liu replied. As soon as Gua Liu finished speaking, the warrior prepared to strike. I currently have no wolf-toothed club,
Su Wantang exclaimed.
Then transform one. You can do it, I assure you, Gua Liu encouraged before vanishing.
Su Wantang sighed,
removing the small spade from her waist and pointing it at the warrior. The envoys erupted into laughter.
Prime Minister Su.
You wouldn't dare use that little spade to duel our warrior, would you? The envoys found her to be courting death. Uninformed officials and their families in the court also stifled their laughter. Su Wantang glanced at the merriment of Lu Rian, snorting disdainfully. With a mere thought, the palm-sized golden spade instantaneously transformed into a wolf-toothed club of a suitable size. This was the first time Zhao Yuan had witnessed Su Wantang employ a wolf-toothed club. She had always used a spade before. This weapon was truly remarkable, capable of morphing into any desired form. Let us begin,
Su Wantang declared.
Prime Minister, please. The hulking figure echoed. Then, Su Wantang launched herself at her opponent with remarkable speed. The warrior wielded 2 heavy hammers, while Su Wantang's weapon seemed to grow stronger against his might. With a single swing of the wolf-toothed club, the warrior was forced to retreat several paces. The onlookers could hardly believe that such a petite figure could unleash such tremendous force. The clash of weapons echoed through the air as Su Wantang and the warrior exchanged blows with great fervor. At that moment, the crowd finally understood why Su Wantang was so unyielding. Her martial skills were undoubtedly on par with those of the regent. Ultimately, Su Wantang seized the opportune moment, striking the warrior at his rear with her club, causing him to kneel on the ground. I concede, he admitted. Su Wantang clasped her hands in respect. The warrior's face flushed crimson, yet he dared not protest, casting a resentful glance at Su Wantang. Upon encountering that gaze, Su Wantang involuntarily shuddered. Good heavens, her wolf-tooth club. no matter where it landed, could cause him to fracture bones or even become disabled. However, if it struck his posterior, it would merely result in temporary pain.
Today,
Being the 15th day of the 8th month, also a day of tribute, it was deemed unwise to shed blood. Otherwise, one could only speculate what chaos might ensue. Noble envoy, do not forget your promise. I will send someone to collect my mountain when the time comes. Having spoken, Su Wantang elegantly returned to her seat. Observers noted her seemingly relaxed demeanor, yet the reality was quite the opposite. The sheer strength of the large man had rendered her hands trembling, the force leaving her palms numb, as if her very strength was dissipating. Indeed, he was a rare specimen of brute force, though sadly not of her own kind. Zhao Yuan, noticing the subtle tremor in Su Wantang's hand concealed beneath the table, understood that she was not as composed as she appeared. He called over a young eunuch attending him and imparted a few instructions. Soon, the eunuch returned, bearing a bowl of soup. Zhao Yuan approached Su Wantang and offered it to her. Drink this. It is a brew of brown sugar and citrus, which will swiftly restore your strength.
thank you.
Su Wantang was taken aback by Zhao Yuan's attentiveness. She had already begun to recover her strength through her abilities, feeling less exhausted than before. Nevertheless, she was genuinely pleased by his concern and care. This scene did not escape the notice of the wives of the ministers, who furrowed their brows, deeming Su Wantang's behavior excessively unrefined for being so brazenly familiar with the regent in public. Meanwhile, the young ladies enamored with Zhao Yuan, such as Lu Rian, felt their hearts shatter, for it was the first time they had witnessed Zhao Yuan displaying such kindness towards a woman. The Empress, observing the wives' envious expressions, smirked inwardly, recognizing their futile worries. Since they sought to instigate trouble between A Yuan and Su Wantang, it would be prudent for her to intervene, lest they cause distress to her beloved child. A Yuan, when do you and Su Xiang intend to become engaged? The Empress's sudden inquiry silenced the hall. The Emperor, equally perplexed, turned to his wife. Your Highness, Tang Tang is in mourning. Once the appropriate time has passed this year, I shall seek to propose, Zhao Yuan replied candidly, acknowledging the wisdom behind his sister-in-law's words. He had long wished to marry her, but with her father having passed away less than a year ago, she was not yet eligible to wed. I see. In that case, I shall personally assist in your proposal, Su Xiang. Would that be agreeable? That would be most excellent. Your Majesty, I am deeply grateful, Zhao Yuan replied. Su Wantang cast a glance at the ladies in attendance, fully aware of their understanding. However, this arrangement also served to solidify her and Zhao Yuan's status as recognized figures. The envoys, meanwhile, bore expressions of displeasure. Having to contend with Zhao Yuan alone was already burdensome, and now they faced the cunning Su Wantang as well. Your Majesty, I have developed 2 types of weapons that I wish to demonstrate to the ministers and envoys, Zhao Yuan announced, recalling a message Su Wantang had relayed to him the previous evening. Oh, is that so? The Emperor pondered, quickly deducing that with the restlessness of the vassal states and tribes, A Yuan sought to assert a measure of intimidation. I grant you permission. The Emperor consented readily. Let us proceed to the royal training grounds. Subsequently, all were conveyed by carriage to the royal martial arena outside the city. The journey was brief, taking no more than the time it takes to brew tea. However, they exited through the royal back gate, rather than the usual city entrance. This training ground, nestled within the mountains behind the palace, was somewhat desolate, yet suitable for drills. Upon arrival, everyone took their seats beneath a shaded pavilion. Zhao Yuan waved his hand, summoning 100 archers, each wielding a newly crafted repeating crossbow. Please observe, this is our latest weapon, yet to be deployed in battle. With a command from Zhao Yuan, the crossbows unleashed a volley of arrows, each shot remarkably swift and with impressive range. Should this weapon be utilized by archers, it would undoubtedly surpass traditional bows in both speed and firepower, proving far more formidable. The envoys' expressions darkened, yet they remained silent, while the ministers of Daong were visibly exhilarated. Now, we shall proceed to the demonstration of the second weapon, Zhao Yuan continued, as soldiers encircled the spectators with shields. Meanwhile, Su Wantang, carrying a box, rode her horse away from the viewing platform until she was at a considerable distance. Only then did she produce a grenade, pulling the pin before hurling it into the distance, taking cover in a prepared trench. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated, startling the assembly, followed by Su Wantang tossing several more grenades. The immense sound left everyone, including Zhao Yuan, momentarily stunned, as he had not anticipated such overwhelming power from this weapon. Chapter 85. Su Wantang returned to the platform with an air of calm, observing the astonished crowd before slowly stating, "This weapon is called Well, it is known as explosives. After a moment's reflection, she opted for the term explosives. It possesses the capability to obliterate all in its path, with its might being immense. What you witnessed was merely a third of its potential. Should it be employed in siege warfare, it would be utterly unstoppable, I assure you. No one could withstand its power. Her words sent shivers down the spines of the envoys. These explosives were known only to her. And likely no one else in the world possessed the formula, meaning only Daeong had access to such weaponry. This was the first time they had unveiled such a hidden treasure. After she finished speaking, she glanced at the emperor. The emperor understood, and promptly declared, "Noble envoys, you have witnessed that our Daeong has always engaged with courtesy. However, should anyone attempt to take advantage of the situation or feign compliance, we shall no longer be as accommodating as before, nor will we maintain any vassal states, only the cities of Daeong. Any tribute deemed unsatisfactory this time shall be returned. You are well aware of the consequences." The emperor's proclamation left the envoys flushed with embarrassment, as their previous schemes had been uncovered. The following day, the envoys departed, bearing with them the subpar tributes. As for what would come next, should they remain oblivious, there would be no more pleasantries. Tanking, how could these explosives be so powerful? Zhao Yuan inquired of Su Wantang. Because they indeed possess such remarkable power. However, Yuan, I hope that day never comes when they must be used. May the world know no war. Yet she understood the harsh reality. Zhao Zifeng and Zhao Zirui were still on the run, and Daeong was merely calm on the surface. I too wish for a world free of war, yet such a hope is but a fantasy. As long as there are people, there will be conflict and strife. Zhao Yuan replied, reaching for Su Wantang's hand. Then I thank you, my lord.
She teased.
Time swiftly passed to September, and Su Wantang's life returned to tranquility. The ministers in the court had collectively silenced, no longer causing a stir. However, Su Wantang was indeed among those who had conspired against her. The following day, those who had once wronged her found themselves embroiled in scandals or were exposed for their professional missteps and the failings of their sons. Each one held accountable for their actions. Those deserving of demotion were demoted, and those worthy of disgrace were disgraced. Su Wantang wore an expression of bewilderment. She had yet to make her move, yet they were all being held to account. She glanced at Zhao Yuan, who smiled gently at her. And she immediately understood. This was the work of Zhao Yuan. Big sister, my father should arrive tomorrow. I will go to the city gate to welcome him. Su Chuanwen said as he entered, cradling Su Yun. This little fellow had already begun to recognize faces. Apart from a few familiar ones, he was rather shy with others. Here, take this. This is my badge. You won't need to queue. Hee, thank you, big sister, Su Chuanwen replied, taking the badge and placing Su Yun in Su Wantang's arms. As Su Wantang gazed at the now slightly grown Su Yun, her heart softened. After all, he was her brother. The next day, Su Chuanwen went to greet Su Bingwen. In the past, Su Wantang had often pondered why Su Bingwen and Su Chuanwen's names differed by only one character. Eventually, it was Su Chuanwen who explained that their father had hoped for him to pursue education and the imperial examinations, hence the name Chuanwen. As for Su Bingwen, due to his disability, he could not partake in the imperial examinations, and thus he could never fulfill that aspiration, relying instead on his son's future. Early in the morning, Su Chuanwen arrived at the city gate, waiting patiently. Holding the chancellor's badge, no one dared to obstruct him. From afar, he spotted his family's carriage. The carriage's curtains were always blue, as their mother adored that color. Father, over here. Su Chuanwen waved enthusiastically. A simple child of 12 or 13. Longing for his parents was only natural. On? A young woman's head poked out from the carriage window.
Mother?
Su Chuanwen was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated her presence. What a fine boy, you've grown quite a bit. Su Bingwen did not disembark, but lifted the curtain to gaze inside.
Son.
I greet you. Mother, I greet you. Su Chuanwen bowed respectfully. All right, let us head home, Su Bingwen instructed. Yes, of course. Su Chuanwen then climbed into the carriage where his parents sat, bypassing the queue entirely. On, you don't have to queue? Su Chuanwen's mother, Zhang, was returning to the capital for only the second time. The first had been for her wedding. After the marriage, she had been sent to live elsewhere.
No.
Thanks to my sister's badge, Su Chuanwen explained, showing it to her. How splendid. Chun had not expected to visit the capital again. How is your sister treating you?
Su Bingwen inquired.
Big sister is very kind to me. She has my back. My entrance into the National University was all thanks to her. I only mentioned it briefly in my letter to you, but the situation is rather complicated, Su Chuanwen whispered, recounting the details to them. Alas, It seems your sister has endured hardships as well, Zhang remarked. She has faced challenges, but the prince has stood up for her. Moreover, my sister is truly formidable. At the royal mid-autumn banquet, she was absolutely commanding in the grand hall, Su Chuanwen said, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Your sister brought you to the royal banquet? Su Bingwen asked, astonished. Indeed. She is quite impressive, Su Chuanwen babbled on about Su Wantang's performance at the banquet. Is your sister really that remarkable? Zhang asked, a hint of apprehension creeping into her voice. The first time she had seen Su Wantang, she had been but a babe. Would she have grown to be a robust and imposing figure? Would she look down upon her, a woman from a small town? Of course my sister is remarkable. Truly. I aspire to be as capable as she is, Su Chuanwen declared. Well, study hard. With your sister paving the way, you should not fall short. Provided you do not bring shame upon her, Su Bingwen advised. By the way, what is the relationship between your sister and the prince? He further inquired. The prince mentioned that once the mourning period is over, he will come to propose, Su Chuanwen replied. Did the prince truly say that? Do not be deceived after all. He is of royal blood, Su Bingwen cautioned. It is true, he said so at the mid-autumn banquet, in front of officials and envoys from various nations. Very well. Before long, they arrived at the residence of Chancellor Su. The estate remained much as it had been. But now it was the Chancellor's residence rather than that of a duke. The once calculating, sordid, and miserable Duke's manor had become a thing of the past. The current Su estate marked the dawn of a new era under Chancellor Su. Greetings, second young master, second madam. I trust your journey was not too arduous. Steward Wu welcomed them at the door. You are too kind, Steward Wu replied politely. We have prepared accommodations for you in the same courtyard you previously occupied. Leading them into the courtyard. Although it was referred to as a courtyard, it was quite spacious, containing several rooms that Su Wantang had later allocated. This arrangement allowed the family to reside together comfortably and without hassle. Indeed, Su Bingwen remarked, observing the courtyard with appreciation. Ah, this courtyard is even larger than the previous one, Zhang noted. Yes, my sister had it renovated, Su Chuanwen explained. As the family conversed, Su Wantang finished her court duties and prepared to head home. Tang, wait, Zhao Yuan said, having taken a food box from one of the guards, which he handed to Su Wantang. This is freshly stewed lamb. It should be to your liking. Thank you. It's perfect as my second uncle and others are returning today, so we can have an extra meal, Su Wantang accepted graciously. Please send my regards to them. Understood. One day, we shall dine together, Zhao Yuan replied. Su Wantang made no effort to avoid Zhao Yuan's identity, perceiving him solely as her boyfriend, rather than the exalted regent. As she stepped through the main gate of the estate, Su Bingwen and the family awaited her.
Greetings, Chancellor Su.
Zhang prepared to bow. Oh dear, second aunt, please, there is no need for such formalities. Su Wantang rushed over to halt Zhang's gesture. We are all family, such niceties can be set aside. Second uncle, second aunt, it has been too long. Su Wantang greeted with a warm smile. Indeed, it has been a while. The first time I saw you, you were barely over 3 years old, Zhang said gently. As Su Wantang assisted Zhang, she sensed her disposition, kind and gentle, though perhaps a bit too soft-hearted. Thankfully, Su Bingwen had no concubines, only her. Otherwise, her temperament might have made her a target for mistreatment. Zhang had expected Su Wantang to be robust, but upon seeing her, she was struck by her beauty and sharpness. With an air of nobility, she was indeed worthy of being the first female chancellor of Deong. Standing out in her official robes. Second aunt. It has been a while since your last visit. Perhaps consider staying in the capital longer, or at the very least, moving back, since Chuanwen will be attending school here, Su Wantang suggested as they entered the parlor. Miss, shall we serve the dishes now? Steward Wu inquired. Yes, please do. By the way, this lamb was brought by a Yuan. See if it has cooled down. If so, warm it up, Su Wantang instructed, handing the food box to Steward Wu. Understood. Second uncle, second aunt, your journey has been arduous. Su Wantang settled down and began to chat about family matters. Fortunately, the roads are quite smooth now, so it wasn't too tiring. If it were winter, that would have truly been a trial, Su Bingwen remarked. Second uncle. Have you considered returning to the capital? Now that my father is no longer with us, and Su Shiner has severed ties with the Su family, there is no one to cause you discomfort. You may return without hesitation. In the past, due to Su Bingqiao's mother, fearing that this illegitimate son might pose an obstacle to her son Su Bingqiao, she hastily sent Su Bingwen, who had just established his family, away to a distant small county. Now that both that old hag and Su Bingxiao are gone, there is no reason you cannot come back. I have given it some thought. Initially, I was concerned about my elder brother's feelings, but gradually, I have come to terms with it. Now that Chuanwen has already come here for his studies, there is little to hold us back. I am preparing to return, though it is nearly winter. So perhaps it would be best to wait until the coming year. Yes, that seems wise. Chuanwen is 13 this year and will be preparing for the imperial examinations next year. Regardless, I still believe it is better for him to have his parents around. Although I will not neglect him, the truth is, as an unmarried woman, it is not entirely appropriate for me to constantly oversee a young man. I fear others may gossip about Chuanwen. As for me, I am indifferent. After all, no one dares speak ill in my presence, but I worry for Chuanwen's reputation. Of course, if my uncle and aunt truly cannot leave, that is acceptable. They must not blame me if Chuanwen does not perform well in his exams. I refuse to bear that burden, Su Wantang jested. Such sentiments are uncalled for. If he does not perform well, it is due to his own lack of diligence. And you bear no responsibility. However, you do speak the truth. Currently, you hold a high position and being unmarried, with many eyes upon you, it is essential that you do not err. Nevertheless, rest assured, we shall return next year. As for our affairs over there, we only have a tavern and 2 shops, nothing substantial to be concerned about. When he married Zhang, her family consisted solely of herself and her father. And after her father's passing, she was left alone, truly unencumbered, with no relatives to worry about. Well, since my uncle has made up his mind, I will prepare a residence for you. Su Wantang wished to avoid living with them, and they would not wish to live with her either. There is no need to trouble yourself with that. Your kindness is appreciated, Su Bingwen responded, touched. Nonsense, uncle. It is no trouble, it is my duty. As a high-ranking minister, how could I refuse to provide a residence for my own uncle? If word got out, it would reflect poorly on me. Furthermore, Chuanwen needs a stable learning environment, so please do not decline. Consider it a gesture from me, his elder sister. Since Su Wantang has said so, Su Bingwen naturally had no further objections. Then I shall trouble you with this. You are being too formal, uncle, we are family. Come, let us dine together. Agreed. Su Wantang took a bite of the lamb chop sent by Zhao Yuan, savoring its rich flavor and delightful spiciness. She found it thoroughly enjoyable. The following day, Su Wantang arranged for the matters concerning the residence, as it was imperative to expedite the process. After court, Su Wantang was asked to stay for a meal by the Empress. This was her first time being invited by the Empress. Wantang, try this. It is dompa pork prepared by the small kitchen. Though it appears fatty, it is, in fact, not greasy, the Empress said. Thank you, Your Majesty. Su Wantang replied without pretense, taking a piece and finding it exquisite, melting in her mouth. How is it? The Empress looked at her expectantly. It is delicious. The skill is commendable, Su Wantang noted, already aware of who had made the dish. Is that so? How delightful. I feared my culinary skills had diminished. Not at all. Your Majesty, your skills are remarkable, Su Wantang assured her. Indeed, the dompa pork is quite delectable. Yuan also enjoys the dishes I prepare, especially this one, the Empress said with a gentle smile. Though the Empress was no longer young, it was evident that she had been a striking beauty in her youth. Yuan is indeed fortunate, Su Wantang replied with a smile. Back when I first entered the palace, the Empress Dowager's health was failing, and not long after, she passed away. At that time, Yuan was merely 8 months old. I essentially raised him myself, the Empress reminisced. During those days, Yuan knew nothing, merely eating and sleeping. The first time he called out, he called me mother and referred to the Emperor as father, leaving both of us in a state of shock, followed by a wave of emotion. Truth be told, I regarded Yuan as my own child, and the Emperor felt the same. As he grew older and became more sensible, he started calling me royal brother. Time has flown. Yuan has grown up, yet I have aged. You do not age. Your Majesty, you remain quite beautiful, Su Wantang replied, unsure how to comfort her regarding the topic of aging, which is a natural part of life. Wantang, should you and Yuan marry, I shall help care for your children, the Empress suddenly declared. Cough, that would certainly be wonderful, but we haven't even exchanged vows yet. We are discussing children before marriage?
Su Wantang laughed.
Besides, my son will surely be remarkable. It matters little who raises him. Indeed, it is profoundly cold within the palace. There are no children, and with so many concubines, it is disheartening. To be blunt, there seems to be little hope for offspring. And the means of competition within the inner court have become futile, the Empress lamented with a sigh. Su Wantang paused, reflecting on the situation. With so many concubines and no children, and the emperor aging, the very notion of palace intrigue seemed pointless. Who would they compete against? After all, none of them had sons. And the emperor himself could not father any more children. What worth was there in such so-called glory and favor? Every day, the same people gathered in the courtyard, chatting and snacking, becoming good friends. Where was the palace intrigue in that? After finishing her meal, Su Wantang spent some time conversing with the Empress before finally departing the palace. As she stepped out the gate, she spotted a tall figure standing before the carriage, none other than Zhao Yuan.
A Yuan?
Yes, I have come to take you home. Zhao Yuan replied. Have you been waiting long? Su Wantang was surprised that Zhao Yuan had come to wait for her. Not long. I just arrived a moment ago. Tang Tang, I wish to take you somewhere, Zhao Yuan suddenly said. Where to? You will know when we arrive. Soon. Zhao Yuan and Su Wantang found themselves on a bustling street. Why is it so lively tonight? Su Wantang inquired as she observed the throngs of people. Tonight is the Osmanthus festival organized by the townsfolk, where many unmarried men and women will go to the city moat to make wishes, Zhao Yuan explained, leading Su Wantang to a stall selling masks, where he purchased two, one shaped like a monkey and the other like a pig's head. Naturally, Su Wantang donned the monkey mask. Once they wore their masks, they exchanged smiles, relieved not to be recognized. This was a common practice among unmarried individuals here. Shopkeeper, we would like 2 lanterns. Zhao Yuan requested. Certainly, these lotus-shaped lanterns are 10 coins each, the shopkeeper replied. Very well, we will take these. Zhao Yuan and Su Wantang each took a lantern and proceeded to the wishing area. This was Su Wantang's first experience participating in such an event, and she found it quite novel and enjoyable. After all, peaceful nights like this were non-existent in the apocalypse. They reached the riverbank, where many lanterns were already floating. Zhao Yuan placed his lantern into the water, and Su Wantang followed suit, quietly making her own wishes. I hope Zhao Yuan remains safe and sound. I wish for Xiao Yun to grow up safely. I hope for a favorable outcome for Zhao Yuan and me. These 3 heartfelt wishes were whispered softly, heard only by Zhao Yuan, with no one else reacting. After listening to Zhao Yuan, a wave of emotion washed over her heart. She truly cared for him and genuinely liked him. Unbeknownst to Su Wantang, Zhao Yuan's wish was to see her happy and to love him for a lifetime. Once they made their wishes, Su Wantang's gaze fell upon the vividly crafted sugar figurines at the stall, and her mouth watered slightly. I want that flower sugar figurine. Please fetch one for me, Su Wantang said. Absolutely. Wait here, Zhao Yuan replied. In a short while, he returned with a flower sugar figurine in hand, which Su Wantang accepted eagerly. Let us find a place to enjoy it, she exclaimed. I know just the spot, Zhao Yuan responded, leading her away from the crowd. Seizing a moment of privacy, he wrapped his arms around her waist and soared to the rooftop of the tallest building in the capital. Is this what lightness of foot is? Su Wantang marveled, utterly astonished that flight was indeed possible. This is the highest rooftop in the capital, home to the royal auction house. The top floor is off limits to the public, so we need not worry about being discovered, Zhao Yuan said, settling Su Wantang beside him. As she gazed down at the sprawling city, her heart swelled with emotion. This man, indeed. Su Wantang took a bite of the sugar figurine, its crispness and sweetness delightful. It's quite sweet. Would you care for a taste? She asked Zhao Yuan. Of course, he replied, his Adam's apple bobbing as he gently held the back of her head with one hand while cupping her chin with the other. Their lips met in a fervent kiss. After what felt like an eternity, Zhao Yuan released her, resting his forehead against hers. Tang Tang, it's truly sweet. Su Wantang felt her cheeks ablaze. Ah. Zhao Yuan is quite the charmer. Finally, we kissed. Hearing her inner thoughts, Zhao Yuan found her utterly adorable. In truth, he had longed to kiss her, but feared being too forward. Yuan, will you be going to the frontier again?
Su Wantang inquired.
I likely won't. Unless war breaks out again. What do you think has become of Zhao Zirui and Zhao Zifeng? Su Wantang genuinely wished to resolve the threat they posed, for it lingered like a specter. My informants have discovered they've been sighted in the southern frontier, Zhao Yuan revealed. The southern frontier? To be precise, it's the 13 villages of Miaojiang. 13 villages of Miaojiang? I've never heard of this place, Su Wantang said, puzzled as she had not encountered any mention of it among the information she knew. This place is quite mysterious. If I may elaborate, it is entwined with our royal lineage. The 13 villages of Miaojiang were founded by the Princess Lu Wen of the previous dynasty, whose mother was of Miao descent. After the fall of the previous dynasty, the villages vanished, surfacing only occasionally in rumor. Their current appearance may very well be tied to the previous dynasty. Zhao Yuan explained as he enveloped Su Wantang in his embrace. If that is the case, then the Princess Luwen must have long since passed away, correct? Yes. But she may have descendants. Do you think her lineage could be connected to the Wan family? That remains uncertain, but if we capture them, we shall uncover the truth. Indeed, Miaojiang does not give me a favorable impression. The people there are adept in the use of poison, which is why no one has dared to attack them for years. I've heard that the area of the 13 villages is rife with traps and venomous creatures. Is that so? If that is the case, then it's rather fortuitous. Su Wantang remarked, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Poisonous creatures? Ha, mere trifles. Before me, they will all heed my command. Zhao Yuan chuckled at her unspoken thoughts, well aware of her formidable nature. The following day, as Su Wantang attended court, a minister reported on the bountiful potato harvest. The emperor and other officials applauded heartily. Prime Minister, you have resolved the grain crisis of Daong. You are truly a benefactor of the realm, the emperor declared joyously. Thank you for your praise, your majesty. It is simply my duty, she replied modestly. Ah! With a chancellor like you, Daong shall prosper for generations, the emperor exclaimed, his spirits high. The other ministers had no complaints. After all, they had dealt with their issues. And Su Wantang's achievements remained unmatched. Su Wantang had also prepared supplies for the soldiers at the frontier, which would be personally delivered by Yao Bao. The distribution of these provisions made it clear to the citizens of the capital that the female chancellor was genuinely working for their benefit. Meanwhile, the common folk in other regions, benefiting from the increased grain yield, praised Su Wantang to no end. With food as a priority, abundance meant no hunger, and thus, her reputation soared. At this moment, those noble ladies who once looked down upon Su Wantang finally realized that some individuals are beyond reach, even on horseback. Uncle, aunt, look. This is the house I've purchased for you. It consists of 2 courtyards. Due to the lack of a formal title, we must keep a low profile. So I ask for your understanding. 2 courtyards are quite common in the capital, typical for ordinary families. 3 or 4 courtyards usually signify a person of status or a particularly affluent household, which are quite rare. Su Wantang had no intention of making exceptions. This is quite satisfactory. Xiaodong is right. This is all we need. Now that Chuanwen is studying at the Imperial Academy, every move he makes is under scrutiny. Excessive ostentation would be detrimental to both you and him. This arrangement is perfect. Our house back home is of similar size. Su Binwen immediately grasped the underlying message. Indeed. What your uncle says is correct. This is just right. We truly appreciate your kindness, Zhang Shi said, gently rocking the baby Su Yun in her arms. Currently, Su Yun was primarily cared for by Zhang Shi and the wet nurse, while Xiao Tao was responsible for washing her clothes, tidying up, and mending. All of which kept her quite busy. Moreover, this location was conveniently close to where Chuanwen attended school, merely 2 streets away. You are so thoughtful. How could we forget that without your influence, such a house would be beyond our reach? Su Binwen recognized the truth. The shops in the capital are all part of my mother's dowry, so I shall not be giving them to you. However, I have allocated 3 estates under Chuanwen's name for you, which would be more appropriate. No one would dare oppose that, Su Wantang said. The 3 estates she offered being quite generous. 3 estates amount to over 200 acres. Even from renting them out, it would suffice for Su Chuanwen's needs. Thank you. Xiaodong, Zhang Shi said, her eyes misting with gratitude. Aunt, no need for such formality. We also have some assets on our end. Once sold, I can purchase a shop here as well, Su Binwen added. Yes, uncle is right. Having your own shop in the capital is always advantageous. That night, as Su Yun surprisingly rolled over in her sleep, Su Wantang was overjoyed. Miss, the elders say that rolling over 3 times and crawling 9 times is normal for the young master. Xiao Tao chuckled at her mistress's excitement. Oh dear. Our little Yun must grow quickly. Su Wantang cooed as she gently placed Su Yun in the cradle after lulling her to sleep. Meanwhile, the family that had abandoned Su Yun was electrified upon hearing that the cursed child had been adopted by the female chancellor of the capital. Wife. Is the news you gathered truly reliable? Old Chen inquired, excitement coursing through him. Indeed, it is true. It was my old friend who serves in an official capacity at the Grand Residence. How could it possibly be false? Lu, old Chen's wife, replied with fervor in her eyes. If that is the case, then this child is indeed exceptionally fortunate. Currently, he has been taken in by that female chancellor. If we were to approach her to demand an explanation, she would undoubtedly be reluctant to part with him. At that point, we could ask her for money, more than a little, preferably 100 taels. Old Chen chuckled as he finished speaking. What? 100 taels? That is far too little. If you ask me, we should demand 10,000 taels. Such a high-ranking official surely has ample funds and would care about her reputation. Lu's eyes gleamed with greed.
Indeed.
My dear wife speaks wisely. Chapter 87. Little one, watch me pluck your wool after the court session. Su Wantang headed straight home. As there was nothing pressing to attend to, though it was already September, the heat lingered on, a reminder of the relentless autumn sun. Before reaching the chancellor's residence, she encountered a throng of people, densely packed as if water could not pass through. The chancellor has returned, someone shouted, and immediately a path opened within the crowd. Su Wantang disembarked from the carriage and approached, only to find 4 individuals seated on the ground, wailing in despair. What is happening here? Su Wantang inquired of Steward Wu.
Miss.
Steward Wu approached, glancing at the 4 individuals as he spoke. They claimed to be the family of young Master Su, come to seek him.
Oh.
A cold smile graced Su Wantang's lips as she stepped closer. You assert that you are kin to my Suyan? Yes, yes, Chancellor, we truly are his family. They are his parents, and we are his grandparents, Old Chun hastily interjected. Is that so? What proof do you have?
Su Wantang asked.
The child bears a red birthmark on his shoulder. If the Chancellor does not believe it, she may bring the child forth for all to see, Old Chun replied. My Suyan does indeed have a red birthmark on his shoulder, but I found him abandoned in my dilapidated temple. Had I arrived a moment later, he would have been snatched away by wild wolves. When I discovered him, his umbilical cord was still attached. I find it perplexing how someone could be so cruel as to discard a newborn without even a rag to wrap him in. Now that I have saved him and provided him with a good home, various specters emerge. Are you truly the child's relatives? As Su Wantang's words fell, the Chun family's faces paled, and the sympathy once held for them dissipated. Such heartless individuals were undeserving of compassion. You claim to be Su Yun's family? Very well. You may take the child back, but do bear in mind that when I rescued him, he was suffering from a fever and covered in mosquito bites due to prolonged exposure to the elements. If you doubt this, you may consult the doctors at the Hua Chuntang in the capital. I expended considerable resources to save him, ultimately seeking the imperial physician and utilizing precious herbs to pull this child back from the brink of death. Now that he has regained his health, you may take him, but you must reimburse me for the medical expenses. As for the maintenance fees, I shall forego them. After all, this child and I share a bond. But the over 2,000 taels spent on medicine must be repaid. Wouldn't you agree? Su Wantang addressed the crowd. The Chancellor speaks wisely. If you wish to take the child, you must certainly cover the medical costs, someone remarked. Indeed, that is the least one can do. Observing the Chun family, who appeared to be up to no good, many speculated that once the child returned to them, he would inevitably face abandonment once more. Chancellor, we are but common folk. Surely, you cannot extort us. What kind of medicine could possibly cost such a fortune? Old Chun summoned his courage to speak. Indeed, in our village, we simply endure illness or, at worst, take a few herbal remedies, which hardly cost anything at all. Surely, the Chancellor is not truly trying to swindle us? Lu, the old woman, added. Haha, I anticipated you would say such things. Do not judge with your limited understanding. That child, so small, was abandoned at a dilapidated temple. And the fact that he was saved is a testament to divine mercy. I have not even accounted for the subsequent expenses. As for the herbs he consumed, they were none other than Tian Shan's snow lotus and resurrection grass. These are rare and can only be obtained from the Imperial Hospital, and even money cannot buy them elsewhere. With a sigh, Su Wantang continued, You need not deceive me. Your intentions are not genuine. You do not truly wish to reclaim this child, but rather to extort me. Having seen that I rescued him. However, that is simply not feasible. Even a tiger does not consume its offspring. You discarded the child at birth, which is a grave violation of the laws of Deyong. The crime of abandonment, neglecting a child to the point of death, deserves the utmost punishment. If you disagree, you may seek the magistrate of Jingzhou for a ruling. I shall remain silent on the matter. But if you truly intend to extort me, then the situation will be entirely different. No sooner had Su Wantang's words left her lips than Zhao Yuan's voice rang out. I wish to see what sort of beast would abandon its own child. Zhao Yuan approached, grasping Su Wantang's hand. Tang Tang, are you alright? I am well. Su Wantang felt warmth spread within her. Are you the family of Su Yun? Zhao Yuan questioned coldly. The Chun family had not anticipated that such a child would attract the regent. You are nothing but lower than beasts. This child survived merely by fortune through the Chancellor's intervention. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. Now you dare to threaten the Chancellor? Your audacity is astounding. That red birthmark is merely a sign of fortune, and you deem it ominous? Truly, You deserve the harshest of fates. Zhao Yuan's words struck hard, causing a young woman among them to weep softly. Su Wantang glanced at her. Regardless of the circumstances, Su Yun was still a part of her. Enough. You need not say more. Draft a letter severing ties. This child shall henceforth have no connection to you. I will provide you with 100 taels as a form of nutritional support from Su Yun to his mother. After all, he resided within her for 10 months. An indelible truth. You may be indifferent to Su Yun, but he shall not reciprocate your coldness. As Su Wantang's words concluded, a murmur of admiration spread through the crowd. In this world, filial piety reigned supreme, and she could not allow Su Yun to be subjected to gossip at such a tender age. Yes, we shall write it immediately. Old Chen, fearing he would not receive the money, quickly agreed. 100 taels, if spent wisely, would sustain them for a good portion of their lives. Wu Shu, please escort them to arrange the paperwork at the government office. Yes, miss. Su Wantang then led Zhao Yuan through the gates, leaving the remaining matters to be handled by others. Tang, you're still too kind, Zhao Yuan remarked. It is not kindness. I simply do not wish for my little Yun to bear the weight of this consequence so early in life, even if that family acted wrongly. Once Su Yun achieves success in the imperial examinations, people will surely bring this matter up. I must sever all ties before they can influence him.
Indeed.
Such people forget the good and remember only the bad. Zhao Yuan expressed his disdain for the intrigues of court life. Alas, having adopted him, I must take responsibility. No one shall harm my brother. It was said that once the Qin family received the 100 taels, they returned home and began to live extravagantly. They then divorced their daughter-in-law, Su Yun's birth mother, and wed a younger, beautiful woman in hopes of producing a grandchild. However, on the very night of the wedding, the son of the Qin family tragically passed away. The new bride, seizing the opportunity, absconded with their funds, leaving the elderly couple to seek refuge at their daughter's home. Ultimately, the old woman, who had a penchant for gossip, was sent back to the village, where her twilight years were far from pleasant. It is said that Su Yun's biological mother married a bachelor, who, despite their childlessness, treated her with kindness, thus providing her with a reasonable refuge. Of course, these are matters for another time and best left unmentioned. Su Yun gradually opened up, increasingly resembling the desolate yet vibrant spirit of her past life.
Showing little resemblance to that family.
Su Wantang gazed at Su Yun, finally sensing the warmth of having kin nearby. Tang, next month your mourning period will conclude. May I begin preparations? Zhao Yuan inquired. Indeed, you may. Su Wantang responded, feeling no need for pretense. She and Zhao Yuan had already recognized each other as destined partners. Marriage was inevitable, so she would defer to Zhao Yuan's arrangements. Very well, I shall make the necessary preparations.
Tangzu, Tang,
Zhao Yuan exclaimed,
glinting agently som suntai vantangesh lips.
Since their last kiss, Zhao Yuan seemed to have unlocked a reservoir of affection, seizing every opportunity to steal a kiss. That's enough. My lips are swollen, Su Wantang lamented. Understood. On the day her mourning period ended, Su Wantang went to pay her respects at Su Bingqiao's grave. It was both a custom and an obligation, a formality that had to be observed. As she stood before the gravestone of Su Bingqiao, she felt little emotion, however. The sight of the adjacent small grave belonging to the original owner stirred a pang of sorrow within her. I hope the original owner has found loving parents in the afterlife and has been reborn into a nurturing family. Su Wantang placed the incense properly and addressed the clan elders, esteemed uncles. I trust you have heard that Zhao Yuan will be proposing in a few days. I kindly ask for your support during this occasion. As for the elders, I believe it is sufficient for my second uncle and second aunt to represent us. Her words startled the assembly. In truth, Su Bingwen and Zhang Shi were the most suitable representatives among the elders. After all, they were her closest relatives. Her mother's side had no kin left, and only Su Bingwen remained from her father's side. Rest assured, Su Xiang, we will handle it well. Thank you all for your assistance.
Su Wantang bowed graciously.
At last, Zhao Yuan had prepared everything and made his way to the Prime Minister's residence to propose. Su Wantang chose to remain home, eagerly awaiting the outcome, for today marked a significant milestone in her life.
Tang,
Zhao Yuan exclaimed upon seeing her, his smile radiating joy. Indeed, you've met my second uncle and aunt. They are quite agreeable, so there is no need for concern, Su Wantang reassured him, taking his hand. Were it not for societal conventions, she would have simply pulled Zhao Yuan to wed. Alas, the ancient customs held considerable weight. Marriages among royal families adhered to strict traditions, including a dowry of 108 items, alongside various other stipulations. As for Su Wantang's own dowry, There was no one to assist her in its arrangement. Even if there were, she possessed little. After all, Su Bingwen was not affluent. And while the clan would contribute a modest amount, they relied on the Su family for sustenance, so how much could they offer? Ultimately, she would have to depend on herself. Fortunately, her own treasury was replete with gold and silver, along with the emperor's generous gifts and her shop's earnings. Thus, Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan's wedding was set for the 18th of December. With less than a month remaining, time was indeed pressing. Miss, when the time comes, I will accompany you to the regent's residence, and I shall continue to serve you, Xiao Tao said, embracing Su Yun. No need. The distance to the royal residence is but a brief tea break. I will return here to reside, Su Wantang declared, unwilling to relinquish the support of the prime minister's residence. Very well, I shall remain here to care for the young master. Indeed, Su Yun is destined to be the heir of the prime minister's residence. I would prefer he not accompany me to avoid any gossip. Xiao Tao, you are the one I trust most. I am at ease leaving Su Yun in your care, do you understand? Su Wantang said earnestly. Miss, I understand. Currently, Su Yun is my only relative. You may not grasp the depth of this bond, yet remember that Su Yun is your second master.
Of course, miss.
As for matters at the royal residence, those could be addressed in due time. It was possible Zhao Yuan might also choose to reside there. That evening, Su Wantang entered her private treasury and retrieved the gold, silver, and jewels stored within her space. She marveled at the boxes filled with gold and silver, now converted into the currency of Deong, untraceable in their origins. Gua Liu, Su Wantang called out. Master, Gua Liu is here. I am to be married. I am aware.
Master.
Gua Liu, what is our relationship?
Su Wantang promptly.
We are master and servant, master. Incorrect, Gua Liu. We are akin to family, having traversed from another world. You and Su Yun are my kin, do you comprehend? Oh, master, Gua Liu is so moved. Gua Liu whimpered. Indeed, you are my family. However, as I prepare for marriage, should you not provide me with some dowry as a family member? It would be unreasonable otherwise. Wouldn't you agree? After her inquiry, Gua Liu fell silent, feeling ensnared by her clever words. Master, you mustn't trick me like this. I am quite impoverished and have little to offer. Gua Liu lamented, tears welling in their eyes. Very well, I shall not press you further. We are both quite destitute. Although many items are unlocked, we cannot afford them. And the free ones are scarce. Alas, it is quite vexing, Su Wantang sighed, her expression one of despondency. Master, do not despair. Gua Liu will inquire with the system. Go ahead and ask. If it proves futile, so be it, Su Wantang replied, a sly smile forming at the corners of her mouth. Just wait and see. I shall find a way to benefit from this. The following day, 2 free items were unlocked in Su Wantang's marketplace, a curved plow and sweet potatoes.
Upon seeing this,
Su Wantang was left in a quandary, unsure whether to laugh or cry. While these items were indeed beneficial, they seemed of little use to her personally. Her heart yearned for the glimmer of gold or, at the very least, the sheen of silver. To the people of Deong, however, the curved plow promised to bring immense convenience, while the introduction of sweet potatoes could potentially resolve the food shortage. After all, sweet potatoes and potatoes are among the most suitable crops for cultivation. The system favors this world, yet is miserly towards me, Su Wantang mused, feeling exasperated. She chose not to dwell on it further. Reflecting on her situation, she realized she had much to be grateful for. She possessed status and a beloved partner, as well as the companionship of her family from her past life. Here, there were no zombies and no struggles for sustenance. Such a life was already a blessing. One must learn to be content, and as a host for the system, she needed to embrace this perspective wholeheartedly. Ever since the engagement between Su Xiang and the regent was announced, a festive atmosphere enveloped the capital. Miss, look. The royal family has sent wedding garments. You must try them on to ensure they fit. If not, the seamstresses can make alterations, Xiao Tao urged, pulling Su Wantang along eagerly.
Understood, Su Wantang replied,
stepping forward to try on the garments. Remarkably, they fit perfectly, requiring no adjustments whatsoever. Miss, with only 20 days remaining until the wedding, you should take this time to rest well, Xiao Tao advised. From this day forth, Su Wantang was exempt from court duties, allowing her to prepare for her marriage in peace. Indeed, Xiao Tao, you have become increasingly nagging lately. I was initially quite composed, but your incessant chatter has made me anxious, Su Wantang sighed in exasperation. My lady, while you may remain unperturbed, I am in a state of utter distress. Xiao Tao lamented. Ever since Cui Zhu absconded with the funds, her existence had been marked by a haze of despondency. She had refrained from leaving the city, aware of the stringent checks at the city gates. Thus, she had secluded herself in a modest courtyard. Recently, as the situation had calmed, the scrutiny had lessened, allowing her to venture forth with her meager possessions. Upon exiting the city, Cui Zhu inhaled deeply, feeling the exhilarating scent of freedom in the air. However, the thought of Lu Wanner filled her with disdain. Lu Wanner was a woman of cruel disposition. Whenever she was displeased, Cui Zhu invariably bore the brunt of her wrath. Having been under Lu Wanner's thumb since childhood, Cui Zhu appeared to live a life of privilege, yet she was nothing more than a human punching bag. Lu Wanner would strike her in hidden places, depriving her of food and sleep at times. In Lu Wanner's presence, Cui Zhu had been compelled to commit numerous misdeeds, whether she wished to or not. It was only after Lu Wanner entered the royal residence that Cui Zhu's circumstances improved slightly. Yet, she would never accompany Lu Wanner to a dismal end. Hence, when Lu Wanner fell ill, her first instinct was not to summon a physician, but to flee with the stolen funds. Even if she had called for help, the doctor would have turned a blind eye, for once Lu Wanner had given birth to that wretched child, all hope was irretrievably lost.
Liu von Ersch's promiscuity was,
in a sense, a fitting consequence of her actions. Cui Zhu eventually left the capital and settled in a small town, establishing a modest shop to sell embroidery. She had hoped for a tranquil life, but being alone made her a target for ruffians. Ultimately, on the 15th of August, she met her demise in her shop. Her possessions swept away. In her final moments, she seemed to glimpse the venomous gaze of Lu Wanner as she perished. So be it, she thought. Such a fate is fitting for one like her. Tang Tang, do you like this? Zhao Yuan approached with a white jade hairpin, presenting it to Su Wantang. Yes. It is indeed quite lovely, Su Wantang replied, appraising the exquisite hairpin with a discerning eye. That is splendid. Your approval is all I desire, Zhao Yuan said, observing Su Wantang with a sense of disbelief. In just over 10 days, she would become his wife. Extend your hand.
Su Wantang commanded.
Oh, very well. Zhao Yuan complied obediently. Su Wantang produced a pair of calipers and measured Zhao Yuan's fingers. Tang Tang, what is this for? Zhao Yuan inquired, puzzled. You will understand in due course, Su Wantang replied cryptically. What else could it be for, if not to procure wedding rings? However, the locals were unfamiliar with such customs, so their lack of understanding was of little consequence. After all, it was her first marriage, and why should she not indulge a little? After noting both Zhao Yuan's and her own measurements, Su Wantang scoured the marketplace. Eventually, she invested a considerable sum in a pair of wedding rings, one for her adorned with a dazzling diamond that nearly blinded her. She thought to herself that one must pamper oneself. The men's ring was a simple yet elegant platinum band, devoid of any embellishments, inscribed only with their surnames. Initially, she had contemplated using the initials of their names but decided against it, as this dynasty had yet to embrace such a concept, and explaining it would be cumbersome. The diamond sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. During the apocalypse, such items had lost their value, worth less than a loaf of bread. Back then, she hadn't even dreamed of marriage, let alone love. To think that now she was on the brink of matrimony, it was truly astonishing. My lady, would you care to inspect your dowry? Xiao Tao suggested. Yes, I shall take a look shortly, Su Wantang replied. The dowry was being managed by Su Bingwen and his wife, but their resources were limited. Upon checking the storeroom, she found Su Bingwen and his spouse present.
Xiao Tang.
You have arrived.
Su Bingwen greeted her calmly.
Second uncle, I have come to view my dowry, Su Wantang stated. Is the ledger available? Indeed, here you go. Su Bingwen handed it over. Upon opening the ledger, Su Wantang discovered the contributions from the members of the Su clan, detailing the silver and jewels each household had provided as part of the dowry. Some contributions were substantial, in the thousands of taels, while others were modest, amounting to mere dozens. There was nothing particularly remarkable, just the expected decorum. After perusing the entries, she remained silent. One should not assume that these relatives were generous. They had certainly benefited from the shade of their family tree. Wantang, nearly all the dowry has been prepared, but it still feels somewhat lacking, Su Bingwen noted. Not at all. My storeroom holds ample supplies, and with the addition of 2 special items, it will be more than sufficient, Su Wantang reassured him. Ah, that is good to hear. It is all my fault for being inept, or else we would not be in such a rush, Su Bingwen lamented. Second uncle, do not reproach yourself. Your assistance in these matters has been invaluable, Su Wantang consoled him. She had thought that she had no remaining family. But just as she stepped outside, an unexpected visitor arrived. Miss, someone seeks you. Xiao Tao exclaimed, hurrying over. Who is it? It is your uncle. Xiao Tao replied. Uncle? Su Wantang recalled that the original owner of her body had a 26-year-old uncle who had gone missing during his studies abroad. Whether his return was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. As Su Wantang entered the parlor, she spotted a man seated in the center, speaking with Uncle Wu, who was wiping tears from his eyes. Su Wantang's senses sharpened, and soon, the man's information flooded her mind. Ouyang Ming, the head of the Divine Physician Valley, kind-hearted, with a son, his wife having perished during childbirth. Greetings, uncle.
Su Wantang bowed respectfully.
Tanger, it is good to see you. Ouyang Ming exclaimed, rushing to support her. You bear an uncanny resemblance to your mother, he added, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Please have a seat, uncle. After all these years, where have you been? Su Wantang inquired, though she had a fair idea of the answer. It is all my fault. If only I had not gone abroad for my studies. None of this would have happened, Ouyang Ming lamented, then continued. I did not set out alone. I was accompanied by 2 classmates, but they returned early. During our journey, I was pushed into a river, and it was my father-in-law, the head of the Divine Physician Valley, who saved me. However, I awoke with a head injury and lost my memory. You likely know the rest. If not for the series of unfortunate events, your grandfather and mother would not have suffered. I am to blame for all of this. Ouyang Ming wiped away his tears. Uncle, do not bear such guilt. Perhaps this is simply fate, Su Wantang replied, feeling that this was an overly dramatic twist of fate, yet it was oddly fitting. By the way, what are those 2 who caused you harm? Su Wantang pressed, for they were truly deserving of punishment. They have long since met their demise. They sought wealth at the cost of lives. I had thousands of taels on me at the time, and they fared well with their petty businesses. But upon regaining my memory, I could not allow them to live in peace. Thus, I repaid enmity with enmity. Uncle is right. It should be this way.
Su Wantang comprehended.
As for their family's business, it has already been nearly crushed. What becomes of their descendants is of no concern to me. I am clear about right and wrong. My grievances lie with their father. What my uncle said is true. If it were Su Wantang, she would have eradicated the roots of the problem directly. Ouyang Ming is still too kind. However, it matters not, for she can uncover the truth. And she will ensure that these 2 families will never rise again. Had her uncle not encountered misfortune, perhaps her maternal family, including her mother, would not have met such tragic ends. Uncle, where are you now? The Valley of Divine Healers has always been shrouded in mystery. I have only heard of it but do not know its exact location. I am in the southern frontier, but I will soon be in the capital, where I am the steward of the Lin family business. The Lin family business? It is indeed impressive that it belongs to my uncle. The Lin family business offers a myriad of goods, akin to a modern supermarket. Moreover, it thrives, with branches in nearly every city. It is not mine. It belongs to your aunt's family. However, your aunt departed early, and since my father-in-law does not manage the affairs, he entrusted them to me. Understood?
Tongar, iya puludisa.
It is my inadequacy that has made your life so burdensome. Uncle, you are too hard on yourself. I am doing quite well now. I truly am. That is good to hear. You are much better off than your mother. When did you regain your memory, uncle? I regained it last year, and upon recollection, I returned. What Ouyang Ming did not mention was that he returned precisely during the time Su Bingqiao fell ill. Initially, he had little faith in Su Wantang, as he was aware of her past behavior, a woman who chased after men. He intended to lend a hand, but at that time, Su Wantang was simply beyond help. He also contemplated eliminating Su Chuanwen, but the renowned healer he sought was the very one who had infiltrated their midst in disguise.
Upon encountering Su Bingwen,
Who was already on the brink of death, he refrained from acting. As Su Wantang gradually regained her footing, he then revealed himself. It was not that he was heartless, but rather that he trusted no one. His father had perished, he himself had vanished, his sister was dead, and the child she left behind had gone astray. Thus, he believed in respecting others' destinies, opting not to interfere. As for the Ouyang family, he treated them as if they did not exist. He never anticipated that Su Wantang would orchestrate such a remarkable turnaround, which genuinely astonished him. Now, having ascended to a position of power, he initially had no intention of acknowledging her. Mutual non-interference seemed the best outcome. Yet, he soon learned that Su Wantang possessed scant dowry, which he had inquired about. At that moment, he realized how utterly unreasonable he had been. For a young lady like Su Wantang, life was undeniably challenging. With her parents deceased, her maternal family gone, and not a single elder to rely upon, it was appalling that he, her blood uncle, remained indifferent. It was then he recognized the extent of his egregious errors. No matter the circumstances, Su Wantang was the person closest to him, aside from his own son. Moreover, she was also a victim. With her mother gone and her maternal family lost, without a single pillar of support, how could she thrive? Had Su Wantang become the person he did not wish to see, was it not also a consequence of his own actions? Had he been present, perhaps these calamities would not have transpired. If he remained apathetic, how could he face his father and sister a century hence? His father-in-law also reproached him, feeling he ought to have intervened. Thus he returned to the capital to seek out Su Wantang. Chapter 89. The marriage proposal. Su Wantang was oblivious to Ouyangming's thoughts. Had she known, she would undoubtedly have remarked, "Brother, you are being overly dramatic."
Indeed.
The deaths of the original's mother and maternal family might have been somewhat influenced by his disappearance, but it was certainly not as grave as he imagined. Her maternal grandfather was aged, and it was inevitable. However, the original's mother was merely a foolish romantic. Each person has their own fate, which cannot be interfered with. Uncle, will you leave again in the future?
Su Wantang inquired.
I will still return to the southern frontier. After all, your cousin is there. In truth, Ouyangming had little left to cherish in this place. His father was gone. His sister was lost. The remaining so-called relatives were nothing but leeches. And it mattered not whether he acknowledged them. The few loyal servants were now well taken care of by Su Wantang, and he had no lingering attachments. As for Su Wantang, she had status and position, and after marriage, would have the royal family's protection, rendering his concern unnecessary. All right, I understand. By the way, uncle, I wish to consult you about something, Su Wantang said with a grave expression.
Speak.
Uncle, do you know of the 13 villages of Miaojiang? Where did you hear of this place? Ouyangming suddenly grew serious. To be frank, after Zhao Zirui and Zhao Zifeng fled, they were seen in the 13 villages of Miaojiang. You must be aware that my current position has offended many, including those two. Furthermore, should I marry Zhao Yuan? I cannot evade this matter, so I wish to inquire if you know anything specific regarding the 13 villages of Miaojiang. I do know a thing or two. Ouyangming pondered before continuing. Our Valley of Divine Healers has always kept its distance from them. Typically, we do not encounter them. The 13 villages of Miaojiang are exceedingly mysterious, skilled in poisons, mechanisms, and witchcraft. However, they generally do not harm others. Uncle, have you heard of their founder?
Huh?
You mean the remnants of the previous dynasty? Nothing escapes my uncle's notice. According to intelligence reports, the 13 villages of Miaojiang were established by the flowing pattern princess of the former dynasty. This should be true, as their village flag resembles that of the previous dynasty. Then it makes sense. Zhao Zirui and Zhao Zifeng's father may be connected to them. Otherwise, I cannot fathom why they would take in two useless individuals. Perhaps they intend to use them for some scheme. That seems excessive, uncle. Tanger, if that is the case, I shall assist you in investigating, Ouyangming suddenly declared. Then I thank you, uncle. Su Wantang stood and bowed. She had initially thought Ouyangming only came to visit her, but unexpectedly, he was there to bestow her with a dowry. Uncle, is all this for me? Su Wantang gazed in astonishment at the treasure-laden courtyard and the endless stream of boxes being brought in. Yes, all of it is for you. These are the assets left by your grandfather, since I have no use for them. Naturally, they belong to you. Ouyangming replied nonchalantly. The Valley of Divine Healers was indeed overflowing with wealth, lacking nothing. Moreover, his own business yielded an inexhaustible income annually. But uncle, didn't the family fortune get divided among relatives? Su Wantang had seen their true colors in the original's memories. That was when I was absent. Now that I have returned, it is only right to reclaim what is mine. Ouyangming was no longer the man he once was. Since returning to the capital, he had secretly reclaimed more assets than he could count. You keep these shops and land deeds. I am far away in the southern frontier and have no need for them. After all, the Ouyang family has only you and your cousin as descendants. Your cousin is still young and cannot make use of these. Besides, his mother left him considerable assets, sufficient for a lifetime. Consider these as the inheritance from your grandfather. Then I thank you, uncle. Su Wantang did not decline. It would be foolish to refuse money. She possessed no lofty ideals, since it was given to her. She would gladly accept. By the way, I heard you have adopted a child. What is the story behind that? Ouyangming inquired.
Oh.
The child and I share a unique bond, which led me to adopt them, she replied. Well, as long as you are happy, it's fine. This grand estate feels rather lonely with only you as its master, he remarked. It's nothing. I've grown accustomed to it. After Ouyangming returned to his residence, Su Wantang began to unpack the plow and sweet potatoes. There were numerous large burlap sacks of sweet potatoes, but only one plow. Once she handed the plow over to the Ministry of Works, they would naturally produce more, relieving her of any further concern. The same went for the sweet potatoes. Miss, the prince has arrived, Xiao Tao called from outside. Understood, Su Wantang replied as she stepped out and spotted Zhao Yuan standing in the courtyard.
Tang tang.
Look at what I've brought for you, Zhao Yuan announced, holding up a food box. What delectable treats do you have? She asked eagerly. It's dompa pork made by the imperial sister-in-law, along with lotus root and pork rib soup prepared by the chef, and a dish of your favorite pickled vegetables. He revealed as he unveiled the food. Wonderful. I adore it. Xiao Tao, please fetch us 2 bowls of rice and stir-fry a plate of greens. The prince and I will dine in my room. Certainly, miss. I shall attend to it at once. In all honesty, the lotus root and pork rib soup was exceptionally delicious, tender, flavorful, and the broth was sweet without being greasy. Are there any significant developments in the court lately?
Su Wantang inquired.
None at all. This year, with the harvest of potatoes, the grain yield has been abundant, so there are no pressing matters to report. That is good to hear. It seems this year is not as cold as last. I remember that by this time last year, it had already begun to snow. Could Su Wantang forget? It was during this time last year that Su Bingqiao passed away, and both Chun and Steward Liu were imprisoned, while Lu Wan'er hurriedly married off. Each event was laden with its own tale. Indeed, this year is quite warm. After finishing their meal, they conversed for a while longer before Zhao Yuan reluctantly took his leave. As the wedding day drew nearer, the capital began to tighten security. Fearing that someone might cause trouble during the grand wedding of the Prime Minister and the Crown Prince, strict inspections were enforced for entry and exit from the city. Miss, a letter from the prince for you. Xiao Tao cheerfully handed a letter to Su Wantang. Who delivered it?
Su Wantang Said, Bemused.
As Zhao Yuan had been sending multiple letters daily, adhering to the custom of not seeing each other 3 days before the wedding. It was delivered by the guard Mufeng. I see. You may go now. Yes, miss. As Su Wantang opened the letter, she found the words, My beloved. A day without seeing you feels like 3 autumns. It has been a day and 4 hours since I last saw you, and I miss you dearly. This man. Su Wantang's lips curled into a smile, revealing her joyful mood. At last, the day of the wedding had arrived. Early in the morning, she was roused by the palace matrons to begin her preparations. The Zhang family also arrived to assist. Prime Minister, your hair is splendid, and your complexion is radiant. There is no need for excessive powder, one matron remarked as she styled Su Wantang's hair. The attendants had been thoroughly trained, all addressing her as Prime Minister rather than as Princess, which granted her ample dignity. I appreciate your efforts, everyone, Su Wantang expressed. Not at all. It is our duty. Subsequently, they helped her into the bridal attire. The vibrant red wedding gown accentuated Su Wantang's beauty even further, and the heavy phoenix crown atop her head, though burdensome, was undeniably exquisite. Su Wantang finally comprehended why the heroines in novels lamented the weight of their crowns. How could it not be heavy? Such crowns were crafted from solid gold. Once she was fully adorned, she awaited Zhao Yuan's arrival to escort her. Miss, do not be nervous. The prince will arrive shortly. Xiao Tao reassured her. I am not nervous. It is perfectly fine, Su Wantang replied, stretching her neck, feeling the weight. Finally, the auspicious hour arrived, and Zhao Yuan made his entrance. Su Wantang was assisted out of the house by Ouyangming. Everyone knew that Su Wantang's uncle had returned, so it was only fitting for him to accompany her outside. Tang Tang, I have come to take you. Zhao Yuan spoke gently. Prince, I entrust my Tanger to you. Ouyangming expressed, quite satisfied with the young man, who was not much younger than himself. Rest assured, I will treat Tang Tang well. Then, I am at ease. After Ouyangming spoke, Zhao Yuan knelt before Su Wantang. She smiled and climbed onto his back.
Tang tang.
The journey from the Prime Minister's residence to the Crown Prince's manor will take the time of a tea break. Is it agreeable for me to carry you home? Zhao Yuan asked. Absolutely. Su Wantang readily consented, even if it meant walking back. I do not wish for you to travel like other brides in a palanquin. You are the Prime Minister of Daeong, marrying me, and I want to personally carry you home.
All right. Su Wantang felt touched.
Thank you, Yuan. Let's go. We are heading home, Zhao Yuan declared, rising with Su Wantang on his back as they exited the courtyard. Ouyangming and Su Bingwen were left in astonishment. This royal gesture certainly honored Su Wantang. As Zhao Yuan carried Su Wantang past the gates, her dowry had already been prepared, ready for the attendants to transport. Daong had an unfortunate custom of publicly announcing the dowry, wherein a ceremonial officer would declare the items before relatives and guests. Su Wantang's dowry was indeed vast, though the variety was limited. Observing the prince carrying the prime minister and not allowing her to sit in a palanquin raised some eyebrows among the onlookers.
Mufeng.
I will carry the prime minister back. You all may follow behind. Yes, your highness. The streets were lined with curious citizens. Zhao Yuan, with Su Wantang on his back, led the way, followed by the bearers of the palanquin and the guards leading the horses. The people were puzzled by Zhao Yuan's actions.
Today,
My beloved prime minister is marrying me, Zhao Yuan, and I am personally carrying her home. Please make way, he announced, eliciting laughter from the crowd.
well,
This prince has quite the flair. To carry a woman such a distance in public, given the physical exertion and the potential for loss of face, was no small feat. But who was Su Wantang? She was the prime minister of Daong, and such a display was entirely fitting. As the people murmured about the dowry, they noticed the first item, a peculiar wooden frame adorned with bright red flowers, leading them to question the necessity of such grandeur for a simple wooden structure. Following that were large sacks that appeared to contain round objects, likely potatoes. But hadn't potatoes already been widely cultivated? What need was there for them, as part of the dowry? The Su family seemed to be a bit extravagant. A marriage without parental involvement is truly a sight to behold. It does seem rather bleak. However, Su Wantang was a commendable prime minister. Even if she had brought no dowry, the citizens would not have murmured. Considering that she had used her own funds to buy cotton for jackets and quilts to donate to the soldiers at the border, many citizens were moved by this. But the noble ladies of the capital viewed matters differently. I thought Su Wantang would lead a more prosperous life after becoming prime minister, yet look at her. Marrying the crown prince with such a meager dowry. How pitiful. Lu Ruyan, who had never seen eye to eye with Su Wantang, now found herself in a position to critique. Though Su Wantang had soared to great heights, Lu Ruyan could not compete, now that Su Wantang was married. What harm was there in commenting on the dowry? Just look at that shabby wooden frame, displayed so prominently, as if to ensure everyone noticed it. What value could that possibly hold? Indeed, look at her, a dignified prime minister. Yet she carries an abundance of potatoes as part of her dowry. It truly is laughable. Perhaps we should no longer refer to her as Su Wantang, but rather as Su Potato. Hush, keep your voice down, lest we be overheard. What is there to fear? Su Wantang herself shows no shame. Should we be concerned about our own dignity? Precisely. A throng of young ladies is engaged in animated discussion, and a multitude of scholars are also weighing in. This Prime Minister Su is indeed formidable, unconcerned with trifles, simply providing whatever is needed as a bridal gift. Do you not understand? The remarkable feats of Prime Minister Su are destined to be recorded in the annals of history. I heard from my relatives that the potatoes cultivated under her guidance yielded a bountiful harvest, resulting in a prosperous treasury this year. The potatoes grown by the common folk produced yields exceeding those of other crops by a factor of 10. What does this signify? It signifies that the grain crisis in our great Yong dynasty shall be a thing of the past. Is that truly the case? Of course it is. Prime Minister Su is in no way inferior to any man. She has generously donated silver to provide soldiers with clothing and bedding, reportedly contributing hundreds of thousands of taels for cotton, and even teaching the soldiers at the border to cultivate potatoes, ensuring their sustenance. Moreover, she has invented formidable weaponry and has effectively dealt with the envoys from tribute states, who subsequently replenished their previous offerings. Chapter 90. The dowry in light of this. One could argue that Prime Minister Su's dowry is indeed quite reasonable. Yet it is not merely so. For an official to achieve such feats is truly remarkable. The discourse among scholars is incessant, echoed by the common folk. However, many believe that Zhao Yuan has granted Su Wantang ample prestige. After all, to carry Su Wantang on his back for such a distance, employing the common folk's method of marriage, is genuinely astonishing. At last, they arrived at the regent's residence. Zhao Yuan gently set Su Wantang down and, taking her hand, they crossed over the fire pit and entered through the grand entrance. On this day, all the officials had gathered at Zhao Yuan's side, while Su Wantang's presence was merely ceremonial. The courtyard was filled with officials and other guests, as Zhao Yuan led Su Wantang directly to the center of the main hall. The emperor and empress were already seated upon the elevated platform. Zhao Yuan, devoid of parents, regarded his elder brother as a father and his sister-in-law as a mother. Thus it was only fitting that the emperor and empress occupied the high seats in terms of both identity and standing. Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to the high hall. The couple bows to each other. Enter the bridal chamber. The ceremony is complete. As the officiant's voice echoed, Su Wantang was assisted into the bridal chamber, while Zhao Yuan continued to receive guests. Meanwhile, Su Wantang's dowry was continuously transported into the regent's palace. The officiant, having received the list of bridal gifts, began to announce the dowry items. The guests had long been awaiting this moment, and the ladies were craning their necks to catch a glimpse, for it was said that Su Wantang's dowry was rather modest, some of them having recently witnessed it. The officiant's voice rang out, declaring the list of Prime Minister Su's bridal gifts. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. There are a total of 5 items. Upon the officiant's conclusion, murmurs began to circulate. Only 5 items? How meager must that be? The first item of the dowry, 100,000 taels of gold, 600,000 taels of silver.
Boom.
The crowd erupted in astonishment. How could this be? How could there be so much? This amount could equal the annual revenue of the national treasury. Was it not said to be modest? How could there be such a sum? Not only was the crowd stunned, but even the emperor and Zhao Yuan shared their astonishment. The noble ladies who had mocked Su Wantang turned pale. For them, even a mere 10,000 taels of silver would be considered ample for a dowry, yet how could Su Wantang possess such vast wealth? Although she is the prime minister, such a fortune truly raises suspicions, yet no one would dare voice concerns on such an occasion. They buried their thoughts deep, vowing to investigate further in time. Certain they would unearth some incriminating evidence. The second item of the dowry, 10 chests of jewels. Another wave of commotion surged through the crowd. 10 chests. 10 chests of jewels, worth an exorbitant sum, undoubtedly valuable. The third item of the dowry, a 50% share in the Lin family business.
What?
The Lin family business? That is the largest and most profitable enterprise in the Yong dynasty. How much silver does that yield annually? What connection does the Lin family have with Prime Minister Su? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, it is said that the Lin family business has amassed wealth rivaling that of nations. How could it possibly be linked to Prime Minister Su? Heavens, if this is true, then Prime Minister Su will undoubtedly become the wealthiest official in the future. Indeed, as the murmurs of the crowd continued, Ouyang Ming, sitting in the corner, could not help but smirk. My own wealth, I shall bestow upon my niece as generously as I please. A bunch of ignorant individuals, envious of unattainable grapes, truly leaves one speechless. The fourth item of the dowry, a curved plough. What is this? Some inquired, their confusion mirrored by the emperor, Zhao Yuan, and Ouyang Ming. Shortly thereafter, the curved plough was brought to the center of the grand hall. A commoner named Wu Gui approached the emperor, exclaiming, "Long live your majesty." Uncle Wu performed a bow to the emperor. "Old man, no need for such formalities." The emperor responded, and Uncle Wu rose. "Your majesty, this is one of our young lady's most significant bridal gifts. I humbly request permission to explain its function to everyone." Uncle Wu spoke respectfully. "Granted." The emperor waved his hand. Curiosity piqued. "Esteemed guests, this is the curved plough, utilized for cultivation. Our young lady asserts that when used in conjunction with oxen, it can yield remarkable results, enhancing the farming pace and reducing burdens for the common people." With these few concise words, the importance of the curved plough was conveyed, allowing the audience to grasp its significance. This is indeed a boon for the country and its people, far surpassing any ordinary dowry. "Is it truly so?" the emperor inquired, excitement evident in his voice. "Indeed, your majesty," Uncle Wu replied. "Our young lady has stated that once the Ministry of Works receives the blueprints, they will immediately grasp its importance. Here is the blueprint." Uncle Wu presented the designs. Upon perusing the blueprints, the emperor burst into joyful laughter, exclaiming, "Excellent! Truly, Prime Minister Su is a benefactor of our great Yong." The fifth item of the dowry, sweet potatoes. The officiant's voice rang out as a procession entered, carrying trays of already cooked sweet potatoes. "Your majesty, these are sweet potatoes, yielding the same quantity as potatoes, yet their cultivation is simpler, with less demanding soil requirements. Their leaves are edible, and their vines can be used to feed pigs. Comparatively, they offer greater benefits than potato plants, while both possess equal nutritional value," Uncle Wu elaborated. "Good, good, good." The emperor trembled as he repeated the word 3 times. "These have been cooked and are ready to eat. Esteemed guests, do try them to confirm the commoner's words." The servants distributed the sweet potatoes. The emperor received one, as did the empress. Soon, the guests began to sample the novel food, and after a taste, someone exclaimed in wonder, "Sweet. This is even better than potatoes. It is sweet. Indeed, it is truly delightful." Others echoed. At that moment, no one dared to question the significance of this dowry. While others' dowries may consist of personal wealth, Prime Minister Su's dowry represents a boon for the nation and its people, a disparity that cannot be measured. The noble ladies who had previously derided Su Wantang now felt a stinging heat on their faces. What merit had they to compare with Su Wantang's dowry? Even a mere fraction of Su Wantang's offerings eclipsed their own. The tale of Su Wantang's dowry swiftly spread throughout the capital, a result of Ouyang Ming's influence. Why should his niece be subjected to scorn? The world must come to understand the true value of Su Wantang's dowry. Su Wantang, having married into the royal family, is the subject of much amusement. Haha, many thanks to Minister Su for joining our royal household. Let us all eat and drink well today, the emperor declared, rising to address the gathering. Thank you, your majesty. Congratulations to the prince and best wishes to Minister Su. The attendees responded with respectful bows. Upon hearing the emperor's words, Ouyang Ming felt a weight lift from his heart and quietly excused himself, choosing to remain in the shadows of glory. Yuan, from now on, you shall be the man of the house. Treat her well and cherish your days together. Your royal sister-in-law will take care of the children. The empress whispered to Zhao Yuan. Thank you, royal sister. Thank you, royal brother. Zhao Yuan replied with a foolish grin. You rascal, off you go. And where might that be? To the bridal chamber, of course. Zhao Yuan then departed from the banquet, heading towards the new chamber. Your Highness. The maidservants at the door curtsied. You may go, he responded. Zhao Yuan entered the room to find Su Wantang seated by the bed. He halted, entranced by her presence, feeling as though he were in a dream. How long do you intend to stand there? Come over and lift my veil. Help me remove this crown. My neck feels as though it might break, Su Wantang said, breaking the silence. Oh, right, Zhao Yuan exclaimed, rushing over to lift the veil with a scale pole. Tang Tang, you are truly beautiful. Zhao Yuan sincerely complimented. Yes, I know, but dear brother, could you please remove my crown first?
Su Wantang replied.
Of course. He carefully took off her crown, and they shared a cup of wine to celebrate their union. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside the door. Your Highness, the noodles are ready. Bring them in, he called out. A maid entered, carrying a bowl of noodles topped with a fried egg. Tang Tang, you must be quite hungry today. Please eat something, Zhao Yuan urged. Thank you, you truly understand me. I am indeed famished, Su Wantang replied, eagerly digging in. She had only eaten a little in the morning, so her hunger was quite justified. After finishing, she chatted with Zhao Yuan for a while, and the evening unfolded with flickering candles, the rustling of silk, and a romantic atmosphere befitting their wedding night. The following day, Su Wantang did not rise early, for the emperor had decreed that they need not pay their respects with tea, as they were not required to do so for parents. Consequently, she slept until the afternoon. This man, once unleashed, knew no restraint. In his youthful exuberance, Zhao Yuan was akin to a spirited stallion. And Su Wantang could certainly attest to that. My dear, are you awake? Zhao Yuan entered, holding a bowl of porridge.
Me, Su Wantang replied, her tone som hat gjort.
Zhao Yuan, feeling guilty for his exuberance the previous night, approached her sheepishly. My dear, I apologize. I was reckless last night. At least you acknowledge it. Su Wantang replied with a sidelong glance. Miss, I have brought water for you. Xiaodao announced upon hearing Su Wantang stir.
Thank you. Su Wantang appreciated the Xiaodao's politeness,
Preferring the title Miss over Princess. After washing up and enjoying a bowl of porridge, she felt revitalized. Yuan, Xiaotao, and the others call me Miss. You aren't upset, are you? She inquired. Not at all, that is only fitting. If they called you Princess, it would only diminish your status, Zhao Yuan replied, understanding the situation well. It is fine as long as Xiaotao and Uncle Wu call me Miss. The people of the Wangfu should naturally refer to me as Princess, Su Wantang assured him, displaying her reasonable nature. Very well, Zhao Yuan said, visibly pleased. On the third day, Zhao Yuan and Su Wantang returned to the Su residence, where Su Bingwen and Ouyang Ming awaited them. Greetings, Your Highness. Greetings, Your Highness. They addressed Su Wantang with the royal titles, showing Zhao Yuan due respect. Uncle, no need for such formalities. Su Wantang assisted them.
Yuan.
This is my uncle, Ouyang Ming, she introduced Zhao Yuan. Greetings, uncle. Your Highness need not be so formal, Ouyang Ming replied. My uncle is currently the head of the Lin family business, so the majority of my dowry comes from him, Su Wantang explained, revealing that Ouyang Ming had provided her with substantial dividends. I see. Zhao Yuan finally comprehended. At noon, Su Bingwen, his family, and Ouyang Ming dined together with Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan, shouting, I plan to leave the capital tomorrow. If you need anything, please contact the manager at the Lin family business. He will reach out to me. Ouyang suddenly stated. Uncle, are you leaving so soon?
Su Wantang expressed reluctance. Well,
You know my circumstances. I cannot leave my cousin alone, and here, you are well cared for by the prince, which gives me peace of mind. Thus, I shall not impose further. Should you require any assistance, I will certainly help to the best of my abilities, she promised. Rest assured, if that day comes, I shall not hesitate to seek your aid. After their meal, Zhao Yuan, Su Wantang, and Ouyang continued to converse, shouting, If anything arises in the 13 villages of Miaojiang, I will inform you immediately. Until then, do not act rashly. Yes, uncle, we understand, they replied. Su Wantang noticed Zhao Yuan's look of confusion and explained, Uncle is not only the proprietor of the Lin family business, but also the head of the Divine Physician Valley. His domain extends into the southern border, hence my request for him to investigate the situation in the 13 villages of Miaojiang. Thank you, uncle. Your efforts are much appreciated. Zhao Yuan said, bowing respectfully to Ouyang. No need for such formalities. It is only natural. The fewer people who know of my identity, the better. To the outside world, I am simply the head of the Lin family business. Rest assured, uncle, we understand. Very well, I shall depart tomorrow. I hope to hear good news upon my return. That is a certainty, Su Wantang assured him, fully aware of Ouyang intentions. You child, Ouyang said with affectionate pride, seeing how different his niece was from her mother. That evening, Zhao Yuan and Su Wantang found themselves alone in their chamber.
Tang.
I feel as if I am living off your generosity, Zhao Yuan remarked. What do you mean? Su Wantang asked, puzzled. Look at how wealthy your uncle is, bestowing you with dividends, and you are so capable and beautiful, while I possess nothing. Am I not merely living off your fortune? Zhao Yuan feigned a pitiful expression. Do you not wish it?
Su Wantang replied coldly.
Of course I do. How could I not? I thoroughly enjoy living off Tang. Zhao Yuan approached her like a playful puppy, eliciting a smile from Su Wantang. Chapter 91. Negotiation. Due to Zhao Yuan and Su Wantang's marriage, the emperor generously granted them a month's leave. During this time, the couple indulged in their whimsical world of romance. Once the holiday concluded, the year drew to a close, bringing with it a flurry of activity that Su Wantang managed with remarkable ease. However, Zhao Yuan found it a bit disconcerting, as Su Wantang frequently returned to her ministerial residence. One day, as Su Wantang returned to the prime minister's residence, Zhao Yuan followed closely behind.
Tang.
With the year-end approaching, should we celebrate here or at my place? Zhao Yuan inquired. Let South go to your place, Su Wantang decided.
Ah, splendid.
Zhao Yuan beamed. Ah, Yuan, what do you think about planting sweet potatoes and potatoes on all the estates?
Su Wantang suggested.
Though she was a minister, she still took her responsibilities seriously. That sounds fine. You can handle it as you see fit. I have little knowledge of such matters, Zhao Yuan admitted, being more adept at military affairs than agriculture.
All right.
I'll have Uncle Wu oversee it, she concluded. Very well. I have cultivated quite a number of sweet potato seedlings in my estate, albeit all nurtured within a greenhouse, utilizing the dried branches of potatoes as fuel, which is rather convenient. After finishing her statement, Su Wantang seemed to be lost in thought.
Yuan.
What has become of the sweet potatoes from the Ministry of Works? Su Wantang suddenly realized she had never inquired about them. Let us go and take a look tomorrow. As I am uncertain. Indeed. The following day, Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan visited the Ministry of Works. The reason for handling the sweet potatoes there was due to the construction of numerous frames for their cultivation. The planting method for sweet potatoes differs from that of potatoes. They were employing the method of insertion. Hence, the ministry had vacated several large rooms, filled with neatly arranged frames of soil-cultivated sweet potatoes, all set upon racks. The warmth from the heating system within created a cozy environment, allowing the seedlings to flourish rapidly. Adequate watering was essential. Otherwise, they would wither and turn yellow. As Su Wantang gazed upon the thriving seedlings, her heart swelled with excitement. Yes, Chancellor. Are all the sweet potatoes here? She inquired. Indeed, Minister Su. There are 3 large greenhouses dedicated to the cultivation of sweet potatoes. That is splendid. In the evening, Su Wantang returned to the regent's residence and began to sketch and jot down notes. She was aware of the methods for refining salt, and since Deong had access to the sea, it merely lacked the means of extraction. When Zhao Yuan entered with a bowl of chicken soup, he found Su Wantang bent over the table, engrossed in her writing. Suddenly, he felt that his wife should not be burdened with such toil but should rather enjoy a leisurely life at home.
Tang.
This is the stewed pear soup from the kitchen. Please have some. All right. Su Wantang paused to take a few sips before she ceased, prompting Zhao Yuan to finish the remainder. Tang Tang, I must ask you something, and I implore you to answer truthfully, Zhao Yuan said earnestly. Yes, go ahead. Su Wantang replied, straightening her posture to face him. Do you truly enjoy the court? Zhao Yuan questioned. Taken aback, Su Wantang pondered the query. Did she truly enjoy the court? The honest answer was no. Initially, she had ventured into the court out of curiosity and through a series of fortuitous events. She ascended to the position of Duke of Su, and subsequently, Chancellor of Su. However, at present, she found no joy in the court, rife with intrigue and trivial matters. She yearned only for a simple life as an ordinary citizen, living a life of tranquility. Yet, deep down, she understood that such a desire was likely unattainable. I do not enjoy it, but what can be done?
Su Wantang remarked.
If you do not enjoy it, then do not engage, Zhao Yuan replied, gazing at her as he continued. From now on, you may attend court as you please. If you wish to stay home, then do so. What do you think? Zhao Yuan wished for Su Wantang to be spared from excessive fatigue, especially during the winter months when she had to rise early, which was indeed arduous. That sounds wonderful. I could not wish for anything more, Su Wantang expressed sincerely, as she genuinely desired to remain at home, nurturing Su Yun and, in the future, their children with Zhao Yuan. It was impossible for both of them to occupy positions in the court while leaving their child at home in the care of maids and nannies. That would be grossly irresponsible. Presently, she felt she had neglected Su Yun, not having devoted sufficient time to him. I am serious. But I would like to discuss this with you. Otherwise, it would seem as though I am exploiting your value and subsequently casting you aside from the court. I am equally serious, Yuan. To speak candidly, if I could resign, I would gladly do so. I wish to care for Su Yun and, if possible, our future children. Truthfully, the position of Chancellor is exhausting, and I am truly weary. All right, I understand. I will speak with the Emperor. Very well. Su Wantang did not feel a sense of reluctance. Instead, she felt a surge of relief. For being an official held little appeal. As a woman surrounded by a multitude of ministers, she truly felt drained. The next day, after court, Zhao Yuan sought out the Emperor. Did Minister Su truly say such a thing? The Emperor inquired. Yes, indeed. It is indeed a burden for her. She remains unaware that her sentiments can be voiced for all to hear. I understand that allowing her to resign would be beneficial for her, yet detrimental for our Daong. With Minister Su present, the devious schemers have nowhere to hide. However, Yuan is correct. She must be granted the opportunity to rest. After all, we still rely on her to maintain her health and assist our royal family in bearing heirs. Yuan, you are right. She cannot continue to bear such fatigue. The Emperor contemplated for a moment before speaking. Here is what I propose. Minister Su's title shall be retained, and she need only attend court 3 times a month. At the beginning, middle, and end. Should any particularly pressing matters arise, we can address them separately. How does that sound? That is acceptable, Zhao Yuan replied. In this manner, we shall not appear heartless, and she will be afforded the opportunity to rest while occasionally assisting me in dealing with pressing matters. This way, neither of us shall be overly burdened, the Emperor concluded. Agreed. Upon returning home that evening, Zhao Yuan conveyed the news to Su Wantang. After hearing his words, she immediately consented. Attending court for merely 3 days a month, while her position remained unchanged, was something she wholeheartedly embraced. As for the other affairs, they would be entrusted to another chancellor, and she held confidence in Lu Heng. The following day during court, the Emperor announced this decision. Met with unanimous approval from the attendees, some even eagerly wishing to celebrate Su Wantang's future absence from court with drums and gongs. Although she would still attend for 3 days each month, that was hardly a significant imposition. After enduring the looming threat of the guillotine for so long, how could they not feel jubilant? Yet, even in her absence from court, Zhao Yuan, Lu Heng, and others remained, and the assembly merely found a sliver of relief amidst the strictness. However, this arrangement would not take effect until after the new year, as only a few days remained until year-end festivities. Miss, it is time to prepare for the New Year's goods. Will we celebrate here, or at the Wang residence? Xiao Tao inquired. Let us go to the Wang residence. My second uncle's family has returned, and Chuaman will also be home for the festivities, leaving no one here.
Su Wantang replied.
Understood, Mississippi. At present, Xiao Tao had become the head maid at both the Wang residence and the Chancellor's residence, and Uncle Wu was similarly esteemed. In the past, the Wang residence had been indulged by Mu Feng, but now with Uncle Wu present, Mu Feng had taken a more relaxed approach, closely following Zhao Yuan. As Mu Feng would say, managing the household was even more exhausting than warfare. The masters of both the Su and Wang residences were few in number, with uncomplicated staff, thus making management relatively straightforward. This year's royal year-end banquet proved to be even more festively vibrant than last year. Early in the morning, Su Wantang donned the attire befitting a princess and entered the palace alongside Zhao Yuan. It was a gesture of respect for Zhao Yuan, after all. Su Wantang was now his princess, not merely a chancellor. Wantang, come quickly and have some sweet soup before it cools. The Empress had been eagerly awaiting. Sister-in-law, you need not trouble yourself so, Su Wantang said, having arrived early to engage in conversation with the Empress, while Zhao Yuan sought out the Emperor. It is no trouble. The palace is rather quiet, and you are the only one who comes to visit me. The Empress's mother had long since passed, and her father, though alive, was aging and occupied with affairs of state. Her two younger brothers had long been married, now grandfathers themselves, with their own families, leaving them unable to visit the palace. The Empress's sisters-in-law were not particularly close to her. Each time she returned for family visits, they treated her with formal respect, devoid of any familial warmth. With only her father still caring for her. Wantang, is there any news of your pregnancy? The Empress inquired softly. There should not be. As Zhao Yuan and I have only been married a little over a month, how could there be? No worries, dear best, and when the time comes, Sister Huang will help with the children, the Empress replied, smiling warmly at Su Wantang.
All right.
Su Wantang smiled in return. After sitting in the Queen's palace for a while, Su Wantang decided to take her leave. Elder sister, Su Chuanwen called out upon spotting her. Have you been waiting in line for long? Su Wantang observed that Su Chuanwen's face had turned rosy from the cold. Not at all, it's merely quite chilly outside. A few days prior, Su Wantang had instructed Uncle Wu to bring exquisite fabric to Zhang Shi, asking her to craft a garment for Su Chuanwen, as she intended to take him to the palace banquet. Upon receiving the news, Zhang Shi was overjoyed and promptly began preparations. While Su Bingwen felt that Su Wantang was remarkably considerate, always thinking of his son. You shall sit right behind me, understood? Su Wantang had been seated beside Zhao Yuan, with no familial ties between them. Zhao Yuan's companions, including Mu Feng, occupied the seats behind him, making Su Chuanwen's placement quite appropriate. Understood. Thank you, elder sister. Subsequently, everyone took their respective seats, and soon the Emperor and Empress arrived. I pay my respects to your majesty. Long live the Emperor, long live the Empress. The high-ranking ministers began to bow in greeting. All courtiers rise, the Emperor said with a warm smile. This year, the weather has been favorable, the populace lives in peace, and the harvest is abundant. Our borders have seen great victories, and our soldiers are well provided for. All thanks to Chancellor Su. Heaven bless our Daong with such a talent. After speaking, the Emperor beamed at Su Wantang. This is merely my duty, as the Chancellor of Daong. I serve the people, Su Wantang replied respectfully. Well said, well said. The Emperor exclaimed thrice in approval. As the year draws to a close and a new one approaches, I wish for even greater prosperity. May you all enjoy good health and family happiness. Thank you, your majesty. After the Emperor had concluded his remarks, the banquet commenced. This year, due to the treasury's abundance, there was a lavish spread, with at least a small pot placed before each table. The pot simmered with lamb, the fragrant broth wafting through the air. The imperial chefs had expertly prepared the lamb, leaving no trace of its gamey flavor, and the milky white soup was exceptionally delicious. Su Wantang could not resist having a couple more bowls of soup. Noticing her enjoyment, Zhao Yuan ladled some from his own pot into her bowl and handed it to her. In truth, 2 bowls sounded like a lot, but they were only slightly larger than teacups. Zhao Yuan gestured to the young eunuch serving behind him. My lord, do you have any instructions? The eunuch approached softly. Please bring me another small pot of lamb soup. My wife enjoys it. At once, the little eunuch rushed off to fulfill the request. Were it anyone else, such a command would be unthinkable, but Zhao Yuan held the privilege of a prince, for the palace had once been his home. The other noblewomen, witnessing Zhao Yuan's indulgence towards Su Wantang, felt a mix of envy and disdain. Some even thought Su Wantang was simply overindulging. Yet, Su Wantang cared little for their judgments. She was content as long as she was satisfied. Furthermore, the lamb soup was indeed delightful. What was wrong with having more? The banquet continued with performances and revelry. Yet many noble women frequently cast flirtatious glances at Zhao Yuan, who pretended not to notice. Su Wantang, recognizing the situation, said nothing. After all, it was natural for some to wish to introduce their daughters to him. Zhao Yuan, after all, was a prince destined to have heirs. Should he take notice of someone and they happen to conceive, Su Wantang would find herself sidelined, no matter how remarkable she was. This underlying sentiment was understood by Su Wantang, Zhao Yuan, and everyone present. It all hinged on Zhao Yuan's intentions. However, Su Wantang had faith in him. And according to the system's information, the children of Deong would only be those born of her and Zhao Yuan, leaving the rest to abandon their hopes. Should Zhao Yuan dare to take concubines or multiple wives, he would not find her to be lenient. Su Wantang was a woman of her word. She would not hesitate to make him pay dearly for such actions. Chapter 92. Dear ladies, do you truly think that the regent's wife can bear heirs for the royal family? A stately matron, clad in finery and adorned with a pearl hairpin, whispered to the woman beside her. Who can say? I'll speak frankly. Women should remain in the inner chambers, devoted to their husbands and raising children. That is their rightful place. To flaunt oneself like her, always seeking attention, it is ultimately unbecoming. The plump woman scoffed lightly, casting a discreet glance at Su Wantang. If my daughter-in-law dared to act like that, I would be the first to object. It is shameful, giving the impression that her husband is incapable. Forcing her to take charge. How absurd. I heard. She slammed the table in the council chamber, leaving the old ministers too frightened to speak. What is this? A woman meddling in political affairs, as if even the prince must heed her? Several women stifled giggles, exchanging knowing looks. Shoo, she is looking over here. One whispered in caution. Zhao Yuan was a martial man, and he could still hear these whispers. As for Su Wantang, being an extraordinary individual, her abilities made her acutely aware of the gossip. However, such gatherings typically attracted the families of high-ranking officials, resulting in a veritable cauldron of gossip. Now that she was married to Zhao Yuan, it was only natural for her to become the center of attention. Yet, dear ladies, was it not a bit excessive to discuss such matters so openly before the very subject of your gossip? Zhao Yuan opened his mouth to speak. But Su Wantang grasped his hand. Yuan, there's no need to concern ourselves with them. Very well, Zhao Yuan replied, patting Su Wantang's hand. She understood that her position as chancellor already drew scrutiny, and now that she was wed to Zhao Yuan, the controversy only intensified. She had expected the banquet to proceed uneventfully, yet there were always those seeking to make their presence felt. Suddenly, a senior nobleman clad in a dragon robe stood and, with a respectful yet firm tone, addressed the emperor. Your Majesty, I have a matter to present. Now that the regent and his wife are married, the issue of heirs cannot be delayed any longer. The prince bears the heavy burden of the nation, and ensuring the continuation of the bloodline is a matter of national importance. I humbly request your Majesty's permission to allow the regent to take a secondary wife and concubines for the sake of lineage. His words struck the banquet like thunder. Another nobleman rose and echoed, according to the traditions of noble families, if a wife is unworthy, one may take a concubine. If a concubine bears no children, one may remarry. The regent bears the weight of the realm's safety. How can he remain without heirs? Thus, we cannot place all burdens upon the regent's wife. We should expand the possibilities. There are many noble women present. Why not select a few to enter the prince's household? This nobleman's words voiced the thoughts of many ministers with daughters. Numerous voices chimed in agreement, deeming it appropriate, for what man did not seek multiple wives? Was Su Wantang truly to break with tradition? Was that not a rebellion against the heavens? Finally, Su Wantang lifted her head. Her expression remained unchanged as she gently set down her bowl of soup, her fingers tapping lightly on the table's edge, each sound tightening the hearts of those present. She rose slowly, directing her gaze towards the nobleman. To refer to him as a royal relative was merely a show of respect. For these were distant branches of the family, unworthy of such title, having gained favor through sheer audacity. The late emperor, concerned about the dwindling royal bloodline, had turned a blind eye to these distant relations. Are you all concerned that the regent will remain without heirs? Or are you worried that I shall impede the royal bloodline? Su Wantang inquired, her gaze steady upon the noble relatives. Yet, none dared to respond. If one is concerned about offspring, there is no need for haste. Zhao Yuan and I are in good health. And we have only been married for a little over a month. If your worries stem from my humble origins and my status as the Prime Minister, then I implore you to speak candidly. Are you apprehensive of my achievements, or do you wish to use the pretext of progeny to introduce others into the royal household, thereby undermining our authority? Upon utterance of these words by Su Wantang, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence, and many ministers exhibited visible shifts in expression. The noble relatives present also displayed signs of unease, exchanging uncertain glances, unsure of how to respond to Su Wantang's declaration. Zhao Yuan rose and bowed respectfully to the emperor, addressing him as brother emperor. He continued, I have made it clear that I desire only Su Xiang. Zhao Yuan then cast a glance at the so-called noble relatives before continuing. I am well aware of your thoughts. Do not extend your reach too far. Should anyone dare to infiltrate the royal palace, I will send her to the border to serve as a military concubine. I assure you, I will follow through on my words. His remarks rendered the assembly mute, for Zhao Yuan is a man of action, not mere words. Su Wantang felt a wave of relief wash over her as she observed the agitated noble relatives and the anxious women around her. The situation became increasingly clear. The most animated of the nobles, were it not for your seemingly vibrant demeanor, I would scarcely believe you are destined to live but 3 months longer. TSK. Meddling in others' affairs, you truly deserve your fate of impending doom, suffering from brain cancer. And as for the lady clad in indigo, adorned with jade, your recent display of political acumen was commendable. It is no wonder your daughter ended up wed to an abusive man, suffering 3 miscarriages. Truly tragic, yet, as the saying goes, good deeds are rewarded and evil deeds punished. Karma must be repaid. Thanks to your incessant gossip and negligence. Congratulations on acquiring a delightful package of trigeminal neuralgia. Sometimes, death is far easier than living. As for that Minister C, even if you are contemplating placing your daughter in the royal palace, you might want to first ensure her virtue is intact. She and her cousin have already engaged in secret liaisons. Trying to keep them apart is utterly futile and hopelessly stubborn. And as for whether Zhao Yuan and I will have children, what business is it of yours? Such meddlesome individuals, do you reside by the sea? Why are you so intrusive? Which couple, just a month into their marriage, immediately starts investigating potential pregnancies? Truly absurd. Do you possess the capabilities of an ultrasound machine? It infuriates me. I initially intended to unveil the recipe for salt production, but given the current state of affairs, it is hardly worth my time. I am not in the mood to pursue my endeavors. This group is unworthy of any privileges, incessantly chattering with no purpose, more feminine than women themselves. Utterly lacking in capability. It is utterly repulsive. I wish I could rid myself of these meddlesome clowns. Su Wantang's inner thoughts left the audience in stunned silence, followed by a cold sweat. Indeed, even though Su Wantang is married, she remains the formidable prime minister. Adept and unyielding. They had truly been blinded by ignorance. Meanwhile, the women who had just been whispering against Su Wantang lowered their heads, wishing to remain unseen by her. Tang, do not be upset. Have something to eat. Zhao Yuan coaxed her gently. The emperor and the esteemed ministers were left astonished by Su Wantang's mention of producing salt. If she truly possessed such knowledge, then the nation of Daong would no longer be beholden to others. The national strength would significantly increase. The living standards of the populace would improve, and the treasury would flourish. Now, however, it seemed the ancestors were displeased, extinguishing all hope. The previously chattering noble relatives dared not utter another word. The emperor took a deep breath and addressed the assembly. Esteemed ministers, you have heard the words of the regent. Su Xiang and the regent share a profound bond that cannot accommodate outsiders. Therefore, I urge you to temper your thoughts and refrain from unwarranted speculation. I do not wish to hear such matters again. I acknowledge my transgressions. Su Wantang paid little heed to the ensuing events, for she and Zhao Yuan, accompanied by Su Chuanwen, promptly returned to their residence. Greetings, miss, greetings, your highness, Xiao Tao said, cradling Su Yun as she bowed respectfully.
Su Jun,
Now over 5 months old, reached out her arms for an embrace upon seeing Su Wantang. Oh, little Yun, how obedient you are, Su Wantang exclaimed, lifting her and retreating into their quarters with Zhao Yuan. Su Wantang had heard from Gua Liu that Su Yun carried memories from her past life. Thus, even in her infancy, she possessed an understanding of the world, albeit unable to articulate it. Su Yun gazed at her sister, her large eyes swirling with curiosity. Little Yun, you must grow quickly. Your sister misses you dearly. After saying this, Su Wantang gently placed Su Yun in her cradle. Zhao Yuan remained silent, fully aware of Su Yun's identity, and he held a fondness for the child. Yuan, let us have hot pot for our New Year's Eve dinner. Su Wantang suggested, glancing at the cold, windy weather outside, which seemed perfect for such a meal. Although hot pot had ceased to exist in her era, she had heard tales of it. Very well, Zhao Yuan replied, unfamiliar with the concept of hot pot, but recognizing that agreeing with his beloved wife could never be a mistake. On New Year's Eve, Su Wantang took it upon herself to prepare the celebratory feast. Miss, I can handle the peeling. You should take a break, Xiao Tao offered, bringing over potatoes for Su Wantang to peel. Su Wantang had procured a variety of vegetables from the market, including spinach, baby bok choy, and mushrooms. As for beef and lamb, they had fresh supplies at home, so there was no need for concern. She also bought numerous meatballs and other ingredients for hot pot.
Wow.
It smells delightful, Zhao Yuan exclaimed, rarely expressing such enthusiasm. Indeed, this is hot pot, and it is undoubtedly delicious. The dinner was shared only between Zhao Yuan and Su Wantang, while Xiao Tao and the others dined in a separate room. Even when Su Wantang invited them to join, they hesitated, preferring to stay away, since they were reluctant. She made no further attempts to persuade them. Otherwise, their discomfort would spoil the enjoyment of the meal. Here, try this tripe. It's truly wonderful, Su Wantang said, placing some in Zhao Yuan's bowl. Thank you. You should eat too, my dear.
Certainly.
Su Wantang replied, dipping her chopsticks into the pot before savoring a bite.
Wow.
This is incredibly delicious, she exclaimed, her soul echoing her delight. Yes, it is indeed remarkable, Zhao Yuan concurred, having never tasted such flavors before. This marked their first New Year's Eve together as a couple, a warm and intimate occasion. Following New Year's Eve came the Spring Festival. With numerous visits to pay, Su Wantang paid little attention, leaving the hosting duties to Zhao Yuan or the steward. She had brought hot pot ingredients into the palace, sharing the experience with the Empress. There is no exaggeration, I assure you, it is truly delectable, Su Wantang insisted while continuing to stir the seasonings. The aroma is quite enticing, the Empress remarked, dressed in casual attire, assisting with the vegetable preparation, much like any ordinary woman. A yuan should arrive soon.
We can eat shortly.
Trust me, Empress, once you try it, you will crave it again. No one can resist hot pot. As the meal commenced, the Emperor and Empress were engrossed in their food, failing to lift their heads as Su Wantang served them. Zhao Yuan was equally unable to stop eating. The concubines in the palace caught wind of the enticing aroma but dared not approach, merely inhaling the scent in secret. Fortunately, before Su Wantang departed the palace, she provided the Empress with ample hot pot base to share. Ultimately, it was said that the Empress and the concubines boasted about hot pot daily, with the Emperor joining in, only to suffer from hemorrhoids as a result, while the Empress and her ladies experienced fiery dispositions, resulting in numerous breakouts. Nevertheless, their love for hot pot remained unquenched. Upon hearing this, Su Wantang could only shake her head in disbelief. Even the most delightful food should not be consumed in excess. On the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, a heavy snowstorm descended upon the capital, nearly toppling buildings under its weight. However, the drainage system had failed, overwhelmed by the deluge of melted snow. Thus, Zhao Yuan was compelled to address the situation, and Su Wantang accompanied him for a brief inspection. To her astonishment, Su Wantang discovered an area of the capital in disarray, far worse than she had imagined. The residents shivered in the cold, while the entrance was marred by foul ditches and heaps of waste. What had transpired? Who was responsible for this district? How could such severe pollution exist?
Su Wantang inquired.
In response, an official explained that the area had always been under the jurisdiction of the Jingzhou Yin, and the drainage system had long been a latent hazard. Heavy rains had consistently caused such conditions, but this year was particularly dire. Why has this never been reported?
Su Wantang remarked, incredulously.
Such severe pollution. And yet it remains concealed? Reports have been made, but the Ministry of Revenue has repeatedly denied funding for repairs, the official replied. This is ludicrous. This level of contamination poses a serious risk of disease in the summer, with swarms of mosquitoes. It is a blatant disregard for human life. After observing the numb expressions of the residents, it became clear to her that such circumstances had become commonplace. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuan, accompanied by the imperial guards, unperturbed by the filth, wielded a hoe to clear the drainage ditches, while the officials stood aside, pinching their noses in disgust, which infuriated Su Wantang. Do you hold a higher status than my husband? Otherwise, why do you not take action? Her icy tone sent a shiver through the officials, rendering them speechless. Chapter 93. Gua Liu. Su Wantang glared at the officials huddled beneath the eaves, disdainfully observing the sewage ditches while intermittently covering their noses. Continue your disdain, and soon I shall ensure you taste the fruits of your negligence. Were it not for your inaction, would the drainage system have failed in this bitter winter? Since you find it so repulsive, you shall soon reap the consequences of your own making. No need to thank me. This is what you deserve. The officials looked at Su Wantang in disbelief, convinced she would not resort to such measures in public, especially since several of them were present. However, they underestimated her resolve. Rules held no sway over Su Wantang. With a huff, she donned a raincoat and approached Zhao Yuan. My lady, you should return. I can manage this, Zhao Yuan. His face covered with a cloth to shield against the stench, urged. No, I am fine. I wish to see if we can improve this dreadful drainage. Su Wantang replied. Surveying the area. The impending collapse of the drainage system was primarily due to the absence of cement. The ditches were merely muddy trenches, with stones placed at the bottom. Such a system might suffice temporarily, but over time, it would inevitably falter. Gua Liu, Su Wantang called in her mind. Master, I am here. Have you seen those officials over there? Yes, Master, I have spotted them. Good, go, and push them into the sewage ditch for a thorough cleansing, Su Wantang commanded. Understood. I relish such mischief. Just don't let it be traced back to us. Of course. As Su Wantang observed Zhao Yuan laboring, the officials, feeling a pang of guilt seeing both him and her working hard, finally donned their raincoats and approached to assist. However, the last official unexpectedly tripped and fell forward, causing a domino effect that sent several of them tumbling into the foul pit. This pit was, in fact, a massive cesspool, and they landed in a most undignified manner. Several officials have fallen into the sewage. Hurry and rescue them, Su Wantang said leisurely. Moments later, the officials were pulled from the muck, retching violently. Su Wantang found great satisfaction in their predicament, thinking, let this serve you right for your pretentiousness. Zhao Yuan, upon witnessing his wife's mischievous grin, immediately understood the situation. Gentlemen, are you all right? Zhao Yuan feigned concern.
Ugh.
The officials could only respond with their continued heaving. Enough. Escort your lord home. Zhao Yuan instructed their attendants.
Yes.
Your Highness. Once the officials departed, Su Wantang erupted into laughter. Ha, what a bunch of fools. All right, you should return. It is too cold here, Zhao Yuan advised. No need, I will stay with you, Su Wantang said, continuing to wait for him beneath the eaves. While complete resolution was impossible, leaving the sewage unaddressed posed a significant risk. Upon returning home that evening, Su Wantang purchased a cement formula from the market, transcribed it, and handed it to Zhao Yuan. My lady, what is this? Zhao Yuan asked, puzzled. This is a formula for cement. Take it to the Ministry of Works and have them produce it. Once it is manufactured, the sewage issue will be resolved, Su Wantang explained. All right, I understand. I will present it to the Emperor tomorrow. Yes, that would be wise. The next day, Zhao Yuan entered the palace with the formula. Is it truly as effective as claimed? The Emperor inquired, holding the document.
Indeed.
My lady asserts it to be so, Zhao Yuan replied, sipping his tea. This tea is quite good. I shall take some home for my wife. Very well. I shall issue a decree for the Ministry of Works to commence preparations at once, the Emperor said, clearly pleased. By the way, several officials fell into the sewage and are now ill with high fevers. We sent a physician. What transpired? The Emperor asked. They were clumsy. The last one fell and knocked down the others in a chain reaction, leading them all into the cesspool. It was merely their carelessness.
Ha!
What a bunch of incompetent fools. The Emperor exclaimed, rubbing his forehead. Yuan, Su Wantang mentioned she knows how to produce salt. Did you catch that? The Emperor's words trailed off. Brother, that depends on Wantang's willingness. Otherwise, I would truly become a kept man, Zhao Yuan lamented. Are you not already a kept man? You should count your blessings. Were it not for you being my only brother, I might have sent more of Su's suitors your way. After all, the rewards are substantial. Should the salt production method be secured, even if Su were to propose marriage, I would not be opposed, the Emperor stated abruptly. No, brother, that is a bit excessive. Is it not? At the very least, Wantang and I share genuine love. You should not demean your brother so. Compared to the future of Daong, your situation is trivial. Compared to Su, even less significant. The Emperor's jest revealed his underlying respect for Su Wantang. Indeed, you have struck a nerve, Zhao Yuan retorted. Were it not for your handsome visage, do you think Su would have taken notice of you? She initially mentioned wanting many handsome men to entertain her. Have you forgotten? One should not strike the face. Do you not know this? Zhao Yuan replied. Regardless, I wish you both well. So much has transpired this past year. You should return soon. Yes, brother. By the way, do you have any of this tea left? I would like to bring some back for my lady.
Zets, Zaban.
Please fetch some for the prince. Yes, your majesty. Upon his return, Zhao Yuan found Su Wantang had not yet dined, waiting for him to share a meal together. After finishing their meal, Su Wantang contemplated visiting the home of Su Bingwen the following day. I shall go to my second uncle's house tomorrow. It has been a while since I paid them a visit after delivering gifts during the new year. Would you like me to accompany you? Are you busy? If not, let us go together.
Very well.
The next day, Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan's carriage came to a halt at the Su residence. Elder sister, Su Chuanwen and Su Bingwen were already waiting at the entrance. Indeed, it is the new year, Chuanwen. Zhao Yuan assisted Su Wantang as she disembarked from the carriage. We pay our respects to your highness. The two bowed respectfully to Zhao Yuan and prepared to greet Su Wantang as well. Uncle, there is no need for such formality. Please, let us enter. Su Wantang gently halted their gestures of reverence. They subsequently walked into the grand hall. This house was purchased by Su Wantang for them. Though modest in size, its location was exceptional, and the interior decor was quite pleasing. Elder sister, I am contemplating participating in the imperial examination this year, Su Chuanwen said, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he discussed his aspirations with Su Wantang. That is certainly an option, but have you sorted your household registration back to the capital?
Su Wantang in Gua Liu.
It has already been arranged, thanks to the assistance of the clan elder. Well, it seems he possesses some discernment. In that case, focus on your studies and strive for a commendable ranking. I understand, elder sister. As they chatted in the sitting room, Zhang Shi was busy preparing the meal. Elder sister, is it true that the drainage system in the capital has become so dire? Su Chuanwen, now 14, was quite perceptive regarding the significance of the issue.
Indeed.
It is quite severe. To be honest, during my time in that impoverished village, I observed numerous scholars residing there, as the rent was the most affordable. Upon finishing her statement, Su Wantang continued, I am considering donating a sum of money to construct a dormitory for these scholars. A dormitory? Zhao Yuan also became intrigued. Yes. Similar to those in academies, to provide accommodation for those who come from afar or are in financial distress. Of course, it won't be free. A nominal fee will be required, albeit at a very low rate. Students will only need to present a recommendation letter and their household registration to secure lodging, whether in single, double, or quadruple rooms. What if someone attempts to impersonate another? Not just anyone can reside there. Verification will be mandatory. That is indeed a wise approach. I shall mention this to my royal brother another day, for initiatives that benefit the nation and its people. We need not bear the financial burden alone. My brother's treasury is quite well stocked. Zhao Yuan teased his elder sibling without reservation. Yes. It is only natural for the emperor to be informed, Su Wantang thought along similar lines. After they had lunch, they returned to the royal palace. Although the winter was particularly frigid this year, only 3 snowfalls occurred, with just 1 significant snowfall. On the first court day following the spring festival, Su Wantang also attended. However, it was merely to receive the blessings and chatter of various ministers, which she understood to be a post-holiday symptom. In the days that followed, Su Wantang ceased attending court, opting instead to wake up at her leisure and enjoy a carefree life with Zhao Yun. When Zhao Yuan returned that evening, he informed Su Wantang that the cement had been produced and suggested that she visit the Ministry of Works the following day. Sure, I will go take a look tomorrow.
Su Wantang readily agreed.
Tomorrow my brother will also bring along the ministers. Excellent. Having grown weary of court affairs, Su Wantang rose lazily the next morning, taking her time to brush her teeth and wash her face before heading to the Ministry of Works. We pay our respects to your majesty. Su Wantang was taken aback to find that the emperor and his ministers had already been awaiting her arrival. No need for such formality, Su Xiang. I have come with my ministers to inspect the cement you mentioned, the emperor stated. Very well, I shall demonstrate its usage shortly. As they entered the hall of the Ministry of Works, several baskets of cement were displayed. Su Xiang, these are freshly manufactured samples. We produced a limited quantity initially to assess their effectiveness. If they prove satisfactory, we will increase production, the Deputy Minister of Works explained.
Understood, Su Wantang replied,
reaching out to grasp a handful of the fine cement, confirming its quality. Yuan, prepare the stones for wall construction and bring some water, she instructed Zhao Yuan.
Certainly.
Before long, the guards of the Ministry of Works wheeled in a cart laden with bricks and brought several buckets of water. Add water and mix the cement. Ensure it is neither too runny nor too thick, Su Wantang directed, taking it upon herself to stir the mixture. In no time, the preparation was complete, and she had the workers transport the bricks outside to construct a small cement wall in the courtyard. This must be done to ascertain its efficacy. As there is no sunlight today, we may need to wait a few days, or alternatively, use fire to hasten the drying process. However, that may cause cracks. Natural air drying is preferable. Thus, we will not be able to discern the results today, Su Wantang explained. No matter, I shall return whenever it is ready, the emperor assured her, unperturbed by the wait. Indeed, this cement should be applied to the wall and a layer of cement paste added. When the time comes, you all may return to observe. 10 days later, the cement wall had dried, aided by the absence of rain and the presence of sunshine, resulting in a relatively quick curing process. In truth, it could dry in just a few days. However, it was still winter. The onlookers gazed at the smooth wall surface, somewhat incredulous. Let us pour some water on it, and see, Su Wantang suggested. Very well, Su Xiang. The guards splashed water against the wall, and to their astonishment, the water flowed down the surface without penetrating, leaving the cement unscathed and the water clean and clear of impurities. If water were poured onto an earthen wall, it would not drip down, and the surface would bear signs of erosion. Behold, the waterproofing is remarkably effective. Su Wantang continued to pour more water. Indeed, the waterproofing of this cement is quite impressive. The ministers expressed their admiration. Gentlemen, please come and test whether you can topple this wall, Su Wantang invited. Is that wise? If it falls, it would be a waste. The ministers voiced their concerns. Su Wantang smiled. If it falls, then the cement has proven ineffective. Give it a try. One by one, the ministers exerted their utmost strength against the wall, yet it remained steadfast and unmoved. Allow me to try, General Yu Qi, a man of considerable strength, declared. However, after his attempt, the wall stood resolutely intact. By heavens, this is remarkably solid. General Yu Qi exclaimed in astonishment. Bring me a hammer.
Su Wantang commanded.
And soon after, a hammer was presented. She gestured for Zhao Yuan to strike the wall, and without hesitation, he swung the hammer forcefully, yet the wall remained unyielding. Its thickness rendered it nearly impossible to demolish. This is exceedingly sturdy. The spectators finally grasped the utility of this cement. Indeed, this is the undeniable advantage of cement. If we can mass-produce it and reconstruct the drainage systems in the capital, we shall no longer need to worry about such issues, Su Wantang concluded, surveying the crowd. Meanwhile, the emperor contemplated further applications. Could it be used to reinforce the city walls? Certainly, it is excellent for fortifying walls, constructing buildings, or paving roads. Su Wantang elaborated on the myriad uses of cement. As the enthusiasm in the room swelled, the emperor decreed the next day that the Ministry of Works should mobilize personnel to begin large-scale cement production. Su Wantang also submitted a memorial proposing the construction of dormitories for scholars, offering affordable accommodations to alleviate their burdens. The emperor immediately approved this initiative and assigned it to the Jinui for implementation. The costs would be shared, with Su Wantang covering 70% and the emperor 30%. By early February, the construction of the scholars' dormitory officially commenced. Su Wantang made a remarkable discovery. Her extraordinary abilities had evolved, granting her a second power that allowed her to fully comprehend the voices of small animals and plants. Previously, she could only understand the sounds of creatures with a modicum of intelligence. Now, however, she grasped their communications effortlessly. For instance, at that very moment, a few insects outside the window were debating when they could venture into the kitchen to feast upon some fallen vegetable leaves. A gentle smile graced Su Wantang's lips. Indeed, it was a fortuitous development. This year, spring arrived unusually early. By early February, the snow had melted, and shoots of grass began to emerge everywhere. Miss, the weather this year is unlike last year's. You were not in the capital at this time last year, but the snow had yet to thaw, Xiaodao remarked, cradling Xiaoyan as she conversed with Su Wantang. Is that so? There is little to be done. It is the power of nature, Su Wantang mused inwardly. Miss, I heard that the wife of Lord Zhu has recently fallen ill, suffering from severe pain on both sides of her head. Many doctors, including the imperial physician, have been consulted, but to no avail, Xiao Tao continued. That is a case of trigeminal neuralgia. It would be a miracle if it could be cured. Even in the apocalypse, there are no miraculous remedies and few are ever healed, Su Wantang replied with a chuckle. You actually know about this? Xiao Tao asked, her face filled with astonishment. Yes, I am aware. However, this ailment is beyond remedy and will not result in immediate demise. She must endure. When the pain subsides, all is well, but when it strikes, it can render life unbearable. Su Wantang ceased her speech, for the woman had brought this upon herself. Madam, Zhao Yuan has returned from court. A voice announced before the figure even appeared. Miss, I shall take the young master back now, Xiaodao said. Very well, you may go.
Su Wantang replied.
Madam, I am back, Zhao Yuan declared, and since their marriage, he had become quite clingy. At times, Su Wantang wondered if he had undergone a transformation. How else could one explain the stark contrast between his premarital and postmarital demeanor? Why are you home so early today? Su Wantang inquired, reaching for his hand. Things have been rather peaceful lately, so I thought I would return early to keep you company, he answered, leading her to the backyard. Tomorrow, I plan to visit the farm to check on the sweet potato seedlings. They should be ready for planting. Very well, I shall accompany you. Are you not afraid of the emperor's reprimand? Not at all. I will have someone deliver a leave request and accompany you to observe. That works. When the emperor received Zhao Yuan's request for leave and reviewed the reason, he waved his hand in agreement. The following morning, Zhao Yuan and Su Wantang set off for the farm in a horse-drawn carriage. "Greetings, your highness and your highness," the farm's overseer bowed. "There is no need for such formalities. Rise," Su Wantang said as she entered the farm. "Uncle Li, have you gathered all the individuals I requested?" The overseer, an elderly man over 60, responded, "Yes, your highness." "Good. Please take them to the field shortly. They must learn well, as they will eventually teach others how to cultivate crops." "What sort of individuals have you sought, my dear?" Zhao Yuan inquired. "Skilled farmers with ample planting experience. Once they learn how to cultivate sweet potatoes, they will teach the officials, who will then instruct farmers in various regions," Su Wantang elucidated. "Wow, my dear. You are truly clever. I hadn't considered that. Rest assured, I will share the credit with my royal brother. This should not be one person's endeavor." Indeed, Su Wantang had not pondered this deeply. She simply desired to alleviate her future offspring's burdens. If the common folk thrived, her husband would not need to engage in warfare, and she could live without trepidation. Subsequently, Zhao Yuan and Su Wantang arrived at the fields, where Su Wantang personally instructed the others on how to cultivate sweet potatoes, demonstrating how to plant them without vines. "All right, it is that simple. Now you all try," Su Wantang declared, straightening up, only for a wave of dizziness to wash over her. Unable to suppress a cry of pain, she collapsed. "Madam." Fortunately, Zhao Yuan stood beside her and immediately caught her. "What is wrong?" "Do not frighten me," he exclaimed, alarmed by her pale complexion. "I am fine. It is likely low blood sugar. I felt dizzy after standing up abruptly," she reassured him, leaning against him to steady herself, although she still felt unwell. Zhao Yuan promptly lifted Su Wantang into his arms and carried her to a small shed nearby to rest. "Mufeng, hurry and fetch a doctor," he commanded. "Yes, your highness." "I truly am fine. It is just low blood sugar. We did not eat breakfast," Su Wantang insisted. "That matters not. Let the doctor examine you first," Zhao Yuan replied, instructing someone to bring water, while Su Wantang washed the dirt from her hands. After resting for a while, Su Wantang felt she had recovered, yet Zhao Yuan remained concerned. Thus, she continued to rest in the shed while others resumed their work. This farm housed many laborers who resided there. Mufeng was swift of foot and soon returned with a doctor, albeit one who appeared to be a rural practitioner. "Common folk greet your highness, and your highness." The elderly doctor bowed. "There is no need for such formalities. Please rise," Su Wantang said, prompting him to stand. "Please, examine the princess's pulse. She just experienced some dizziness," Zhao Yuan requested. "Certainly." The elderly doctor produced a clean, thin cloth and placed it on Su Wantang's wrist to check her pulse. Su Wantang noted that the doctor was quite meticulous. "Congratulations, your highness. Congratulations, your highness. The princess is with child," the doctor exclaimed with delight. "Is that so?" Su Wantang had anticipated the possibility of pregnancy, but had not expected it to occur so swiftly. Her menstrual cycle was notoriously irregular, likely due to her extraordinary abilities. "Is it true? Is it really true?" Zhao Yuan's joy was palpable. They were to have a child at last. "Indeed, your highness. The princess is over 2 months pregnant," the doctor confirmed, his own happiness evident, for the royal couple was of great significance to their kingdom. Now that they were expecting an heir, it was a cause for nationwide celebration. "Excellent, excellent, excellent," Zhao Yuan exclaimed, repeating the word thrice. "Your highness should refrain from strenuous labor. You must take good care of yourself for the next 4 months, the doctor advised. "Thank you, doctor. We will be cautious," Su Wantang replied, feeling no need for formalities with someone so elderly, as it was her personal belief. "Mufeng, please ensure the doctor is well seen out," Zhao Yuan instructed. "Yes, your highness." "Doctor, this way please." As for the matter of rewards, Mufeng would handle it, so there was no need for concern. "My dear, we are to become parents," Zhao Yuan said, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Su Wantang. "Indeed, we are to become parents." "Congratulations, Zhao Yuan. You are to be a father," she replied with a smile.
"Ha!
"Yes, I am so excited. When we return home, I will go to the palace to share the news." "Wonderful." Su Wantang thought it was indeed time for some joyous news. This child was arriving at just the right moment. Upon returning to the palace, Zhao Yuan assisted Su Wantang into their quarters to rest. "Xiaotao, take good care of your young mistress. She is pregnant." "What? Is that true? Miss, is this true?" Xiaotao exclaimed, dropping the basin she held and rushing in to inquire. "Yes, indeed. It is true." Su Wantang chuckled at Xiaotao's excitement, finding her dear friend adorably clumsy. "That is truly wonderful." Xiao Tao's eyes glistened with tears of joy, knowing her mistress would no longer be subject to harsh words. "A Yuan, is this true?" The Emperor and Empress, dining together, were taken aback by Zhao Yuan's announcement. "Of course it is true, dear brother and sister-in-law. How could I possibly deceive you regarding such a matter?" Zhao Yuan replied, his heart brimming with joy. "Haha, this is truly splendid." The Emperor felt that even if he were to perish at this moment, he would have the honor of facing his ancestors. "Then you must take good care of her. Shortly, I shall have someone deliver some exceptional tonics," the Empress said, equally delighted. "Thank you so much, sister-in-law." Before long, news of Su Wantang's pregnancy spread throughout the capital, and many breathed a sigh of relief. The old king of Qing's residence sent an abundance of gifts, all for Su Wantang. The Emperor and Empress, however, sent even more, nearly depleting their private treasury. "You must be mindful of your diet in the future. Refrain from indulging in such spicy foods," Madame Zhang advised as she visited Su Wantang and noticed her enjoying spicy cabbage. "I simply have a craving," Su Wantang confessed, genuinely tempted. Her appetite having surged to 2 or 3 times its usual size, yet she showed no signs of weight gain. Nonetheless, it would be prudent to consume a variety of other foods as well. "You must limit your intake of spicy and cold dishes," Madame Zhang expressed her concern, stepping in as a caring aunt since Su Wantang lacked a mother. After all, the Empress had no experience with pregnancy either and could only send a multitude of tonics to Su Wantang. However, Su Wantang found those tonics unpalatable. "All right, dear aunt, I understand. This is my homemade sour jujube cake, a specialty from my hometown. Please give it a try." "Ah, this is delightful," Su Wantang exclaimed after taking a bite, immediately enamored by its sweet and tangy flavor. "Very good, dear aunt. This is delicious. I shall prepare more for you on another day. No need to trouble yourself with the back and forth. Just have Xiao Dao come to fetch it when the time comes. It's no bother. I'm simply at leisure here. By the way, how is the renovation of Uncle's tavern progressing?" Following Su Wantang's suggestion, Su Binwen was preparing to open a tavern. However, Su Wantang would receive a 30% share of the profits since she had provided a comprehensive cookbook. That cookbook, however, was something Su Wantang had copied from a marketplace. Such recipes did not exist in their dynasty. Thus, she was confident in making the tavern a success. "It is nearing completion. Well then, I shall personally attend the opening alongside the prince." "Very well, your uncle will inform you when the time comes." Madame Zhang was genuinely grateful to Su Wantang. Without her, her son would not have been able to enter the Imperial Academy, and their family would still be living in a remote county far from the capital. Madame Zhang was a straightforward person, unfamiliar with the complexities and intrigues of court life. She simply reciprocated kindness with kindness. Since Su Wantang's pregnancy, she had not attended court. Yet her absence had led to the emergence of various unsavory figures. "A Yuan, perhaps we should have my sister-in-law attend court tomorrow?" the Emperor suggested, observing his brother gnawing on a pig-ass trotter in the imperial study. "Brother, that may not be appropriate. The physician advised that my wife should rest well during her 4th month," Zhao Yuan replied, reluctant to see his wife burdened, as attending court required standing for several hours, which could be exhausting. "I shall arrange for a chair for her, along with tea and snacks. What do you think?" the Emperor proposed again. "Very well. I suppose that could work. I will ask my wife." "Hey, you rascal. Ever since you married, you have truly become a henpecked husband." "Indeed. I am my wife's compliant husband, brother. You, with your 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, can hardly fathom the joys of having a wife to care for you." "It is a most blissful existence," Zhao Yuan declared, unabashedly licking his fingers. "Enough of that. The scent of braised pig's trotters fills this room." The Emperor could hardly bear to look at his brother. "Well, I am full and satisfied. I shall return now. My wife has recently developed an aversion to meat and cannot bear the smell of oil. I could only indulge here at your place. I hope you do not mind," Zhao Yuan said as he made his exit. "Hey, you little rascal, remember to relay my message to your sister-in-law," the Emperor instructed. "Understood." Zhao Yuan waved as he left the palace. Chapter 95. No need for me. As soon as Zhao Yuan stepped out of the palace gates, the Empress's personal maid was already waiting beside her. "Your Highness," the maid called out to him. "Is there something amiss, or does my sister-in-law need to convey something?" Zhao Yuan halted his steps. "This is a pastry prepared by Her Majesty for the princess. Please take it back for her to enjoy." "Thank you, sister-in-law," Zhao Yuan replied, accepting the food box before exiting the grand gates. Once he climbed into the carriage, he handed the food box to Mufeng. "Take this to Dr. Liu for inspection. If there are no issues, bring it back." "Yes, Your Highness." Zhao Yuan was not wary of the Empress herself, but rather of the pastries, which, while freshly made, could be tampered with after passing through others' hands. He had to be cautious, as the dangers lurking in the shadows were significant, and he wanted to avoid giving any ill-intentioned individuals an opportunity. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Wang residence, Mu Feng had just returned. Your Highness, there are no issues. Mu Feng reported. Good, understood. Hand it over. Zhao Yuan then returned to the rear courtyard. Wife, today the Empress prepared pastries for you. Would you care for a taste? Zhao Yuan entered the room, finding Su Wantang attempting to learn embroidery. This sight startled Zhao Yuan. It was the first time he had witnessed Su Wantang embroidering. My dear, you should set that down to avoid pricking your fingers, Zhao Yuan urged as he approached, only to see a chaotic tangle of threads rather than actual embroidery. Oh, dear, I truly believe I lack the talent for this. I have spent the entire morning, yet I am still hopeless, Su Wantang lamented, preferring to toil in the fields rather than learn embroidery, as she simply couldn't do it.
No worries.
There are skilled embroiderers for that. You should focus on resting to avoid straining your eyes. I know, but I thought if I could master it, I could make you a pouch, which would be lovely. Yet I truly lack the talent. In ancient times, everyone carried pouches, typically embroidered by their wives or mothers. Zhao Yuan had never received a pouch embroidered by Su Wantang, as she simply could not do it. Are you still accustomed to wearing the ring?
Su Wantang in Gua Liu.
Glancing at the ring on Zhao Yuan's ring finger, feeling a surge of joy in her heart. Yes, it looks splendid. I adore it, Zhao Yuan replied, admiring the ring on his finger, then glancing at Su Wantang's matching ring. Any discerning eye could tell they were a pair. Indeed, it is a must, especially considering who gifted it, Su Wantang replied with a smile. These pastries were made by the Empress. Would you care for some? I shall pass. I currently only fancy the pastries made by Adair. They are tangy, while the Empress's pastries are a tad too sweet. This was a generous appraisal. The Empress's pastries were truly cloyingly sweet and oily. Occasionally, they were enjoyable to snack on when hungry, but at present, she had developed a preference for spicy and sour flavors. Very well, I shall share them with Mu Feng instead. You know, if I do not take them, the Empress may feel disheartened. Go ahead and give them to him. Oh, wait, better to give them to Xiaodao. What does a grown man need with pastries? Su Wantang said, summoning Xiaodao and handing over the food box.
Thank you, miss.
Xiaodao beamed as he left with the food box. During dinner that evening, Su Wantang consumed last year's preserved vegetable stems while sipping porridge. The crunching sound of the vegetable stems made Zhao Yuan's teeth ache. Are you suggesting I attend court tomorrow?
Su Wantang asked.
Yes, that is what my brother mentioned. Very well, I have little else to occupy my time.
So I shall go and see.
My dear, if it becomes too tiring, we need not attend. It's fine, I'm not tired. Staying home is rather dull. Early the next morning, Zhao Yuan and Su Wantang set off to the court together. Upon the arrival of Su Wantang, the countenance of the majority of ministers, save for those who enjoyed camaraderie with Zhao Yuan, resembled that of someone who had just ingested something distasteful. Minister Su, you ought to rest at home. Standing here for several hours is detrimental to your health, one minister feigned concern, while subtly probing for information. Thank you for your concern, Lord Hao. I find it rather dull at home, so I thought it better to come and observe. Besides, I am required to attend court thrice a month. I would occasionally grace you all with my presence. It is merely that I have not been well this past month, Su Wantang replied, casting a sweeping glance around. Oh my, so many tidbits of gossip. It truly seems that a month's absence has yielded such a bounty. Upon hearing her words, the ministers collectively exhaled, relieved that she had merely come to observe. The emperor has arrived. Long live our emperor, the ministers proclaimed, bowing in unison. All rise, my esteemed ministers. Upon noticing Su Wantang standing beside Zhao Yuan, the emperor's mood brightened immediately. Dabin, fetch a soft chair for Minister Su. We must not let her tire herself.
Yes.
Your Majesty, I shall attend to it at once, replied an old servant, who promptly brought forth a chair that seemed tailor-made for her, reminiscent of a modern executive chair. Are you certain this was not prepared specifically for me? Su Wantang mused as she settled into the chair. Almost immediately, a small table was brought forth, adorned with tea and delicacies. This feels amiss. Something is truly not right, she thought. However, since I am here, I shall observe further. Your Majesty, the potatoes have been successfully planted in Huainan, though only a few farmers have sown sweet potatoes due to a scarcity of seeds, reported the official responsible for the Huainan region. Moreover, the curved plow has proven exceptionally effective, resulting in rapid planting, However, its wear and tear is considerable, necessitating replenishment, which will require the Ministry of Works assistance. The official, Kong Fong, had only recently been transferred to the capital. How ridiculous! Do you truly believe I am unaware? Scarcity of seeds? Pray tell, where have the others vanished? Insufficient plows? The common folk require them, yet each household is compelled to contribute 2 taels of silver. You are profiting handsomely from the state's resources. Those plows and sweet potatoes are my dowry, and I would not dare to demand a bribe. Yet you pests have made the situation abundantly clear. Who would not desire to amass wealth? Who could possibly complain of having too much? Yet why should I subsidize your greed? Alas, it vexes me. One day without attending court, and the rats emerge in droves. Are the imperial guards merely idle? Are the other ministers blind? Is it not evident that such losses are unacceptable? Truly, it is a chain of corruption, each link interconnected. Su Wantang's inner voice resonated once more, leaving Kong Fong flustered, for it was his first encounter with her thoughts. The others, however, seemed unfazed, leading Kong Fong to harbor a sliver of hope that perhaps he alone could not hear her. What do you think should be done, dear minister? The emperor inquired. In light of the immense popularity of the curved plow, I propose we increase production. As for the sweet potatoes, the planting season has regrettably passed. So we shall have to address that next year, Kong Fong suggested, to which the other ministers exchanged incredulous glances, questioning his audacity to be so brazenly corrupt. The emperor's expression darkened, though the ministers remained oblivious, unable to gaze directly upon his countenance. Lo and behold, this man truly fears not the consequences. He dares to continue his embezzlement before my very eyes. If he misappropriates even a word further, my position as chancellor will be in vain. It infuriates me. How can so many vermin appear in just a few days of my absence? That Fan Jihong in Huadong has charged 2 won per pound for sweet potato seeds, amassing over 700,000 taels of silver, as the common folk deem it a bargain. Such small amounts accumulate significantly. Huadong is a large province with over 1 million citizens, truly brazen. As for Chowdaji, he pilfered considerable cement while producing it, secretly selling it to wealthy merchants. The capital has yet to commence construction, while merchants in Fujian already possess cement-reinforced homes. And you, Yanli, have squandered funds meant for student subsidies. Are you not concerned for your own well-being? Then there is Wei Daling. The newly opened underground casino in the eastern city is yours. Is it not? You have clandestinely allied with wealthy merchants to lend at exorbitant interest, causing many families to fracture, unafraid of retribution. As for Tao Qingyun and Jiang Jiwen, you too ought to refrain from frequenting brothels. They have become your regular haunt, and if this continues, you shall surely meet your demise. Alas, the state of Daong, without me, is doomed. In such a short span, the old vices have returned. How utterly exasperating. Su Wantang continued her tirade, leaving the ministers pale-faced, as they finally grasped the reason the emperor summoned her to court. Zhao Yuan, however, was filled with concern, anxious that his wife might be distressed, thus casting worried glances in her direction. Yet, after her outburst, she casually savored a piece of pastry and sipped her tea, as if nothing were amiss. The ministers, too, were aware of what had transpired. No need for further elaboration, as all understood, save for Su Wantang herself. Given the substantial losses, it was imperative to dispatch someone to investigate the root of the issue, whether it stemmed from improper use or outright deceit. Upon the emperor's remark, Kong Fong appeared pale. Your Majesty, I believe it prudent to assign this matter to the imperial guards. Captain Yao Bao is diligent and will surely unearth the truth. Should the plows be excessively worn, we must improve them before resuming their use. And I request your permission for the Wang family to partake in the investigation. For these plows and sweet potatoes are my dowry, freely offered to Daong, aimed at alleviating the people's struggles with food and clothing. Thus, it is only fitting that my team be allowed to inquire further. Su Wantang's assertion left no room for rebuttal. After all, it was indeed her dowry, donated without expectation of compensation to Daong. The audacity of those who sought to profit from it was intolerable. Your words ring true. Your request is granted. The emperor acquiesced. Your Majesty, I have further matters to present. Granted. Su Wantang contemplated before speaking. I possess a formula for purifying salt. Yet I do not trust any minister in court to oversee this matter. Therefore, I propose to personally manage it to prevent any from seeking profit therein. This is indeed a fortunate occurrence for Daong. Since the Chancellor insists, it shall be permitted. However, given your current condition, perhaps the regent should handle it, the emperor suggested. Unacceptable. I must oversee it myself, for I dare say, Aside from me, no one currently possesses the knowledge to produce salt. However, the prince may accompany me. Su Wantang insisted, believing that salt must remain under the control of the court. Granted. The emperor recognized the significance of the matter. Your Majesty, the production of salt must remain within the court's purview. Any individual caught trafficking in illicit salt shall face capital punishment. Once produced, it creates a vast profit chain, and we cannot allow private trade. Su Wantang understood that, much like the crucial weapons and technologies of her past life, they must be firmly in the hands of a state. Only then could the common folk live in peace and prosperity. Otherwise, interests would distort human nature. I comprehend. Let us proceed according to the Prime Minister's wishes. At that moment, the sale of salt would remain under the government's control, with prices standardized to ensure that every citizen could afford it. I understand. No minister dared to voice any dissent, for they were acutely aware that if salt could be produced independently, Daeong would undoubtedly become the most powerful nation, without a rival.
Daeong,
Currently boasting a formidable military and ample provisions for its people, lacked only salt. Rectifying this deficiency would render it virtually impregnable. After the court session, Su Wantang remained in the Empress's palace for a meal, while Zhao Yuan conferred with the emperor in the study. In the study were Prime Minister Liu, King Chong, Zhao Yuan and Sun Shaoan, along with Grand Tutor Sunday honorable ministers. You have heard Su Xiang's heartfelt thoughts. You should now comprehend how to act, the emperor stated, his countenance betraying no emotion. Your Majesty, we understand. Upon hearing Su Wantang's sentiments, the assembly realized the recent emergence of so many pests was truly alarming.
indeed.
Let us meticulously investigate the individuals mentioned by Su Xiang today and apprehend those who ought to be captured. I do not wish for these vermin to continue siphoning the hard-earned money of the common folk, nor to drain the lifeblood of the court. Yes, Your Majesty, we shall not disgrace our mission. As for Ah Yuan, your responsibility is to care for your siblings and finalize the salt production arrangements. This is of utmost importance. Understood. On the second day after leaving the capital, Su Wantang continued to observe the court proceedings as a mere spectator. However, today's affairs were rather notable. Your Majesty, with the spring examinations approaching, who do you believe would be a suitable candidate to serve as the proctor? The Grand Tutor inquired. What is your opinion, teacher? The emperor countered. I believe that Lord Wu Shilin and Lord Jia Mingyuan would be excellent choices, as they served as proctors last time, suggested Grand Tutor Sunday.
Indeed.
They were the ones who supervised the previous examination, echoed others. Oh please, these two have long accepted benefits from Zhao Zirui. Many candidates this year have been replaced by Zhao Zirui's people. What are you thinking? Moreover, these two gentlemen are not as impartial as they appear. They share a peculiar pastime, drawing lots. The choice of whom their concubines spend the night with is determined by drawing lots. Before Zhao Zifeng and Zhao Zirui's betrayal, these two had already recruited many supporters for them. They are rotten to the core, yet somehow managed to thrive in the court. As Su Wantang's thoughts concluded, Wu Shilin and Jia Mingyuan turned pale, trembling as they sought mercy, but a single glare from the emperor made them feel as though they had glimpsed their demise. The assembly, upon hearing Su Wantang's reflections, could not help but lament the difficulty of discerning one's true nature beneath their facade. If we must select proctors, the most fitting candidates would be Sun Shaoan, Lu Heng, and Zhang Jialin. After all, these three are loyal to the imperial authority and serve as reliable officials for Daeong. While others exist, some are too elderly, and others too youthful, rendering them unsuitable. Alas, it suddenly seems there are so few trustworthy talents available. Those named felt a surge of elation, for Su Wantang's words had granted them what felt akin to a license for survival. They were loyal to the imperial authority, exemplary officials of Daeong. The assembly held their breath, fearful that this harbinger of doom would next reveal who among them harbored disloyalty to the crown. I have only been absent from court for a month, and already those little schemers have begun forming cliques. I wonder which house I should visit tonight to issue a warning? Su Wantang's silent reflection prompted vigilance among them, as some indeed had been conspiring during her absence to consolidate their power. After court, Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan returned home. Su Wantang felt compelled to journey to the coastal region to expedite the salt production. Otherwise, once her pregnancy progressed further, it would be too late. My dear, why not entrust the formula to me? I shall handle it. The journey to Yonghai is too far, requiring over a month for a round trip by water, which is quite arduous. Zhao Yuan wished to spare Su Wantang from hardship. It's all right. Without me, you cannot produce it. Do not worry, Ah Yuan. I am well aware of my own body, and this child is quite robust, Su Wantang reassured him. Very well, in that case, once you reach 4 months, we shall set forth. Zhao Yuan recalled the physician's words that the fetus would stabilize after 4 months. Yes, it's only a few days away. Let us prepare our personnel swiftly and depart. Delays could lead to unforeseen complications. Agreed. Since Su Wantang was journeying to Yanghai, she entrusted Su Yun's care to Xiao Tao and Zhang Shi. Upon learning of Su Wantang's pregnancy, Ouyang Ming sent her boxes of jewelry and various nourishing supplements, along with fine fabrics. The women of the capital were envious, wishing for such a formidable uncle. However, that was impossible, for such exceptional individuals were rare. Miss, I cannot bear to part with you, Xiao Tao expressed with a sorrowful countenance. Enough, you little sprout, take good care of Xiao Yun. That place is far, and traveling by boat may be uncomfortable for you, Su Wantang replied, gesturing for Xiao Tao to return. Miss, do take care of yourself and return soon. I know. This time, Su Wantang brought along 2 nurses who had once cared for Zhao Yuan and were now in their 30s. Back then they had been aunts, but now they had been promoted to nurses. Princess, please be cautious. Let me carry that for you. Nurse Huang offered as she took the small package from Su Wantang's hands. All right, I appreciate your help. Subsequently, Su Wantang was assisted by Zhao Yuan onto the carriage, and he joined her inside as they made their way to the royal dock. The royal dock, 2 hours from the capital, was not particularly close. As Su Wantang gazed at the vibrant spring of March, she felt a touch of dryness. Yuan, look, everything is turning lush and green. The farmers planting potatoes and sweet potatoes have sown their seeds as early as the beginning of February, and now, by mid-March, the fields are sprouting sweet potato shoots.
Indeed.
How delightful. It has been ages since I have witnessed such vibrant greenery, Zhao Yuan replied, embracing Su Wantang. Upon reaching the dock, Mu Feng, accompanied by the palace guards and the imperial guards led by Yao Bao, awaited their arrival. Su Wantang boarded the ship, which was royal and thus far more luxurious than ordinary passenger vessels. This was her first time aboard such a grand ship, yet she felt no seasickness. Having come from the modern world, how could she possibly be affected? How refreshing! Su Wantang exclaimed, seated by the window, watching the water glide past. My dear, be cautious, lest you catch a chill, Zhao Yuan remarked, exasperated. Fear not. Anyone else might catch a chill, but I shall not. My ability is tied to water. Su Wantang replied, albeit somewhat sheepishly, for she had always possessed that mystical power. I understand. This is merely my concern for you. Zhao Yuan approached and draped a garment over her shoulders. How long until we reach Yanghai? About 7 days. Since it is spring, it will take that long. Whereas in winter, it would require half a month. Understood. Su Wantang recognized that the travel speeds here were incomparable to those on Earth. Many soldiers were unaccustomed to the journey, with some even succumbing to seasickness. Only Su Wantang appeared to be unperturbed by the circumstances, indulging in food and drink with an air of leisure, which elicited envy from the seasick soldiers. 7 days later, the ship docked at Yanghai port. Local officials hurried to welcome them upon receiving the news. Yanghai was merely a small, impoverished county that had only recently begun cultivating sweet potatoes and potatoes. The entire populace eagerly awaited the harvest. Officer Ma Zhong, having met the prince and the prime minister, pondered for a moment and decided it wise to address him as the chancellor. Lord Ma, you are too courteous. Please rise. Zhao Yuan did not assume an air of authority. Prior to their salt production venture, they had scouted several locations before ultimately selecting Yanghai County, largely due to the commendable reputation of its magistrate. However, the county was exceedingly poor, and this magistrate, reputed to have excelled in the imperial examinations, chose to return to his hometown rather than remain in the capital, vowing to ensure his fellow townsfolk had enough to eat. Regrettably, fate dealt a harsh hand. The land here was notoriously barren. Your Highness, Chancellor, please. As they returned to the magistrate's residence, they were struck by its dilapidated state. Soon, a modest meal was prepared, and Su Wantang observed the 4 dishes and a soup, realizing they had done their utmost. The staple was steamed buns, accompanied by stewed chicken, stir-fried preserved meat with bamboo shoots, a wild vegetable dish, and a vegetable soup. Please forgive the humble offerings. Our county is quite underdeveloped, and merchants seldom wish to visit. Ma Zhong said, slightly embarrassed. Not at all, Lord Ma. This is quite satisfactory. During our time at the border, we endured far worse fare, Su Wantang replied, sitting down alongside Zhao Yuan and beginning to eat. At that moment, 2 children around 5 or 6 years old and clad in patched clothing dashed into the courtyard, eyeing the steamed bun in Su Wantang's hand. I apologize for my children's intrusion, Your Highness, Chancellor. Mahjong immediately stood to offer his apologies. Shortly thereafter, a young woman rushed in, expressing her desire to take the children away. Lord Ma, there is no need for that. Let the children come over.
Su Wantang interjected.
Indeed, Chancellor. Here, have a chicken leg. Su Wantang shared the chicken leg with the two children. Thank you, Annie, one little girl chimed in. Such impertinence. Mahjong was taken aback. How could they address her in such a manner? Lord Ma, worry not. They are merely children, and I have a fondness for them. Su Wantang reassured, breaking another bun to share with the children. After receiving the buns, the two children departed with their mother. Lord Ma, your wife is truly commendable.
Su Wantang complimented.
Thank you for your kind words, Chancellor. My wife and I have grown up together, and she has accompanied me through thick and thin. I have indeed put her through much, Mahjong replied. Hard work will surely be rewarded, Zhao Yuan added. Thank you, Your Highness. We have come bearing a significant responsibility. We intend to establish the first salt works of Daong here in Yanghai, Su Wantang declared. What? Mahjong was genuinely astonished. We aim to set up a salt works here. This is our chosen site, and we kindly ask for your cooperation, Lord Ma, Zhao Yuan stated. I shall do my utmost to assist. Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan were assigned to a tidy little courtyard arranged by the magistrate. Initially, they were to be accommodated in the home of a wealthy merchant in the city, but both Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan declined, requesting merely a modest dwelling. The affluent merchants in this impoverished county were not even comparable to the average households in the capital. Two caretakers tended to Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan's needs with efficiency. My lady, it's time for your foot bath, Zhao Yuan announced, entering with a wooden basin. I can manage it myself. Su Wantang, feeling discomfort in her feet, wished to soak them. No, it is my duty to wash your feet. It is only right for a husband to tend to his wife, Zhao Yuan insisted, kneeling down. The two caretakers, noticing their intimacy, discreetly stepped outside. Then I shall trouble you, dear husband. Tomorrow, we shall choose the site for the saltworks. Very well. Early the next morning, under Mahjong's guidance, Zhao Yuan and Su Wantang sought out a suitable location. Ultimately, Su Wantang selected a saline alkali land not far from the sea. In the following days, construction commenced. With the assistance of the imperial guards and Zhao Yuan's personal soldiers, along with labor from the townsfolk, the buildings rose quickly. Within half a month, several large structures were completed. However, the buildings possessed an unusual design, flat roofs and smooth walls. The townsfolk were puzzled, for the blueprints were sourced by Su Wantang from the marketplace, depicting flat-roofed structures. Given the coastal location, wooden buildings were impractical, making cement the most suitable material. Their ship had brought ample cement, sufficient for their needs. Inside the buildings, rows of stoves awaited. Here, salt would be boiled. Behind the structures, a more robust, dry building was under construction to serve as a warehouse. During this time, any necessities were escorted by the imperial guards. Mahjong's children, due to Su Wantang's generosity, appeared noticeably healthier, for she had continuously provided for them. The siblings, a boy and a girl, were a year apart in age, 6 and 5, and quite adorable, endearing themselves to Su Wantang. Mahjong was a man of propriety, not leveraging Su Wantang's fondness for his children to forge a closer connection, maintaining a respectful distance, a quality that both Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan greatly admired. Su Wantang, now visibly pregnant, startled Mahjong's wife, who expressed concern about her running about in the sweltering heat. Su Wantang recognized that Mrs. Ma's worries stemmed from genuine care, thus she gladly engaged in conversation with her, occasionally sharing tips on pregnancy. Zhao Yuan listened intently. Your Highness, Chancellor, this is my mentor. He recently returned from mourning his mother's passing. Mahjong introduced his mentor. Undersecretary Miao, it is a pleasure to meet you, Your Highness, Chancellor. Undersecretary Miao, no need for such formalities, Su Wantang said, observing his worn shoes and feeling a pang of sympathy for the struggles faced by lower-ranking officials. Shielded by a parasol adorned with delicate lace, Su Wantang attracted the attention of passers-by. It was not that she was frail, but rather that the coastal heat was oppressive. And with her pregnancy, she feared succumbing to heat stroke, necessitating caution. The cement was nearly dry. They awaited the return of Yao Bao with the iron pots. Due to the substantial number of pots required, the county could not bear the cost, thus they had to procure them from wealthier regions. Yes. He should be back within a couple of days, Zhao Yuan remarked, donning a large straw hat typical of the local populace. Su Wantang found the hat too heavy, opting for her parasol instead. Chapter 97. Sister and the Interruption. Upon returning to their small courtyard that evening, Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan deliberated over the matter of salt workers. I believe employing the local populace is the best approach, Su Wantang stated, envisioning the income it would bring to the community. While feasible, I am concerned about confidentiality, Zhao Yuan replied, still apprehensive. Prior to employment, we shall establish contracts, set fixed prices for salt, and ensure stringent oversight. Would any small workshop dare to produce illicitly? Even if they did, are the officials and soldiers of the court mere bystanders? Should such an incident occur, we shall not show leniency. A harsh punishment serves as a warning to all. Su Wantang's words resonated with Zhao Yuan, who found them entirely reasonable. Understood. We shall commence recruitment tomorrow. Agreed. 1 worker per household. Very well. The following day, the county's bulletin board, which had long remained devoid of announcements, displayed a rare notice seeking workers. Is this recruitment genuine? Inquired an elderly gentleman. Indeed it is, replied Mu Feng, but only those who are diligent and industrious may apply. Our chancellor has expressed a disdain for idle gossipers, slothful individuals, and families embroiled in discord. Therefore, if any of you meet these criteria, do come forth to register. Each household may enlist 1 worker.
Ah, splendid.
I shall sign up immediately. I have 3 sons, exclaimed the old man, swiftly inscribing his name. The matter of recruitment was entrusted to the county magistrate and his subordinates, granting Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan a rare respite. Your Highness, this is the sour fruit you mentioned. It has been sent by the county magistrate's wife, announced the maid, entering with a platter of freshly washed fruits. The fruit was indeed quite tart, with some possessing a hint of astringency, yet Su Wantang devoured 3 or 4 in quick succession. Zhao Yuan, having sampled one, nearly regretted his decision due to its overwhelming sourness. Yuan, would you care for one? Su Wantang asked, a teasing glimmer in her eyes. Zhao Yuan instantly felt an influx of saliva in his mouth, overwhelmed by the acidity. My dear, I must concede, I am unable to partake in this, he admitted, genuinely daunted by the sourness.
Ha!
Su Wantang laughed heartily, for the fruit was indeed piquant, yet many expectant mothers found it delightful. By now it was May, the weather sweltering, and Su Wantang was 5 months into her pregnancy, her belly quite pronounced. Your Highness, Yao Bao and the others have returned, Mu Feng announced. Understood. My dear, I shall attend to some matters, Zhao Yuan replied. Very well. Ensure the pot is thoroughly cleaned and set upon the stove. I shall come by tomorrow to inspect, she instructed. All is prepared. We can commence salt production, he affirmed. However, the issue of firewood persisted. Fortunately, a temporary solution had been found, but it was clear that a long-term resolution was imperative. Thus, Su Wantang urgently sought the discovery of coal. She had documented the characteristics of coal and entrusted the Jin Yiwei to explore and investigate various locations. The emperor was also aware of the substance's significance and had dispatched additional personnel to assist in the search. Upon their arrival at the salt-making workshop, the workers awaited them. We greet your Highness and Minister Su. The laborers saluted, clearly instructed to address them by their official titles. Rise, Zhao Yuan commanded, turning to Su Wantang. Shall I speak? Or will you? My dear, you take the lead. I am not adept at eloquent speech, and I fear it may intimidate them, Zhao Yuan replied with a sheepish smile. Such potential, Su Wantang remarked before addressing the assembly. From today forth, you shall be official employees of the Deyong Salt Workshop. You have undergone interviews and training, and have signed the necessary documentation. I expect you to embody the virtues of diligence and loyalty as stated in the contract. Should anyone betray our trust, the consequences will be dire, for the salt works of Deyong are directly overseen by our military. I trust you shall remain discreet. Do you understand? Yes, Minister Su. They responded in unison. Rest assured, as long as you labor earnestly, your welfare and wages shall not be lacking. Opportunities such as these are rare. I hope you cherish them and follow the directives given. Remember, a firm hand will surely reward you with sweet fruit. Yes.
Now,
I declare the Deyong Salt Workshop officially open. Su Wantang personally instructed the salt production process. Although she had contemplated employing sun-drying methods, that approach was unfeasible, especially in this coastal region where salt was in urgent demand. The quickest method was to boil seawater. She directed the workers to fetch seawater and boil it in large pots. As the temperature rose, the seawater began to bubble. Gradually, the pot simmered gently until salt crystallized, and soon, a layer of white crystalline substance began to form along the edges of the iron pot. Yuan, look,
Su Wantang exclaimed,
scooping a handful of freshly crystallized sea salt from the pot and letting it fall into her palm. Behold, the salt grains are as fine and white as frost. This is truly quality salt. Zhao Yuan took a pinch, tasting it with delight. Indeed, this is salt. Without a doubt, Su Wantang replied, her heart swelling with joy as she regarded the salt in the pot. Minister Su, I cannot believe the salt was extracted from seawater. I have lived half my life and never witnessed such a thing, exclaimed one of the officials. Indeed, who would have thought that De Yong could produce its own salt? Observing the excitement on the faces of the crowd, Su Wantang solemnly declared, salt for the populace is the foundation of the nation and the lifeblood of the people. Therefore, I intend to ensure that all know De Yong can produce the finest salt, sufficient for the sustenance of its citizens and the provisioning of its military. No longer reliant on outsiders. Well said. The workers, initially apprehensive upon recognizing Su Wantang as the young female chancellor, harbored doubts about her capability to oversee salt production. Yet, their concerns were soon dispelled. In the ensuing days, the workshop flourished. Operating in 2 shifts, day and night, a substantial quantity of salt was produced within a mere fortnight. The sight of the abundant salt ignited enthusiasm among the workers, signaling that it was time for Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan to return to the capital. By early June, the couple embarked on their journey back, leaving the management of operations to the Jin Yiwei and troops dispatched by the court. As they departed, Su Wantang gifted fine fabric and a complete set of headwear to the county magistrate's wife and the secretary's wife. Zhao Yuan, addressing the county magistrate, simply urged, work diligently, the future holds promise. As Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan stepped onto the boat, the townsfolk waved them farewell from the shore. Initially, the citizens wished to present them with food and supplies, but Su Wantang graciously declined, for she could not bear to accept from a place so impoverished. Moreover, she had observed the local agricultural conditions and noted that this year, the people would not suffer hunger, as sweet potatoes and potatoes thrived. Despite the scant rainfall, these crops appeared largely unaffected. Throughout the past 2 months, Su Wantang refrained from seeking medical examinations, feeling well, and not wanting to invoke anxiety among the doctors. Although being able to diagnose the royal consort was considered an honor, there lingered a fear of making a misstep and facing repercussions. Fortunately, Su Wantang remained in good health, robust and thriving. Both Zhao Yuan and Su Wantang were first-time parents, harboring a sense of optimism that their child was destined to bring them blessings, given their current tranquility. Upon the completion of the first batch of salt, it was transported back to the capital for official presentation. Esteemed ministers, behold the salt produced by Minister Su, the emperor proclaimed, gesturing as eunuchs approached with 2 large basins of salt. Do taste it and discern its uniqueness, he encouraged. As the eunuchs paraded the salt before the assembled ministers, the courtiers, intrigued, sampled the salt, their expressions transforming into astonishment. How do you find it, esteemed lords? The emperor inquired, a broad smile adorning his face. Your Majesty, this salt lacks any bitter or astringent taste, Minister Liu promptly remarked. Indeed. It is both salty and exceedingly pure. Another chimed in. It is so pristine that it feels surreal. Our De Yong salt surpasses that of the southern regions in flavor. Henceforth, we shall no longer fret over salt. The murmurs of admiration and praise resonated, pleasing the emperor. Thus, my esteemed ministers, focus on your respective duties and refrain from seeking to trouble Minister Su unnecessarily. Su Xiang herself, aside from her gender, surpasses both you and me in every other aspect. The fact that our De Yong has acquired such a remarkable woman is indeed a fortuitous blessing for us. If the Su Xiang were to belong to another nation, I shudder to contemplate the formidable adversaries we would face. Upon concluding his remarks, the emperor continued, I have already addressed the events that transpired last time. Should anyone lack the foresight to engage in any inappropriate conduct, the consequences will extend far beyond mere exile. Do you understand? Yes, we shall comply, Your Majesty. The individuals previously pointed out by Su Wantang have mostly been exiled or dismissed, and will no longer grace the court with their presence. Miss Xiao Tao is already awaiting you at the dock, accompanied by Su Chuanwen. Elder sister, Prince. Su Chuanwen greeted them as well. What brings you all here on such a sweltering day? Miss, it has been over 2 months since your departure. We have truly missed you. How is Xiao Yun? Su Wantang's foremost concern remained with Su Yun. The young master is quite well. He has begun to crawl and can now pull himself up to a standing position with support. So soon? Indeed, he is already over 9 months old. Subsequently, the group returned to the prince's residence. After 2 months away, everything felt somewhat unfamiliar. Miss, you should rest first. I will fetch water for you to wash your face. Very well. Zhao Yuan assisted Su Wantang back to her quarters. Elder sister, I shall return shortly. When we went to fetch you, Mother had already begun preparing sour jujube cakes. I will go back to retrieve them. That sounds wonderful. I have been thinking about the cakes made by second aunt. I shall hurry. As Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan entered the room, they saw the old nurse playing with Xiao Yun and some wooden toys.
Upon spotting Su Wantang,
Xiao Yun grinned widely, revealing his 4 tiny milk teeth, and sweetly called out, "Sister." This astonished both Zhao Yuan and Su Wantang. Xiao Yun was capable of addressing them now, which was expected as he was nearing 1 year old and should be learning to speak. "What are you calling out? A Yun?" Su Wantang knelt on the mat, and Zhao Yuan did the same. "Sister."
Su Jun clearly exclaimed.
"Yes, that's right, sister." Su Wantang waved at the old nurse, who promptly understood and left the room. "A Yun, you still remember your sister." "Sister." Xiao Yun then turned to Zhao Yuan, thought for a moment, and declared, "Intercept." Zhao Yuan responded, "Truly, he is the reincarnation of Master Ku Rong, exhibiting such intelligence." Xiao Yun is truly obedient. The little one then pointed to Su Wantang's belly and said, "Aunt." "Yes, he is your nephew. In the future, you will help your sister educate them," Su Wantang said, stroking Su Yun's small hand.
All right. Su Jun nodded vigorously.
During dinner that evening, Su Wantang attempted to feed Xiao Yun, who was reluctant, and pointed to Su Wantang's belly, saying, "Sister, tired." Xiao Yun implied that since Su Wantang was pregnant, she need not feed him. Zhao Yuan sensed it was time to demonstrate his capabilities before his little brother-in-law, so he volunteered to feed Xiao Yun. To Zhao Yuan's relief, Xiao Yun complied without fuss, sitting obediently on a small chair with his mouth open, awaiting his meal. "A Yuan, consider this an early practice for how to feed children in the future," Su Wantang said, smiling at the heartwarming scene. "I shall certainly learn well."
Good job.
Xiao Yun extended his thumb. "Oh, how is my little Yun so utterly charming?" Su Wantang reflected, for as Xiao Yun grew, his features increasingly resembled those of her younger brother. He bore no resemblance to that family, which was fortunate. Otherwise, Su Wantang would feel regretful, even though he was, at heart, her brother. The following day, Zhao Yuan went to the palace to report for duty, while Su Wantang remained home to rest. It was now that Su Wantang truly felt the fatigue and exhaustion of pregnancy. At noon, she ventured out with Xiao Tao, intending to dine at the restaurant opened by her second uncle. Originally, they had planned to attend the grand opening, but they had been assigned a task at the last moment, causing them to miss the occasion. Fortunately, with the attendance of Minister Liu and Prince Qing, the event was still considered a success. The restaurant, named Su's Restaurant, was exceptionally popular, not only due to its connections to the ministerial and royal families but also because of the delectable dishes it offered, which were both delicious and reasonably priced, making it accessible to most patrons. However, the term affordable primarily applied to those with some wealth in the capital. For the common folk, dining there could still be a considerable burden. Chapter 100. Rumors and Gossip. Esteemed guest, please come in. As Su Wantang entered the restaurant, a waiter promptly greeted her. "A private room, please." Since it was Su Wantang's first visit, it was understandable that the waiter did not recognize her.
Tangea.
At that moment, the manager, Su Bingwen,
Spotted Su Wantang.
second uncle, Su Wantang greeted him. "This waiter was brought over from my previous establishment, so he does not know you. Please do not take offense."
Su Bingwen quickly explained.
"No offense taken, second uncle. Ignorance is no crime. Allow me to escort you to a private room. We have reserved one for family use. You may let the waiter take me up. You are needed here." "Very well," Su Bingwen instructed the waiter, who turned pale with fright. "All right, second uncle. It is not a grave matter. Do not scold him. Quickly, take Su Xiang to the orchid courtyard." "Yes, Su Xiang, this way please." The waiter led Su Wantang to the second floor. At that moment, Su Wantang noticed many young ladies seated in the nearby elegant seating area. Do they frequent this place often? Generally, young ladies of nobility seldom venture out, so encountering these daughters of officials in an eatery is quite intriguing.
Indeed, Su Xiang.
That area on the second floor is essentially reserved for these noble young ladies. Primarily, it is our restaurant's delicious food that draws them here, the waiter explained. Understood.
Su Wantang nodded in comprehension.
Among them were Lu Ru Yen and others, who reluctantly stood to pay their respects, saying, "Greetings, your highness." No need for formalities. Su Wantang did not mind their title. She rather enjoyed being called your highness. "Is your highness here for a meal as well?" one young lady inquired. "Yes. It has been a long time since I savored the delicacies of the capital, so I thought I would come and see." This girl was quite petite, seemingly not even reaching 5 feet, yet her face was exceedingly adorable. Indeed, Your Highness, having accompanied the prince on official duties must have been quite taxing. It is only right that you indulge yourself, another delicate-looking girl remarked. Your Highness, your belly is quite large. You must be nearing your time. Lu Ruyan exclaimed in surprise. Not yet, there are still over 3 months to go, Su Wantang replied, gently caressing her belly.
Oh.
The reactions of the others varied. Please enjoy your meal. I shall not intrude further. Su Wantang thought it beneath her to engage with them, as they were customers, the ones providing financial support. Squabbling with them would be akin to squabbling over money. I would like a bowl of cold noodles with extra vinegar and chili, and a dish of spicy and sour shredded potatoes. Xiao Tao, what would you like?
Su Wantang asked.
I would like to eat the same as Miss. That won't do. I'm pregnant and need to eat sour food, which you may not be able to handle. Then let us reduce the seasonings. That will do.
Su Wantang concluded.
And the waiter went to place the order. Miss, you should consume something more nutritious, Xiao Tao remarked helplessly, knowing her mistress's aversion to meat. I wish I could, but I simply cannot eat it. Being pregnant is truly challenging. Miss, your belly is indeed larger than most. Should we consult a doctor? No need to worry. A Yuan will bring the physician back with him when he returns from court. That is reassuring. Before long, 2 hefty bowls of cold noodles were presented, causing Su Wantang's eyes to sparkle with delight. The usual serving could not possibly be this abundant. These were clearly meant for her. Miss, please eat slowly, Xiao Tao remarked, observing her mistress's rather unladylike manner of devouring her meal. Hurry and eat. After indulging to her heart's content, Su Wantang leisurely made her way home. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Yuan returned from court, accompanied by 2 imperial physicians. One was the head of the Royal Medical Bureau, and the other was his apprentice. Your servant pays his respects to the princess. Dr. Li, no need for such formalities. Please examine me. My belly seems rather large, and I fear the child may be too big for a safe delivery. Su Wantang candidly expressed her concerns. Please wait, princess. I shall conduct an examination, the physician replied, taking her pulse and gently pressing on her abdomen. Congratulations, your highness. It appears that you are expecting twins, which explains the pronounced size of your belly. Dr. Li was equally delighted, exclaiming, twins. How auspicious. Is this truly the case? Zhao Yuan, taken aback, asked. Indeed, your highness. It is true. No wonder I've been so ravenous. It turns out I'm carrying 2 little ones.
Su Wantang remarked, patting her belly.
By the way, physician, please keep this matter confidential. As for the emperor, I shall personally explain. Yes, your highness, I understand. How are the children? Zhao Yuan inquired. I have just examined them. They are vigorous and quite healthy. That's wonderful news. Zhao Yuan and Su Wantang were encouraged to converse with their unborn children, as they would respond to external stimuli. These 2 oblivious parents had failed to realize they were expecting twins. Had they been more attentive, they would have noticed the little ones moving, their tiny limbs kicking against Su Wantang's belly. However, it was not entirely their fault. Both had been preoccupied, with Zhao Yuan often supervising day and night. Sometimes, he would return late and, not wanting to disturb Su Wantang's rest, would spend the night in a daze. They had never experienced the tender moment of caressing her belly and speaking to their children. Exchanging glances, Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan acknowledged their carelessness, particularly Zhao Yuan, who felt utterly ashamed for professing his love for Su Wantang while remaining oblivious to such significant developments. Thank you for the reminder, physician. You're welcome. Shortly, I shall prescribe some calming and gentle medicine. It will help you sleep better at night. That would be much appreciated, doctor. After the physician departed, Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan shared a smile. My son, do not hold it against your father and mother. We are first-time parents and you are first-time children. So, let us show mutual understanding, Su Wantang said, affectionately patting her belly. Suddenly, one of the little ones kicked firmly against her hand. Oh, did you really kick me? Su Wantang exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. Is this true, my dear? Zhao Yuan hurried over, gently touching Su Wantang's belly and pressing his cheek against it to feel the movement. To his amazement, he too was met with a kick. It truly kicked me. Zhao Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. The 2 naive parents began to caress her belly, playfully interacting with their unborn children, who kicked back in response until they eventually settled down exhausted. I'm a bit concerned, Zhao Yuan said with a serious expression. Concerned about what? Su Wantang asked, puzzled. What if they kick too hard and hurt your belly? Su Wantang replied, that shouldn't happen, right? Perhaps we should limit our interactions and just talk a little. Yes, I think that would be for the best. The following day after court, Zhao Yuan sought an audience with the Emperor and Empress. Is it true? Has Wantang really conceived twins? The Empress spoke excitedly, her words tumbling over one another. It is indeed true, as stated by Dr. Li, Zhao Yuan confirmed. Then, it must be so. How wonderful! Since the founding of our Zhao family, we have never had twins. This is truly a joyous occasion. The Emperor felt completely fulfilled. Though he had no children of his own, he could guide Zhao Yuan's offspring as an uncle, ensuring they would grow into a fine heir. Su Wantang shared the news with her second uncle, aunt, and maternal uncle, but cautioned them to keep it under wraps for the time being to avoid stirring up trouble. Upon learning that her mistress was expecting twins, Xiao Tao felt compelled to shower her with food, practically feeding her 8 times a day. Host. A new achievement has been unlocked. Gua Liu's voice echoed in her mind. What achievement?
Su Wantang inquired.
Opening the interface to find an achievement titled, Benefiting the Nation and its People. It seemed to refer to her salt production. She then checked her inventory and noticed a new crop category had been unlocked. Watermelon. Why unlock it now of all times? It's too late for planting. But no matter. Next year, I shall plant extensively and reap a fortune. Given the geographical conditions of Deong, the capital was quite suitable for watermelon cultivation, especially since it was notably warm. Moreover, the system's products were generally adaptable for planting everywhere. Upon receiving the news, Ouyang Ming immediately began packing his belongings to head to the capital. His niece was expecting twins, and he felt it was his duty to care for her. After all, in Deong, if he claimed to be second in medicine, no one would dare claim the first position. Father, I want to go to the capital as well. Ouyang Qin pouted at his father. No, you're still too young. Wait until you're older, and I will send you to the capital for your studies. His son was only 7 years old, a time for mischief. All right then. But remember to bring me back some delicious treats. Yes, Qin, be a good boy and listen to your grandfather. Understood. Father, I'm off. The old head of the divine Dr. Valley was aware of his daughter's tragic passing during childbirth, which weighed heavily on him, making him feel inadequate in his medical skills. Yet, in such circumstances, there was little he could have done. Go without worry. I will take care of everything at home. All right. Ah Ming, wait. Bring along the 1,000-year-old ginseng, just in case. Father, that's your prized medicinal herb. You used most of it to try to save your wife last time, and it was futile. Bring it anyway. Do as I say. Thank you, Father. In the capital's taverns, tea-houses, markets, and embroidery shops, a topic of fervent discussion arose, centered around none other than Su Wantang. Have you heard? The princess consort is about to give birth, and she has only been married for a few months. Indeed. My sister-in-law said she saw the princess consort looking pale and vomiting heavily before the wedding. She might have been pregnant then. Sure, keep your voice down. If this reaches the regent's ears, our entire family will be in trouble. But I'm not the only one saying this. The whole street is abuzz, speculating that the child might not even be his, possibly a switcheroo. Another elderly woman chimed in. I heard that on the wedding day, the princess consort barely smiled. It was clear she was compelled to marry. If she had been pregnant, would she willingly wed? I've heard the child doesn't resemble the regent at all. Who has seen the child? It hasn't even been born yet. One person felt the comments were excessive, questioning how one could discern the appearance of a child still in the womb. The woman soon realized her gaffe and quickly fell silent. Oh dear. A distant relative of mine works at the Royal Medical Bureau and said that when he examined the princess consort's pulse recently, it resembled that of someone about to give birth rather than someone newly pregnant. Do you think the princess consort harbors some untold secret? She is quite beautiful. Could she have been involved with someone else before? After all, I have heard that the princess consort has a fondness for young courtesans. Hush, do not speak so carelessly. She is the female chancellor. And what of the female chancellor? How could the cold-hearted regent suddenly take her as his wife, only for her to become pregnant? It is rather too coincidental. In this world today, it is far less innocent than it once was. That regent's consort, elevated without cause. Yet with such a belly, how can one trust her? The regent is a man of icy demeanor. How could he tolerate such a condition? I dare say, it is highly likely she has been unfaithful. This group of women, sitting together, has spun the gossip to such an extent that it almost seems credible. It must be said, these matrons are indeed the architects of scandal. Even bolder are the youths who, on street corners, have clandestinely sketched a picture of a woman clad in official robes, her exaggerated belly prominent, accompanied by crooked lines of text. The child within is not of royal blood. The regent harbors malicious intent. There are even street urchins who have composed rhymes to sing about the slander, a cacophony that is truly unbearable. These rumors seemed to have sprouted overnight, and by the time Zhao Yuan and Su Wantang received word, they had already permeated every alley and street.
Oh,
This time, the gossip has landed at my doorstep? After hearing the rumors from Xiao Tao, Su Wantang could not help but chuckle coldly within. This truly is a sharp blade. Were she not from the end of the world, a woman of Daong, such slanders would surely weigh heavily upon her, perhaps leading her to despair.
alas.
These people have chosen the wrong target. Su Wantang fears neither heaven nor earth, and certainly does not fear these rumors. My lady, please do not be enraged. Consider your health. Xiao Tao, equally furious, was far more concerned that her mistress might take the matter to heart. Fear not, for I am no delicate flower. What is there to worry about? Su Wantang replied, taking a bite of a pear. Chapter 101. His great-grandmother is summoning him. Wife, I have returned. Zhao Yuan hurriedly entered the courtyard. What is the matter? Why the haste? Su Wantang observed the sweat glistening on Zhao Yuan's brow. It is nothing. Merely that I missed you. Today, Zhao Yuan had also heard those rumors, and fearing they might upset Su Wantang's health, he rushed back. My dear, you should disregard those rumors. I have already dispatched someone to investigate. Rest assured, we shall uncover the source of this slander. It is quite all right. There is no need for haste. Just pretend you are unaware. You should attend court as usual. We shall not concern ourselves with this, and in due time, our innocence will be revealed. Besides, I suspect these rumors were orchestrated by someone. I am curious to see who is bold enough to instigate this. We shall remain still and observe who makes the most noise. Su Wantang felt that the spread of these rumors was likely tied to Zhao Zirui and Zhao Zifeng. Zhao Yuan, in a state of confusion, immediately grasped her meaning. Ah Yuan, it seems I must trouble you for a while longer. Su Wantang gently caressed Zhao Yuan's cheek. No trouble at all. It is merely you who bears the burden, Zhao Yuan replied, embracing Su Wantang and pressing his ear against her belly. The emperor had also heard of these rumors, yet he remained indifferent, knowing that Su Wantang was carrying twins, hence the gossip. Your Majesty, there is no need for urgency. I perceive this as a fortuitous opportunity, the Empress remarked. What opportunity? An occasion to unmask the instigator. Currently, there are few who dare to offend Chancellor Su and Yuan. This rumor, spreading so widely, must be the work of someone quite influential. You imply that it might be those two miscreants? The emperor mused, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Indeed, I wish to see who has their eyes upon them. As the rumors intensified, the parties involved remained unperturbed. Zhao Yuan attended court, appearing unaffected, perhaps even somewhat triumphant. Your Majesty, I have a petition, announced Hizida, the deputy censor. Speak, my dear minister. Recently, the streets of the capital have been abuzz with rumors, directly accusing the regent's consort, Lady Su, of carrying a child not of the regent's lineage. Though such talk is merely the chatter of the populace, it has spread widely, shaking the foundations of our governance and tarnishing the royal dignity. I must bring this to your attention, Your Majesty. A silence fell over the court upon his words. All officials turned pale, some furtively glanced at Zhao Yuan, who remained expressionless. Fortunately, Su Wantang was not present in court, or the scene would have been quite different. As the female chancellor and bearer of the royal heir, her esteemed reputation is at stake. Should these rumors go unclarified, it could lead to turmoil. For the peace of Daong, I implore Your Majesty to summon the imperial physician to verify the pregnancy, thereby restoring her honor. Hizida pressed on. Upon hearing this, some in the court exchanged intrigued glances, while others frowned. Sun Taifu scoffed, stepping forward to counter. Minister Gu, your words are excessive. Can we truly silence all rumors? As the Son of Heaven, can you allow the populace's idle chatter to dictate your actions? If we were to verify a pregnancy today based on mere rumors, would we not be compelled to execute those who speak foolishly tomorrow? Such actions would not only disturb the people, but also harm the relationship between the regent and Lady Su. As expected of the Taifu, his eloquence swayed the assembly. Taifu, I do not question the character of the regent's consort. Rather, I beseech Your Majesty to prioritize the state and quell the rumors. Hizida paused, his tone laced with sarcasm. The regent has recently been absent from court meetings, which has also sparked discussions within the palace. We are genuinely concerned. Zhao Yuan shot him a disdainful glance, realizing that his wife was right. Some were more anxious than they were. My child is undoubtedly my own. If you harbor doubts, you need only inquire directly with me. There is no need to meander about, using public opinion as a means to sow discord. Zhao Yuan's words were laden with gravity, indicating his genuine ire. Or, do you think that I cannot safeguard my own wife's honor? Hizita's expression stiffened, and he hastily knelt, bowing his head. I dare not. I see that you are quite bold.
Sao Juan, unlike Su Wantang,
Was unaware of the man's full background and resolved that his wife might soon have to attend court herself. Meanwhile, the emperor, maintaining a gentle demeanor, finally spoke after a moment of reflection. I am already aware of this matter. Rumors cease with the wise. It pains me greatly that Chancellor Su, who has labored for the state, should endure such humiliation. I hereby command the Ministry of Justice to investigate the spreaders of these rumors. Those captured shall face severe punishment for defaming the royal family. As the decree echoed through the hall, all officials responded in unison. We shall obey your command. Zhao Yuan bowed, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty, for upholding justice. He then discreetly glanced at the emperor, both brothers sharing a knowing look. After court, Zhao Yuan made his way to the imperial study, where business was secondary to dining. Ever since Su Wantang's pregnancy, she had shown no aversion to food in the early months, but recently, she had developed an aversion to meat and could not tolerate the smell of oil. Thus, Zhao Yuan found himself dining at the palace before returning to the manor. Brother, what do you think Hizita's intentions are? What else could it be? Clearly, he is targeting you, the emperor replied, observing Zhao Yuan gnawing on a large bone. Unable to resist, he approached and took one for himself. Brother, take care. You might break a tooth. Be quiet and eat your own. Brother, if my memory serves me correctly, wasn't Hizita rather unremarkable before? Just an ordinary figure. Neither exceptional nor lacking. Why is he so animated this time? Perhaps he is merely a pawn in someone else's game, the emperor mused, popping a peanut into his mouth, savoring its delightful flavor. After observing for another 2 days, if it proves futile, let my wife attend court one last time. The deceitful and sinister will undoubtedly reveal themselves, and we shall see if any others dare to emerge. At this critical juncture, those who still step forward harbor ulterior motives. Consequently, in the following 2 days, a multitude of ministers began to offer their counsel, primarily those middle-ranking officials who are usually quite honest yet lack outstanding achievements. Both Zhao Yuan and the emperor found themselves perplexed by the intentions of these individuals. It was time to deploy the ultimate weapon. Su Wantang should attend court to apprehend these slippery little eels. That evening, Zhao Yuan continued to wash Su Wantang's feet, for her belly had grown so large that she could no longer see her own toes. So, I will indeed be going to court tomorrow?
Su Wantang inquired.
My brother and I believe so. Frankly, more often than not, a woman's insight is sharper than a man's. She can see through things with remarkable clarity, Zhao Yuan mused. Though he dared not voice aloud that everyone could hear Su Wantang's thoughts, nor was he able to articulate it. Very well, then I shall go and take a look. It is dreadfully dull to remain at home. Su Wantang, who was capable of eating and sleeping well, felt herself growing noticeably heavier. However, this was to be expected. Pregnant women tend to experience such changes. On the following day, Su Wantang donned her regular attire as she entered the palace, not out of reluctance to wear court robes or the attire of a princess, but simply because her current figure made such garments utterly unwearable. Zhao Yuan assisted Su Wantang down from the carriage, and together they strolled leisurely into the grand hall. His carriage had direct access to the imperial palace, allowing them to enter more swiftly than the typical ministers. Upon seeing Su Wantang, the lady officials greeted her with gentle smiles before conducting their checks, allowing her to proceed into the main hall. Su Wantang's seat remained in its customary spot. After she sat down, Zhao Yuan tenderly massaged her legs. When the ministers entered and beheld Zhao Yuan attending to Su Wantang in such an undignified manner, many felt that their perception of him had been irrevocably shattered. Yet Zhao Yuan cared little for the opinions of others. He cherished his wife, and their judgment was of no consequence. The emperor has arrived. Long live our emperor. Your Majesty, all officials rise.
Upon noticing Su Wantang seated comfortably,
The emperor felt a wave of relief wash over him. The ministers began to report on various matters, some of which particularly piqued Su Wantang's interest. For instance, there was news from the Ministry of Revenue. Your Majesty, this year's harvest of sweet potatoes and potatoes has been reaped, yielding a bountiful crop that has brought joy to the people. Haha, splendid, splendid, splendid. The emperor repeatedly exclaimed with delight. Your Majesty, as Su Xiang predicted, these crops are indeed drought-resistant and adaptable to various soils, making them ideal for cultivation. The second planting has already commenced. Your Majesty, at the border, the harvest of sweet potatoes and potatoes has also been exceptionally fruitful. They are contemplating a second planting but are uncertain of its appropriateness. Thankfully, Su Xiang is present today and can provide insight. The official responsible for the border was a loyal appointee of Zhao Yuan. They can be cultivated. Although the yield may decrease somewhat, nevertheless, there is no significant issue. Su Wantang pondered for a moment. It was mid-July, and they could expect harvests by November.
So there was ample time.
Thank you, Su Xiang. I shall relay this information tomorrow. This year's rainfall had indeed been significantly less than last year's. However, these two crops were drought-resistant, and while the yield might drop, they remained superior to other native crops. By next year, once the cultivation of sweet potatoes and potatoes became widespread in Daong, Su Wantang could begin processing them into various products, such as sweet potato flour, starch, or an array of snacks. Your Majesty, I have a matter to present. Hizida once again stepped forward. Permission granted. Your Majesty, with Su Xiang in attendance today, might we address the rumors circulating in the capital? This would help to reassure everyone. Su Wantang regarded Hizida with a cold smile. Oh? Why should I owe you an explanation? Why should I seek to placate you? Is the child within me somehow yours? You dare to presume. Yet I have no regard for such trivialities. It is truly absurd how you all are fixated on my condition, as though you have nothing better to do. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your schemes. Be cautious not to overreach. After Su Wantang concluded, she found the boldness of these few upstarts quite laughable. Your Majesty, the royal bloodline must not be muddled. It would be prudent to clarify matters, especially given the lessons of the past, would it not? As soon as Hizida's words fell, the court fell into a profound silence. The Emperor's expression darkened, and his breath became unsteady. At this moment, Hizida realized he had overstepped and hastily apologized. Your Majesty, I beg your forgiveness. I misspoke.
Alas.
Is this fool truly so dim-witted? How dare he utter such words without fear of the Emperor's distress? What an utter buffoon. Had I not witnessed him being manipulated, I would think he was merely a lackey of Zhao Zirui and Zhao Zifeng. Yet, such a person can serve as an inspector, which is truly bewildering. Does he not realize his own insignificance, merely a pawn swayed by flattery from an unremarkable concubine? The child I carry is a pair of twins. My silence is merely a strategy to draw out the hidden vermin. Truly, I never imagined so many would surface. Do they really believe the royal family is naive? Do they think Zhao Yuan is one of them? It is no surprise they become pawns. Hizida's new concubine hails from the southern border. One can easily deduce her origins. And as for Nbijian, believing her daughter's words is laughable. Her daughter is so close to Lu Ruyan, yet aspires to be like me. What folly! Does she truly believe she can follow in my footsteps? It is not that I look down upon her. It is simply impossible. And as for Lu Jingming, had your abilities not been commendable, I would have dealt with you long ago. The recent rumors surely originated from Lu Ruyan, who has been subtly mocking me in public. After some investigation, it was confirmed that the rumors stemmed from her, linked to Zhao Zirui, thus giving rise to this entire debacle. Since you cannot educate your daughter, I shall take it upon myself to enlighten her. You have been given ample grace. As for the few of you, I shall not spare any of the concubines or courtesans who have whispered such gossip into your ears. As Su Wantang's thoughts settled, she slowly sipped her tea, a cold smile gracing her lips. The officials, upon hearing Su Wantang's retorts, fell into a stunned silence, particularly Hizida, who realized his grandmother was beckoning him. Meanwhile, Lu Jingming's face turned pale. He anticipated that the daughter he had cherished would embroil him in such a significant predicament, leaving him utterly at a loss. Chapter 102. The pig team. To everyone's astonishment, it turned out that Su Xiang was carrying twins, which naturally explained her pronounced belly. They had truly played their cards well. While they had been leaping about offering advice, the Emperor and the Regent had long known the truth. It became clear that the Emperor had been watching them as one would a troop of clowns, while they had been unwittingly revealing their own treachery. Those who remained silent harbored secret hopes, realizing how perilously close they had come to falling into the Emperor's trap once more. Master He, there is no need for you to worry about the child within my womb. As for the reason my belly has grown so large, it is naturally due to my carrying twins. The reason for my concealment was simply to await this very moment. After Su Wantang spoke, she gazed at the pallid face of Hizida, finding him utterly foolish. As a minister, while it is within your purview to supervise the conduct of officials, there should also be an adherence to the truth. Today, as I stand exalted as the Prime Minister and the Princess Consort, it is disheartening that none of you spare me or the Prince from your scrutiny. Do you truly perceive us as mere empty vessels, lacking in contributions, yet burdened with an avalanche of trivialities? If you possess so much time, it would be far more prudent to engage in matters of substance.
Next time.
Should anyone indulge in idle gossip, I shall send them home to chatter with the old crones in their households. Upon finishing her remarks, Su Wantang averted her gaze from the ministers. Your Majesty, I am unwell and wish to retire, she stated candidly, for sitting too long had rendered her uncomfortable. And the child within her protested mightily. Granted. Yuan, quickly escort your sister-in-law to the Empress for some rest, the Emperor promptly commanded. Yes, I obey. Zhao Yuan replied, assisting Su Wantang toward the Empress's palace. Once Su Wantang had departed, the Emperor regarded the previously lively ministers with a bemused expression. Esteemed ministers, why do you not continue your discourse? The Emperor inquired. Your Majesty, I confess my transgressions and beseech your forgiveness. Hizida hastily pleaded.
Huh?
Forgiveness? You have truly forgotten my original countenance. The Emperor retorted, waving his hand. Instantly, guards advanced to seize those ministers implicated in the scandal with Zhao Zifeng and Zhao Zirui, escorting them out of the grand hall. Just as Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan exited the hall, Su Wantang instructed Zhao Yuan go. Apprehend Hizida's concubine and Lu Ru Yen, as well as the young lady from the Bai family. I wish to meet with them personally. Understood, my lady. Do not be vexed. I shall attend to it immediately. Indeed, no need for anger. Why should I be upset? I am quite well. Upon reaching the Empress's palace, an air of delight enveloped the Empress, who was eager to present Su Wantang with all manner of delicacies. However, Su Wantang only sampled a few pastries and some tangy pickles. Are you still unable to tolerate the scent of oil? The Empress inquired with concern. Indeed. The mere whiff brings discomfort. I have not consumed meat in nearly 2 months, Su Wantang lamented. This simply will not do. How can the child thrive without nourishment? You must eat something, the Empress insisted. Fear not, my dear sister-in-law. I am well aware of my needs. My health is robust and I am in no danger. As for those rumors, do not let them trouble you. Let others speak as they will. It is best to maintain a light heart. Sister-in-law, I truly do not mind. These matters are trifles. Momo, please fetch some meat floss for the princess consort to try, the Empress suddenly declared. Yes, your highness. Shortly thereafter, Momo returned with a plate of meat floss. Wantang, do sample this. It is devoid of any gamey flavor and is exceptionally tasty, the Empress encouraged. Very well, thank you. Dear sister-in-law. Su Wantang took a pair of chopsticks and, upon tasting, her eyes sparkled with delight. This is truly delicious. The meat floss was neither too fluffy nor lacking in texture, reminiscent of beef jerky. Delicious indeed.
Su Wantang pressed sincerely.
Then I shall have Momo prepare more. And, Yuan shall bring it back for you. My heartfelt thanks to you, dear sister-in-law. Upon receiving Zhao Yuan's message, Mu Feng promptly set out with his men to apprehend Lu Ru Yen and others. Guard Mu, what is the meaning of this? Lady Lu exclaimed, bewildered. Madam Lu, I am commanded to arrest Lu Ru Yen. I ask that you do not interfere. Mu Feng declared, gesturing for the imperial guards to proceed to the backyard. What on earth is happening? You cannot simply arrest people. Lady Lu protested, but her words fell on deaf ears.
Lu Ru Yen,
who had been comfortably ensconced in her chamber, contemplating how to ruin Su Wantang's reputation, was suddenly seized without warning. What are you doing? Why are you arresting me? This is the Lu residence. Beware my father's return to accuse you. Lu Ru Yen struggled against her captors, but to no avail. Miss Lu, I advise you to cease your struggles, lest you dislocate your arm or worse. That shall not be our concern, Mu Feng remarked, stepping closer. Guard Mu, what is the meaning of this? Lu Ru Yen gasped in disbelief. Miss Lu, why pretend ignorance? There exists a saying, to wish to conceal one's deeds is to act foolishly. Surely you remember your own actions? You lie. I have done nothing. Lu Ru Yan's face turned pale. Is that so? Then why am I here to apprehend you? Do not expect Lord Lu to come to your aid. He is currently at court, trembling at the thought of your misdeeds. Lu Ru Yen fell silent, realizing her predicament. Take her away. Mu Feng commanded with a wave of his hand. The guards escorted Lu Ru Yen from the Lu residence, just as the teams apprehending Hizida's concubine and the daughter of the Yin family returned. As the 3 groups converged, they paraded the 3 women through the bustling streets, drawing the attention of the townsfolk, who murmured in confusion, wondering what crime these young ladies had committed. What is happening? Why are these 3 women being arrested? The one at the front appears to be the daughter of Lord Lu. The lady in blue is from the Yin family. And the other? She was taken from Lord He's estate. They are all quite lovely. One wonders what crime warranted such public humiliation. Look, they're being apprehended by the imperial guards and the king's attendants. They must have committed a grave offense. Hush, do not speak too loudly, lest you attract trouble. The townsfolk whispered amongst themselves, while Lu Ruyen and Enlin turned ashen, trembling with fear, particularly Lu Ruyen. In her heart, she understood the reason for her arrest. It must be due to the rumors she had spread being uncovered. Suddenly, a malevolent thought crossed Lu Ruyen's mind. In that case, I hope Su Wantang suffers a tragic fate. The three women were confined within the grand prison of the Jingzhou Inn, guarded by the imperial guards. Upon returning home, Lu Jingming and Bijian learned of their daughter's capture by the imperial guards, their faces drained of color. They feared the royal family would not easily forgive their daughter's transgressions. My lord, what on earth is happening? How could Ru Yen be taken? Lady Lu wept. This is the fruit of your indulgence in raising such a daughter. Lu Jingming seethed, his anger palpable. This calamity threatened to plunge the Lu family into despair. As if you were any different. When trouble arises, you blame me. Lady Lu retorted, sobbing. Summon someone. My lord, what is your command? Bring forth Ru Yan's personal maid. Yes. Shortly, Lu Ru Yan's maid was brought before them. Greetings. My lord, my lady. The young maid trembled as she greeted them. Xiao Hong, speak truthfully. With whom has Ru Yan been associating lately? Lu Xingming demanded. Miss has not been in contact with anyone. Xiao Hong stammered, quaking with fear. Is that so? Then why was she arrested? If you do not tell the truth, we shall sell you off. Such disloyal servants have no place in the Lu household, Lu Jingming warned, casting a cold gaze upon her.
Xiaoong.
Merely a girl of tender years, panicked at the thought of being sold, her eyes welling with tears as she knelt. My lord, my lady, I will confess. Then speak. Lu Jingming slammed his palm on the table. The maid confessed, I am uncertain, but on that particular day, someone came to see the young miss and spoke to her for quite a long time. The young miss forbade me from approaching, and later, she dispatched me to spread rumors among the beggars, claiming that the child in the regent's wife's womb is of dubious origin. I acknowledge my error. I shall not dare to repeat it. Upon finishing her statement, Xiao Hong bowed deeply. This girl is courting disaster. How could she have entangled herself with Su Wantang? Has she not suffered enough? Lady Lu finally comprehended the gravity of the situation, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. Lu Jingming, too, felt the urge to faint. Yet he could not afford such a luxury. He had to deal with the mess left by this rebellious daughter. Help the lady down, he instructed. Yes. Before long, Lu Jingming's eldest son returned. After hearing about the incident, he pondered for a moment and said, Father, since this is the doing of my sister, it bears no relation to us. Perhaps we should simply abandon her. But she is your sister. Lu Jingming lamented inwardly. Yes, precisely because she is my sister. We must relinquish her. Father, do you intend to have the entire Lu family suffer for her folly? You should have guessed by now that the person conspiring with her is no ordinary individual. The rumors have spread so thickly, all fingers now point to Ru Yen. Do you believe Ru Yen can extricate herself from this predicament? Father, how come the Emperor and the others are aware that Su Xiang is carrying twins, yet such a momentous occasion remains unannounced? Is this not a ploy to catch a big fish? Unexpectedly, this great fish is from our own family. If you remain indecisive, there will be no place for us in the capital. It must be said that Lu family's eldest son is indeed a sagacious individual, considering matters comprehensively. I understand.
Now,
we must await the movements from the Wangfu. Once they announce punishment for Ru Yen, we shall readily endorse it. There is no saving Ru Yen now. The following day, Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan personally visited the Jinghuoyan's office to confront the three gossipmongers. The entrance to the Jinghuoyan's yamen was already surrounded by numerous onlookers. Regardless of the era, the public's penchant for spectacle and gossip is one of their greatest follies, especially in an age devoid of smartphones and other forms of entertainment. Your Highness Su Xiang, please. The newly appointed Jinghuoyan welcomed Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan to the main seats. No need for such formality. This prince and Su Xiang shall sit here. You are the presiding judge. Do not mind us. We are merely here to observe, Zhao Yuan replied, assisting Su Wantang to a seat on the opposite side. Then I shall presume to take my leave. Shortly thereafter, Lu Ru Yen and her companions were brought forth. While Lu Ru Yan's mother hid among the crowd, observing furtively, along with Lu family's eldest son. Lu Ru Yen and Lin, he Wusher, do you acknowledge your crimes? The Jinghuoyan rapped the bench forcefully. In response to your honor, this humble girl knows not what crime she has committed. Lu Ru Yen shot a venomous glare at Su Wantang, then fixed her eyes on Su Wantang's belly. What audacity! How is it that this wretched woman's belly is still swollen? Su Wantang gazed at Lu Ruyen, perplexed, for she believed she had not wronged this foolish girl. Is she unwell? Subsequently, Su Wantang probed into Lu Ruyen's background, allowing a mocking smile to grace her lips. So that is the case. Though not particularly attractive. Her thoughts are quite commendable. This simpleton has harbored affection for Zhao Yuan for many years. Lu Ruyen, now 19 years of age, was of a similar age to herself. No wonder. Upon discovering that Lu Ruyen had fallen for Zhao Yuan since her 15th year at a palace banquet, and was determined to marry him, Su Wantang understood the gravity of the situation. Zhao Yuan, however, showed no interest in her. Time dragged on. And after Su Wantang wed Zhao Yuan, Lu Ruyen perceived herself as a thorn in her side, hence her audacity in committing such a grave mistake. Your Honor, I am unaware of any crime deserving of bringing a weak woman like myself here, He Wushi pleaded, a beauty indeed, being the favored concubine of Hizida. Your Honor, I too know not what offense I have committed. And Linlin wore a dazed expression. Is that so? Are you truly oblivious to your transgressions? Would you like me to remind you? Su Wantang regarded the three, with a smirk. You need not hastily deny your actions, unless there is concrete evidence. We would not apprehend you. Do you suppose everyone is as foolish as Hizida? I advise you to think carefully before speaking, or you shall find that I will show no mercy to your families. Su Wantang's words, though seemingly innocuous, were laden with veiled threats. Observing their silence, she continued. You three conspired in secret to fabricate tales about me, inventing claims regarding my pregnancy and the legitimacy of the prince's lineage, inciting public uproar and shaking the very foundations of the court. Are you aware of the gravity of your crimes? Slandering a prince, sowing discord among the populace. Punishments may range from flogging and exile to the execution of your entire clan. As her words echoed, and Linlin faltered, I did not. Your Honor. Please see clearly, this humble girl would never dare commit such acts. And Linlin's complexion turned ashen.
Did you not?
Su Wantang raised an eyebrow in derision. And Linlin's expression shifted dramatically, panic flickering in her eyes as she opened her mouth but found herself unable to utter a word. She had indeed concocted the rumors and informed her father, who had advised the court the following day. She had relished the thought of being a paragon among women, hoping to eclipse Su Xiang and secure her own position. It was only now that she realized the folly of her actions. She was not playing in the same league. And you, He Wushi, do you have anything to say? He Wushi, upon being called out, paled. I merely heard whispers and was momentarily confused. It was not intentional. Whispers? Do you require me to elucidate your background? He Wushi trembled, kneeling in supplication. I beg for your mercy, Your Honor. I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I truly do. You, a spy from the southern frontier, believed no one would notice? Did Zhao Zifeng and Zhao Zirui not inform you that I am no weakling? But it matters not. From this day forth, you shall have no opportunity to speak again. The crowd gasped at Su Wantang's revelation. She was indeed a spy from the southern frontier? Finally, Su Wantang's gaze fell upon Lu Ruyen. Are you not going to speak? Or do you believe yourself above them? You are not merely a purveyor of gossip. Su Wantang toyed with the jade pendant in her hand. Lu Ruyen gritted her teeth, her eyes betraying her reluctance. I merely uttered a few words in anger. The princess was conferred a title before her marriage, and the public is bound to gossip. I merely echoed their sentiments. Merely echoed? You conspired with Zhao Zifeng's spies to orchestrate this rumor, enlisting He Wushi and Linlin to assist you. While He Wushi is indeed Zhao Zifeng's agent, and Linlin is but a pawn of your manipulation, is she not? Your infatuation with Zhao Yuan does not grant you the liberty to tarnish another's reputation, nor does it entitle you to collude with traitors. The spy with whom you are connected has already been apprehended by the Genie Wei. Are you certain you wish for me to bring him forth to confront you? You, a lady of noble birth, never expected to harbor such malevolence, disregarding propriety, fabricating slander, and destabilizing the court. You, Lu Ruyen, are undeserving of mercy. Lu Ruyen's face paled, torn between anger and fear. She believed herself blameless, convinced that it was Su Wantang who was in the wrong. Ha! And what of it? Yes, I spread rumors, but are they not based on truth? Your belly is indeed large, and it does not align with the timeline of your pregnancy. Surely, the public's eyes are not blind. If you fear scrutiny, you ought to refrain from such actions. Who told you my timeline is irregular? The noble lady is expecting twins, and naturally, twins must be larger. Did you think the royal etiquette is merely for show? Lu Ruyen, with your limited intellect, you dare to contend with me? Even your father would not presume to utter such words. What do you believe yourself to be? What? Twins? How could that possibly be? Lu Ruyan's expression was one of utter disbelief. Huh. Your level of intelligence is truly exasperating. Do you think the rumors that have circulated about me during this time were for naught? Was it not to ensnare those hidden fish like you? Well then, here you all are. As soon as Su Wantang finished speaking, Lu Ruyan, still unwilling to concede, began to curse vehemently, only to be met with several resounding slaps from the jailer. Esteemed citizens, much of the information circulating is false. Do not propagate inaccuracies to avoid bringing calamity upon yourselves. As for these three, they shall naturally receive their just punishment. The prefect of Jingzhou cast a glance at Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan. Punish them as deemed appropriate. Without mercy. Those who dare to protest may come seek me out, Zhao Yuan declared, taking Su Wantang's hand and departing. As for Lu Ruyan, Zhao Yuan did not cast even a single glance in her direction. Days later, the verdict was finally pronounced. And Lin Lin was reprimanded, returned to her family, subjected to 40 strikes with a rod, and placed under strict supervision, never to appear at social gatherings again, thereby effectively ruining her prospects for a good marriage. He Wu Shi, being a spy, was taken by the Jinhui for interrogation. Whether she lives or dies remains a mystery. Yet it is clear that an enemy spy could hardly expect to leave prison alive. Lu Ruyan was found guilty of spreading rumors, colluding with traitors, and attempting to interfere in the succession dispute, her crimes grave. However, considering her father's outstanding service to the court, her death sentence was commuted to life imprisonment. She was ordered to shave her head and become a nun, exiled to Chang'an Temple for life. For this, Lu Zhengming expressed his gratitude to the emperor for his wisdom. In truth, Lu Zhengming understood that his daughter's survival was a considerable stroke of fortune amidst the misfortune. A separation by life is far better than one by death. Is it not? In light of such outcomes, none of the involved families dared to voice their objections. After all, their daughter's actions had been excessively outrageous. And this result could be deemed the best possible. Following the convictions of the three, the rumors subsided, and the citizens of Deong learned that Su Wantang was expecting twins, a most joyous occasion. In Miaozhong's 13 villages, Zhao Zifeng slammed his palm onto the table, sending an array of jade tea wares crashing to the ground with an ear-splitting shatter. Useless. A bunch of imbeciles. You cannot even stir a ripple with a few words? And you allowed Su Wantang to counter our 3 strongholds. Outside, the inner servants knelt, heads bowed, not daring to breathe. How could my meticulously laid plans have leaked? How did she uncover the truth? Zhao Zifeng's eyelids twitched, veins bulging ominously on his forehead, resembling writhing worms. It is Lu Ruyan's folly. She foolishly thought to confront Su Wantang, utterly lacking in judgment. Zhao Ziri's expression was equally grim. Now look, even our people have been swept away. Does she truly believe that mere testimonies can condemn us? Surely, Su Wantang secretly coerced them into confessing. That dog Zhao Yuan returned and began to bolster her. Does Su Wantang truly think herself invincible? Zhao Zifeng could not fathom how he had fallen into such utter disarray. Had he married Su Wantang from the outset, would this calamity have befallen them? Yet, it was too late for regrets. If he had known that Su Wantang would cause such a tempest, he would never have shunned her. Zhao Ziri's eyes were cold. His fingers tapped rhythmically against the armrest. The pressing issue is not Lu Ruyan, but rather the opportunity to purge our people embedded in the Ministry of Works and the Inner Court. That is the true crisis.
Su Wantang seeks to eliminate obstacles?
Then we must also take action. Shall we proceed with force? Zhao Zifeng inquired. Zhao Ziri replied in a low voice. Indeed. Her child is yet unborn. Should anything untoward happen, no matter how capable Su Wantang may be, she cannot protect herself. The atmosphere in the room turned frigid, and the two fell into silence. Suddenly, a commanding voice resonated. Zifeng, Ziri, do not act rashly for the time being. The two turned to face the newcomer. Bowing in respect, the visitor was an elderly lady with a head full of silver hair, her age indeterminate, yet undoubtedly advanced. This matron was none other than the current matriarch of the 13 villages of southern Jiang, the daughter of Princess Luwen and the grandmother of Wan Zhongyun. Wan Zhongyun's father, the sole son of the village chief, had altered his name and identity for the sake of the restoration cause and had settled in the capital. The village chief, though aged, had lived long due to nurturing the poison insects, yet after the downfall of concubine Wan, she had emerged early from her seclusion, rescuing Zhao Zifeng and Zhao Ziri, thus disrupting her retreat. She had even checked their pulse, knowing that due to their close kinship, their fertility would not be robust. Yet, she possessed ample means to ensure their progeny, albeit with certain deficiencies. Now, the capital is certainly under martial law, Acting at this moment would be ill-advised. What we must do now is continue to lie low. Both my mother and I have waited so many years. A few more years will not matter. During this time, you should rest and nurture your health and strive for children. That is the priority. Yes, great-grandmother. The two replied, not daring to contest. After arriving in southern Jiang, Zhao Zifeng and Zhao Ziri learned of their true identities. Upon reaching southern Jiang, Zhao Zifeng felt that not becoming an emperor was inconsequential. After all, the 13 villages here were far superior to the palace. However, their great-grandmother was no ordinary figure. She saw right through his thoughts. Although she said nothing, her gaze was as piercing as that of a poisonous snake, instilling fear in him, compelling him to listen to her directives. Zhao Zifeng understood that he likely would not have offspring, but if his elder brother were to have a child, he could continue the fight for the throne. And he could settle down in this Miao village. After all they had been through, the brothers finally laid down their guards, united in preparation for resurgence. Su Wantang's morning sickness had finally passed. Now she could eat and drink without restraint. Sister, eat. Su Yun entered, trembling, holding a skewer of candied hawthorn. Be careful. Su Wantang quickly took the candied hawthorn from Su Yun's hand, taking a bite. The sweet and sour flavor was quite appetizing. Sister, sleepy. If you're tired, then sleep. I will be here. Since Su Yun learned to speak, she had clung to Su Wantang every day. Sister, it's delicious.
Su Jun exclaimed.
Her eyes wide with anticipation. Su Wantang could not refuse, and subsequently bought a dessert for Su Yun from the market, handing it to her. Su Yun peeled off the label and poured the contents into her drinking bottle, holding the bottle and slowly sipping until she fell asleep. Mr. Ouyang has arrived. Xiao Tao entered joyfully to report. Shou, be quiet. Little Yun just fell asleep. Oh, understood. Xiao Tao took the fan from Su Wantang's hand and began fanning Su Yun. Is my uncle here? Yes, he was waiting for you the day before yesterday. All right, I understand. You stay here with little Yun. I will go see my uncle. Sure, Mississippi. As Su Wantang walked toward the front hall, she spotted Zhao Yuan enjoying tea with Ouyang Ming. Uncle.
Su Wantang greeted.
Little Tang, be careful. Ouyang Ming exclaimed upon seeing Su Wantang's prominent belly. Initially startled, but soon relaxed upon realizing she was expecting twins. Extend your hand. I would like to take a look, Ouyang Ming said. All right, that would trouble you, uncle. Su Wantang extended her wrist. Ouyang Mingyue felt increasingly perplexed. It should not be the case. Could it be that the pulse of twins always manifested in such a manner? Zhao Yuan observed the myriad expressions flitting across Ouyang Mingyue's face, his own heart racing with apprehension. Uncle, what is wrong with my wife? Ouyang Mingyue remained silent for a moment, then reached out to gently caress Su Wantang's abdomen, tapping lightly before pressing his ear to her belly. If any other physician dared to behave in such a manner, it would surely offend Su Wantang. However, given that this individual was her beloved uncle, and his intentions were for her well-being, Zhao Yuan felt no inclination to object, nor did Su Wantang. After a prolonged pause, Ouyang Mingyue finally spoke. Xiao Tang, you're not carrying twins but triplets, for I have detected 3 distinct heartbeats.
What?
Su Wantang exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. Zhao Yuan mirrored her astonishment. How could there be so many children? Uncle, could one of those heartbeats be mine?
Su Wantang whispered. No.
The heartbeat of an adult differs from that of a child. I can discern it clearly. There are indeed 3 heartbeats, and they all sound robust. This was Ouyang Mingyue's first encounter with triplets. The imperial physician had claimed twins, and he had assumed that to be the truth, never anticipating the existence of 3 little ones. Su Wantang placed a hand on her belly, contemplating the revelation. That is because one of the little ones is nestled between the other 2, which is why the physician could not detect it. Had I not listened closely against your abdomen, I might have been misled. Ouyang Mingyue explained. Uncle, what will happen during the delivery with 3 little ones? Zhao Yuan's greatest concern lay in this very query. Su Wantang also felt an undercurrent of anxiety, though she remained silent. Yet the system had assured her that rewards would be granted during childbirth, ensuring her safety. Nevertheless, she was acutely aware that with 3 children, her suffering would be inevitable. Fear not, Xiao Tang Wangya, you need not worry. I shall personally oversee your delivery, Ouyang Mingyue assured them. Upon hearing this, both Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan felt a significant weight lift from their hearts. Ouyang Mingyue then realized the need for further clarification. Xiao Tang, you needn't feel embarrassed. First, I am your uncle, and I have no intention of causing you harm. Second, my medical skills, second only to my master and the former head of the Divine Physician Valley, are unparalleled. Third, in the eyes of a physician, there exists no distinction between genders. Uncle, I do not harbor any such thoughts. With you present, I feel entirely at ease. I shall rely on you when the time comes, Su Wantang replied, aware that childbirth was a perilous endeavor. Given the absence of modern medical techniques, having the most skilled physician in this world by her side was the best possible outcome. Zhao Yuan shared this sentiment. With the head of the divine physician Bali personally overseeing the delivery, he felt a newfound confidence. Uncle, I shall depend greatly on you then. Zhao Yuan bowed respectfully. No need for thanks, it is my duty. Xiao Tang, rest assured, I will exert every effort to ensure your safety. Very well, uncle. Then I shall rest easy, Su Wantang responded. Soon after, the news that Su Wantang was not carrying twins, but triplets reached the Emperor's ears. Is it true? The Emperor inquired, disbelief etched across his face. Indeed, when have I ever deceived you? Zhao Yuan replied, his expression brimming with elation. Splendid! Is it possible that the curse is finally to be broken? The Emperor mused, then suddenly queried, will the head of the divine physician Bali truly care for my sister-in-law? Certainly, after all, he is her uncle, and I trust him. Zhao Yuan reassured the Emperor, believing Ouyang Minuet to be reliable. Very well. Let us ensure that the imperial physicians are available to assist. Agreed. By the way, you need not attend court for the time being. I shall summon you if necessary. Spend quality time with your wife. Wow, brother, have you finally had a change of heart? No longer will you enslave us as a couple. This is indeed a cause for celebration. Such words. The Emperor lamented. He had never intended to impose servitude upon them, but rather found himself overwhelmed by his own responsibilities. That evening, the Emperor dined with the Empress and shared the news. The Empress, upon hearing it, fell into a deep contemplation. I shall prepare some items. Until now, I had only prepared for 2 children. I was unaware of the third. Thankfully, we discovered it in time, or it would have been quite the embarrassment. Worry not. Had it not been for the head of the divine physician Bali, we would have remained oblivious to the triplets. Even the Imperial Medical Bureau failed to detect it, so there is no need for self-reproach. Ouyang Mingyue resided in a home he had acquired in the capital, yet he visited daily to check on Su Wantang. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuan no longer attended court, choosing instead to stay home with Su Wantang. As time passed, Su Wantang approached the final stages of her pregnancy, with the arrival of the children expected in approximately 20 days. Due to her condition, her feet had begun to swell, and Zhao Yuan personally washed her feet each day. Finally comprehending the challenges faced by a mother, Gua Liu, you must be cautious. I will entrust everything to you. Should anything happen to me, you will be the little orphan without a master, so you must protect me. Su Wantang reclined on a chaise in the courtyard, conversing with Gua Liu in her mind. Rest assured, master, Gua Liu will protect you well. You shall not come to harm. After your delivery, I will provide you with restorative elixirs to help with your stretch marks and other concerns, Gua Liu promised. Then I am grateful to you. Since becoming pregnant, Su Wantang had noticed an abundance of stretch marks, which sometimes made her feel self-conscious. Yet Zhao Yuan was unfazed. Each time he saw them, his heart ached for her. Do not worry, master. You will be quite safe. You must have faith in Gua Liu. Of course, I trust you. Master, your current task is to rest well. Understood. Wife, come and eat. I have brought you some pastries, Zhao Yuan announced as he entered with a tray. Ah, very well. Recently, Su Wantang's appetite had significantly increased, and she often felt ravenously hungry, even waking in the middle of the night with a gnawing hunger. Sister, eat. Su Yun offered her own pastries to Su Wantang. Thank you, Xiao Yun, you are so kind. Though young, Su Yun possessed a mature mindset, and her speech had become much clearer. In August, as the osmanthus bloomed, Su Wantang's due date drew near. For the past few days, Zhao Yuan and Ouyang Mingyue had been vigilant, and Su Wantang sensed that the moment was approaching. Miss, what do you think of this little outfit? Xiao Tao had sewn numerous garments for the children. Very nice, Xiao Tao's embroidery skills are truly impressive. Su Wantang admired the little tiger design on the clothing, finding it utterly charming. I cannot sew myself. It is beyond my capability. A few days prior, Madame Su had sent several outfits adorned with tiger motifs, all crafted with meticulous stitching. Indeed, second Anne's embroidery was exceptional, as evidenced by the garments she had personally created for Su Chuanwen. Speaking of Su Chuanwen, he was expected to return soon. Indeed, I heard from Master Sun that they are due back before the Mid-Autumn Festival. Su Chuanwen had grown into a young man, entering the phase of voice change, his speech resembling that of a young duck. Wife, news has arrived from the palace. Zhao Yuan hurriedly entered. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tao discreetly withdrew, recognizing that the following conversation was not for her ears. What news? Su Wantang shifted to a more comfortable position, continuing to recline. The black stone you were searching for has been found. Zhao Yuan then handed a letter to Su Wantang. Upon receiving it, Su Wantang discovered that not only had one location been identified, but 6, with the closest being a mere half-month's journey from the capital. Sister, is it a coal mine? Su Yun stood up, steadying himself against the edge of the reclining chair, and gazed at the letter in Su Wantang's hand. Indeed, it was about the coal mine. Su Wantang looked at Su Yun and remarked, Xiao Yun, you are truly clever. Zhao Yuan found it endearing that such wisdom could emanate from a mere child. Sister? I have heard of it, but I do not know how to make it. I was too young during the apocalypse. Su Wantang reassured him. Do not rush, Xiao Yun. When you grow up, you can explore it slowly. After saying this, Su Wantang began to study intently. If the coal from the mine could be transported to Yanghai, it would undoubtedly be the most suitable coal mine closest to the capital, as it could arrive in approximately 5 days by water transport. As Su Wantang surveyed the area, she discovered 6 coal mines, all essentially open-pit mines, for this world lacked the equipment to investigate underground coal deposits. Thus, only such exposed mines could be found. However, the advantage of open-pit mining was that it was less cumbersome during excavation. Yuan, did they bring back samples?
Su Wantang inquired.
Yes, they brought back quite a bit. All stored in the Ministry of Works. Well then, let us head to the Ministry of Works. My lady, but your condition is not convenient. Perhaps we should postpone it to another day. Zhao Yuan was reluctant to see her so fatigued. I am fine. If we can manufacture this now, the soldiers at the border will not suffer from the cold this winter. Su Wantang was not one to delay. She believed that tasks should be completed promptly to avoid lingering thoughts. Very well, I shall trouble you, my lady. I thank you on behalf of those soldiers. We need not speak of such things between us. In my past life, I was also a soldier, so I can empathize.
Subsequently,
Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan boarded the carriage and set off towards the Ministry of Works. Upon their arrival, the guards greeted them with bows. Zhao Yuan effortlessly lifted Su Wantang from the carriage and strode through the grand entrance of the ministry. No one dared to comment, for the size of the princess's belly was indeed quite pronounced, almost obscuring her toes. Bring a chair here, Zhao Yuan commanded. Immediately, someone hurried to bring a chair, and he placed Su Wantang upon it. Su Wantang was not being overly dramatic. In recent days, she had suffered severe swelling, making it impossible for her to wear shoes. And she had resorted to wearing the slippers she had purchased from the marketplace. Once seated comfortably, she spoke. Bring forth the coal samples you retrieved for me to examine. Yes, Minister Su, please wait a moment. Soon after, Su Wantang donned a mask that Xiao Tao had sewn for her. The attendants carried forth 2 baskets of coal and placed them before Su Wantang. The substance appeared black and opaque, but it was undeniably heavy. Of course, this is coal. Naturally, it is weighty, Su Wantang explained. By the way, where is the mold I asked you to prepare?
Su Wantang inquired.
Please wait, Minister Su. I shall send someone to fetch it immediately. Very well, go ahead. Su Wantang instructed several craftsmen to pour the 2 baskets of coal into a stone mortar, using an iron pestle to grind it back and forth. The sound of the dry coal shattering echoed as it transformed into fine coal dust, floating in the air, prompting everyone to cover their noses and step back. Zhao Yuan quickly waved his sleeve in front of Su Wantang to shield her from the coal dust.
Yuan.
There's no need. I am wearing a mask. Su Wantang tugged at Zhao Yuan's sleeve. For such tasks, I can handle them myself. Just tell me how to proceed. I worry you may not understand. If the proportions are incorrect, it may not ignite. Su Wantang had considered having Zhao Yuan assist, but she was concerned he might struggle. Thus, to avoid complications and save time, she chose to supervise the operation personally, planning to mine and produce once she had learned the process. You two, fetch some lime powder and yellow clay, Su Wantang instructed 2 attendants. Yes, Minister Su, we shall go at once. You, go fetch a bucket of water. Yes, Minister Su. Minister, why do we need lime powder and yellow clay? Wei Changming asked, puzzled. Lime prevents moisture and aids combustion, while yellow clay serves as a binding agent. If we only use coal dust, the formed product will be fragile and easily disintegrate. As Su Wantang's words concluded, one of the clerks began to record her instructions. Observing this, Su Wantang smiled slightly, finding it reassuring. She then moderated her speech to facilitate their note-taking. Yuan, could you assist me?
Su Wantang requested.
Certainly, my lady. Just tell me what to do. Let us wait for their return. Before long, the lime powder and yellow clay were retrieved. Su Wantang directed Zhao Yuan to mix the coal dust, lime powder, and yellow clay in a ratio of 6 to 3 to 1 in a large basin. Then add water, while several strong attendants began to stir the mixture. The group stirred the coal paste with wooden sticks, producing a sloshing sound as the black slurry thickened, glistening with a subtle sheen. "This doesn't resemble cooking at all," a junior clerk remarked quietly, eliciting laughter from the others. Su Wantang also smiled slightly before responding. "Yet it has the potential to enable countless people to prepare meals and find warmth. With it, the citizens of Daeong shall not suffer the cold this winter." Upon hearing this, the group fell silent, their expressions turning serious. "Minister Su, is this truly the case?" Wei Changming asked incredulously. "It is indeed true. Has any endeavor of mine ever been false? I understand now, and I shall diligently oversee this task, ensuring it is executed as instructed by Minister Su. I trust in your character, thus I am assured of your diligence." Once the slurry reached the proper consistency, Su Wantang guided Zhao Yuan in the hands-on process. Zhao Yuan took a shovel and pressed clumps of coal paste into the honeycomb molds, compacting and rotating them before placing them down and extracting them, revealing small, round black cylinders with holes in the center. "Ladies and gentlemen, behold, this is honeycomb coal. It is hollow with ventilation holes, allowing air to flow through while burning, enhancing its intensity. However, it must be dried before use," Su Wantang explained. "Minister, can this black ring truly ignite?" "But it contains clay," someone questioned, bewildered. "Of course it can. You will understand when the time comes, but it must be dried first." After speaking, Su Wantang seemed to have omitted a step. "Master, remember to wash it with water," Gua Liu reminded her in her mind. "Oh, right. We just overlooked a crucial step. The black stone must be crushed and filtered with water twice to remove impurities, as there are toxic gases. After coal is mined, it must be washed with water. Make a note of this. It is very important," Su Wantang instructed the recording official. "Yes, Minister Su, I understand. Once you have finished recording, bring it to me for review. I will fill in any incomplete parts." "Yes, Minister." In the afternoon, the courtyard of the Ministry of Revenue was bustling with the production of honeycomb coal. Some was created by Zhao Yuan, while others were made by various officials eager to try their hands at such a marvelous creation. Consequently, a considerable amount of honeycomb coal was produced. By the way, ensure all necessary tools, including molds, are prepared promptly. We aim to commence production within this month. By year-end, the border and other colder regions should be able to utilize this honeycomb coal, but we must ensure we have sufficient manpower in advance, Su Wantang stated. "Rest assured, my lady, leave these matters to me. I will ensure that the majority of the people in Daeong benefit from this. And I have some precautions to mention. Please take note." "Yes, Minister. When burning this coal block, ventilation is essential. Otherwise, one risks poisoning and death," Su Wantang cautioned. "What? Is this toxic?" Some officials immediately distanced themselves, and rightly so. Prolonged exposure to charcoal without proper ventilation can lead to suffocation and even death. The same applies here, as honeycomb coal burns similarly to charcoal and requires adequate airflow during combustion. Otherwise, the gases produced can be toxic if inhaled. Su Wantang believed that some officials were rather dim-witted, lacking even the most elementary understanding of daily life. "I understand now. Typically, when we burn charcoal, we need to keep the windows open, much like this situation, correct, Minister Su?" "Indeed,"
Su Wantang affirmed.
"Thus, there should be no issue. After all, it is common knowledge that smoke is toxic. Yes, it is imperative to convey this information. The consequences could be dire otherwise." In truth, during this era, the likelihood of coal gas poisoning was minimal, as the houses were exceptionally well ventilated, making such scenarios virtually non-existent. Nonetheless, it was essential to communicate the precaution. That evening, upon returning home, Su Wantang commenced a flurry of writing, preparing all the necessary plans, as she intended to focus on her pregnancy in the days to come, wishing to avoid any undue fatigue. On the third day, Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan once again visited the Ministry of Works. However, this time, they were accompanied by the Emperor and other court ministers, as the ministry had sent word that the honeycomb coal had dried and was ready for trial combustion. Upon their arrival, they found the Emperor had already arrived. My dear companion, quickly bring a chair for Minister Su," the Emperor exclaimed, noting that in the brief time since he last saw Su Wantang, her belly had grown considerably, stirring a sense of compassion in him. With such a large belly, how can she continue to attend to official duties? It would surely raise eyebrows, suggesting I am oppressing my ministers. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Zhao Yuan expressed gratitude on Su Wantang's behalf. After she was seated, Zhao Yuan fanned her gently. You may simply burn a bit of charcoal or firewood in the stove to ignite the honeycomb coal, Su Wantang instructed, and immediately someone set about doing just that. Before long, a sharp odor filled the air. Fear not, everyone. Coal mining does emit a scent, but it will subside shortly. This is precisely why ventilation is necessary. Su Wantang explained, and soon the smell dissipated. At that moment, the honeycomb coal in the stove began to burn brightly.
Subsequently,
The guards placed a pot on the stove and filled it with water, which heated rapidly.
so soon?
Someone exclaimed in astonishment. It is indeed swift, moreover. It is durable and retains heat exceptionally well. If you doubt it, take a few home to try for yourselves. Su Wantang's words piqued the curiosity of the assembly. Minister Su, does this mean the heating issues in the frontier and northern regions can be resolved? The emperor inquired. Indeed, however. We must first be capable of producing honeycomb coal in sufficient quantities, Su Wantang replied, acknowledging the limitations of not having modern technology to assess the resources. Do not worry. My lord, the coal mines in Daeong are more than sufficient. In this ancient era, lacking industrial facilities, they can serve Daeong for many years. If you remain apprehensive, once your son ascends the throne, he can easily conquer the Shifan kingdom, where coal resources abound beneath their land. Gua Liu reminded her. And do not forget the large mountain you acquired last time. It too is rich in coal. Oh, yes, I do have that mountain. How forgetful of me. Pregnancy truly does make one feel daft, Su Wantang lamented. Fear not, my lord. Gua Liu is here to remind you. That mountain has an abundance of coal, and it is conveniently located near the northern borders. Thus, there is no need to worry about a lack of honeycomb coal in the north. Our primary focus now must be on mining and producing it. However, my lord, remember to secure benefits for yourself, even though this realm will eventually belong to your son. Do not overlook your younger brother, Gua Liu cautioned Su Wantang. I understand. Upon returning home, Su Wantang's first order of business was to place the mountain under Su Yun's name. Once the paperwork was finalized, she shared this development with Zhao Yuan. He offered no objections, instead agreeing that it was prudent for Su Wantang to make provisions for Su Yun, who was still quite young. Moreover, Zhao Yuan had faith that Su Yun would not be an ordinary child, for he was the reincarnation of Master Korwa, endowed with memories from his past life. Should we inform the emperor now, or wait until little Yun is older?
Zhao Yuan inquired, respecting Su Wantang's judgment.
We can mention it now. But do not disclose Su Yun's true identity to the emperor just yet. It might lead to unnecessary speculation, Su Wantang advised. Understood. I shall go and speak with the emperor at once. Zhao Yuan hastily entered the palace, coincidentally encountering the emperor, the empress, and several concubines dining together.
Oh.
What is this? A grand reunion? Zhao Yuan jested, rarely indulging in humor. You mischievous rascal. This is merely a birthday celebration for concubine Wu. Why are you spouting nonsense? The emperor chuckled in reprimand. My apologies, concubine Wu, Zhao Yuan said, bowing in contrition. Your highness is too kind. Why not join us for a meal?
No.
I have already dined. You all enjoy your meal. Brother, take your time. I shall await you in the study. Since Su Wantang's pregnancy, the relationship between the emperor and Zhao Yuan had transformed, resembling the camaraderie of ordinary brothers, marked by warmth and harmony. Understood, off you go. The emperor waved dismissively. Presently, the harem was devoid of new arrivals, consisting only of seasoned concubines, all of whom were respectable and well-mannered. Those who caused trouble had long been dealt with. Thus, it was indeed rare for everyone to enjoy a peaceful meal together. The emperor was, in truth, not a man of excessive desires. His harem consisted of only 8 concubines, some had passed away, and others had been dismissed, leaving just the empress, 1 concubine and 2 maidens, a rather modest number. Continue dining. I shall see what this fellow is up to. There must be a reason for his late arrival, the emperor remarked as he prepared to rise. Your Majesty, we bid you farewell. The empress and others stood to bow in respect. Your Highness, is it not time for the princess consort to give birth? The Yuan concubine inquired. Soon, very soon, within these few days, the empress replied, suddenly recalling that she had yet to complete the small handkerchief she was crafting for the child, causing her to feel anxious. Oh dear, I have yet to finish the handkerchiefs for the children. She lamented, feeling the meal had lost its appeal. I have completed 3 pairs of little shoes. They are finished, although my stitching could use improvement, concubine Wu added. As long as the sentiment is there, that is what matters. You all are trusted by the emperor and naturally by the regent, so there is no need for concern, the empress reassured them, rising to return to her work. Thank you, your highness, for your kind words. They were all too aware that had it not been for their father's unwavering loyalty and their own lack of ambition, they might not have found a place within the harem. To speak ungratefully, the emperor's inability to bear children was, in some ways, a blessing. At least no one needed to struggle for the sake of their sons. As for vying for favor, they were all well into their 40s. What was there left to compete over? Surely, it was better to enjoy fine food and drink for a few more years? Thus, the current atmosphere within the emperor's harem remained one of tranquility. Did Minister Su truly say this? The emperor inquired. Indeed, the mountain is now under Su Yun's name. Should mining commence, it is only fair that certain benefits be provided. Su Wantang's intention is to secure a future for Su Yun, as he is still quite young. I understand. What does Minister Su desire? My wife did not specify. Merely stating that the emperor would decide, Zhao Yuan replied. Sigh, Minister Su is indeed wise. The emperor chuckled before adding, very well. Let us bestow upon Su Yun the title of leisurely marquis. What do you think? Certainly, the little one is still quite young. Possessing an identity will facilitate survival. Thus, it shall be arranged. As for the mining operations, they shall proceed as usual, and regarding compensation, I shall draft an imperial edict tomorrow to be disseminated. I extend my gratitude to my royal brother on behalf of my wife. No need for such formalities. However, Yuan, if you have the time, please keep a closer watch on the Ministry of Revenue. I fear that after dealing with his daughter, he may harbor ulterior motives. Very well, royal brother. I shall take care of this. By the time Zhao Yuan returned home, Su Wantang was already preparing for slumber. She retrieved some ointment and began to apply it to her abdomen, not out of concern for stretch marks, but rather due to an unbearable itch that she could not scratch, necessitating daily application. My dear wife, allow me to assist you. Zhao Yuan observed his beloved's clumsiness, feeling a pang of distress in his heart. His wife, once a vibrant and formidable woman, was now enduring the trials of pregnancy for his sake, bearing the burdens of others with great fortitude. Yuan, do you think I look unattractive? These scars must be unsightly, right?
Su Wantang inquired cautiously.
Not at all.
My dear.
You are far from unattractive. It is you who has endured much. Regardless of how you change, you shall always be my dearest. I will never turn away from you, as long as you do not reject me. Zhao Yuan gently applied the ointment for her.
Ah.
I do not know what has come over me. My emotions have been rather intense these past few days. I apologize. My dear. We must not utter apologies to one another. If anyone should apologize, it is I for having brought you down from your pedestal. All right, enough of that. Please apply more ointment here. Certainly. The following day, the rewards for Su Yun were announced. By the grace of heaven, the emperor proclaims, Su Yun of the Su family, known for his virtuous character and keen intellect, has contributed coal mines to the great Yong dynasty. Therefore, he is bestowed the title of leisurely marquis, along with numerous practical rewards. I humbly thank your majesty for your benevolence. Young Su Yun performed a ceremonial bow, endearing himself to the eunuch who conveyed the decree. Oh my, the leisurely marquis is simply adorable, the eunuch remarked, gently patting Su Yun's cheek. We appreciate your efforts, your excellency. Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan expressed their gratitude. Your highness, your grace, there is no need for such formalities. It is my duty. Then I shall take my leave. Yes, please travel safely. Once the eunuch departed, Su Wantang turned to Su Yun, saying, a title without real power suits you well. Should you wish to enter the court in the future, you may do so through the imperial examinations. Sister, I understand. Good. I only wish the best for you, as you will one day marry and have children. Sister, I am still quite young. Indeed, my dear brother, just a century old. Sister, you are mischievous. Su Yun understood that his sister referred to the age of the esteemed Master Ku Rome. At noon, during the meal, Su Wantang felt unwell and hardly touched her food. After experiencing some abdominal cramps, she assumed it was nothing unusual. Reclining on a lounge chair with a book, she suddenly felt a warm sensation between her legs. Upon inspection, she discerned that her water had broken.
Yuan, I think.
I think I am about to give birth.
Zhao Yuan,
who was weaving a bamboo basket intended as a flower basket for Su Wantang, looked up and saw the wetness by her feet. Wantang, do not panic. It will be all right. I am here. Zhao Yuan called out urgently, Mu Feng, go fetch the midwife. My wife is about to give birth.
What?
The young lady is going to give birth? Miss, do not worry. I will summon the midwife immediately. Xiao Tao dashed out of the courtyard. The midwife had already been secured and resided in a neighboring courtyard. Upon hearing the news, Mu Feng sprinted to find Ouyang Ming, for the princess was to give birth. A matter of great significance. My dear, do not fear. I am here. I shall carry you back to the room. Zhao Yuan lifted Su Wantang in his arms.
No.
To the delivery room. You fool. Su Wantang reminded him, as the delivery room had been meticulously sanitized and prepared under Ouyang Ming's supervision. Ah, right, the delivery room. Zhao Yuan hurriedly made his way towards the designated area. Chapter 106. Concerning the naming of the child, Zhao Yuan placed Su Wantang upon the bed. My dear, do not be afraid. Everything will be fine. I will remain by your side. As he spoke, his hands began to tremble. Su Wantang rolled her eyes at him. Yuan, must you be so anxious? I have not even begun labor and you are already shaking, causing me distress. Yes. It is my fault. I should not be so nervous. Zhao Yuan knelt beside her bed. Regardless of what happens, I will be here. Always. Yes, I know. Rest assured. We will be all right. At that moment, the midwife and Ouyang Ming entered. Uncle, Su Wantang called out. Little Tang, do not be afraid. It will be fine. After speaking, Ouyang Ming turned to Zhao Yuan. Your Highness, I must ask you to step outside for a moment. No, I want to be with my wife. Zhao Yuan insisted. Yuan, please go outside. Listen to me, it will be fine. Indeed, Your Highness, your presence may distract the princess. It would be best for you to step out while we tend to her, the midwife added. Very well, I shall step outside. My dear, I will wait for you just outside the door. Do not be afraid. Understood. Once Zhao Yuan exited, the midwife began her examination. Your Highness, forgive me, it is nothing. Su Wantang replied, and the midwife proceeded with her inspection. Meanwhile, Ouyang Ming retrieved the medicine box, prepared with silver needles and various medicinal pills. Your Highness, you will need to wait a little longer. Do not be afraid.
All right.
Zhao Yuan then sent someone to the palace to relay the news of Su Wantang's imminent delivery. Upon learning this, the Emperor and Empress hurriedly gathered the head of the Imperial Medical Bureau and various precious medicinal herbs, rushing out of the palace. Upon their arrival, there was still no sign of activity from Su Wantang. Yuan, do not fret, everything will be fine. The Emperor, seeing his younger brother soaked in cold sweat, could not help but offer reassurance. Yes, Yuan, it will be all right. The master of the Divine Physician Valley is present, so rest easy. The Empress, unfamiliar with the process of childbirth, understood that it was a perilous endeavor for women, thus she could only offer comfort. Before long, Su Bingwen, accompanied by Zhang Shi,
Also arrived.
Upon seeing the Emperor, it was their first encounter, and they hurriedly performed a deep bow. Commoner Su Bingwen pays respects to your majesty. Enough with the formalities.
Rise.
The Emperor replied, dismissing the need for protocol, recognizing Su Wantang as one of the last remaining kin. By afternoon, Su Wantang finally began to experience intense pain.
System. Gua Liu, come fort.
I am in excruciating pain. Did you not promise it would not hurt? Su Wantang's face turned pale as she desperately called out in her mind. Master, it will be fine. It will be over soon. Gua Liu responded before disappearing. Come back, Gua Liu. Su Wantang's forehead glistened with sweat, but she refrained from vocalizing her agony, fearing it might frighten her delicate husband. At that moment, Su Yin appeared outside the courtyard. However, he did not bow to the Emperor. At his tender age, he was unaware of such customs. Brother-in-law, sister will be all right. Su Yin tugged at Zhao Yuan's sleeve. Yes, she will be fine. Then, Su Yin sat nearby, praying for Su Wantang. Sister, please stay strong. May those three little rascals be safe as well. Su Wantang was in great pain, and just as she felt she could not endure any longer, suddenly, the pain subsided. My master, I have successfully dulled your pain. Allowing you to conserve your strength, Gua Liu's voice resonated. Su Wantang looked exasperated, pondering why this relief had not come sooner. How long have I been in agony? Don't worry, Xiaodang. Here, drink some ginseng soup, Ouyang Ming said, approaching with a bowl of water infused with ginseng slices.
Subsequently,
Xiaodao assisted Su Wantang into a sitting position and fed her the nourishing broth. After about half an hour, the midwife finally proclaimed, it's time. She then began instructing Su Wantang to exert herself. To be honest, Su Wantang felt no pain whatsoever. However, beads of sweat still formed on her forehead. The sensation of pain had been muted, yet her body still responded. Ouyang Ming periodically checked her pulse, monitoring Su Wantang's heart rate.
Suddenly,
a series of robust cries echoed through the room. It's here! It's here! A little prince! After the midwife washed the newborn, she swaddled him in a blanket embroidered with the character for one. Shortly thereafter, the second child was born, letting out only a few soft whimpers. Yang swiftly examined him, confirming that he was healthy, albeit a bit underweight. Finally, the third child arrived, his cries resonating even more powerfully than his siblings. "It's here! It's here!" the queen exclaimed excitedly. Zhao Yuan, with tear-filled eyes, felt an overwhelming wave of emotion wash over him. The journey to this moment had been arduous. At 24 years of age, he had at last become a father, a prospect he had almost given up hope on. The midwife then emerged, cradling the infants, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Your Highness! The princess has delivered 3 little princes." Although they were aware that Su Wantang was carrying triplets, the reality of their arrival was profoundly astonishing. "Wonderful, wonderful!" Zhao Yuan exclaimed, rising to seek out Su Wantang. "Your Highness, please wait a moment." The maidens are still assisting the princess with her change of garments. The midwife interjected, holding him back. "Yuan, give shouting a moment. I believe she wishes to avoid revealing her most disheveled state to you," the queen gently advised. "Very well. I shall wait," Zhao Yuan replied. "Yuan, come and see your children," the queen said, presenting one of the infants to him. Zhao Yuan glanced down and inquired, "Is this the second one?" "Indeed, the blanket bears the embroidery of the character for 2. The queen replied, her affection for the child evident as she cradled him. The third child was held by Zhang Shi, while the emperor embraced the eldest. Eventually, after the room was tidied, Yang stepped outside. "Uncle, how is my wife?" Zhao Yuan hurriedly approached him. "She is perfectly fine. She was remarkable during the delivery, though she has just fallen asleep. You may enter. But be cautious not to wake her," Yang informed him. Without waiting for further elaboration, Zhao Yuan rushed inside. Now that you are a father, you still rush about so recklessly," the emperor remarked, continuing to rock the child in his arms. "Yang, are the children well?" the emperor inquired. "Your Majesty, they're all healthy. Only the second one is a bit frail. However, with 3 infants, it is natural for there to be some disparities in nourishment, so there is no cause for concern," Yang respectfully replied. "Excellent, splendid." The infants were then taken by the wet nurses for care, while Zhang Shi hurried to prepare some nourishing chicken soup for Su Wantang. Having experienced childbirth herself, she understood what was most suitable for a postpartum mother. Eventually, Su Wantang felt truly free of pain, although fatigue enveloped her, leading her into a deep slumber. By the time she awoke, it was already the dead of night, and Zhao Yuan remained vigilantly by her bedside.
Yuan.
Su Wantang called softly. "My dear, you have finally awakened," Zhao Yuan said, grasping her hand and placing it against his face. "I am so sorry for the pain you endured." "It's all right. I truly did not feel it, I assure you," she replied, though he countered, "Do not deceive me. I saw the numerous basins of blood being carried away. It is impossible that you felt no discomfort." "All right, I concede. It did hurt. Please, my husband, shower me with affection in the future. Will that suffice?" Su Wantang said with a smile. "Indeed, I shall cherish you for a lifetime," Zhao Yuan affirmed. At that moment, Xiao Tao entered with a basin. "Miss, allow me to freshen your face and hands before you sip some chicken soup," she said. "Yes. This soup has been simmering for quite some time, prepared by the second aunt, and it is perfect for you now," Zhao Yuan added, helping Su Wantang sit up before blowing on the soup to cool it down for her. Though she took a few sips, she soon lost her appetite. "What about the children?"
Su Wantang inquired.
"The wet nurses are tending to them. I will have them brought to you shortly," he assured her. "Please, let me see them." "I have yet to meet my children," she urged. "Very well, my dear, just a moment." Xiao Tao then left to relay the message. Before long, 3 wet nurses entered, each carrying a child for her to see. Su Wantang examined the trio and, with a look of disbelief, exclaimed, "Oh my, why do they look so peculiar? They are all red and resemble 3 little monkeys." Zhao Yuan found his wife as humor endearing, yet he too thought the infants appeared quite comical, wrinkled and reminiscent of tiny old men. "Fear not, your highness, they will grow more handsome as they mature. Newborns often look this way," a wet nurse reassured her. "Very well, do take good care of them. You may leave now," she instructed. "Yes, your highness, we shall take our leave." "Yuan, I still feel somewhat fatigued. I wish to rest," Su Wantang confessed, feeling utterly drained. "Rest, my dear. I shall watch over you," Zhao Yuan replied, recalling Yang warning that some mothers might experience significant blood loss post-delivery and thus required extra vigilance during the night.
"Do not worry about me.
You should rest as well. I am aware of my own body," she said, reluctant to have him sacrifice his sleep. "My dear, do sleep. I assure you." I will remain by your side, he reassured her. With Zhao Yuan present, Su Wantang felt a profound sense of comfort. The news of her having given birth to 3 healthy little princes spread through the capital like a gust of wind sweeping away fallen leaves, quickly reaching every corner. In no time, officials came to offer their congratulations, and the populace sang praises. Even the elderly King Qing was overjoyed, personally visiting to extend his well wishes and gifts. To celebrate the royal edition, the emperor promptly decreed a series of gracious measures. For 1 month, taxes were suspended in the capital, and all common folk, whether merchants or farmers, were granted relief from taxation to partake in the joyous occasion. The imperial physician allocated the finest medicinal herbs, and the palace dispatched experienced nurses to care for Su Wantang's needs and ensure the health of the 3 little princes, leaving no room for oversight. However, those guilty of heinous crimes were not granted amnesty, as the emperor believed that such serious offenses could not be absolved by the royal family's joy. Those who had hoped for clemency were left heartbroken. Once Su Wantang began her month of confinement, her meals became exquisitely refined. Yet, even the most delectable dishes can become tiresome with overindulgence. For instance, the ginseng chicken soup, which she had grown weary of, ultimately found its way into Zhao Yuan's stomach. My dear, I believe I can no longer eat this. Look, my abdominal muscles have vanished, and my belly has expanded, Zhao Yuan remarked, though he trained diligently every day, expending considerable energy. However, even he found the monotony of the soup tiresome. Then let us have Xiaoyun partake in it, Su Wantang suggested, glancing at her younger sibling seated nearby. No, sister. This is not palatable. I do not like it, Xiaoyun protested. Having spent the past few days keeping Su Wantang company to alleviate her boredom, then inform the kitchen to prepare something lighter, I truly find this unappetizing, Su Wantang said, casting a hopeful glance at Zhao Yuan. Very well, I shall relay your request to the kitchen, he replied. Sister, what shall we name the children? Xiaoyun inquired. I am uncertain. The names must be submitted to the royal jade butterfly, so we shall need to consult them for guidance, Su Wantang replied. Su Wantang was acutely aware that her children were born under immense expectations. Even their names had been bestowed by the esteemed officials of the Astronomical Bureau. Sister, we can still choose their nicknames.
Su Jun suggested.
Ah, what do you think sounds pleasant? Su Wantang inquired, gazing at the trio of infants in the cradle, who had already grown remarkably more charming since their birth. The 3 children resembled miniature versions of Zhao Yuan, save for their eyes, which mirrored Su Wantang's own. Watermelon, pumpkin. Wintermelon, Su Yun proposed. Let us refrain from that. They all sound like melons, Su Wantang replied. No, that is not appealing. Let us think of something else. She insisted. Let me ponder, Su Yun said, shaking her little head in thought. What are you contemplating? Zhao Yuan entered the room. Brother-in-law, what should we name the children?
Su Yun asked.
You two can decide. I'm just a simple man and lack the talent for naming, Zhao Yuan replied, a hint of embarrassment on his face. How about Xiaoen, Xiaoning, and Xiaole? That sounds fine. Peace, tranquility, and joy. Quite lovely indeed, Zhao Yuan remarked. Su Wantang did not contest. These names were far more melodious than the previous suggestions. Besides, she herself was not adept at naming. After all, they were just nicknames, meant for family use. And anything would sound delightful. The common folk say that simple names are easy to raise. And we need not concern ourselves with profound meanings. That is the realm of the Astronomical Bureau. We shall simply choose names that roll off the tongue. After Zhao Yuan spoke, he turned his gaze towards Su Wantang. Very well, since you both favor it, let us proceed with these names. They truly are quite pleasing, Su Wantang concluded, feeling a swell of happiness. When my sister has more children in the future, I shall bestow upon them even more beautiful names, Su Yun declared, leaving Su Wantang in a state of bewilderment. Let us not. 3 children are already quite enough, anymore, and I would surely be overwhelmed. Chapter 107. Unrest. The news of Su Wantang giving birth to triplets reached the 13 villages of Miaojiang. What? Triplets? Zhao Zifeng exclaimed, shattering his teacup upon the floor, tea splattering everywhere, the porcelain shards scattering. A fine jade teacup indeed. Zhao Ziri's expression shifted drastically, leaping to his feet. His voice strained as it emerged from his throat. That wretched Su Wantang actually bore 3 sons at once? Triplets? Indeed, my lords, that is what our spies have reported, the messenger stated before bowing and retreating.
Ha!
Zhao Yuan, that brute, is so fortunate. Zhao Zifeng gritted his teeth. Now, he has a multitude of offspring springing forth. How can one not feel disgusted? Su Wantang is clearly a siren. There is no fortune in her. merely a demon incarnate, skilled at ensnaring hearts. That strange inner voice reveals everything, yet why do they all believe her? How utterly laughable. Zhao Yuan, that scoundrel, thinks that just because the emperor favors him now, his sons will be the future rulers of Deong? A brute's offspring cannot simply bask in glory. Zhao Zifeng lost all semblance of composure, unleashing a tirade of critique and insult, while the leader of the Miao village, hidden in the shadows, shook his head. Was this truly the path to overthrowing Deong? He pondered why the descendants of the Liu family seemed so ineffectual and so terribly inconsistent. Did the dream of restoring the nation still hold any hope? The chief began to doubt himself. Zhao Ziri, however, remained silent, for he had once been the crown prince, and his thoughts extended far into the future. In truth, Zhao Ziri and Zhao Zifeng were fundamentally different in temperament. Moreover, Zhao Ziri had been groomed as the heir since childhood, educated by the most distinguished scholars of the time. His considerations were far more comprehensive. Zifeng, do not be hasty. The emperor is childless. Now that Zhao Yuan has 3 children, I cannot believe he will not become suspicious. People are most fearful when plagued by doubt. Once suspicion arises, brotherly bonds will disintegrate, Zhao Ziri stated cryptically, though Zhao Zifeng failed to grasp his meaning. Does a man who has long sat upon a high throne willingly relinquish his position? Zhao Ziri queried. Certainly not. Rulers are most reluctant to part with their power. Zhao Zifeng replied. Then that settles it. Rest assured, these 3 children arriving in this world is both a blessing and a calamity for Deong. We shall merely wait and observe their struggles. I refuse to believe that Su Wantang is so indifferent to fame and fortune as to neglect her children, Zhao Ziri concluded. You speak wisely, and I have been foolish. Ultimately, Su Wantang's 3 children were granted their nicknames. The eldest was named Xiaoan, the second Xiaoning, and the youngest Xiaole. The Empress, upon hearing this, found it quite agreeable. Your Majesty, now that the nicknames have been established, how shall we proceed with their formal names? The Empress inquired. There is no rush. Let us await news from the Astronomical Bureau, the Emperor replied, his heart lightened. For the Zhao family would finally have descendants. Your Majesty, with the addition of 3 children, I fear there may be some who will speak out. Regardless, we have raised Zhao Yuan well. The Empress expressed her concerns, wary that the Emperor might act rashly against Zhao Yuan. Her fears were not unfounded. The royal family had always been merciless. Although Zhao Yuan was her brother-in-law, she had effectively raised him, and it would not be an exaggeration to consider him as her own son. Thus, if the brothers were to become adversaries, it would undoubtedly cause her great distress. The Empress was overly concerned. Such a day would never come. I am not that sort of person. This throne has burdened me for many years. To be candid, I am weary. If someone were to take over, I would welcome the chance to step back and live as a common man, fishing and tending to fields, enjoying the simple pleasures of life, the Emperor reflected. Since the incidents involving Zhao Ziri and Zhao Zifeng, the Emperor had come to a profound realization. He truly felt fatigued by the weight of the throne. Having ascended at a tender age, he was now well past 50, and the furthest he had ventured was to the outskirts of the capital to visit the Temple of National Defense. His life had been confined within the palace walls of the capital. Without heirs or a multitude of descendants, he had grown numb to it all. Yet, during his moments of leisure, he contemplated how different his life might have been had he been the son of an ordinary family. Despite the hardships, he mused, it might have brought him more joy than his current existence. It is well that you think this way. It is not that I am overly suspicious, but rather that we have both grown old. There is no need to dwell on every detail. It suffices to live joyfully, the Empress reassured him. I understand. I am fully aware. Regardless, those chaotic rumors will not tarnish the bond between Zhao Yuan and me. During her confinement, Su Wantang found herself growing restless, bound by restrictions on her activities. It felt akin to imprisonment, her diet bland enough to render her palate nearly tasteless. Mistress, here is the scar removal ointment. Please keep it safe. Apply it twice daily before sleep, and your stretch marks will vanish. And this medicine will help you regain your youthful form, Gua Liu stated, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Oh, postpartum recovery?
Su Wantang inquired.
Yes, indeed. Mistress, as you know, if proper care is not taken, it can affect marital relations. Thus, this medicine is quite effective, Gua Liu explained. Understood. I shall take it now, Su Wantang declared, promptly retrieving the pill and swallowing it. Mistress, if you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to seek out Gua Liu. I must recharge and rest now, she added. Go on, go on. After court, Zhao Yuan immediately made his way to the rear courtyard. Darling, darling. His voice called out before he even arrived. Here I am, here I am. Since their marriage and the arrival of their children, Zhao Yuan had revealed many peculiar traits, such as calling her affectionately, watching her eat during meals, or playing with her fingers. It was all quite peculiar. Darling, Zhao Yuan entered, shedding his outer robe and settling beside Su Wantang. How are the children today? They are well. The wet nurse just took them away, and they have quite the appetite. That's good, my lady. You know, do you have any idea what transpired in the court today? What happened? Do you recall the loyal and brave Marquis? Yes, he is the father of Wu Jianren. Today, he was reported for misconduct. The reason? He has taken numerous concubines, and among them, one of his extramarital affairs happens to be the concubine of Lord Luo, the Minister of Rights. That concubine is pregnant, and upon being brought back to the Marquis's residence, Lord Luo, outraged, sought an explanation. Consequently, the two elderly gentlemen, both over 50, ended up in a physical altercation. One can only imagine the spectacle. And the outcome? Su Wantang sat up straight, captivated by such gossip. She relished every morsel of it. The result was that both were injured, but Lord Luo's injuries were far more severe. It is said that a servant of the Marquis broke one of his legs. Hence, he was reported. These men, it always comes down to their lower halves causing trouble. Cough, cough, my lady, I assure you, my heart is only for you. The rest are mere trifles to me, Zhao Yuan quickly interjected. Of course, but should you ever dare to harbor any thoughts of infidelity, I would truly consider taking matters into my own hands, Su Wantang replied, her gaze fixed on Zhao Yuan, a playful smile dancing on her lips. My lady, rest assured. Such a day shall never come. As time passed, Su Wantang finally emerged from her confinement, and the celebration for the baby's full moon soon followed. Today, Su Wantang donned the attire of a princess, radiating vitality. She appeared more like a young maiden of 18 than a mother who had just given birth. There was no denying it. This transformation was thanks to the miraculous restorative elixirs provided by the system, surpassing even the finest remedies. Along with a beauty ointment concocted by her uncle, Su Wantang felt more beautiful than ever before. Her 3 children had also received their names, the eldest Zhao Yuanwu, the second Zhao Yuanwen, and the youngest Zhao Yuansheng. These names seemed to foreshadow the futures of the children, yet Su Wantang found joy in them, believing that regardless of who ascended the throne, her sons would not be devoid of conscience. Otherwise, the system would not have provided such information. The Emperor and Empress were also present, along with nearly all the civil and military officials attending the full moon banquet. Oh my, these 3 little ones are truly adorable. They resemble Yuan in his youth, the Empress remarked, gazing at the trio with affection. Indeed, they seem to be cut from the same cloth as Yuan. The Emperor observed, visibly pleased, noting the children's handsome looks, a true blessing. Only their eyes resemble their aunt. Yes, they truly embody the finest features of both parents. The Emperor and Empress held the children, engaged in discussion, while Su Yun quietly contemplated the 3 little ones, feeling somewhat disheartened. They bore little resemblance to his sister. These 3 little white-eyed wolves, how could they not resemble her? But it mattered not. Such a situation would make it easier for him to guide them in the future. He chuckled to himself. Congratulations, Your Highness. Our best wishes to you. Numerous officials extended their congratulations to Zhao Yuan. Haha, thank you, thank you. Zhao Yuan could not conceal his elation at becoming a father. In another part of the courtyard, Su Wantang was entertaining the Empress and the wives of the other officials. Nearby, a wet nurse cradled the 3 swaddled young masters, their cherubic faces rosy and pure, soundly asleep. My goodness, these children are simply exquisite, one lady exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement as she approached to gently lift the thin veil of one swaddling. Look at that nose, those lips, they're the spitting image of the regent. Indeed. Another matron chimed in, I heard from the physician that these 3 little masters were born quite robust, yet they are all so plump and rosy. Not a single peep of discontent. Even the midwives praised them as exceptionally fortunate. Though they resemble the prince, their bone structure is remarkably refined. Their eyes and brows already hint at a certain gallantry. Who knows how many young ladies they will captivate in the future? Laughter erupted among the gathered women at this remark. Look at the youngest, with those rosy lips and white teeth, he appears to be dreaming sweetly. And the eldest, with his tightly clenched little fist, is clearly a child with opinions of his own. The second is the most compliant. He doesn't cry at all when held, his eyes darting about. Surely he will grow to be quite clever. Su Wantang listened to the lady's playful banter and praise, a smile on her lips, though it did not reach her eyes. How much of their praise was sincere? It was merely surface-level flattery. She remembered well how these ladies had conspired against her during the banquet in the palace.
Miss.
The Su family has arrived with gifts. But they're being kept outside the door, Xiao Tao whispered in Su Wantang's ear. Do not let her in. There is no need to see her. I have severed all ties with the Su family long ago. Understood. Su Shiner believed that, by arriving on the day of the full moon banquet, Su Wantang would entertain her out of courtesy for the officials. Instead, Su Wantang completely ignored her. She was not even permitted to enter the Wang residence, and was sent back home. At that moment, Su Shiner was utterly abandoned by her marital family. Ouyangming gifted each child a longevity lock crafted from gold. One could not deny Ouyangming's wealth. He was not only skilled in medicine but also affluent. In the rear courtyard, the women engaged in soft-spoken conversations, participating in the socializing customary among ladies. Xiao Tao, please take the children downstairs for their feeding, Su Wantang said, reluctant to keep them outside for too long. Yes, miss. The full moon banquet drew a large crowd, yet fortunately, no incidents occurred. The following day, Ouyangming prepared to take his leave. Uncle, want you stay a little longer? Su Wantang felt a genuine reluctance to see him go. He had been exceptionally kind to her. No. Winter is approaching swiftly. I must return. Only your cousin and my father-in-law remain at home. If I delay, the journey will become increasingly difficult. Ouyangming himself longed for home. Very well, I shall not keep you. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to send word. I understand. Now that you have safely delivered, my task is complete. Thank you, uncle. We need not speak of such things. Let us be pragmatic. Helping you is also for my own benefit. Take care of yourself, shouting. I will, uncle. After Ouyangming departed, Su Wantang felt a pang of uncertainty about when they might meet again. This winter arrived early. Even in early October, the chill had set in. Fortunately, the long-standing drainage issues in the capital had now been thoroughly resolved, and the soldiers would have access to coal for heating. The populace was well stocked with grain and had little to worry about. Yet, this was merely Su Wantang's assumption. She believed she could enjoy a peaceful winter. However, on the 10th day after her confinement, news reached from Xiqing of a catastrophic upheaval, with many citizens suffering. An urgent request for assistance was sent to the court. Given the gravity of the situation, Su Wantang had no choice but to enter the palace to deliberate on the matter. Your Majesty, the disaster in Xiqing has escalated to a critical level. I implore you to make a decision, the minister in charge of Xiqing reported, kneeling before the throne. Rise. My dear minister, all present are here. Let us discuss and decide together, the emperor replied, addressing the gathered officials. Esteemed ministers, what are your thoughts? Your Majesty, the geographical position of Xiqing is precarious. If we do not act swiftly, with the tide encroaching, the citizens of Xiqing may freeze to death this winter. Indeed, Your Majesty. Without delay, we must prioritize disaster relief. I share that sentiment. The people of Xiqing can wait no longer. Su Wantang remained silent, instead engaging in conversation with Gua Liu. Gua Liu, what exactly is happening in Xiqing? Su Wantang sensed an underlying strangeness. After all, Xiqing was quite distant from the capital. The journey by both water and land would take over a month. How could news have reached so swiftly? Moreover, even if one were to rely on carrier pigeons for messages, the speed would be far from adequate. Furthermore, if an earthquake truly occurred, akin to the upheaval of the earth, would it not have transpired last month? How could news from last month only now be reported? If we are to suggest that a recent earthquake has taken place, then the source of such information warrants scrutiny. My lord, there indeed was an earthquake in Xiqing. However, it was merely an aftershock, not of grave consequence. The true calamity lies with the Sakura nation, where a volcanic eruption triggered an earthquake, submerging the entire island beneath the sea and resulting in countless casualties. The seismic activity there has, in turn, affected Xiqing, which indeed experienced a tremor. But it was minor, with hardly any buildings collapsing, and the cattle sheds remain intact. How could this be deemed severe? Gua Liu is perplexed. Are you certain? My lord, I assure you, the information I have gathered is indisputable. Gua Liu is a formidable intelligence officer. How could there be any error? Understood. Please assist me in finding out who the governor of Xiqing is. Certainly, my lord. Please hold on a moment. My lord, I have made a significant discovery. The governor of Xiqing is none other than Dukong, the most favored disciple of Wan Zhongyun. He is a quintessential hypocrite, projecting one persona while concealing another. Initially enamored with the esteemed consort Wan, he subsequently relocated to Xiqing upon her ascension to the palace. The reports regarding the disaster in Xiqing were submitted by him, and he maintains a cordial relationship with his superior, Duan Yiming. The rest of the details can be investigated by you, my lord. Understood, thank you. You are most welcome, my lord. Gua Liu is your devoted little assistant. Subsequently, Su Wantang turned her gaze towards the chattering ministers, and the information regarding Duan Yiming flooded her mind. She sighed, lamenting how the world often claims that in places where women abound, gossip and rivalry thrive. Yet these ministers within the court are no less guilty, engaging in intrigue, duplicity, and various underhanded schemes. Truly they are in excess. Were it not for her system, she would scarcely believe that these ministers harbored such theatricality within their hearts. Zhao Yuan noticed Su Wantang's sigh and, fearing something amiss, discreetly signaled her with his eyes. Upon seeing this, Su Wantang shook her head, indicating that all was well. Minister Su, what is your perspective? The emperor suddenly inquired. In response to your majesty, before I could finish speaking, a voice interrupted. Your majesty, the current abbot of the Hugua temple seeks an audience. A eunuch interjected, interrupting Su Wantang's discourse. Let him enter. The emperor waved his hand, and Su Wantang ceased her words. I pay my respects to your majesty. The newly appointed abbot, though not particularly aged, possesses an appearance that belies his years. As is often the case with those of his spiritual calling, might I inquire about the purpose of your visit, revered abbot? The emperor asked. In response, your majesty, I have divined through calculations and augury that great calamity is imminent for the Dayong. I dared not delay, but came to report. What? The ministers collectively gasped, and the emperor's countenance darkened. Master, such words should not be spoken lightly. Sun Taifu was the first to rise in protest. A monk does not utter falsehoods. The abbot concluded, reciting a Buddhist chant. Su Wantang remained silent, sensing that this individual was targeting her. She scanned the room, a cold smile forming within her heart. Truly a grand display. Pray tell, esteemed master, what calamity do you foresee? One of the ministers inquired. Your majesty, the words I am about to utter may offend. So I implore you not to hold it against me. For the sake of Dayong and its people, I must speak, even at the cost of my life. The abbot recited once more a Buddhist chant. Very well. As the emperor's voice resonated, the abbot fixed his gaze upon Su Wantang. The first calamity is you, Su Wantang. As a woman of high rank, serving as chancellor, this is a grave transgression against the celestial order. The second calamity lies in the triplets you have borne. The royal bloodline has traditionally favored pairs, yet your interference has resulted in an unnatural birth of 3, which is most inauspicious. The third calamity is your excessive meddling in state affairs, leading to a predominance of the feminine and a decline of the masculine. Thus, Dayong shall veer off course. You may choose not to believe, but this recent upheaval of the earth serves as a warning. The moment your children were born, celestial phenomena occurred, marking the beginning of a dire fate. Should this not be curtailed, Dayong is destined for ruin. As the abbot's words echoed in the grand hall, a pin drop could be heard. No one dared to speak. Absurd. How dare you slander my children? You, bald monk, are merely sowing discord. Zhao Yuan exclaimed, his voice trembling with indignation. My lord, do you not find it curious how she possesses such remarkable power? The monk retorted, disbelief evident in his tone. I have faith in my wife, and I know that the warriors at the borders are well fed and clad, thanks to her efforts. The people of Dayong are well stocked with grain and the treasury is full, also due to her contributions. The ability to produce salt and create warm coal is also attributed to her, not to be overshadowed by your mere words. I respect you as an abbot, but I implore you to choose your words carefully, lest I take action against you. With that, Zhao Yuan positioned himself protectively beside Su Wantang. Ha! Do you truly believe in her? Do you think she orchestrated all these benefits? Only a sorceress could conjure such illusions. You have all been bewitched by her charms. Upon hearing the abbot's words, the expressions of those present turned peculiar, casting sidelong glances at Su Wantang. Su Wantang chuckled lightly, addressing the abbot. Master, I have never met you. Why then do you choose to slander me so? It is truly astonishing. Enchantress, we need not meet. I am aware of all your deeds. Do you think the entire court is oblivious? They simply cannot voice their thoughts, the abbot asserted, his words sending a chill through the hall. Zhao Yuan, what is the meaning of this? Su Wantang turned to him, her brow furrowing. Zhao Yuan's face paled, as he grappled with how to explain the matter to his wife. Any attempt at clarification would only complicate things further. Moreover, his elder brother had acted improperly, partly exploiting Su Wantang's inner voice as a weapon to eliminate treacherous officials. Yet, Su Wantang remained unaware of this, and if it were to be scrutinized, it would appear as if he had manipulated her. In such a scenario, their marriage would be misinterpreted as a means to an end. Now, no matter what he said, it all felt futile and powerless. He found himself at a loss for words. Observing Zhao Yuan's pale visage, Su Wantang grasped the gravity of the situation. She finally understood why every grievance she had expressed in her heart had led to repercussions. Was it true that everyone could hear her thoughts? If so, did that mean she had been constantly exposed? Did she possess no privacy whatsoever? And had the emperor used this to place her in the role of chancellor, subsequently marrying her off to his brother? Was she merely a tool for his convenience? After all she had provided to Dayong, food, salt, and numerous benefits, was it all merely to exploit her? Well then, Su Wantang, it seems you have no words left to say. In truth, you are not Su Wantang at all. Rather, you are a malevolent being that has usurped her body to wreak havoc in Dayong, destined to meet a grim fate. The abbot's fervor grew with each word. Su Wantang regained her composure and sought out the system. Gua Liu, you better emerge and explain the situation to me. Su Wantang was convinced that this must be the handiwork of the system. Otherwise, such an occurrence would be utterly impossible. Master, master. Gua Liu quivered as it spoke. Why can others hear my innermost thoughts? You better provide me with an answer, or I shall turn the heavens upside down even in death. Upon finishing her words, Su Wantang felt her heart race with anger. Master, please forgive me. It was the main system that did this. Your melon-eating system not only consumes melons but also hears inner thoughts, meaning your thoughts can be heard by others, though they cannot articulate what they have heard. That is why your marketplace has unlocked so rapidly. Master, do not be angry. The melon-eating system not only feasts on others' melons but also on yours. Woe is me. I was wrong to conceal this from you, but it was beyond my authority. Even if I told you, others would still hear it, and I would be punished. Master, I beg for your forgiveness. I shall never dare to do so again. Gua Liu wept in Su Wantang's mind, bringing her immense distress. Stop crying. What shall we do now? Su Wantang was indeed furious, but at present, she needed to address these lingering issues. She could not afford to be reckless, as she had Xiao Yun and 3 children relying on her. Without them, she would never swallow this grievance. Master, since this monk has revealed your secret, it is no longer a secret. Since he has spoken, henceforth, others will no longer hear your thoughts. This matter is resolved. Therefore, you may proceed as you see fit. Aside from your thoughts being unheard, everything else remains unchanged. Gua Liu concluded, falling silent thereafter. I do not accept this. Is there truly no compensation for this? What on earth am I to do now? I am seen as a monster, destined to be burned at the stake. Gua Liu, this is the ancient world, not the apocalypse. If you do not act, prepare to collect my corpse. Master, please wait. I shall report the situation. Gua Liu vanished. Such eloquence from the master. I am humbled. What is possession? I do not know. I am not Su Wantang. Are you? I have not even heard my father speak. Did you confirm with him that I am not his daughter? But, master, my father has been deceased for over a year. After speaking, Su Wantang addressed the crowd. I do not understand why you can hear my thoughts, but tell me, which of my thoughts is wrong? Which is untrue? Have I conjured these ideas from thin air? The corruption, the filth, did I fabricate them? The master claims I am a monster, and I do not accept this. I am merely an ordinary person, bestowed with extraordinary abilities. If I were a monster, why would I engage in such endeavors? If I truly sought to dominate, why would I remain here? I am unaware of my thoughts, yet you can hear them. Whether this serves as a warning from heaven, I do not know. But I do know that I have never committed any wrongdoing against Dayong. The master hastily labels me a demon, a scourge. I ask you, master, and everyone here, which of my actions has harmed Dayong? Is it wrong for me to introduce potatoes and sweet potatoes? Or to share the recipes for salt and honeycomb coal with the court? Or should I not have provided the schematics for the Zhuge crossbow to the Ministry of Works? Or the formula for cement? Or the explosives capable of intimidating other nations? Please tell me, where have I erred? Have the citizens of Dayong not benefited from these contributions? Su Wantang's words left the assembly speechless, while the abbot appeared increasingly anxious. He had not anticipated such a rebuttal from her. Chapter 109. New skills indeed. Su Wantang posed no threat to anyone, yet these matters were too extraordinary, their origins unclear. Although the benefits outweighed the drawbacks, they remained undeniably peculiar. Minister of Justice Xiang Chongshu, with a grave expression, pondered, could this recent upheaval truly be a mere natural disaster? Our Dayong has never faced such calamities before, Your Majesty. Meng Yunjian, the Deputy Minister of Works, also stepped forth to express his views. Your Majesty, Regardless of the outcome, a thorough investigation is imperative. We must not wrongfully accuse anyone. Some ministers, unwilling to offend Su Wantang or others, sought to mediate. Your Majesty, the geographical position of Xiqing is peculiar. If not addressed promptly, it may provoke an even greater disaster. We beseech you to discern wisely. If this is linked to Su Xiang, then a rigorous investigation is warranted. If not, dispatch aid to relieve the disaster as a priority. Duan Yiming concluded with a bow. In truth, I have always been perplexed and wished to inquire of Su Xiang. How did she acquire her remarkable abilities? She claims to be a being from beyond. But what manner of world could impart such knowledge? Is Su Xiang truly from beyond? Former officials who had once offended Su Wantang now stood to condemn her. Once again, Su Wantang's barbed remarks had returned to haunt her, and she remained blissfully unaware of the storm brewing around her, wholly unprepared. It was truly infuriating. All the blame lay with the system. Minister Hao, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. Su Wantang regarded her accusers with indifference. Zhao Yuan, standing nearby, felt utterly powerless. All of this could have been avoided had Zhao Yuan seized the opportunity to inform her, yet he did not, nor did the emperor. Nor did anyone else, leading Su Wantang to this predicament. Indeed, do you all not recall the peculiar occurrences in the capital? Such as houses collapsing without cause, or the sudden appearance of venomous insects and snakes. All of these phenomena are tied to Su Wantang. If she were not a monster, who could achieve such feats? The abbot's words left the crowd at a loss for words. If Su Wantang truly possessed such capabilities, would it not be a simple task to eliminate them? Su Wantang's repeated displays of prowess, do you genuinely believe they could be performed by an ordinary person? Do not be deceived by her. If she continues her unchecked rampage, your fates and the future of De Yong will be jeopardized in her hands. The task of the National Protection Temple is to intervene when the state is in peril. Thus, I have come. Amitba. Su Wantang found herself laughing in disbelief. This was utterly ridiculous. I have always believed that all my efforts were for the sake of De Yong. Who would have thought that these actions would be perceived as the deeds of a demon? Is it my misfortune, or do you all consider this a matter of course? With a sweeping glance at those present, she remarked, you truly have gone to great lengths to cast these unfounded accusations upon me. Your Majesty, I do not accept the claims made by this master. With a cold smile, Su Wantang added, even if you can hear my thoughts, what of it? A righteous heart fears not the shadow's slant. What do you fear? Which of my actions has wronged another?
Today,
this monk has unsubstantiated the claim that my son is a harbinger of misfortune, labeling me a demon. In truth, is it not the monk who harbors the true malevolence? The upheaval in Xiqing has caused minimal structural damage. Not even a cattle shed has collapsed. How can there be such heavy casualties? Think critically before you speak. Xiqing and the capital are separated by a great distance. How could news travel so swiftly? Even if this situation transpired just last month, is it not somewhat tardy to report it now? You all seem to have invested considerable effort in conspiring against me. If the bald monk were indeed nurturing a beautiful confidant and 2 sons in the courtyard of number 6, Osmanthus Lane, and if not for the gold bricks adorning the walls of your temple, I might have been inclined to believe in your selflessness. As Su Wantang's words echoed in the chamber, a collective gasp filled the air. How could a monk possess a beautiful confidant? Or children? Or wealth?
and you,
Lord Duan Yiming, do you not feel a twinge of shame for every word you utter? The governor of Sichuan, a favored disciple of Wan Zhongyun. Are you truly unaware of this? And as for you, Lord Xiang and Lord Meng, had it not been for the unexpected abundance of a few millennial-old ginseng and resurrection grass in your storerooms, I might have genuinely thought you were paragons of integrity. The gifts from the 13 villages of Miaojiang, do you not fear the consequences of accepting such things? With the mask of civility torn asunder, Su Wantang spared them no dignity. Since you all claim to be able to hear my innermost thoughts, then why has the emperor appointed me as chancellor? Do you not see? I am the knife wielded to slay those colluding to plunder the people's wealth. However, congratulations to you all. Today, this bald monk has revealed my innermost sentiments for your hearing. From this moment forth, this ability of mine will be irrevocably lost. Rejoice, for you shall no longer discern who might betray whom, nor will you know who stands as friend or foe. You are left to grope in the dark. After finishing her proclamation, Su Wantang bowed to the emperor, stating, Your Majesty, I seek to resign from my office. I have lost my extraordinary capabilities and can no longer serve as your knife. I am unwilling to hold office, and I implore your Majesty to grant my request. No one anticipated her resignation. A stunned silence enveloped the room.
Absurdity.
Do you not know who Su Xiang is? All his contributions have undeniably benefited Daong. Do we lack the most basic judgment in our roles as officials? Must we await others' opinions? The old King Qing stepped forward. Abbot, as a so-called monk, you must not speak falsehoods. I hope you can withstand scrutiny. I have dispatched individuals to Osmanthus Lane for verification, as well as to your temple to inquire. The truth shall soon be revealed. After the old King Qing spoke, he turned to the assembled ministers. As for those who were previously quite vocal, I have also instructed the Jinui to investigate. I trust only in results. Let the people decide right from wrong, without the need for the abbot's words. Though the old king was advanced in years, his authority remained unchallenged, and none dared to speak out of turn. Zhao Yuan, are you truly a fool? Your own consort is being marginalized, and you dare not voice your concerns? Where has your battlefield decisiveness gone? The king scolded Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan felt aggrieved, for he knew his wife would accuse him of making excuses. If he remained silent, he would appear uncaring. Regardless, he understood that he and the emperor had acted unjustly in this matter, and he had already resolved to return home and seek forgiveness. Yes, my royal uncle is right. It is all my fault for not protecting my own wife. From now on, anyone who dares invoke the royal lineage will be executed. The blood of the royal family cannot be subjected to idle gossip. With that, the king fell silent. At that moment, the system returned, whispering in Su Wantang's mind, Master, compensation is here, compensation is here.
Speak. Su Wantang replied curtly.
The compensation is that you may designate an individual whose thoughts will be audible to all, but the fated individual and the true dragon son and their kin cannot be designated. After the system spoke, it cautiously observed Su Wantang. Understood. Su Wantang took a deep breath and pointed at the abbot of the guardian temple. Subsequently, the abbot's thoughts resonated throughout the grand hall. What to do? What to do? Will the Jinui find Mainyang and the children? Though the wall bricks are made of gold, the first layer is hidden beneath regular bricks, and the second layer is masked with mud. They should not be discovered. Regardless, if Mainyang and the children are found, then so be it. At least, Honger is already pregnant, and everything is settled in the countryside. Prince Zhao has said that if the restoration succeeds, I shall become Daiyong's national teacher. Second only to the emperor. Otherwise, I would not have come here to slander Su Wantang. One must not act against their own interests. People die for wealth, and birds perish for food. Amitabha, may the Buddha not blame me. The assembly was left in shock after hearing the abbot's thoughts, their perspective shattered. What kind of peculiar individual could become the abbot of the guardian temple? Meanwhile, Su Wantang wore a cold smile, finding the situation amusing. She then pointed towards Duan Yiming, and his thoughts echoed next. Damn it, what a mess. Wasn't it said that the earthquake would be exaggerated and remain undetected? What is happening? Wasn't it claimed that this collaboration with the guardian temple would eliminate Su Wantang? Were we not supposed to drown those triplets? Now, with all these unforeseen complications, Zhao Zifeng and Zhao Zirui truly are useless. Restoration? What a farce. The thoughts of Lord Xiang and Lord Meng followed suit. This is a disaster. A bunch of fools. Wasn't it said to be foolproof? How could they send such a bald monk? It's over. If they truly uncover those ginseng roots in my possession, I won't know how I will meet my end. I should have never engaged in this. At the very least, I should have had a solid plan.
Now what?
A botched heist. As the assembly listened to the thoughts of these individuals, their faces turned ashen. Duan Yiming and the others also heard thoughts other than their own, their expressions paling. What was happening? How could everything be revealed? The abbot of the guardian temple trembled, bewildered. How could he hear the thoughts of others, and so many at that? It's over. My human skin mask will fail. What should I do? Perhaps I should just kill the dog emperor. After all, surprise attacks catch one unprepared. The abbot's thoughts rang out once more, causing not only Su Wantang but also the emperor and Zhao Yuan to change countenance. Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan exchanged glances, and amidst the confusion, they sprang into action. Zhao Yuan leaped to the emperor's side, shielding him from danger. Meanwhile, Su Wantang summoned her versatile spade, ready to strike the abbot before he could react. The abbot, seeing this, clawed at Su Wantang's eyes with his hands. Su Wantang swiftly countered, blocking the attack, then delivered a powerful kick. Upon realizing the commotion, Wei Qichong also joined the fray against the false abbot, while the civil and military officials scattered in all directions. The emperor's guards quickly encircled him for protection. Zhao Yuan, observing Su Wantang and Wei Qichong battling the impostor, prepared to intervene, but his assistance proved unnecessary. Su Wantang feigned an attack, then struck the abbot's back with her spade, causing him to spit blood and collapse to the ground, pinned down by Wei Qichong.
Su Wantang approached,
seizing the abbot's face, and soon, A human skin mask was ripped away, revealing an unremarkable visage before the crowd. "Who is this?" the emperor inquired. Staring at the false monk, Su Wantang scanned the figure and immediately recognized his identity. "Your Majesty, this man is Yuan, a monk once expelled from the Guardian Temple. He murdered the true abbot."
Su Wantang stated.
"How do you know?" "You wretched woman, Su Wantang. You will die a miserable death." Yuan spat venomously. Su Wantang approached with a flurry of sharp slaps, followed by a swift kick. At that moment, the investigating Imperial Guard had returned. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects," they announced. "Yao Bao, what news do you bring?" the emperor inquired. "Your Majesty, we have indeed apprehended an individual in Osmanthus Alley, a certain Lu Mainyang, along with her 2 sons. However, as for the situation at the Guaguosi, we have yet to receive any updates. Nevertheless, the personnel from several officials' households have been located, and we have also captured a few individuals from the southern regions hiding within the homes of these officials."
Ha!
Who would have thought they would dare to provoke me right under my nose? Do they truly wish for their own demise? The emperor's eyes reddened with fury. How could they not? His anger stemmed from the realization that he had lost Su Wantang, his sharpest weapon. He finally understood that the way to neutralize Su Wantang's extraordinary abilities was to unveil the truth, to let her know they could hear her innermost thoughts. Once spoken, her powers would dissipate. A once formidable tool had been rendered ineffective, and moreover, the relationship between Su Wantang and the imperial family had been strained. The emperor now faced a significant loss. Bring forth investigators. Conduct a thorough search, and ensure that all infiltrators are eradicated. If they seek death, then let them have it. As soon as the emperor finished speaking, the officials who had been reveling moments before collapsed in terror. Unfazed by their panic, Su Wantang returned home without a word. Chapter 110. Running away from home, everyone has their temper. Today, even if the emperor and Zhao Yuan were not at fault, their concealment from her was inexcusable. Even if it was for the greater good, she felt deeply unsettled. She knew she shouldn't overthink it, for she was aware of Zhao Yuan's feelings towards her. Yet, once the truth was laid bare, her heart was undeniably troubled. The adage holds true. In a snowstorm, no single snowflake is innocent. She was not. Zhao Yuan was not. And neither was the emperor. Upon returning home, Su Wantang gazed at her 3 cherubic children, her heart a tumult of emotions. It was a blend of awkwardness at the lack of privacy and embarrassment akin to that of a jester. Being misunderstood as a monster was not entirely unjust. After all, the notion that one's thoughts could be heard was extraordinary and, frankly, abnormal in any context.
Su Wantang pandered rapidly.
Questioning whether she had ever acted in a particularly egregious manner, the more she considered it, the more her expression soured. What a vexing predicament, she muttered. "Xiao Tao. Pack our belongings. We are returning to the Su residence for a few days." Recalling her previous criticisms of Zhao Yuan, she felt unprepared to face him. "Miss Why? We were living quite well here," Xiao Tao questioned, confused as to why they needed to return with the children now that the weather had turned cooler. "I said to pack." "So pack. Where do you find the audacity to question me?" Su Wantang's expression darkened. "Yes, I shall pack at once." Xiao Tao, startled by her mistress's rare display of anger, hurried to comply. Before long, all their belongings were gathered. "You, take Xiaoyan with you. We are heading back to the residence." "Understood, Mississippi."
With that,
Su Wantang left the courtyard accompanied by 3 nannies and her children. Su Yun and butler Wu awaited them at the entrance. The Su residence was not far from the prince's manor, merely 2 streets away. Su Wantang cradled Su Yun as they boarded the carriage, followed closely by the 3 nannies. As they departed the regent's residence, Mu Feng dared not intervene or inquire, for he was left in the dark. It had been a while since Su Wantang returned home. Fortunately, the place had been maintained. Once inside her courtyard, she placed her 3 children on the bed. They were well-fed and obedient, sleeping soundly without a fuss. Meanwhile, Su Yun sat quietly on a small couch, saying nothing. Observing her son, Su Wantang realized that had she not managed to clear her name today, both she and her children would be in dire straits. "Sister, what has transpired? You look so unhappy," Su Yun asked, his young face reflecting concern. Though only a year old, his intellect belied his age. "Xiaoyan, can you hear your sister's thoughts as well?"
Su Wantang inquired.
"Yes, I can hear them, but I cannot express them. Sister, we are chosen by the system, so we possess these peculiar abilities," Su Yun replied, jumping off the couch to embrace Su Wantang's leg. "I see." Yet today, once this matter was discovered, Su Wantang began to recount the events that unfolded in the court. Upon hearing her story, a frown crossed Su Yun's small face. Sister, that Jie Quan, I know him. I was the one who expelled him from the temple initially because he was utterly reckless and consumed by greed. Who would have thought he would go so far as to kill Jiehui? He truly deserves punishment. Indeed, he must face the consequences. It is a pity for the true abbot. So, is that why you are upset and have chosen to leave home? What will you do if you do not return? How shall I face Zhao Yuan? Setting aside the emperor's intentions, I feel utterly humiliated for all the disparaging remarks I made about Zhao Yuan. Sister, it will be all right. If the emperor trusts you enough to appoint you as chancellor, it speaks volumes. I once divined for him. He is a wise ruler and will not falter. Alas, Xiaoyan, due to my ignorance, I have unwittingly become the emperor's instrument of destruction for so long, offending all the wrong people. My future days may be fraught with hardship. Sister, do not worry. If you are truly mistreated, we shall leave this place and the Great Yong altogether. The world is vast and free of zombies. We can thrive elsewhere. Sister knows that, regardless of the circumstances, I am currently in a precarious position and must tread lightly. I had wondered why Su Bingqiao was so generous in urging the emperor to bestow upon me his title. It appears he must have heard my innermost thoughts. Ha! I had thought he had a change of heart. No wonder he has become so considerate. He must have heard my thoughts, grasped the truth of his partner's intentions, and realized his limited time left, thus acting decisively. Alas, Xiaoyun, after today's occurrences, I have come to understand that this world is indeed different. In this age of supreme imperial power, women are seldom acknowledged. Had the emperor not trusted me today, I might have been branded a monster and met a fiery demise. Today they targeted both my children and me. I do not know how much longer I can withstand this. Zhao Yuan is in a passive position. I am weary. I no longer wish to be an official. Sister, then do not be one. Your brilliance has drawn attention, and the things you possess are gifts from the system. Essentially, they appeared from thin air, threatening many. It is only natural for them to target you. I fear that when my sons inherit that position, there will be those who would counsel them to abandon their mother, Su Wantang. This thought has crossed my mind. Sister, do not fret. By then, I will have grown up and will protect you. If those little rascals do not stand by your side, I shall personally teach them a lesson. Sister,
You still have me, Su Yon declared, shaking Su Wantang's leg.
Indeed, I am fortunate to have you. Su Wantang finally felt a sense of calm wash over her. Sister, the eyes of the common people are sharp. They know who treats them well and what is truly useful. The emperor's use of you as a weapon is, in fact, a blessing. At the very least, it has alleviated many hidden dangers for my nephew. Moreover, the emperor values you. If all else fails, you could always ask the system to send him a prophetic dream, warning him with grand eloquence.
There is no need for that.
I shall first observe what the emperor and Zhao Yuan have to say. After all, Zhao Yuan is my husband, and if he dares to wrong me, I shall make him pay. The crux of the matter lies with the brother-in-law. As long as he is on your side, all else is of little consequence. Zhao Yuan felt a tumult of emotions as he finally concluded his affairs, the evening having descended. Your Highness, I shall take my leave, he said, appearing dejected, as though abandoned. A Yuan, you need not fret. I would never commit such a heartless act. I have always believed in matters concerning children. Furthermore, I regard Su Xiang as a formidable ally, yet she is also a loyal minister, and I shall not lose faith in her. Speak with her gently, lest it affect your marital bond, the emperor urged his wooden-headed brother. Your Highness, I am aware. My wife will come to understand. But I fear she may never forgive me, believing me to have married her with ulterior motives. Zhao Yuan lamented, his countenance darkening. Good heavens, you blockhead. You already have children together. Are you still entangled in such concerns? Has the battlefield dulled your wits? What you must do now is to communicate openly, to admit your faults. Do you understand? The emperor reproached him, with exasperation. Understood. Zhao Yuan replied, disheartened as he returned home, only to find that his usual welcoming steward, Wu, was absent. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he stepped inside the house, only to find it eerily quiet.
Mufeng! Mufeng!
He called out anxiously. Your Highness! Where is the princess? Zhao Yuan inquired. The princess has returned to Su Xiang's residence, accompanied by the 3 young masters, Su Gongzi, and the servants. I presumed your Highness was aware.
Know what?
My wife has abandoned me and returned home. Damn it, that bald donkey ought to have been dealt with. Zhao Yuan exclaimed, hastily exiting the door and mounting his horse toward the Prime Minister's residence.
What?
Mu Feng's expression was one of disbelief. I said my wife has left home, you fool. Why didn't you stop her? Mu Feng felt wronged. How could he intervene? He was not the prince, and besides, was it not the prince's fault that the princess had departed? The spectacle of Su Wantang's departure was grand, leading many servants from noble families to become aware of the happenings. And soon the entire capital was abuzz with the news that the prime minister had left the regent's residence, laden with belongings, returning to the prime minister's abode. This incident drew the attention of many to the regent's residence, prompting the regent to hurriedly make his way to the prime minister's residence that evening. Greetings, your highness. Uncle Wu had anticipated Zhao Yuan's arrival and kept the door ajar for him. Uncle Wu, where's Tang Tang? Zhao Yuan asked, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The young lady is in the rear courtyard. Thank you. I shall go find her at once. Su Wantang had anticipated Zhao Yuan's visit, though she had not expected him to arrive so late. However, given the tumultuous events at court, she understood he would return home late. Wife, I am home. Zhao Yuan's voice echoed in the courtyard. Come in, Su Wantang replied calmly, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Zhao Yuan dreaded her tranquility, for the calmer she appeared, the more furious she likely was. He would have preferred to have his wife unleash her wrath, as it would put his heart at ease. My lady, I was in the wrong. I beg for your punishment, Zhao Yuan declared, presenting himself pitifully before Su Wantang. Oh, what wrong have you committed? I should not have concealed matters from you. This is not your fault. Did you not say you were unable to articulate it? Indeed, my lady. I can hear your inner thoughts, yet I cannot express my own. Each time I attempt to voice them, my words fail me, leaving me distressed.
I do not know why.
I discussed this with the emperor, who mentioned that Master Ku Rong had forewarned of an otherworldly presence arriving in Daong, necessitating trust and obedience. Thus, the emperor himself could not articulate it. However, it remains a fact that he has utilized you, as you are indeed formidable. He believed you were sent by heaven to save Daong, hence his reluctance to speak. My lady, I cherish you, not for your remarkable abilities, but because I genuinely adore you. I have never harbored deceit towards you. Very well, I understand. Su Wantang had contemplated throughout the afternoon and realized that none were at fault, neither she, nor the emperor, nor Zhao Yuan, but rather the system itself. The system was a spectator, consuming the stories of all, including her own. I apologize for not protecting you adequately, resulting in your predicament at court today, Zhao Yuan said, kneeling and grasping Su Wantang's hand. It is of no consequence. I am no longer angry, truly, Su Wantang reassured him, stroking his face. This man, one could say, is capable on the battlefield and in bed, yet lacks a certain acumen in the court. Have you not eaten?
Su Wantang inquired.
Nay, I have not. Upon returning to the manor, it was desolate and dark. Hearing of your return to the Prime Minister's residence filled me with dread, prompting me to seek you immediately. My lady, without you and the children, it is not a home. Zhao Yuan spoke earnestly. You silly man, I have not eaten either. I have been waiting for you. Xiao Tao, inform the kitchen to serve the dishes. Su Wantang called out. Yes, miss, I shall attend to it at once. Thank you, my lady, for being willing to hear my explanation. No need for thanks. We are merely pawns in this game. They sat down together, dining harmoniously. What shall be done about that fraudulent abbot?
Su Wantang inquired.
Naturally, he shall face the annihilation of his clan. He has a clan? Not at all. But it sounds more appealing. And the others involved? They have all been imprisoned. The emperor stated that they will be interrogated slowly. Perhaps, in doing so, the truth will emerge, or they may act out of desperation, hence their confinement in the Ministry of Punishment's dungeon. That is a sound approach. What are the matters in Sea City? The emperor has entrusted Lu Qingxiang and General Wei Qi to handle it personally. They shall depart tomorrow. With those two attending to it, I feel reassured that Du Kong shall not escape. My lady, will you attend court tomorrow? Zhao Yuan asked cautiously. I shall not. Let those who wish to go do so. Is she not shameless? She has already erupted in fury, has she not? Zhao Yuan thought to himself. My wife is truly angry. Chapter 111. The petition. In recent days, the tea-houses, taverns, and alleyways of the capital have been abuzz with discussions surrounding a singular event. Have you heard? The abbot of the National Protection Temple publicly declared that the regent's wife is, in fact, a demon. A burly man whispered to a woodcutter, his tone laced with malicious glee. Hush, speak softly, is it not so? Furthermore, they say the ministers at court can hear her innermost thoughts. Such abilities are not possessed by ordinary folk. The woodcutter replied, glancing around furtively. Nearby, a vegetable vendor exclaimed, if that were true, it would be utterly terrifying. I heard from my cousin that the triplet young masters may not be normal children after all. A plump woman chimed in quietly. Think about it. To be deemed inauspicious upon birth, they likely do not carry the bloodline of the regent, she speculated, her voice low.
Sure.
Keep your voice down. If anyone hears, it could cost us our heads. But tell me, why does the regent, Zhao Yuan, not take action? If it were me, I would have cleared this matter up long ago.
How could he?
Perhaps he is under the spell of that demon. Do you not find it strange? That Su Xiang is imbued with such peculiarities. Where did the honeycomb coal, sweet potatoes, and potatoes come from? Could they truly be conjured by demonic sorcery? Perhaps she is not of our world at all, which would explain her profound understanding and her ability to accomplish feats that others cannot even fathom. As the rumors spread, they grew increasingly bizarre, evolving from whispers of her hearing the thoughts of men to tales of her summoning spirits, transforming into birds, and even manipulating the emperor and the regent in absurd narratives. The populace eagerly discussed these tales over tea and meals, some half-believing, others firmly convinced of their truth. The rumors, like a tempest, surged forth, thrusting Su Wantang into the eye of the storm. These whispers swept through the capital like wildfire, eventually reaching the imperial palace and the regent's residence. Who is spreading these tales? Zhao Yuan's voice was low and frigid, causing even the guards beside him to avert their gazes. Your Highness, the rumors are rampant in the streets. They are not only circulating in tea houses among the common folk, but have even been mentioned in hushed tones by several ministers, reported Mu Feng, relaying the intelligence he had gathered. Zhao Yuan's gaze, sharp as a blade, skimmed over Mu Feng. After a moment's pause, he spoke slowly. Investigate. Within 3 days. I demand to know who is instigating this. In the court, although Zhao Yuan maintained a facade of indifference, several ministers, who had long harbored animosity towards him and Su Wantang, secretly reveled in the unfolding situation. The notion that Su Xiang's thoughts could be overheard was indeed fortuitous for them. How convenient, one whispered. After all, the time has not yet come for the court to convene. The emperor has yet to arrive, and with Su Wantang absent, it is only natural that they would indulge in idle chatter. Convenient? It seems there are those with ulterior motives at play. The populace has begun to doubt her. If we ride this wave, perhaps under the guise of impeachment, we could undermine Su Xiang's foundation. However, do you dare? Until the emperor speaks. This could merely be a ploy to ensnare us, so be cautious. Su Wantang's downfall may indeed be a loss for us and for Deong. A voice of reason interjected. Regardless, Su Xiang's actions have undeniably been for the benefit of the people. These contributions are irrefutable and cannot be erased. In truth, I believe Su Xiang is not as unworthy as portrayed. Her presence serves as a deterrent. Let us not speculate. The emperor will handle this matter. Our discussions here yield no resolution and may attract the attention of those with malicious intent who might seek to impeach us, another urged. Indeed, let us cease this discourse. Zhao Yuan observed the scene with a cold smile inwardly, dismissing them as mere fair-weather friends. When the emperor arrived, he glanced at Su Wantang's empty seat. Her absence anticipated given her absence from court for several days. After the court was dismissed, the emperor retained Zhao Yuan. Has your sister not returned to the palace? He inquired. No, she remains angry, Zhao Yuan replied listlessly, falling silent thereafter. It is my fault. I failed to consider the implications, the emperor admitted, burdened by the public's discourse that had reached even the palace's ears. We are both at fault, brother. Rest assured, I will not allow her to suffer injustice. Thank you, Your Majesty. In the capital, the rumors had painted Su Wantang as a figure straddling the line between righteousness and villainy, yet she remained unfazed, living her life at home, eating, drinking, and playing with her children, reveling in her contentment. What was court attendance to her? A tedious affair. Wasn't it far more delightful to lounge at home? What was the fuss about? She found it tiresome. Wouldn't it be better to enjoy her time with her children? Thus, Su Wantang chose to embrace leisure, living a life of ease, waking naturally and relishing her meals. However, outside the capital, the common folk reacted differently upon hearing these rumors, and the soldiers at the borders were incensed. This is simply outrageous. How can such a good person as Su Xiang be maligned in this manner? Soldiers who had once fought alongside Su Wantang rallied to her defense. To put it plainly, these slanders arise because Su Xiang has encroached upon the interests of certain greedy officials, remarked an old soldier, patting the cotton coat that Su Wantang had provided. Are we to allow Su Xiang to be wronged in silence? Certainly not. If those in the capital remain inactive, we shall stand up for her. What shall we do? Another suggested. Perhaps we could draft a petition and present it to the emperor, seeking redress? That is a feasible plan. We'll need someone strong to carry it out. Given the nature of the task, the soldiers began to strategize. Simultaneously, the impoverished citizens, upon hearing the rumors about Su Wantang, also began to take action. They understood that their ability to have enough to eat stemmed largely from what Su Xiang had provided. Having received her kindness, they recognized the importance of standing up for her when the time came. It is often the case that the conscience of the common people surpasses that of wealthy scions who merely engage in gossip. After a month of Su Wantang's absence from court, the soldiers from the borders finally arrived in the capital, but were initially stopped by Feng Yunjin. After regrouping, they set forth. Unbeknownst to them, neither Su Wantang nor Zhao Yuan had any inkling of their arrival. On the second day of the 11th month, as the chill of winter settled in, the imperial drum, silent since the founding of the nation, was struck for the very first time. The ministers, including the emperor and Zhao Yuan, were taken aback by the sound echoing through the court. Who could it be that dared to strike the imperial drum? The emperor, accompanied by his officials, exited the palace to the site of the drum, where a throng of citizens had gathered to witness the spectacle. Upon arrival, the emperor discovered that the drum was being struck not by a single individual, but by several people, lined up in succession. Many were merely spectators, yet each was bloodied and battered, taking turns to sound the drum. What was the purpose of this display? Once all 7 had struck the drum, the emperor took his seat, awaiting their grievances. "Who are you, and what grievances do you bring?" he inquired, braving the biting wind. "I am Zhang Chong, a soldier from the borders, here to seek justice for Su Xiang," Zhang Chong declared, bowing deeply before the emperor. "I am Wu Da from Lushui County, also here to seek justice for Su Xiang. I am Lu Fu from Yixian, here to seek justice for Su Wantang." They all came forth to speak on behalf of Su Wantang, and Zhao Yuan, upon hearing this, understood their intent. "Granted." The emperor waved his hand. "Your Majesty, the soldiers from the borders, are deeply saddened by the rumors surrounding Su Xiang. While it is true that she is a woman, she is a remarkable minister who does not shy away from her duties. She has provided us with clothing and ensured we have enough to eat, stabilizing our lives. I believe such a minister is a true public servant. I may not grasp the grand principles, for I am uneducated and illiterate, but I know what constitutes a good official and what is not. Su Xiang is undoubtedly a good official. The people of the capital speak ill of her. But let us not forget that without her, we would not have enough to eat, nor would we have been able to repel the barbarian tribes. To the noble families in the capital, I ask, how do you have the audacity to speak ill of Su Xiang? She has accomplished what many could not. Why should such a good person be slandered by a false monk? We may not understand the complexities of these rumors, but we know that every word Su Xiang has spoken and every deed she has performed has been for our benefit and for the good of Daong. Thus, I implore you, your majesty, to clear her name. I come bearing the pleas of hundreds of thousands of soldiers from the borders, hoping that Su Xiang may be vindicated and continue to live well." As Zhang Chong concluded, many ministers felt a flush of shame, while those who had concocted tales against Su Wantang bore expressions of regret. "Your Majesty, I too beseech you for justice for Su Xiang. The place I hail from is among the poorest. The children in our village have never had enough to eat, nor do they have shoes to wear. However, last year, the humble villagers of my community were fortunate enough to acquire potato seeds, and after planting them, the harvest was exceptionally bountiful. For the first time, the elders and children of our village experienced the joy of a full meal, and they understood the beauty of being satiated. We common folk may not comprehend the grand philosophies of the world, but we are acutely aware of who treats us kindly and who does not. Minister Su has brought us sustenance, ensuring that our bellies do not go empty. That is kindness in our eyes. Conversely, those who fabricate tales against him and slander his name are the ones who are truly reprehensible. They have never known hunger. With merely a touch of their lips, they concoct a narrative of a virtuous official, which is a transgression deserving of divine retribution. In our county, the abundance of grain we now enjoy is attributable to Minister Su's efforts, and thus, all the citizens of Greenwater County petition for his vindication. The subsequent discourse is largely similar. The populace of the capital, upon hearing the reproaches from others, feels a profound sense of shame. They merely enjoy the fortune of residing in the capital. Had they lived in impoverished regions, they too would face hunger. Yet, Su Wantang has committed no wrongdoing. Her actions have been beneficial to the Great Yong and its people. From where do they derive the audacity to defame her? Well spoken. Truly. These are the sentiments of our soldiers and citizens of the Great Yong. The old Prince Qing stepped forward. Our royal lineage has historically upheld benevolence as our guiding principle. How can we allow disreputable individuals to tarnish our name? Minister Su's deeds are witnessed by all. The truth of right and wrong is evident. And we are all well aware of the source of these rumors in the capital. An inquiry will ensue, and those found culpable shall be dealt with accordingly. We shall not allow the virtuous to suffer injustice, nor shall we permit the ignoble to revel in their triumph. The first strike of the imperial drum resounded, signaling 6 individuals, which signifies what? It signifies that Minister Su has won the hearts of the people. This is our royal honor. Henceforth, anyone who dares to slander her shall face penalties. Cheers erupted from the citizens of the capital, even if some had previously conspired against Su Wantang. Ultimately, this matter concluded with Su Wantang continuing her role as minister and the appropriate parties receiving their due punishment. In truth, even if the citizens had remained silent, the emperor had long been prepared to act thus. It merely took someone to voice it. Upon hearing this, Su Wantang smiled and dismissed the matter. It is of no consequence. After all, she has no desire to toil like a beast of burden. She relishes spending time with her 3 adorable children. Wife. Zhao Yuan rushed in. What is it? Su Wantang inquired, gazing at Zhao Yuan. I am sorry, my dear. I have caused you distress, Zhao Yuan said, embracing Su Wantang. It's nothing. This is rather good. At least I am not fatigued. My dear, the emperor will arrive shortly. He wishes to personally apologize to you, Zhao Yuan stated. There is no need. Truly no need. After all, I came to this world with a mission from the system. Indeed, the emperor did arrive, accompanied not only by himself but also by the Empress and Prince Qing. Upon encountering the emperor and the royal uncle, even before Su Wantang could complete her bow, the emperor halted her. Sister-in-law, there is no need for such formalities. We are all family, the emperor proclaimed, and the empress approached as well. We have come to apologize to you. I must admit that I acted out of self-interest initially. However, please believe me, Yuan's feelings for you are genuine. He has no ulterior motives, the emperor quickly added. Your Majesty, you exaggerate. I am well aware of the circumstances. The system is to blame. They are all victims, myself included. Well, when your father, Su Bingqiao, approached me, I simply acquiesced. However, I never intended to harm you. This is the honest truth. Your Majesty, I understand. These matters are not your fault, nor mine. It is the will of heaven. Ahem. The heavenly decree prevented you from revealing the truth to me. This is its arrangement, and we merely heed the divine design. Su Wantang was quite adept at weaving such tales. Your Majesty, I harbor no ill will towards the great Yong. The arrival of my 3 children is also destiny's intent. Everything is preordained. Her words were a blend of truth and artifice, the most effective way to persuade others. I know. It seems as though I am the one living off your kindness, the emperor said with a sigh. The old Prince Qing then spoke slowly. In truth, I have received intelligence indicating that the northern Yuan is suffering from drought this year, leading to dire conditions for the common people. In contrast, the city of Mabe, which borders northern Yuan, has fared much better, as General Meng Station there sent potatoes for cultivation at the beginning of the year. Thus, they need not worry about food shortages. Regardless of what others may say, your contributions are remembered by the people, us and the soldiers. Therefore, do not take their words to heart. Fame attracts controversy, and we trust in you. Thank you, royal uncle. Oh my, these 3 treasures are simply adorable, the empress exclaimed, cradling little and with delight. Come, let me see. The emperor also held little Le. Indeed, all 3 resemble Yuan. They have inherited none of their mother's beauty, but rather bear the likeness of their coarse father. The empress gazed at the children, finding them increasingly charming. Zhao Yuan, feeling helpless, still yearned for a soft and sweet daughter. Only after they finished their meal did the emperor, empress, and Prince Qing take their leave.
Su Wantang, however,
chose not to return to the regent's residence. Zhao Yuan felt that since his wife was not returning, he would stay with her. Thus, both of them remained at the prime minister's residence. The children grew rapidly. Su Wantang felt as if her 3 little ones were sent to repay her kindness. They ate their fill and then slept, never causing a fuss, even at night, behaving impeccably. Elder sister, what do you think? Su Chuanwen inquired upon returning from his studies abroad, sharing his thoughts with Su Wantang. Not much, for I believe that self-study cannot compare to learning under a teacher. When you study at home, sometimes it is hard to maintain discipline, but with a proper lesson, the teacher's supervision prevents you from wandering thoughts, Su Wantang replied, disapproving of Su Chuanwen's desire to study at home. The Imperial Academy in the latter half of the year focuses on review, and families with sufficient means can hire a tutor for home study. Most importantly, many students are reluctant to stay at the academy during winter, as the dormitories do not provide coal for heating. Indeed, you are right, elder sister. Chuanwen, your education is your own. No one can take it from you. You must study diligently, understand? Understood, elder sister. The next day, Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan visited the student dormitories in the capital. Since their construction, Su Wantang had not yet visited, as her pregnancy had made it inconvenient for her to enter the dormitories. Yuan, it seems winter has arrived rather early this year. It is already quite cold, yet no snow has fallen, she noted. Yes, last year was similar, Zhao Yuan replied, taking her hand as they walked. Their outing was quite low-key. They wore everyday attire and blended into the crowd without drawing undue attention. Nevertheless, Zhao Yuan's tall stature made him stand out amongst the throng. However, due to the cold weather, the hurried pedestrians paid them no mind as they hurried along. Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan strolled leisurely, with their carriage parked at a distance. My dear, I never imagined I would casually walk down the street with a woman like this, Zhao Yuan remarked. Oh? What do you mean? Because I have spent so much time away, my days in the capital are few. Celebrating the new year with my brother was an extravagant dream. A life like this was beyond my imagination. Indeed, back then the barbarians were ever watchful, leaving you no opportunity to return to the capital. But thankfully I have you, which is why I can stand here with you now. As they conversed, they arrived at the student dormitories. When Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan arrived, the guards at the gate immediately recognized them. Your Highness, Minister Su. Many now address Su Wantang in this manner. Yes, you may rise. There is no need to accompany us. My husband and I have come to inspect the students' living conditions, Su Wantang said. Understood. The management here consists of individuals personally dispatched by Zhao Yuan, all retired veterans. As Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan entered the dormitory, they noted that it was only 2 stories high, not due to a lack of desire for greater height, but rather by design. Su Wantang feared that excessive pressure might lead some students to take drastic measures. So the second floor was constructed in such a way that a fall would not result in fatality. The dormitories consist of either 4-person or 2-person rooms, with varying prices, all significantly lower than those of inns or rented accommodations. Moreover, there are subsidies, ensuring that students spend very little. As they traversed the corridor, they could hear students reading aloud and engaging in quiet conversations. A communal dining hall is available, offering inexpensive meals. Though the quality of the dishes leaves much to be desired, they are merely sufficient to satiate hunger. Your Highness, Minister Su, exclaimed a student emerging with a basin, promptly bowing upon seeing them. No need for such formality. Zhao Yuan waved his hand. Soon, other students, having heard the commotion, emerged and similarly bowed. There is no need for concern. My husband and I are merely here to take a look, Su Wantang initiated. You are too kind, Minister. May we enter your rooms for a brief inspection? She inquired. Of course, although our rooms may be a bit untidy, replied a younger student, scratching his head in embarrassment. That is quite all right. Subsequently, Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan entered the students' dormitory. The dormitories were built according to the blueprints provided by Su Wantang, thus offering ample space, with each student equipped with a wooden desk for studying. Moreover, the bedding was neatly arranged, as the notice board in the dormitory emphasized. Maintain cleanliness, arrange bedding neatly. In truth, even without such reminders, students tended to keep their spaces tidy. After all, who would wish to sleep in disarray? If one could not even tidy their own bed, what use would studying serve? As Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan inspected room after room, they found them all to be quite clean, although some students' bedding was regrettably thin. Su Wantang understood that these students hailed from distant places and faced financial hardships. Yet no matter how dire their circumstances, they ought to have warm bedding. Su Wantang felt the thin mattress of one student's bed and remained silent as they proceeded to the dining hall, coincidentally arriving at mealtime. Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan served themselves and prepared to dine here. The staple consisted of 2 steamed buns, a plate of shredded potatoes, and some braised pork. However, very few students indulged in meat, with most opting for merely a plate of potatoes and buns. The dining hall also provided hot water. Sitting aside, Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan found the meal quite palatable, though the meat was indeed pricey. Yet, such was the cost of living in the capital. And this was still cheaper than elsewhere. The students dared not purchase food casually, dining out only once or twice a month. Su Wantang remained silent on this matter, knowing well that many students faced even harsher conditions. She consumed only 1 bun, offering the remainder to Zhao Yuan. After their meal, the couple returned home. Upon their arrival, Su Wantang immediately instructed the donation of a batch of cotton quilts to the students' dormitories. Moreover, it was mandated that upon completing their exams and vacating the dormitory, The donated quilts must remain for the next cohort of students, with a reminder to regularly wash the bedding. This was not due to a desire to deny them their belongings, but rather a necessity, as it would be unfeasible to provide for every incoming student annually. This initiative garnered widespread praise throughout the capital. However, for Su Wantang, such accolades had become a matter of indifference, having grown numb to excessive flattery. In the hearts of the students, Su Wantang had become a near-divine figure. My dear wife, our son has learned to roll over, Zhao Yuan exclaimed with delight. It is only natural after 3 months, Su Wantang replied, having moved back to the royal residence yesterday. Initially, their second child was small and frail. The youngest of the 3 siblings, yet unexpectedly, he had grown rapidly, now nearly matching the eldest and third. Zhao Yuan reached out to caress his son's tender cheeks. Such a soft little face. Children grow quickly when they are well fed, Su Wantang remarked, instructing the nurse to take the child for feeding. My dear wife, you have not attended court in quite some time. Would you consider going? Zhao Yuan asked tentatively. Is it not rather tranquil now? I see no reason to return. My dear, the emperor is not displeased. Many ministers still hope for your return. If I do not go, I find great joy in raising our children without any pressure. Furthermore, if I attend court, who will be here with the children? Can you guarantee their safety if unscrupulous individuals were to enter? I am not at ease with that. You make a valid point. Zhao Yuan conceded, recognizing the concern. Very well, I shall partake in court affairs only on rare occasions, serving merely as a nominal chancellor. Should difficult matters arise, I shall return to court. In the meantime, I wish to spend time with the children, for they are still too young to be without their mother. I understand. I shall convey this to the emperor, Zhao Yuan stated. Let us discuss this further when the children are older. Upon learning of this, the emperor immediately acquiesced. Indeed, the younger sister was correct. Without a parent present for the 3 children, any unforeseen incidents could lead to irreparable regret. Servants are ultimately no substitute for parents. I have been foolish. I shall heed my sister-in-law's advice and consult her for any challenging matters in the future. After the emperor concluded, he flexed his wrist. Thank you for your understanding, brother. There's no need for thanks. We are brothers. Brother, is your wrist bothering you again? It is an old ailment that flares up in winter. Meanwhile, General Yuqi and Chancellor Liu had returned from Xiqing, and as it turned out, the events unfolded precisely as Su Wantang had foretold. There was no issue at all. I report to your majesty, Xiqing is fine. Dukong has been safely brought back to the capital, General Yuqi announced. Excellent, that is reassuring. To falsely relay disaster and conspire against the state is punishable by death. Your majesty is wise. Finally, the first snowfall of winter arrived. When Su Wantang awoke that morning, the courtyard had transformed into a white wonderland. Meanwhile, the 3 little ones at home were soundly asleep in their beds. Ultimately, Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan decided to allow the 3 children to sleep with them that night. To facilitate this, they widened their bed, enabling them to care for the children while ensuring peace of mind. Sister, it is snowing heavily. My room feels a bit cold. Su Yun entered.
Now, Su Jun spoke clearly.
Is that so? I shall send someone to check on it, Su Wantang replied. Thank you, sister. Do not mention it. It is likely due to the room being unoccupied for an extended period, causing drafts. I shall send over a wool quilt shortly, one not of this world, if you understand what I mean.
Yay.
Sister, may I have a plush toy pillow?
Su Jun inquired.
Of course, little Yun. What kind of toy do you desire? I want one that looks like a husky. Understood. Sister will find one for you right away. Before long, Su Wantang returned from the marketplace with a plush husky toy and presented it to Su Yun. Upon seeing it, Su Yun's eyes sparkled with delight, clearly enamored. Thank you, sister. When Zhao Yuan returned, he was taken aback to see Su Yun clutching a plush toy larger than himself. Brother-in-law, is this toy beautiful? Su Yun asked eagerly. Yes, it is lovely, Zhao Yuan replied, albeit with some reluctance.
What is so beautiful about it?
That dog looks utterly foolish. It is not appealing at all. However, he would never strike a 3-headed doll, particularly when that cherubic figure happened to be his own little brother-in-law. Su Wantang observed Zhao Yuan speaking nonsense with a bemused heart. Sister, I shall take my leave to the room. Very well, let Xiao Tao assist you in carrying the pillow back, lest you trip and soil it.
All right.
Subsequently, Xiao Tao cradled the peculiar object and escorted the young master back to the room. Yuan, how many estates are under your name?
Su Wantang inquired.
I am uncertain. It is all managed by Mu Feng, Zhao Yuan replied, looking bewildered. As of now, it is Uncle Wu who oversees them, though Su Wantang held the title of mistress. She had never paid much attention to the assets under Zhao Yuan's name. Next year, I intend to plant watermelons on all the estates under your name as well as my own. Watermelons? Zhao Yuan was perplexed by the term. Yes, they are a fruit. Quite delectable indeed. Fruits in this era are exceedingly scarce. We are mostly left with pears, peaches, plums, and sour jujubes. Apples I have never even seen, let alone watermelons. It was entirely normal for watermelons not to appear in ancient times, as historical records indicated that this delectable variety was cultivated in later generations.
All right.
I shall heed my wife's wishes. Zhao Yuan acquiesced. I must earn more money, after all. Our family has 3 sons, and we need to prepare dowries for 3 wives. Su Wantang felt an immense, albeit feigned, pressure. Haha, my lady. That need not concern us. If they cannot afford to marry, it is simply their own lack of ability. After saying this, Zhao Yuan glanced at Su Wantang's expression, which was half smile, half tease, and promptly fell silent. He felt somewhat like a kept man, as his wife was evidently wealthier than he. Chapter 113. Delicious Melons After the Spring Festival. Su Wantang commenced preparations for spring plowing. By now, sweet potatoes and potatoes have been widely adopted across various regions of Daeong, effectively resolving the grain issue. In recent years, Su Wantang had indulged herself with melons, neglecting other means of income. The reason for her current affluence was largely due to the dividends bestowed by her uncle. Her roux shop had also proven to be quite profitable, yet all profits were funneled into supporting Zhao Yuan's military. Miss, the prince possesses 22 estates while you have 15. Shall we plant watermelons on all? Uncle Wu inquired. Yes, let's plant them. However, reserve 1 estate for sweet potatoes, and the rest for watermelons. Uncle Wu then proceeded to relay the orders.
Ding.
Congratulations, master. You have unlocked a new item. The long-awaited voice of Gua Liu echoed.
Su Wantang hurriedly checked her interface.
Where it read, Queen Nina, what is this? Su Wantang had genuinely never heard of it. Upon closer inspection, she was astonished to find such an unusual name listed under crops. Master, this is the most delectable grape. However, it does not exist in your era. Thus, this is a special gift from the system. Fear not, this grape seedling is produced by the system and capable of yielding delicious grapes. There is no need to worry about fertilizers or pesticides, for while watermelons will surely spread, the Queen Nina cannot, as it has been modified. Only seedlings provided by the system can thrive. Thus, consider this a compensation from the system. After Gua Liu finished speaking, it awaited praise. With that said, it indeed sounded promising. All right then. Su Wantang felt she had no grounds for complaint, especially since the marketplace offered numerous items, yet seeds were unequivocally absent. How many years will it take to cultivate?
Su Wantang inquired.
Plant it this year, and it will bear fruit, though the yield will be modest. The second year will be passable, and by the third year, it will enter a period of abundance. Understood? Thank you. Su Wantang was not one to lack gratitude. No need for thanks, master. You may begin planting now. May you achieve grape freedom. Understood. Before February had even arrived, Su Wantang had hired numerous laborers to vigorously cultivate the estates. While there were many house servants on the estates, most were in a state of loss, particularly Zhao Yuan's estates, which had become overgrown with weeds. At the beginning of February, Su Wantang planted the Queen Nina in the richest estate. The seedling appeared robust, and it was only fitting that it should bear fruit. When Zhao Yuan returned home, he found Su Wantang absent, suddenly remembering that she had gone to the estates with the children. My lord, where are we headed?
Mu Feng inquired.
To find the princess. Yes. Zhao Yuan mounted his horse and rode toward the outskirts of the city. Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan's estates were situated not far from the capital, primarily occupied by the estates of ministers. Zhao Yuan's estate also featured hot springs, so she had brought the children along for a bath. The 3 little ones were now nearly 6 months old and took great pleasure in the water. Once the children had fallen asleep, Su Wantang stepped outside to the fields. Xiao Tao remained to care for the children, and the system also provided oversight. Should any danger arise, it would promptly alert her. As Su Wantang gazed at the grapes planted in the fields, she pondered how delicious they might truly be to earn the title of the best grapes. It was no wonder that Su Wantang was unfamiliar with such fruits, for in her time, grapes had long since vanished. With her 15 estates and Zhao Yuan's 5, they had planted grapes, while the remainder was reserved for watermelons. The watermelons referred not to seeds but to seedlings. According to the system, these were grafted seedlings, expected to yield exceptionally tasty fruits. Regardless, Su Wantang believed that the system's offerings were infallible, hence she planted abundantly. My lady. Zhao Yuan observed Su Wantang wielding her golden shovel, digging in the soil, leaving the surrounding workers in awe. They had never seen a shovel made of gold before. It seemed the princess was extravagantly affluent. What brings you here?
Su Wantang paused, turning to Zhao Yuan.
I missed you and the children, Zhao Yuan replied, taking the shovel from her hands to assist. You need not help, Su Wantang insisted, for her shovel was reluctant to be held by Zhao Yuan. He then took a hoe from another worker and began to labor earnestly. Zhao Yuan relished the current life, 3 meals a day, the changing seasons, and the love of his wife and children. It was truly wonderful. My lady, is this grape? Indeed, you recognize it?
Su Wantang inquired, puzzled.
Of course. There are many wild grapes, though they are quite sour. However, when fully ripened, they are pleasantly tart and sweet, making them quite tasty, albeit filled with seeds. The small animals in the mountains also enjoy them, so they are seldom encountered.
Ah, I see.
Will this grape also be sour? Zhao Yuan expressed some doubt. It should not be. Have faith, what I have procured is assuredly good. Indeed. Thus, Zhao Yuan hurried to the estates after court. And the entire court knew that Su Xiang had little interest in official duties and preferred to tend to the fields. Yet, as the emperor remained silent, they too refrained from comment. Furthermore, they were aware that Su Xiang had no desire to serve as chancellor, having been thrust into the role by the emperor, and held only a nominal title. Only in the event of an insurmountable crisis would Su Xiang intervene. Otherwise, encountering him was nearly impossible. Moreover, the entire court was now hesitant to provoke Su Xiang, for who could guarantee that their innermost thoughts would not be overheard by others? Such an outcome would spell social death, or even loss of their heads. Thus, they diligently managed affairs, no longer daring to engage in underhanded schemes. It was said that with Su Wantang's presence, the ministers' households had seen a significant decrease in unrest. Su Wantang, however, was unconcerned with such matters. She was genuinely busy during this time. Every moment spent planting was an investment, and she sought peace of mind by getting the crops in the ground as soon as possible. As Su Wantang completed the planting of all the farms, it was already early March. The 3 little ones at home had learned to sit up and would smile upon seeing Su Wantang, utterly endearing her. My lady, many rabbit pelts have been sent from the frontier, intended for you. Zhao Yuan had examined those pelts, noting their excellent quality. Oh, is that so? It's the soldier's heartfelt gesture. I understand. Accept them. It would be good to make a few outfits with fur collars for the little ones, suitable for winter. I share the same thought. During this period, the southern frontier had quieted down, allowing everyone time to rest and recuperate, especially since Su Wantang had not regarded them as a threat. By May, the watermelons planted by Su Wantang had begun to bear fruit, alongside the grapes, which were also starting to grow. However, these grapes could not be named after Queen Nina, as that would be disrespectful. Thus, Su Wantang simply referred to them as grapes, straightforward and clear. Walking through the vineyard, with Zhao Yuan, Su Wantang had personally overseen the construction of the trellises. My lady, these grapes are enormous, Zhao Yuan exclaimed, admiring the size that resembled wild grapes. Indeed, they are quite large. Su Wantang, unfamiliar with the appearance of fully ripe grapes, was equally surprised. However, the yield was modest, with only a few bunches per vine, though the extensive planting area compensated for it. The watermelons were abundant, necessitating the removal of some to ensure each plant bore only a few. The workers managing the fruits were all retired veterans, disabled from their service. After their retirement, these soldiers found themselves without a home, often disregarded by their families, who would accept their pensions and cast them aside. Therefore, after discussing it with Zhao Yuan, Su Wantang decided to employ these veterans to manage the farms. The advantage of hiring them was their compliance and strong confidentiality, providing them with a place to stay and monthly wages, a mutually beneficial arrangement. The soldiers understood that this was a lifeline offered by Su Xiang, garnering praise from the emperor and court officials alike. One cannot help but admire Su Xiang's benevolence. Su Wantang visited the workers' living quarters, which had once housed laborers before they departed. Are you comfortable here? She inquired of one veteran. Thank you, Su Xiang. It suits us well. That's good to hear. If any of you with your disabilities need anything, please compile a list, and those able to move can assist in procuring it. Among them were not only those missing limbs, but also those who were blind or limping. Understood. Thank you.
Su Xiang.
No need for thanks. It is the least I can do. Afterward, Su Wantang checked on their meals and was relieved to find that they would not go hungry. She believed that having sacrificed their lives for the country, these men should not end up homeless. Thankfully, this place provided shelter for them. Not only his farm, but others owned by esteemed officials also housed many veterans, as those officials were respected and virtuous. In the capital, the lunar month of June was sweltering, akin to a furnace. At last, the three little ones at Su Wantang's home took their first wobbly steps. Xiaoan, come here to mother, Su Wantang coaxed, along with Zhao Yuan, as they encouraged the three children to walk. That morning, the little ones had managed to pull themselves up using the table. Zhao Yuan was overwhelmed with excitement at this milestone. Hearing Su Wantang call, they trembled as they approached her. As new parents, even the smallest actions of their children moved them deeply, as was the case now. With reddened eyes, Zhao Yuan watched his children walk, feeling happier than after a victorious battle. Father, Xiaoan called out softly. My lady, he called me. Yes, he can speak now, Su Wantang replied, equally thrilled.
Come.
Call for mother, she encouraged. Mother.
Xiao le chuted.
Very well. Mother it is. It's all the same. For little ones, mother consort may be a bit difficult to pronounce. Mother. Xiao Ning chimed in.
Good.
On that day, Zhao Yuan and Su Wantang joyfully showered their son with kisses. By July, the children had learned to walk steadily. Their speech still unclear, but they could call out the basic terms. The watermelons planted by Su Wantang had also ripened. The first batch was naturally sent to the palace, and Su Wantang took all four children with her, including the little Su Yun. Is this the watermelon you planted? The queen asked, gazing at the plump fruit with delight. Yes, I have chilled it. I will cut it for you to enjoy shortly, Su Wantang replied, summoning a knife to slice the watermelon. She cut it into small pieces, placing them on a plate for the queen and filling a small wooden bowl for Su Yun. The remainder was given to the palace maids to feed the three little ones while Su Wantang took a slice for herself. Delicious, she exclaimed, truly impressed by the taste of the watermelon. The queen, tasting it herself, shared her astonishment. How can this watermelon be so exquisite? Indeed, dear sister. Enjoy as much as you like. There is more at the farm. Once I have prepared it, I will send some to the officials. After all, selling these watermelons depends on their promotion, Su Wantang said with a calculating smile. You little rascal, the queen laughed. And do send some to the ladies of the other palaces. Have it prepared for them. Following Su Wantang's words, the maids began to cut the fruit. The emperor had been informed the previous day about Su Wantang bringing watermelons to the palace, and he wholeheartedly supported the idea. Su Wantang explained that if these watermelons could be sold, it would generate significant income for their impoverished regency. The emperor was aware of Zhao Yuan's financial struggles, but he was unaware of Su Wantang's situation, as she had indeed been generous, providing for both the army and the common people without regard for the costs. Zhao Yuan lamented their poverty, claiming they had 3 children to raise and that the regency had no funds, which was why his wife had taken to farming. Therefore, it was imperative for the emperor to promote these watermelons, a request he could not refuse. Su Wantang had arranged for the watermelons to be cut and placed on plates, which she then carried to the main hall. The emperor soon called for her to present the fruit. Esteemed officials, this watermelon has been cultivated by Su Xiang. Do indulge and, if you find it delightful, purchase from Su Xiang's shop, the emperor declared, and soon everyone saw the little eunuchs bringing in platter after platter of watermelon. The emperor and Zhao Yuan each took a piece and, in an instant, were captivated by its deliciousness. The officials, too, sampled a bite and found themselves unable to stop. By the time they realized it, they had finished everything, feeling as if they could devour 3 more pieces. Chapter 114. The mischievous emperor had consumed 2 pieces, but ceased not because he lacked the desire, but because there was none left. Zhao Yuan thought to himself that there were still plenty at home, and that he could enjoy more later. Esteemed officials, what do you think of the watermelons cultivated by Su Xiang? The emperor inquired leisurely. Your Majesty, this is the most delicious fruit I have ever tasted, replied Sun Taifu, feeling as though he could eat an entire one. This watermelon is so sweet. It is indeed a splendid remedy for the heat. The officials all praised Su Xiang's product, declaring it to be of exceptional quality. Since all of you esteemed ministers find it delightful, you may purchase some from Su Xiang's watermelon stand. This opportunity is not to be missed. After the morning court, the emperor and Zhao Yuan returned to the palace, where the sounds of the little ones babbling filled the air. Father, the 3 youngsters exclaimed upon seeing Zhao Yuan. Oh dear, my good sons, look at your round bellies from all that eating, Zhao Yuan remarked, patting their bellies affectionately. Uncle, the eldest Zhao Yuanwen called out. Little and is truly well behaved. These 3 children only grew cuter with age. Every few days, Su Wantang would bring them to the harem for a visit, and thus the little ones had become quite familiar with them. This was also the intention of Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan, after all, with someone to help care for the children. And considering they were the sole heirs of the royal family, how could they not be spoiled? Today, The front of the regent's residence was unusually lively. The typically solemn entrance was now occupied by a humble yet tidy watermelon stand, where 3 large piles of round, green-striped watermelons sat glistening in the sunlight, resembling waxed orbs. Behind the stand, Su Wantang donned a light-colored outfit with rolled-up sleeves, standing beside a wooden sign that boldly proclaimed, "Watermelons sold individually with clear pricing, large for 10 taels, medium for 8 taels, and small for 5 taels, regardless of status, first come, first served."
Su Xiang, what kind of fruit is this?
Inquired a passerby. "This is a watermelon. Exceptionally sweet. It's perfect for cooling off," Su Wantang explained. "Oh, really? Then I shall buy one." The man promptly produced 5 taels of silver and purchased a small watermelon, though it was not small by any means. "If you chill it in well water, it will taste even better," Su Wantang added. "Thank you for the reminder, Su Xiang." The citizens of the capital held Su Wantang in high regard, yet she remained approachable and friendly, responding warmly to anyone who greeted her. "My, these watermelons look incredibly fresh," exclaimed a man clad in a blue cloth robe, his eyes gleaming as he reached into his pocket, producing 5 taels for a small one. "My child loves sweet treats." "Certainly." Mu Feng deftly selected a perfectly round watermelon and handed it to the customer. Today, Mu Feng was assigned to sell watermelons, a task he relished, for it came with the perk of enjoying unlimited watermelon. "Ah, Su Xiang, it has been a while." A fashionable lady approached, beaming, accompanied by 2 young attendants. She was the wife of the Minister of Revenue. "It has indeed been a while. Have you come to purchase watermelons?" Su Wantang inquired sincerely, for customer satisfaction was paramount. Yes. My husband had watermelon in the palace yesterday and couldn't he stop thinking about it, so I hurried here to buy some." "Very well. Simply let Mu Feng know which one you fancy." "All right. Thank you, Su Xiang. I shall let you be busy." Soon, numerous noblewomen arrived, all seeking to buy watermelons. "Would you like a large one, a medium, or a small?" Mu Feng had become adept at selling watermelons. "Large. This pricing is indeed novel, not weighing them at all," someone exclaimed, promptly producing money. "I must take a few back for relatives." Before long, the crowd swelled larger and larger. Make way. I don't want to miss out on these before they're sold out. It's hot today. These watermelons will surely quench our thirst. Look, those medium-sized ones have such beautiful skin. 8 taels is not expensive. My husband said they are exceptionally delicious."
Su Wantang remained silent.
Such prices were beyond the means of ordinary citizens, and this year, she had no intention of selling to them. She aimed to profit now, knowing that next year, watermelons would likely be abundant as the seeds spread. The sounds of coins and calls of vendors echoed, making the entrance of the regent's residence even more bustling than the markets in the southern part of the city. Several young attendants tirelessly helped with moving and wrapping watermelons, sweating profusely from the exertion. Just as everyone was joyfully selecting watermelons and counting coins, Zhao Yuan returned from court. "The regent," someone gasped, causing the previously boisterous atmosphere to hush for a moment before whispers began to ripple through the crowd. However, Zhao Yuan merely walked steadily to the stand, his gaze landing on the shiny watermelons. His expression was indifferent, but upon seeing Su Wantang's gently smiling eyes, his brows lifted slightly. "You've worked hard, my dear. Knowing I've toiled, why don't you come help me carry the watermelons?" Su Wantang replied, continuing her selection.
"All right."
Zhao Yuan, shedding any pretense, removed his outer robe and joined in the work. Seeing the regent and the princess consort busily attending to the watermelon stand, the crowd felt reassured and resumed their selections. From that day forth, Su Wantang continued selling watermelons, with Su Yan calling out, come and see, delicious watermelons, don't miss out." His voice was soft and endearing. "Good ones, not expensive." Little Lo also mimicked his uncle's manner of speaking, while Xiao and Xiao Ning enjoyed watermelon from small bowls. Observing the regent's little princes relishing their watermelon only heightened the desire of the onlookers to purchase. Thus, each day a supply of watermelons was sold out, often not enough to meet demand. On one particular day, Su Wantang had collected a considerable amount of watermelons, but some were either cracked or smaller in size. She arranged for those to be transported to the students' dormitories, sliced, and distributed free of charge to the students. They were deeply moved, fully aware of the high price of these watermelons. With so many watermelons in circulation, even in a bustling city, they reached a saturation point. During the peak ripening season, they were transported to Luocheng, not far from the capital, where dedicated personnel managed the sales, allowing both cities to consume them swiftly. By July, the grapes began to ripen. Another wave of grape fever swept through, and Su Wantang was truly astonished. She finally comprehended why these grapes were so delectable, seedless and skinless. They were fragrant and sweet. Undeniably delightful. Mother, these are so good. Xiao An exclaimed after tasting one, extending his chubby little hand for more. All right, if they're tasty, have some more. Su Wantang said, washing several grapes for the children. The grapes were also sold at a premium, 3 taels per pound, with a bunch costing over 10 taels. To be frank, the wealthy citizens of the capital were not short on funds, thus they sold rapidly. As the grape yield was not substantial, Su Wantang's sales concluded swiftly, leaving her with a stock to enjoy leisurely. With her storage capabilities, she managed to keep a good number of watermelons and grapes for her family to savor at their leisure. 3 years later, Zhao Yunshang, if you take your little uncle and brothers to crawl through the dog hole again, I will surely spank you, Su Wantang exclaimed, observing her 4 mud-stained boys, utterly disregarding their appearance. Mother, I want you to do it again, I promise. Zhao Yuanshang responded, putting on a pitiful expression. Su Wantang felt a headache coming on. Among her 3 children, the third was the most mischievous, while the eldest was steady and the second gentle. The third was a true rascal. In a moment of inattention, he had coaxed Su Yun and his 2 older brothers to crawl through a dog hole for play. Perhaps having been a child for too long, Su Yun had loosened up, running around daily with the little rascals. Xiao Yun, you ought to rein them in. They are your nephews, you know? Su Wantang said, rubbing her forehead. Sister, it's fine. Children should play. That's how it's supposed to be. Su Yun believed that being a child for the 3rd time meant he should enjoy himself, for there would be no time for play when they grew up.
Su Wantang sai, xiao tao.
Coming, miss, I'm here. Xiao Tao hurriedly entered, immediately spotting the 4 muddy boys standing in the courtyard. Oh dear. My little princes, have you rolled in a mud pit? Come, let me help you wash up before the miss gets furious. Thank you, Auntie Xiao Tao. After Xiao An finished speaking, she obediently followed along to take a bath. When Zhao Yuan entered, he was greeted by the sight of 4 little monkeys marching in a line behind Xiao Tao, causing his forehead to throb. These little rascals were truly too mischievous. My dear wife, have they vexed you again? Zhao Yuan inquired. It's nothing, just a bit of mischief,
replied Su Wantang,
who had resigned from her position as Prime Minister last year and was now contentedly tending to the children at home. Meanwhile, the court had become remarkably clear and orderly. Thanks to Su Wantang's proposed series of reforms and agricultural methods, in recent years, Deong had emerged as the most powerful nation. The surrounding smaller states no longer dared to act recklessly, and Zhao Zirui and Zhao Zifeng had vanished without a trace. Recently, Ouyang Ming mentioned that the 13 villages of Miaojiang had experienced internal strife last year, thus the current 13 villages were no longer the same as before. With Zhao Zirui and Zhao Zifeng disappearing from public view, no one knew where they had gone. Su Wantang was indifferent, for regardless of the circumstances, the waves had settled. Gua Liu had also ceased to press her to indulge in melons, as if everything had returned to a state of normalcy. Zhao Yuan recalled that when he was a child, he had never been this mischievous. My dear, tomorrow is a holiday. Let's go to the countryside and soak in the hot springs. Zhao Yuan suddenly suggested. What about the children? Su Wantang replied with a hint of helplessness. Isn't there the Emperor brother? He mentioned wanting to spend time with the children, didn't he? He indeed. We can send them to accompany the Emperor brother and his Empress. After sharing this idea, Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan exchanged knowing smiles. The following morning, as dawn broke, Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan took the 3 little ones to the palace. The trio, brimming with energy, dashed through the palace gates like 3 unbridled rabbits, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. After handing the children over to the palace maids, Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan departed without delay. The 3 little rascals scampered into the palace, pursued by a gaggle of young eunuchs. Zhao Yunwen and a few others rushed into the study, and upon seeing the emperor seated high upon his chair, immediately placed their hands on their hips and exclaimed, Uncle, your chair is so grand. It's even taller than my father's. The emperor paused for a moment before bursting into laughter, his beard shaking with mirth. Ha ha, what nonsense you speak. Come here. Zhao Yunwu, however, was fixated on the gilded pen holder on the dragon table, blinking in wonder as he asked, Uncle, are your writing pens made of gold? Can we eat them? The entire court of eunuchs and maids nearly erupted in laughter, while the emperor, both amused and exasperated, replied, You cannot eat them. They are for writing. Why does this child always think about food? Zhao Yunwu muttered under his breath, Well, they aren't as sweet as the melons from my home. Zhao Yunshang, the most mischievous of the bunch, peeked around the back of the chair and inquired, Uncle, why is it so empty behind your chair? Can I sit behind you? The emperor, both amused and exasperated, could only extend his arms to lift him onto his lap. Is this seat acceptable for you?
Yes.
But I want to help you pat your back, Zhao Yunsheng declared, enthusiastically clapping his little hands against the emperor's back. Hearing laughter from the hall, the empress immediately knew that the three little darlings had arrived. She entered with two palace maids, and upon seeing the trio, her eyes lit up. Oh my, aren't these my three little treasures?
Come here, to your aunt.
Aunt, you smell so good, even better than my father's books. Aunt, you look so beautiful lately.
Aunt.
Can you take us to the back garden to catch fish? I heard from father that he used to catch them there. The three little ones chattered away, bringing a touch of vitality to the otherwise cold palace. Su Wantang had told them that upon entering the palace, they should simply play and chat with their uncle and aunt, as they often felt lonely and needed company. Thus, the little ones had kept this in mind. The empress laughed and sighed, having to lower herself to their level. All right, what do you wish to do today? Your aunt will accompany you. The three children then whirled through the back garden, the kitchen, and the study like little whirlwinds. In the back garden, they accidentally stepped into the lotus pond, muddying their feet as they attempted to catch the so-called fish, which were merely the small goldfish recently introduced for their amusement. Numerous palace maids and eunuchs watched anxiously, fearing they might fall, but such a thing was impossible, as the fish-catching pond had been temporarily constructed for their enjoyment. During mealtime, Zhao Yunsheng slyly stuffed a piece of osmanthus cake into the sugar jar, seriously claiming it was to add a vegetable to the sugar. This elicited hearty laughter from the empress and several other concubines. When the emperor arrived and beheld the empress and the concubines frolicking with the children, he couldn't help but reflect, how many years has it been since this palace has been filled with such joyous laughter? In chapter 115, the emperor and empress finally comprehended the exhausting nature of tending to three boisterous children. Meanwhile, Su Wantang could finally relish some quality time with Zhao Yuan. My dear, once the children are a bit older, we should explore the vast expanses of Deong. We have yet to truly enjoy it. Zhao Yuan embraced Su Wantang as he spoke. Absolutely.
Su Wantang readily agreed.
That evening, the three little rascals returned. Mother, the palace is so much fun. I want to go again next time, Zhao Yunsheng exclaimed.
All right.
Understood. It would be best if you went every day, then I would have a bit of respite, Su Wantang responded. The following evening, upon returning, Zhao Yuan informed Su Wantang. The emperor brother said that it is time for the children to begin their education. They are now of the right age. Indeed. They are over 4 years old, and little Yun is nearly 6, Su Wantang acknowledged. Well then, I shall speak with the emperor brother tomorrow to ensure the tutor is prepared? Certainly. As the royal children began their studies, they would require companions. Although Su Wantang's children were not princes, they were not far off, necessitating the arrangement of companions for their education. Consequently, coordination among various factions became essential. When the ministers learned of the need to select companions, they promptly submitted their own eligible children. While Su Wantang found this practice rather unsatisfactory, she felt powerless, for it was an established custom. Ultimately, the royal court arranged suitable companions, and Su Wantang led her 4 children, including Su Yun, into the palace for their studies. Su Wantang thought she would lead a life of quietude, but that notion proved to be utterly unrealistic. My dear, the court has been rife with tumult lately. Should you not take a look? Zhao Yuan gently suggested to Su Wantang. What do you mean? Is this the emperor's wish? Su Wantang expressed her reluctance to attend court again, as it had become quite bothersome. Yes, it is the emperor brother's suggestion. You need not put yourself in danger. Merely observe from behind the main hall, Zhao Yuan said, planting a kiss on Su Wantang. Understood. Though no one could hear Su Wantang's true thoughts, she was capable of amplifying the sentiments of others for all to hear. In an instant, she grasped the emperor's intentions. The next day, Su Wantang took her place behind the golden throne, listening as the ministers convened. Contemplating her situation, she activated her system's ability, allowing her to hear the innermost thoughts of the entire court. Soon, the hall resounded with a cacophony of voices, reminiscent of a grand comedy roast. My youngest son dared to steal my secret stash to buy candied hawthorn last night. I must break his little legs when I return. Is it so easy for an old man to save a bit of pocket money? Minister Li grumbled, blissfully unaware of the chaos he had triggered. The crowd gasped, realizing with horror that Su Wantang was at it again, but where was she? The Deputy Minister of Justice standing in front of me today wore mismatched boots. How audacious. The Deputy Minister of Rights remarked. He then noticed the Deputy Minister of Justice glancing down at his footwear, his face turning beet red. Indeed, he had worn one large and one small boot, though the colors matched, allowing him to evade scrutiny from the female officials. Last night, I endured my lady's incessant chatter until the wee hours. The court proceedings are indeed tiresome, leaving my toes numb. The civil officials are fragile, standing for just a moment and already feeling cold and numb, whereas I patrolled the camp until midnight without a hitch. After having one too many drinks last night, I found myself at the city gate, clutching a stone lion and calling for my mother, fervently hoping I wouldn't be discovered. The concubine residing in the Minister of Personnel's household is, in fact, the cousin of the Minister of Rights. Last month, Lord Yuan still owes me 3 taels of silver. When will he repay me? And why is the head of the Ministry of War so large, obstructing my view of His Majesty? The grievances and musings of the ministers filled the room, and Su Wantang couldn't help but chuckle. These individuals are truly lively within. However, while the ministers heard the whispers of discontent, the more they tried to suppress their thoughts, the harder it became to control themselves. Yet, none of these musings contained the insights desired by the emperor. They were merely trivialities akin to a bustling marketplace. Su Wantang found it rather peculiar that the sentiments expressed were so commonplace. The crowd soon realized that their complaints and concerns were harmless and of minor consequence. Reflecting on this, Su Wantang quickly grasped that the scope was too broad, thus obscuring the key information. Subsequently, she sought out several pivotal figures, but yielded no significant findings. She then decided not to pursue the matter further and returned to the palace. When Zhao Yuan returned that evening, Su Wantang inquired, Yuan, just tell me, who seems amiss? In truth, there was nothing amiss. It was merely that these officials had grown exceedingly lethargic, and her elder brother was worrying unnecessarily. That's good. I tried today and found nothing, she concluded, waving her hand dismissively. That's splendid. Thank you, my dear. But please, do not seek me out in the future. It truly feels burdensome. Understood. I shall convey this to my elder brother. The Dragon Boat Festival is fast approaching, and this year promises to be particularly lively, as it marks the triennial dragon boat races. The royal family will also send out a dragon boat, but not to compete with the common folk. It will merely be a ceremonial affair. The true competition lies in the teams formed by the commoners and officials, with generous rewards at stake. Su Wantang diligently prepared Zongzi herself, as she had a penchant for savory ones. Mother, may I skip school? I dislike it and wish to play in the mud. Zhao Yunshang lamented, nearly on the verge of tears, expressing his disdain for the tutor and schooling. No, you must study diligently, Su Wantang firmly replied. How could she acquiesce? Education is of utmost importance. There is no room for refusal. Father, may I at least sleep for 2 days before returning to school? Zhao Yunshang pleaded. His words jumbled in confusion as he negotiated with Zhao Yuan. That is out of the question. Children must dedicate themselves to their studies, came the resolute response. Woe is us. You no longer care for us. The 3 little ones lamented, perched on the threshold, on the brink of tears. Sister, I will help wrap Zongzi. Su Yan entered, already grown, yet possessing the mindset of an adult despite being just over 6 years old. Very well. Su Wantang did not decline. Uncle, do you enjoy school? Gu Yunshang queried. Indeed. Huh? School is not fun at all. Crawling through a dog hole is far more enjoyable. Zhao Yunwen chimed in. Su Wantang retorted, is crawling through a dog hole something to be proud of? Zhao Yuan replied, that was indeed my pastime, though few knew of it. Listen closely. You 3, no amount of protest will change this. You must attend school. Do not attempt to provoke me during this festive season, or you shall face my wrath. Go and practice your calligraphy. Su Wantang's voice was the greatest fear of the 3 little ones. All right, mother, in truth.
We enjoy school as well, right, brother?
Yes, let's go study. The 3 little ones hurriedly scampered out, fully aware that their mother meant business. On the morning of the Dragon Boat Festival, the sky was a brilliant blue. The banks of the capital's moat were already teeming with people. The breeze carrying the fragrant scents of mugwort and calamus mingled with the sweetness of zongzi leaves and candied lotus roots. Though Su Wantang noted the absence of the ham zongzi aroma, long colorful awnings had been erected along the banks, adorned with red silk, embroidered balls, and copper bells that jingled merrily in the wind. Children donned small tiger hats woven from multicolored threads, clutching newly purchased sachets, their feet entangled with unspooled colorful threads. Her own children were dressed similarly, seeking good fortune. The river was graced with numerous dragon boats, their prows adorned with golden-scaled dragons, their hulls painted vibrantly, creating a stunning sight under the shimmering water. The emperor's procession approached from a distance, prompting the citizens to kneel in unison, and the sound of drums momentarily hushed. The emperor, clad in bright yellow dragon robes, ascended the observation platform alongside the empress. The platform, built by the water's edge, featured 3 tiers of eaves, red pillars, and golden beams, with a plaque inscribed observing the dragon hanging below. This was the royal viewing platform. Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan sat on one side of the platform, a table before them laden with various flavors of zongzi, accompanied by 4 exquisitely carved children. Uncle, aunt. The 3 children greeted. Have you had your zongzi yet? The empress inquired. Yes, we've eaten zongzi, but aunt, could you perhaps tell my mother not to make us attend school? Or, at least let my 2 brothers go. And I shall stay behind, Zhao Yunshang implored. That simply will not do. Schooling is essential, the emperor interjected. But uncle, I truly dislike school. Dislike it or not. You must continue. Following this, the 3 children fell silent, resigning themselves to their fate. After all, opposing their mother was futile. She was resolute in her decisions. Alas. Let us grow up quickly, so mother will no longer oversee us. At the appointed hour, a resounding command rang out, and the gongs echoed across the river. Drummers on each boat raised their mallets, the beats urgent and commanding. The oars plunged into the water in unison, sending up frothy white waves, the crew's muscles taut. Their backs arched like bows, each stroke imbued with formidable strength, propelling the dragon boats swiftly forward. This was Su Wantang's first encounter with dragon boat racing. In previous years, the events had been trivial, and she had never attended. However, this year was a grand competition, attracting a multitude of participants and boats. Hurry, catch up. I've wagered 100 taels on the red team. A man bellowed, his voice so loud it even stirred the dogs on the shore to bark excitedly. My dear, which team do you think will triumph? Zhao Yuan asked. I cannot discern. All the teams appear evenly matched and quite formidable.
Su Wantang admitted honestly.
As it was her first experience, and she had no prior knowledge. I have faith in the blue team. They won last time, the Empress remarked. Not necessarily. This year's red team is quite fierce, performing better than before. I believe the green team has potential, as they have maintained a steady course thus far. While other teams have begun to jostle for position, Zhao Yuan observed. Indeed, those who jostle will likely collide at the finish, the Emperor concurred. As the competition intensified, the prows of several dragon boats nearly aligned, the drumbeats merging into a single thunderous rhythm. The oars sliced through the water, the splashes drenching the children on the observation platform, who squealed with excitement. From this vantage point, it was difficult to discern the outcome, but upon closer inspection, many teams were indeed jostling for position. Oh no, push forward. Don't jostle. The onlookers began to panic. Many would gather to place bets, with various odds offered. On this day, wagering was permitted, provided there was no disturbance, as it was organized by the authorities. Alas, the blue team is foolish. They are jostling and will undoubtedly collide. This is disastrous. The competition grew increasingly intense, and in the final moments of the sprint, the blue team and the green team crossed the finish line almost simultaneously. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that the green team had a slight lead. The splashes of water shimmered like a golden screen under the sun. At the instant the drums ceased, cheers erupted like a tidal wave, sweeping across the venue. The Emperor laughed heartily. Excellent. Truly magnificent.
Agreed.
The Empress smiled and nodded, instructing that silver coins, zongzi, and xionghuang wine be bestowed upon the crews of the leading boats. As is customary every year, Su Wantang, observing the vibrant boats and the laughter of the crowd, felt her heart swell with joy as she softly murmured. If only such festivities could occur every year. Zhao Yuan turned to her, his gaze imbued with unspoken depth. Rest assured, it will be an annual affair, and you and the children will witness it together each year. Following the dragon boat races, the festivities transitioned to the Lantern Festival, which essentially resembled a bustling market, albeit with an extraordinary vibrancy, abundant with food and entertainment. Su Wantang held one child's hand in each of hers as they made their way to the market. Mother, can we buy some of that buckwheat cake? Xiaoning pointed to the steamed cakes. Of course, Su Wantang replied, subsequently purchasing several for the children. Today, we shall dine at your second granduncle's restaurant, she announced. Hooray! Mother, I want hot pot, the children exclaimed. No problem. However, the market proved rather overwhelming due to the sheer number of people, and Su Wantang's heels were stepped on multiple times. Eventually, she led the children to the restaurant, where they ascended to the family's private dining room. Father, would you like some? Xiaowen inquired, holding a candied hawthorn stick. No, but you should eat sparingly, otherwise. You want to have room for the main meal. Understood. Shortly thereafter, Su Bingwen arrived. Second granduncle. The children greeted him cheerfully. Ah, good to see you. Shouting, Your Highness. Will you still be having hot pot? Although the prince had suggested that he could be called Yuan, Su Bingwen still adhered to the conventions of respect. Yes. Hot pot, second uncle. A Inyong pot, please. Understood. I'll have that ready shortly. Su Wantang frequently brought the children here, as the dishes were truly delectable, thanks to the unique seasonings she had created. Zhao Yuan stepped outside and soon returned with 2 guests. My dear, look who has come. Chapter 116. The unexpected visitor. Su Wantang's eyes widened in recognition. Uncle. The visitors were none other than Ouyang Ming and his son, Ouyang Sunxian. Shouting, It has been ages. Ouyang Ming exclaimed, introducing his son. Sunxian, this is your cousin. Pleased to meet you, cousin. Ouyang Sunxian, now 11, was quite the handsome young lad. No need for formalities. Please take a seat, Su Wantang urged, ushering the 3 children to greet their cousin. My goodness, these 3 have grown remarkably robust, Ouyang Ming remarked, playfully pinching the cheeks of the children. Uncle, we eat a lot, so of course we grow strong. One of the children replied. Uncle, did you come to the capital for a specific reason, especially bringing the children along?
Su Wantang inquired.
Indeed, I have matters to attend to. I plan to have Sunxian study in the capital, as the educational resources here are quite exceptional. Do you require my assistance? No need. Just let him study at Qingshan Academy. He should learn according to his own capabilities, Ouyang Ming replied, nonchalant. Very well. Should you need help, don't hesitate to ask. After their meal, Su Wantang took the children home. That night, while sleeping, Gua Liu found Su Wantang in her dreams. This was Su Wantang's first encounter with Gua Liu, a small fluffy creature resembling a large sea urchin. Master, I am about to enter hibernation. Why hibernate? She inquired. Because I have grown, and I must ascend to a higher level. During the upgrade, I will need to sleep, which means I won't be able to assist you, nor will I be able to consume melons.
Gua Liu explained.
How long will the hibernation last? I am unsure. The quickest would be 72 hours. But it could take as long as 72 days. So long? What is your network doing during this time? Why does the upgrade take so long?
Indeed.
It is because this time, I can advance to a higher system, which will take some time. Gua Liu continued to elaborate. Alright, I understand. During your upgrade, will I be unable to use anything inside?
Su Wantang asked.
Yes, during my hibernation, I will be in a deep sleep, rendering everything unusable. Thus, Master, you must retrieve anything you need quickly to avoid inconvenience later, Gua Liu warned. Got it. Let me see what I should take.
Su Wantang pandered.
Retrieving her universal detox pill and various other items to place in her space. Master, when I wake up, your universal shovel will also lose its functionality. It will undergo an upgrade as well. Understood. Now, Gua Liu is going into hibernation. Go ahead. When Su Wantang awoke the next morning, she glanced at her dimension shop, which had turned a dull gray. Upon checking, she realized her universal shovel had vanished. My lady, where is your shovel? Zhao Yuan inquired. I sent it to be melted down for reconstruction.
Oh.
Zhao Yuan did not press further, knowing Su Wantang's origins. The 3 children were taken by Zhao Yuan to the palace for their studies. Su Yun did not accompany them as Su Wantang had planned to visit Ouyang Ming that day, but he had awakened with a stomach ailment. Uncle, is Xiaoyan alright?
Su Wantang asked.
He's fine, just a case of gastroenteritis. A bit of herbal medicine will suffice. Thank you for your help, Uncle. If the system were still operational, Su Wantang would have given Su Yun some pills. However, with the system in hibernation, she yearned for its assistance. Since falling ill, Su Yun had been listless for several days, and the 3 children followed their uncle closely. This made Su Wantang feel rather ineffectual. That day, Zhao Yuan was dispatched to Liangfeng Pavilion outside the capital to handle official matters, as reports of several headless corpses had emerged, alarming the magistrate. Ultimately, the emperor ordered Zhao Yuan to personally investigate. Meanwhile, Su Wantang remained at home, and that evening, the 3 little ones did not return. But a young eunuch delivered a message stating they would be staying overnight at the Empress's palace. This was not an unusual occurrence, so Su Wantang paid it little mind. Upon Zhao Yuan's return, he reported that there were no leads on the headless corpse case. Learning that the children had not returned, he shared Su Wantang's sentiments. The next day, Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan visited the Jingzhou prefecture to inspect the corpses. My lady, have you discerned anything? Zhao Yuan asked. Su Wantang scanned the surrounding area, prompting Zhao Yuan to gesture for the others to step aside. These corpses did not recently die. Hence, you will not find any missing persons.
Oh.
How did you deduce that? Zhao Yuan queried, intrigued. Because of the water on them. Su Wantang indicated the wooden boards where the bodies lay, which bore numerous water stains. These are remnants of water from thawed ice. These corpses were frozen after death, and were only recently discarded here. As for the lack of heads, it is evident that these individuals perished long ago. Su Wantang's insight stemmed from her unique abilities. You see, the appearance of frozen corpses differs from that of the recently deceased. Their wounds appear pale. My lady speaks true. The two returned home, yet the 3 children still had not returned. Have the young masters not returned yet? They are usually escorted by Mufeng. Replying to the prince. When I went to fetch them, the palace attendants said the Empress enjoys the company of the young masters and wishes to keep them for another night. They have already stayed 2 nights. It wouldn't be proper to trouble the Empress further. Zhao Yuan remarked. You shall personally bring them back after court tomorrow. Understood. The following day, after leaving court, Zhao Yuan went to fetch his children, only to be informed by the tutor that they had been absent from school for 3 days. Immediately, Zhao Yuan sensed something amiss, for within their household, apart from the youngest, no one had taken leave. He hurried to the queen's palace, inquiring, Sister-in-law, are the children with you? No, they haven't come here at all, replied the queen, equally perplexed. Alarmed, Zhao Yuan exclaimed, this is dire. The children have not returned home for days. When we went to collect them, the young eunuch conveyed that they were with you. Cold sweat broke out on Zhao Yuan's brow. Shortly thereafter, the emperor received the news and rushed over, asking, Yuan, what on earth is happening? Zhao Yuan recounted the situation, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Are you saying the children are missing, and we are all unaware, each assuming they are in the other's care? The emperor queried. Indeed. How can you, as their father, be so foolish? Even if your sister-in-law and I adore the children, could we possibly keep them for 2 days? Use your brain for once. The emperor was infuriated. How could his brother be so dense? You must return home immediately. Question your wife about the young eunuch who relayed the message that day, and I will conduct an investigation here. Understood. Zhao Yuan hastily made his way home, where Su Wantang was in the courtyard washing the children's clothes. My dear, what is the matter?
You seem in such a rush, she asked.
The children they are missing. Zhao Yuan's voice trembled as he spoke. What did you say? Su Wantang felt as though her hearing had betrayed her, unable to comprehend Zhao Yuan's words. The children are missing. The tutor said they have not been to school for 3 days. Useless. How could the children go missing in the palace? What are you doing? Su Wantang was furious. My love, calm down. Calm down? How can I possibly calm down? After a moment, Su Wantang collected herself. This person has skillfully exploited the trust between the children and the emperor, leading us all to believe there is no issue. Who would dare commit such an act here? Please, explain the situation to me in detail. Once composed, she addressed Zhao Yuan. He then recounted everything to her. The young eunuch who delivered the message that day appeared unfamiliar, yet I thought little of it. After all, who would dare act so boldly beneath the emperor's gaze? Furthermore, knowing how dearly the 3 children are cherished, who would even consider such a thing? Su Wantang was baffled. Typically, after class, Mufeng would escort the children, and his martial prowess was unquestionable. However, the fact that Mufeng did not collect them indicated they had gone missing within the palace, a place known for its stringent security. How could this happen? Now, 3 days had passed since the children vanished, and any leads had likely been obliterated. Su Wantang contemplated the system, but it had entered a dormant state, showing no signs of responsiveness. She realized she had become overly reliant on the system. This could not continue. We must enter the palace,
Su Wantang declared.
Very well. The 2 hastened into the palace. Brother, have there been any inquiries? Zhao Yuan asked. I was just about to inform you. Among the cleaning eunuchs, 2 young ones drowned in the river, so we have been unable to uncover any information. The emperor shared Zhao Yuan's concern. No need to investigate further. With so many days elapsed, all traces have surely been erased. Su Wantang's voice rang coldly. Step aside. Let me through, she commanded. The emperor, the queen, and other guards parted to clear a path. Su Wantang clenched her hands and closed her eyes. She began to gather information from all the creatures within the palace, summoning everything from birds to insects. Before long, a multitude of cats, dogs, venomous creatures, and small birds surrounded her. Only the emperor, the queen, Zhao Yuan, and the shadow guards remained present. Have any of you seen my children?
Su Wantang inquired.
Suddenly, a small gray mouse began to scurry about. To the others, the mouse appeared merely frantic, but to Su Wantang's ears, it spoke. I saw them, I saw them. They were taken through a secret passage.
Who was it?
She pressed on. Chirp, chirp, the birds joined in. It was a little maid. She fed them something, and they fell asleep, then were carried away through the secret passage. Which little maid?
Su Wantang continued.
Chirp, chirp. I know. It's the one in charge of the laundry department.
Thank you.
Please continue searching. If you find them, I will reward you with delicious food. Chirp, chirp. Su Wantang then retrieved some rice from her space and scattered it on the ground, also offering some snacks to the dogs. After they finished eating, the little creatures dispersed. My dear, did you uncover anything? Yes, it was revealed that the children were taken by the matron of the laundry department. Quickly, let us apprehend her. Before long, the matron was brought before them. Upon seeing Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan, she suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, Su Wantang, you monster. Your children are as good as dead, and it's all your fault.
Ha!
You are the personal maid of the imperial concubine Wan, are you not? Su Wantang stepped forward and tore away a layer of her facial disguise, revealing her to be the youngest maid beside the imperial concubine. Su Wantang recognized her from the disdainful glance she had cast her way before, much like the one she wore now. It's you, Yi Hong. The queen also recognized her. Yes, it is I. What of it? Haha, did you think you were so formidable? Haha, your hopes have all perished. Those 3 children are long dead. Su Wantang approached and delivered several slaps across her face. If my children are dead, rest assured, you will not escape retribution. Your family and all connected to you shall accompany my children to the grave. As for you, I shall turn you into a living corpse, a fate worse than death. You wretched creature, it is because of you that my esteemed concubine suffers. You will not meet a good end. Is that so? Then watch closely to see whether I meet a good end. With that, she had her jaw dislocated. Even without it, she would have said nothing. No need to ask her anything. She will not speak. However, I wish to know where the secret passage in the palace is. For that is how my children were taken, Su Wantang stated. Her calm demeanor stemmed from a special connection with her children, indicating they were unharmed. Perhaps it was due to her abilities that she shared such a bond. What secret passage? Zhao Yuan asked, bewildered. The emperor's expression darkened. Brother, what exactly is going on? Yuan, sister-in-law, I swear, I had no part in this. This secret passage is known only to the emperor, passed down orally. I do not know how she found out about it. I am innocent. The emperor was agitated, fearing Zhao Yuan and Su Wantang would misconstrue his intentions. Your Majesty, I am fully aware you are innocent. However, the children were taken through that passage, for the bird has confirmed it. This cannot be disputed. Please, Your Majesty, disclose the location of the secret passage. Su Wantang's demand was unwavering. She needed to know where it was. Chapter 117. After a moment of contemplation, the emperor finally spoke. This secret passage is known only to me. He then realized the inconsistency. If only he knew of it, how could anyone have taken the children? The late emperor entrusted this knowledge solely to me. The emperor stated, leading Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan to the so-called secret passage. The hidden passage lay concealed within the artificial mountain of the Xingyang Palace. As the emperor gently touched a particular stone, the mountain slowly shifted aside, revealing a pitch-black opening. All right, elder brother, Yuan and I will search for the missing children. Let us keep this matter under wraps for now, spoke Su Wantang. Understood. Zhao Yuan replied. Once they entered the secret passage, Zhao Yuan finally spoke. My lady, are you wondering how I remain so composed? Su Wantang continued. I share a bond with the children. I can sense their vitality, so it serves no purpose to be anxious. Our foremost priority is to locate them. As for their captors, I will settle the score in due time. I apologize, my lady. It is my fault. If only I had gone to fetch them myself, Zhao Yuan lamented. How could you have retrieved them? The 5 corpses outside the city appeared so ominous. In retrospect, they were clearly aimed at us. They lured you outside the city and spun lies. Regardless, this individual is evidently familiar with the palace's surroundings. They must be from within, Su Wantang deduced. She later inquired with the small insects, who confirmed they had seen no one else. Only the palace made taking the children away.
Indeed.
It is troubling to contemplate the identity of such a nefarious individual who would abduct 3 innocents. They are targeting us. The children are mere collateral damage. The passage was extensive, but fortunately, Su Wantang retrieved a flashlight from her spatial realm. Otherwise, the darkness would have rendered their surroundings utterly invisible. They traversed the passage for nearly an hour before emerging into the open, only to discover it led to the distant Dingfeng mountain outside the capital. How could it be so far? Zhao Yuan mused, recognizing that beyond lay the docks of the capital. If the children had been taken to the docks, their situation would be even more perilous. Without speaking, Su Wantang utilized her powers to commune with the surrounding flora. While insects and birds might flee, the plants remained steadfast. However, the response from the vegetation sent a chill through her heart. The children had been placed aboard a ship and had departed 2 days prior. Su Wantang's expression darkened. Yuan, you must return. I shall pursue the children, she declared. No, I will accompany you, Zhao Yuan insisted. Yuan, now is not the time for such discussions. I suspect they have diverted our attention, perhaps even to target the emperor. Therefore, you cannot leave, do you understand? If you depart as well, the emperor will be left vulnerable, precisely what they desire. Su Wantang's words brought a sense of calm to Zhao Yuan. You must return as if nothing has transpired and safeguard the emperor and empress. As for the children, leave their recovery to me. Do you not trust in my abilities? Of course I believe in you, my lady. I merely worry for your safety. Fear not, I will be fine. Return now. I will immediately pursue the children's energy. Rest assured, I will ensure their safety. Take this, it's an antidote pill, capable of neutralizing any poison just in case. Su Wantang handed Zhao Yuan several antidotes. Very well, my lady, but do take care. Indeed, worry not. I am alone. My target is limited, making it suitable for stealth and pursuit. A large entourage would only hinder me. Also, please look after Xiao Yun. If danger arises, entrust him to your uncle and aunt. Understood. Yuan, take care. You too, my lady. With that, Zhao Yuan retreated into the passage, while Su Wantang boarded a passenger ship. The children's trajectory continued southward, toward the southern frontier. Seated in a refined cabin, Su Wantang pondered the troubling coincidence that her system had entered dormancy just as the children encountered peril, and the attention of the mountain howlers had also been diverted. Did this suggest that others were aware of the system's existence? Otherwise, how could everything align so perfectly? The river waters of June still bore a chill, and the breeze brushing against Su Wantang's neck heightened her sense of coldness, causing her to slightly hunch her shoulders, her eyes reflecting frostiness. At that moment, a young man across the boat bowed with a smile, his gaze fixed boldly upon her profile, inquiring, Miss, would you care to share a drink with me? Su Wantang raised an eyebrow slightly, akin to a startled peach blossom, casting a fleeting glance at him without responding. Had the young man understood her unspoken message, he would have grasped her refusal, which screamed, Get lost! Do not approach me. Alas, he remained oblivious, perceiving her demeanor as even more intriguing. As he lingered, Su Wantang slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes imbued with a hint of frost, and a cold smile graced her lips as she barked, Scram. The young man was taken aback, unable to retort before Su Wantang lowered her eyelids, dismissing him entirely. Nearby onlookers observed the exchange, and the young man, feeling embarrassed, sought to argue but faltered upon noticing the golden shovel Su Wantang toyed with, retreating meekly to his seat. Throughout the realm of Daong, who was not aware of the former prime minister and regent's wife, whose favored weapon was a shovel fashioned of gold. It was said to be a remarkable artifact, able to change size, and no one dared wield it as a weapon, for its golden brilliance seemed impervious to theft. Thus, the woman's striking beauty only served to confirm Su Wantang's identity in the minds of those who had heard tales of her. Later, Su Wantang returned to her modest cabin. The ship, though costly, provided only a small space barely accommodating a soft couch. Sitting upon the couch, she focused her abilities to sense the children's whereabouts. As night fell, she finally rested, feeling the toll of a day spent exerting her powers. Based on her current pace, she estimated she was still at least 3 days away from the children. Moreover, the adversaries were utilizing water transportation, which would be more efficient than the intermittent travel of her passenger ship. On the third day, Su Wantang disembarked and began her journey overland. She continued to sense the children's direction and consulted the local flora, managing to stay on course. With relentless determination, she pressed forward, changing horses multiple times. Upon entering the southern frontier, however, her connection with the children abruptly severed.
How could this be?
A wave of dread washed over her. The sensation of disconnection was soul-crushing. Once more, she invoked her powers to summon the plants and animals, receiving uplifting news. The children had escaped on their own, finding refuge in a cave. Following the animals' guidance, Su Wantang reached the location where the children had vanished. Her heart sank as she beheld the imposing structure before her. It was the royal palace in the southern frontier. Every city typically housed a royal residence, varied only in scale. Sometimes it served as a resting place for the royal family, and at other times to host foreign dignitaries. Access to the royal palace was strictly limited to members of the royal family or those bearing a decree. Although this was the southern frontier, Su Wantang understood that the Miao people lacked the audacity to brazenly approach this place. What could possibly be the cause of this situation? Could it be the emperor?
No.
It could not be the emperor. He had ample opportunities to act if he wished to. Could it be the empress? However, what purpose would it serve her to do so? Su Wantang felt disoriented, yet she stepped into the royal palace and located the room where the children were imprisoned, only to find it empty. Guided by the little cricket, she discovered a small hole, alongside tiny footprints. The children had escaped through here. Have you found them? A voice suddenly approached. Su Wantang swiftly ascended the ancient green tree, its dense canopy enveloping her figure completely. After a thorough search, she found nothing. The newcomers, clad in traditional ethnic attire, spoke with a remarkably standard tone, akin to that of officials. Incompetence. If the higher-ups learn that the child has gone missing, we are doomed. Yes, yes. Once the individuals departed, Su Wantang re-emerged, proceeding to seek the child. She was perplexed as to why, after entering this place, the children had lost contact with her. Nevertheless, she firmly believed that the children were safe. Not merely the chosen ones, but also those selected by the system. It was inconceivable that they could simply vanish. But where were the three little ones? Little Ning was the first to sense that something was amiss. They had been attending class without a care when a woman claimed she would take them to find their aunt, who was supposedly waiting to play hide-and-seek with them. Deceived, they were led into a secret passage, and thereafter, their memories faded. Upon awakening, they found themselves on a boat, surrounded by unfamiliar waters. The three little ones cried out in despair. "Stop crying, or I'll toss you into the river to feed the fish," barked a man aboard the vessel at the sobbing children. "Mother, we want our mother. There is no mother here, but there's a dead end for you. Keep crying, and I'll truly strangle you and throw you into the river," he threatened, brandishing a paddle as if to strike. The three siblings huddled together, silenced by fear. "Eldest brother, little brother, it seems we have been kidnapped," the eldest remarked, a term they had learned from their uncle. "What does that mean?" "It means we have been captured, and maybe sold to a place that devours people," Little Ning explained. "What should we do?" "I don't want to leave, mother." Little Lo, also known as Zhao Yunshang, lamented. "Don't worry, we'll find a chance to escape, and then wait for mother and father to rescue us," Little Ning, the smallest but the cleverest among them, reassured. "Let us listen to the second brother. Let us heed the third brother." The kidnappers soon noticed that the three little ones had become remarkably well-behaved, ceasing their cries and refraining from causing a ruckus. Whatever they were given to eat, they enjoyed, often leaning over the side of the boat to gaze at the distant mountains or the leaping fish, offering their commentary and cheers. "Wow, big brother, second brother. That fish looks so fat. It would make for delicious grilled fish." "Indeed, a sprinkle of chili would make it even tastier. Look at that mountain, it's so tall. Even taller than father. Yes, and that bird flying away looks so plump. It would taste great grilled." "I think so, too." "I agree. Hey, big brother. Is that fisherman squatting by the boat to relieve himself?"
It seems so.
"EW, I don't want to eat fish anymore." The four kidnappers exchanged glances at the boatman, who indeed was caught in the act. Upon noticing the water jug they had just filled, they looked at one another and exclaimed, "Damn it." After the man finished, he picked up a stone from the boat's floor and hurled it at the man relieving himself. The unsuspecting boatman was struck and fell into the river. The three children cheered, "Wow, well done," and began clapping. The kidnappers stared at the trio of toddlers with exasperation. Upon arriving at the palace, the three children were unceremoniously tossed into the backyard. Perhaps no one anticipated that 3 4-year-olds could escape. This brings us to Zhao Yunshang, who had a penchant for crawling through dog holes with her brothers and uncles. On the first day of captivity, while Zhao Yunshang went out to relieve herself, she discovered a dog hole. The next day, after a hearty meal, she prepared to flee with her 2 brothers. The captors were somewhat humane. At the very least, they provided clean buns and pickles, though lacking meat. The children were content. "Eldest brother, second brother, when night falls, follow me to escape.
Yvette checked.
That dog hole will definitely lead us outside. All right, we trust you." As the one most knowledgeable about dog holes, the third brother had the most authority on the matter. That night, after the guards had conducted their rounds, Zhao Yunshang led her brothers in executing their plan to escape through the dog hole, and to their astonishment, they indeed made it out. Upon emerging, they found themselves amidst the mountains and woods, but the darkness was overwhelming, filling the three little ones with fear. Though they dared not cry out, they understood their precarious situation. They had been captured, and if discovered, they would never see their parents again. Thus, they cautiously ventured deeper into the forest, the rain that night erasing all traces of their presence. Chapter 118. In Search of the Capital City. The summer, once filled with the cacophony of cicadas and the tranquility of the common folk, turned tumultuous with the news of the regent Zhao Yuan's child going missing. As Su Wantang pursued leads about the child's departure from the capital, an air of tension enveloped the palace, as if a taut string had suddenly been pulled tight. Vibrating ominously, Zhao Yuan had hoped to conceal this news for a time, but within mere days, it had spread like wildfire, revealing the many ulterior motives at play. In the grand hall of the palace, the atmosphere was so heavy it felt suffocating. The emperor's pallor was striking, dark circles under his eyes betraying his unrest. As he sat on the dragon throne, appearing composed yet internally unsettled, Zhao Yuan's expression was like a blade, silent yet radiating a chilling aura. Everyone understood that a father's worry for his lost child was profound. However, the more he displayed his distress, the more some harbored ulterior motives. For in times of affluence, peril often lurked. Zhang Jialin, the minister of the Dali Temple, kept his eyes low but clenched his fist subtly within his sleeve. Zhao Yuan's absence from the palace to attend to personal matters, coupled with Su Wantang's absence from the capital, signified what? It indicated a significant reduction in the regent's hold on power, a crack in the seemingly unshakable structure of recent years. Meanwhile, Lu Ziyan, the minister of war, discreetly nodded towards Zhang Jialin. Though their paths rarely crossed, one wielded the law while the other commanded military might. Together, they could seize a share of the chaos unfolding. Zhang Jialin stepped forward, his voice steady as he addressed the emperor. Your Majesty, I have recently perused the case files of the Dali Temple and cross-checked the recent records of the Ministry of Revenue, only to uncover several discrepancies. The figures for silver are inconsistent, with a staggering 30,000 taels difference between the outflow and inflow. I humbly suggest that if this were an isolated error, it could be investigated, but if it persists over months, it is likely not a coincidence. The emperor's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze shifting to the Minister of Revenue, whose forehead glistened with sweat, taken aback by Zhang Jialin's sudden confrontation, which was out of character. Your Majesty, though I am a military official, I am acutely aware of the importance of swift military funding. Should the military salaries be delayed, disorder will ensue among the border troops. With hostile forces at the northwest and southern frontiers, if rumors of instability in the capital's treasury reach the military, how can we assure the soldiers' loyalty? Lu Ziyan interjected firmly. He paused, his eyes sweeping over Zhao Yuan before continuing. I do not dare to speak lightly, but if someone were to exploit this situation to manipulate the records, undermining the military's morale, it would be a grave transgression against the foundation of our nation. Zhang Jialin seemed to echo this sentiment while casually remarking, indeed, the regent has long commanded respect among the border troops. If their morale falters, it would be beyond anyone's power to remedy the situation. In that moment, the hall fell into a silence so profound that only the sound of breathing could be heard. Several elder officials bowed their heads in silence, while younger officials exchanged furtive glances, weighing the implications of a conversation. The emperor tightened his grip on the imperial brush, his gaze shifting subtly from Zhang Jialin to Lu Ziyan and finally landing on Zhao Yuan, fully aware that this was directed at his own brother. The child of my own younger brother has just gone missing, and there are those in the court who cannot remain still. They immediately leap into action. Yet what astonishes the emperor is that it is precisely these few most trusted ministers who are involved. Zhao Yuan merely offers a faint smile, his lips curling in a cold sneer. He neither defends himself nor responds, as if their words could not possibly wound him. In truth, Zhao Yuan possesses clarity within, fully aware that the malice is directed at him. His wife has only just departed the capital, and these individuals have already begun their scheming.
Oh.
According to your esteemed opinions, how should this situation be handled? Zhao Yuan gazes at the two with a bemused expression. Certainly, we must uphold the law impartially, suspend their duties for investigation, and once the truth is ascertained, we shall know if there has been an injustice, Zhang Jialin asserts. And, if it turns out to be an injustice? Zhao Yuan presses further. Then, it would be regrettable for the regent prince. A chuckle escapes Zhao Yuan. Do not presume that I am unaware of your ulterior motives. While I am still composed, I advise you to silence your tongues. Your Highness, the law treats the sovereign and the commoner alike. I hope you understand. I am unaware of such matters. All I know is that my children have gone missing. And yet, here lies information accusing me of wrongdoing. Does no one find this peculiar? Do not assume everyone is a fool. Tread carefully lest you overreach and suffer the consequences. Zhao Yuan's words, though brusque, render the assembly mute, for none dare to voice a retort. Better to let them quarrel, allowing him to observe the ensuing chaos from a distance. Gentlemen, Your words do not sit well with me. The reputation of the regent prince is well known. Why is it that troubles arise now, rather than earlier or later? Do you truly believe our royal family is devoid of defenders? Or do you presume you wield the authority here? Lord Qing stands forth. Your Highness, you exaggerate. That is not my intent. The two ministers, fearful of offending him, hastily apologize. Yet, the sting of his words lingers in their hearts. After the court adjourns, Zhao Yuan and Lord Qing proceed to the imperial study. Uncle, I thank you for your support today, Zhao Yuan expresses with a smile. There is no need for such formalities between us. These individuals, to put it plainly, are mere instruments of the machinations behind the scenes. Now that the child is lost, they have seized the opportunity to act.
Yuan.
You must remain composed and wary of their traps. Your wisdom is heeded. I shall be vigilant. Zhao Yuan replies. Do you have any suspicion as to who might be behind this? The emperor suddenly inquires. To speak frankly, I have no idea where the child went missing. I was unaware until now, Lord Qing admits. It was within the palace.
How can that be?
The palace is so secure. How could a child vanish? Uncle. It was indeed within the palace. They were taken through a secret passage, the emperor remarks suddenly. Zhao Yuan realizes too late to intervene with his brother. If this is the case, it demands further contemplation. You must understand, this palace was not constructed by our ancestors. Are you aware of this? Are you implying yes? This is the palace of the previous dynasty, and thus the existence of the secret passage is known not just to you, but to them as well. But Princess Luwen is in the southern frontier, is she not? The emperor questions. How do you know she hasn't sent someone in? Your insight is astute. At present, we can only pray for the child's safety. As for other matters, they can wait. By the way, have you received any news from your wife? If you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask, Lord Qing states, gazing at Zhao Yuan.
Not yet.
Do not overly concern yourself. They will be safe. Thank you, uncle. I understand. Meanwhile, outside the palace, rumors swirl like embers in the wind, growing ever more fervent. Some say Su Wantang left the capital to evade disaster, while others claim that the rift between the emperor and the regent prince has deepened. There are even those who assert with certainty that Su Wantang may not return, suggesting that the child's disappearance is a fabricated scheme. Regardless of the variations, each tale serves to sow discord, while the emperor finds himself ensnared by circumstance, prompting the ministers to secretly forge new alliances. Su Wantang exits through a dog hole, unwittingly entering a deep forest. Anxiety grips her heart. In these woods, should a ferocious beast appear, what chance would the children have? System? Su Wantang calls desperately in her mind, yet receives no response. It is truly disheartening. Why must all this transpire at such a moment? As she wanders, she spots a scrap of tattered cloth and picks it up, realizing it belonged to her second son. Xiaoen.
Piaoning. Xiaolu.
Su Wantang cries out into the woods. Her urgency mounts. This forest offers no better means of searching. Once more, she employs her supernatural abilities, and indeed, both plants and animals possess knowledge of the children's whereabouts. The flora convey that the children have ventured toward the forest's heart. Thank you. Su Wantang sincerely expresses her gratitude to the living beings around her. Then follows the direction indicated by the plants. Zhao Yunshang, along with his two brothers, has walked through the night and is utterly exhausted. The three siblings fall asleep atop a mound of dried grass. Who might these children belong to? Why are they sleeping here? An elderly woman discovers the three children nestled in the straw the following morning. Oh, dear, these little ones have a fever, she remarks, feeling their foreheads. Quickly, summon the old valley master. These children surely do not belong to our valley. Look at their clothing, it is evidently of fine quality.
Yes.
Hurry and call the valley master. Before long, a sprightly old man arrives and inspects the children. They are merely tired and, having been startled, they have developed a fever. Ming, carry them back to the house and care for them properly. They are but children. The old man instructs, shaking his head. The three little ones, aside from their fatigue and hunger, suffer no serious ailments. Thus, when they awaken the next morning, they are able to hold bowls larger than their heads and slurp porridge with delight. The old man enters to find three cherubic children, reminiscent of his own grandson, and wonders how he is faring in the capital.
How do you feel now?
The old man inquires. I believe I can eat another large bowl. Zhao Yunshang replies. I think I can manage another bowl as well. Me too, echo the other two children.
Haha.
The old man chuckles. These three are truly adorable. You must not eat too much at once. You can have more later. Eating too much at once will upset your stomach, do you understand? The old man cautions. Very well. Zhao Yunshang sets down his bowl, and his brothers follow suit. How did you find yourselves here? The old man asks. We just wandered and ended up here. Zhao Yunwen responds. So you are lost? The old man observes the attire of the three children, noting that the innermost layer is yellow, a color only worn by royalty. Yes, we are lost, Zhao Yunshang quickly affirms, his eyes darting with cunning. Very well. What are your names? The old man inquires. I am Shaoan.
Iam Xiaole.
I am Xiaoning. Upon hearing their names, the old man's eyes twinkle with recognition. Ah, are you not the three children of the regent prince? When their names were chosen, Minister Su even sent a letter to my son-in-law, specifically mentioning them. He never anticipated meeting the three children in such a manner. It seems to be fate. Excellent names, the old man remarks, stroking his beard. Indeed. They were chosen by my mother. Oh, is that so? Your mother must truly be remarkable. Indeed, our entire family fears my mother's anger, especially my father.
Wow.
Your mother is truly impressive. It is imperative, as my grandfather stated, that our mother is the most formidable individual. Her words must be heeded. For if she were to become enraged, my father would certainly suffer the consequences. Why would he suffer? One might wonder. It is because she would unceremoniously cast him out of the door, forbidding him from re-entering the abode to rest. Now I see. It is indeed wise to comply. My mother is capable of conjuring a plethora of delectable dishes and possesses formidable martial skills as well. Thus, it is essential that you do not dare to bully us, lest my mother be provoked to the extent of striking your head off. Oh dear. I am filled with trepidation. It is good that you now comprehend the gravity of the situation. Well then, might you procure us some food? We find ourselves quite famished. Zhao Yunshang inquired softly.
Hey.
You little rascal, wait for me here, the elder remarked before instructing someone to prepare some easily digestible snacks for them. Su Wantang journeyed for an extended period before finally reaching the summit of a mountain, where upon glancing down, she beheld a village arranged in a picturesque manner. Elated, Su Wantang thought to herself that the children might very well be there. A little mouse had told her that the children were sleeping on withered grass. Yet when she inquired further, the mouse was unable to provide more details due to its limited capacity for memory. Upon arriving at the village entrance, she was intercepted by a group. Who goes there? I am in search of my children. Might any of you have seen three children of such height?
Su Wantang proclaimed. Who are you?
A slightly older man stepped forward. I am Su Wantang, here to find my children. May I inquire if your village chief is present? Have you seen three children?
Su Wantang humbly stated. Wait,
replied the man before departing. Before long, an elder approached, and Su Wantang felt a sense of familiarity. Though she could not place it immediately, it turned out to be Ouyang Jingming. How remiss of me not to have welcomed you properly. His words prompted Su Wantang to be on guard, for while many were aware of her identity, surely not even such a small village would be privy to it. Upon noticing her wariness, the elder realized his abruptness and quickly spoke. I am the aged Ouyang Jingming, pleased to make your acquaintance, Su Xiang. Wait, Ouyang Jingming? Ouyang Ming? Ouyang Shunxian? Su Wantang immediately grasped his identity and hastily returned the gesture. I am Su Wantang. Honored to meet you, Elder Ouyang. This man was none other than the former leader of the Divine Physician Valley, the father-in-law of her uncle Ouyang Ming, and the grandfather of her cousin Ouyang Shunxian. No need for such formalities. Ouyang Jingming waved his hand dismissively. Elder, may I inquire if you have seen the three children? Su Wantang's primary concern remained with the children. I have indeed seen them. They are quite well, having just finished their meal and are currently engaged in play. Thank you, Elder, for your assistance. Might you guide me to them?
Su Wantang bowed in gratitude.
No need for such formality. Su Xiang, please. Elder, you are too kind. I have long since retired from my official duties. Regardless, you remain in the hearts of the populace as a benefactor who cares for the common folk. Ouyang Jingming led Su Wantang into the village, where they soon spotted the three children joyously playing in the mud. My sons. Su Wantang sighed in relief as she beheld her children safe and sound, the tension in her heart finally easing. Mother. Little In, upon seeing Su Wantang, joyfully rushed towards her. Oh, you are all well, all well. Su Wantang's eyes glistened with tears as the journey had been fraught with anxiety. Yet she had finally located her children. Indeed, I have taken great care of my two older brothers, Zhao Yunshang chimed in. Excellent, you have done remarkably well this time. Indeed, mother, it was I who led my brothers through the dog hole to escape. Well done, you are quite impressive. The children, having reunited with their mother, clung to her affectionately. It was only when they grew weary from play and prepared to sleep that Su Wantang found a moment's respite. Meanwhile, Ouyang Zhengming discreetly departed upon witnessing the tender exchange between Su Wantang and her children, leaving them to reminisce in the small courtyard. Su Wantang examined the children's physical condition and found no serious injuries. Minor scrapes and bruises had been well tended to. Regardless, she felt a deep sense of gratitude towards those who had helped. She sought out Ouyang Zhengming once more. "Elder, I am profoundly grateful for your assistance in rescuing my children," Su Wantang expressed with reverence. "No need for such formality. To put it plainly, we need not be so courteous with one another. In a deeper sense, I could still be considered your elder. Although Ouyang Ming married my daughter under circumstances of amnesia, he remains your uncle. Indeed, my uncle has shared the details of the events. I am eternally grateful for your aid in rescuing him, and now, in saving my children. It is evident that our destinies are intricately woven," Su Wantang replied with a smile. Yes, it is all fate. By the way, how fares Shunxian? My cousin is doing well. He has been admitted to Qingshan Academy, as per my uncle's wishes. Initially, I intended to send him to a more prestigious institution, but my uncle advised against drawing too much attention, lest it attract calamity. Indeed, your uncle speaks wisely. The divine physician Valley has long remained detached from worldly affairs, and only since Xuanxian's arrival have we begun to engage with the outside world. It is indeed prudent to remain inconspicuous. Yes, my uncle's concerns are well-founded. Although the situation appears tranquil, hidden undercurrents abound. The recent loss of my children is but a ploy. Speaking of the children, I am curious as to how 3 young masters found their way from the distant capital to the southern frontier. This is a long story, Su Wantang did not withhold, recounting all that had transpired to Ouyang Zhengming. So it is. In that case, these 3 children are indeed fortunate. Indeed, had they not fortuitously arrived in your territory, but instead ventured deeper into the mountains, the consequences would have been dire. However, you mentioned they were abducted to the southern palace. That piques my interest. Ouyang Zhengming stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Elder, what do you mean by that?" Su Wantang, unfamiliar with the southern frontier, found herself at a loss, especially with the ongoing turmoil. This palace has traditionally been reserved for royalty, a fact you are aware of, correct? Indeed. But do you know who originally resided in the southern palace? That I do not know. It is understandable for those of your generation to be unaware. This palace was initially inhabited by the Prince of Qing. What do you mean? The Prince of Qing? What on earth is going on? Wasn't he said to have always been stationed at the border? Later, he went north and only returned to the capital in his old age. Indeed, you are merely unaware. The Prince of Qing's first arrival was in the southern frontier, however. At that time, he was merely 15 or 16 years old, and the palace had yet to be constructed. It was still known as a post station, only later becoming the palace designed personally by the Prince of Qing. You may not be aware, but I distinctly remember that the Prince of Qing was sent to this desolate region because of a conflict with the late emperor. However, the specifics remain known only to those involved. I recall sneaking out to play during my youth and hearing whispers of this tale. I truly had no knowledge of this. Su Wantang's mind was in turmoil. If the Prince of Qing had abducted the children, then the most perilous individuals would be Zhao Yuan and the emperor himself, for they would undoubtedly remain oblivious to the prince's involvement. Yet if it were indeed the prince, how could the system have identified him as the anchor of the seas during the initial assessment? What on earth is happening? The system, at such a critical juncture, has malfunctioned. It is exceedingly vexing. Moreover, to abscond with children from the palace requires not merely familiarity, but also a significant degree of authority. For surely not everyone is privy to that secrecy. Ouyang the senior spoke the truth. Indeed, during that period, I was frantic in my search for my lost child, and did not consider the implications deeply. Nevertheless, it is prudent to maintain a degree of caution. Now that the child has been found, it is wise to contemplate our next steps. I am aware of this. I shall take my leave to rest. Should there be any needs, simply instruct the servants. Yes, I am most grateful, esteemed senior. Su Wantang returned to the room where the children slept, replaying the events in her mind repeatedly, yet yielding no clarity. Was Prince Qing truly the puppet master behind it all? Yet, what could be his motive? If he orchestrated all of this, it is indeed terrifying. How many within the palace could be his eyes and ears? All these years, we have been deceived by his cunning stratagems. Gazing at the 3 slumbering children, her heart found solace. At the very least, they were safe. Early the following morning,
Su Wantang Rose.
the divine physician Valley, truly remarkable in its uniqueness, greeted her as she stepped outside, revealing an intricate layout. Before her lay neatly arranged medicinal fields, cascading down the mountainside. The flowers of Huangqin trembled in the breeze, while clusters of white angelica blossoms resembled fallen snow. From afar, the medicinal fields appeared akin to verdant belts of greenery. The village nestled behind a bamboo grove, with its blue-tiled roofs and whitewashed walls, exuded simplicity and purity. Within the bamboo fences of each household, trays of medicinal herbs were laid out to dry, releasing a faint herbal fragrance into the wind. The villagers meticulously sorted the herbs in their courtyards, their deft hands revealing the caution of true healers. The men seldom bore the weary visage of farmers toiling in the fields. Instead, they traversed the medicinal plots, tending to each herb as if caring for precious patients. Children played nearby, eagerly identifying the names of herbs, competing to see who could recognize the most and the fastest. The entire Divine Physician Valley was devoid of worldly clamor and triviality, filled solely with the fresh scent of flora and the tranquility of time. The villagers, inextricably linked to the herbs, seemed to carry the faint aroma of medicine within them, their every gesture exuding an air of transcendence, as if they were distanced from the mundane world. Su Wantang found herself enamored with this place. It was no wonder her uncle could not bear to leave. Ouyang, esteemed senior, your life is truly serene, Su Wantang remarked as she observed Ouyang Jingming approaching. It is inevitable. The villagers here have coexisted with herbs for generations, seldom venturing beyond their realm, living in a state of self-sufficiency. It is quite splendid. However, I still hope the young ones will venture beyond. So, you have sent your cousin to study in the capital? One might say so. Your aunt, my daughter, expressed her dying wish for the child to see the sights she never had the chance to behold. I realized that many of the young people here yearned for life beyond these confines. Thus, when your uncle established the trading house, I did not oppose. Rather, I supported him. Now, many of the village's youth have followed your uncle to explore the world, leaving only the elderly and children behind, along with a few middle-aged individuals. In truth, the outside world does have its advantages. Indeed, esteemed senior, are you familiar with the 13 villages of Miaojiang?
Su Wantang inquired.
Why do you ask? I merely wish to learn a bit more. You must have heard that the 13 villages were founded by the princess of the former dynasty, and recently, Zhao Zirui and Zhao Zifeng fled here. That is a place that ought not to exist. Why do you say that? The 13 villages are exceedingly malicious. They utilize the living for drug trials or to test poison. However, things have improved significantly over the years. The court once attempted to eradicate them, and during that time, my father lent aid. Unfortunately, we later suffered their retaliation. Nevertheless, the current 13 villages are no longer a formidable force.
Oh, why is that?
You must have heard about the recent internal strife? Indeed, I have heard whispers of it. Zhao Zirui and Zhao Zifeng have since gone missing, Su Wantang replied, her expression darkening. They are most likely dead by now. That old witch surely eliminates those deemed useless. I presume esteemed senior has gleaned some knowledge regarding this? I am aware, but I do not intend to divulge such information freely, Ouyang Jingming replied. Then what might the esteemed senior require of me? Su Wantang asked, uncertain if he would reveal his intentions directly, which left her feeling somewhat apprehensive. I need you to promise me something. As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall gladly oblige. You will certainly be capable. I require your assistance in watching over Sun Xian. That need not be mentioned, esteemed senior. I shall undoubtedly fulfill it. For he is also my cousin. Very well. Since you have consented, I shall not withhold any further information from you. The 13 villages of Miaojiang have grown formidable, not merely due to their poisons, but because they compel their followers to ingest them. Every month, they distribute temporary antidotes to maintain control over the populace. However, the recent internal strife had been brewing for quite some time. It is said that Zhao Zirui instigated it by refusing to consume the poison, leading to chaos. As for the outcome, well, it was naturally a failure. A failure? And then both brothers were eradicated? Su Wantang mused, finding such an end too merciful.
No.
They remain alive, transformed into living vessels for medicine. It is rumored that the old witch forces them to consort with various women solely to bear children.
Indeed.
Several women have become pregnant, yet the offspring are predominantly deformed. How truly lamentable, Su Wantang sighed in resignation. What could Zhao Zifeng possibly seek? Perhaps it is genuinely for some so-called restoration plan. Yet, if such a plan were to succeed, the Great Yong would surely be doomed. Your words ring true. Later, it seems Zhao Zirui could no longer endure, escaping and setting the 13 villages ablaze. Now, They've been reduced to ashes. This is news to us, Su Wantang admitted, having not heard of such events. Of course, you would not be privy to such information. And where is the 13 villages now?
Su Wantang in Gua Liu.
They still remain at the old site, albeit in a state of decline. Why, do you wish to visit? I do wish to uproot them entirely. Perhaps you should wait a while. Why so? We are currently in the rainy season, and the miasma is prevalent. Around next month, conditions will improve significantly. Very well. Thank you, esteemed senior. I shall remain here for a while longer. Make yourself at home. Treat it as your own abode. After Su Wantang settled in comfortably, she sent a message to Zhao Yuan, which was conveyed by someone from the Divine Physician Valley to Ouyang Ming, who then relayed it to Zhao Yuan. Upon receiving the message, Ouyang Ming was taken aback, and instead of immediately seeking Zhao Yuan, he brought his own children, along with Su Yun, to visit him. As Su Yun was currently residing with Su Binwen, "Uncle, what brings you here?" Zhao Yuan asked, a hint of surprise in his tone upon seeing Ouyang Ming. "Sun Xian is taking little Yun out to play." "Very well, father." Once the children had departed, Ouyang Ming leaned closer to Zhao Yuan and whispered, "Xiao Tang has found the children. They are safe in the Divine Physician Valley. She warns to be cautious of Prince Qing." Zhao Yuan, upon hearing this, gazed at Ouyang Ming in disbelief. Ouyang Ming had felt similarly when he first received the message. "Thank you, uncle, I understand. Indeed. One must know the face but not the heart. Remain vigilant." Afterward, Ouyang Ming left with the children. Chapter 120. A wave of turmoil. Zhao Yuan could hardly believe that all of this could be orchestrated by his royal uncle. Yet, he understood clearly that Su Wantang would not fabricate such a tale. The moment the child was taken from the palace, and he witnessed the familiarity of the perpetrator with the secret passage, he sensed something amiss. Because the crown prince mentioned that the secret passage was passed down orally. Yet the emperor's uncle stated that this palace was originally constructed during the previous dynasty. He did not give it much thought at the time. In retrospect, it seems that the uncle was also aware of this secret passage, which is why he casually uttered that remark to divert attention. If the actions were indeed orchestrated by the Prince of Qing, what could his intentions possibly be? Is it for that coveted position? If so, his ability to remain dormant for so many years is indeed impressive. At present, the palace is likely teeming with his spies, as the two brothers have never once taken precautions against the Prince of Qing throughout the years. The realization is truly terrifying. One can hardly discern whom to trust anymore. Zhao Yuan steeled himself, reminding himself not to lose composure. Currently, he is the only one privy to this matter. The crown prince remains unaware, and the Prince of Qing likely does not know that Zhao Yuan harbors suspicions against him. Thus, he still has the opportunity to devise a careful plan.
During this time,
the civil and military officials are also in a state of unrest, essentially directing their grievances towards him. It now becomes clear. That day, the Prince of Qing appeared to speak up for him, but in reality, it was a tactical retreat, as they must have colluded beforehand. After coming to this understanding, Zhao Yuan's greatest desire is to meet the emperor. The following day, the court continued to assail him. This time, the accusations were even more exaggerated, directly claiming that the Salt Production Bureau had encountered a breach, which Zhao Yuan had once addressed alongside Su Wantang. Now, the finger of blame was pointed squarely at Zhao Yuan. "Your Majesty, in recent months, the price of salt has fluctuated significantly, leading to widespread discontent among the populace. Upon reviewing the accounts, I discovered discrepancies in the finances of the Salt Production Bureau, with over 200,000 taels of salt revenue mysteriously vanished. This is no small sum," the official from the Board of Punishments concluded, raising the account book high and presenting it to the inner court. The hall erupted in an uproar. The Deputy Minister of Revenue immediately stepped forward, feigning solemnity. "Your Majesty, the reform of the Salt Production Bureau was the design of the Regent and the Prime Minister." "Oh no, I meant the Princess. Now that the accounts are riddled with flaws, if not for someone profiting from this, how could it come to pass? I implore your Majesty to discern the truth." The Minister of Revenue, Lord Liu, bore a grudge since his daughter, Liu Ruyan, was dealt with previously, though he feigned indifference. He had been waiting for an opportunity to strike. Another minister chimed in, dripping with sarcasm. "I recall that when the Regent constructed the Salt Production Bureau, he boasted of its meticulous arrangements and fairness. Now, such glaring errors arise. Could it be that the Regent's strategy was merely a castle in the air?" All eyes in the hall converged on Zhao Yuan. The emperor furrowed his brow, quietly clenching his sleeves. Yet Zhao Yuan maintained an air of calm, merely casting a dispassionate glance at the Board of Punishments and the Ministry of Revenue before speaking. "Discrepancies in the accounts? I must inquire who handled these records." Once the Salt Production Bureau deposited its revenue, it was directly handed over to the Ministry of Revenue, which then transferred it to the Inner Treasury. If 200,000 taels of silver has vanished, why not investigate the Ministry of Revenue instead of questioning me? Do I appear to be a man of such wealth? Is it not well known throughout the court that my salary is barely sufficient to support the boarders, and you all have mocked me for living off others? How then could an additional 200,000 suddenly appear? Are you jesting? The official from the Board of Punishments was momentarily at a loss for words but persisted, yet the regent personally oversaw the Salt Bureau. If not for the Duke's negligence in management, how could the Ministry of Revenue have taken advantage? Zhao Yuan let out a cold laugh, suddenly pointing at the account book. If we are to investigate, let us start from the beginning. I recall that 2 months ago, the Salt Bureau submitted 1,800,000 taels to the Inner Treasury, while the Ministry of Revenue reported only 1,600,000 taels. The records do not align with what I witnessed firsthand. He paused, raising his gaze to continue. If the esteemed official dares to speak of discrepancies, can he swear that this account book has not been tampered with? At these words, the hall fell silent, the atmosphere becoming palpably tense. The Emperor, seated at the high dais, understood that this was not merely a case of negligence in the Salt Bureau, but rather a deliberate manipulation of the accounts. Attempting to frame Zhao Yuan, the Emperor slammed his palm on the dragon table, his voice booming like thunder. Preposterous. The Minister of Revenue turned pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead as his knees trembled, nearly collapsing. The officials in the hall bowed their heads in fear, the civil and military officials rendered mute, anxious not to incur the Emperor's wrath. They understood that the target was the regent, and chaos was looming in the court. The skies over the capital were likely to change. The Emperor glared at the Minister of Revenue. Salt and iron are the lifeblood of the nation. The Ministry of Revenue oversees the national treasury, yet you dare act so recklessly? 200,000 taels of silver have vanished into thin air. And you would make the regent a scapegoat. If it weren't for the regent's reminder, would you have even noticed this flaw in the accounts? Or do you believe that I have grown old, deaf, and blind? Your Majesty, I deserve the gravest punishment. The Minister of Revenue fell to the ground, his voice trembling, cold sweat dripping from his temples. The Emperor's gaze shifted to the official from the Board of Punishments, sneering. The Board of Punishments should uphold impartiality and justice, yet you, under the guise of counsel, attempt to shift the blame from the Ministry of Revenue and redirect it towards the regent. Do you understand the gravity of this offense? The official trembled, suddenly kneeling. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. I merely fulfill my duty, harboring no ulterior motives. Such a claim of innocence. The Emperor retorted. I see you colluding with the Ministry of Revenue, engaging in a conspiracy. Guards, take the Minister of Revenue and the official from the Board of Punishments to the Ministry of Justice for thorough investigation. Should there be any corruption or malpractice, do not blame me for my ruthlessness.
Yes.
The guards responded in unison, the chilling atmosphere in the hall causing the officials to shiver. For a moment, silence enveloped the grand hall, no one daring to utter a word. Your Majesty, please temper your wrath. A hoarse yet steady voice broke the silence, as the old Prince of Qing leaned on his cane and slowly stood from his seat. His hair and beard were white, his face lined with the creases of time, yet his expression radiated sincerity. He first offered a deep bow, then raised his eyes, his tone filled with counsel. Your Majesty, while the Ministry of Revenue and the Board of Punishments have erred, they ultimately act out of concern for the nation's affairs. The officials are duty-bound to keep a close watch on the actions of the nobles, and any biased remarks are merely a part of their responsibilities. He paused, his gentle gaze sweeping over Zhao Yuan before returning to the Emperor, his tone softening, seemingly laden with concern for the nation. Your Majesty is the Son of Heaven, and should embody the vastness of the sea, encompassing all rivers. To become enraged over a few words would only provide fodder for outsiders to mock, spreading rumors of a muddled royal heart and an arbitrary court. Your Majesty has always been renowned for your clarity. Why let a trivial dispute over account books disrupt the harmony of the court? His words, delivered with apparent loyalty and righteousness, seemed genuinely aimed at the Emperor's best interests. The Emperor's brow furrowed slightly as he lightly tapped his fingers on the dragon table. Many ministers in the hall nodded in agreement, finding the old prince's reasoning sound. Only Zhao Yuan maintained a gentle facade, while inwardly he scoffed. Were it not for his prior knowledge of his uncle's deeds, he might have been deceived into believing the old man's good intentions. The prince's words were not merely advice. They were a strategic maneuver to exonerate the Ministry of Revenue and the Board of Punishments, softening the Emperor's ire while allowing the focus to remain on Zhao Yuan. Truly, he played a deft game. Zhao Yuan suddenly chuckled softly. Uncle, Your sincerity is commendable, fervently advocating for the Board of Punishments and the Ministry of Revenue. It's truly admirable. Many officials in the hall were taken aback. The remark sounded like praise, yet carried a sharp undertone. However, the Board of Punishments is tasked with scrutinizing officials, not chasing shadows and muddling right and wrong. The Ministry of Revenue is responsible for safeguarding the national treasury, not allowing silver to vanish into thin air. If all it takes is a claim of impartiality to erase accountability and disrupt harmony, then what purpose does the establishment of the 6 ministries and the Board of Punishment serve? Why must your majesty toil daily over state affairs? Once Zhao Yuan's words were spoken, the hall fell silent once more. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The old prince of Qing's eyelids twitched, his cane rapping sharply against the ground as he solemnly declared, "Yuan, your words are sharp. Do you suspect the emperor has ulterior motives? He is only thinking of the greater good for Daong." The nephew, though timid, was merely perplexed. The discrepancies in the salt workshop's accounts and the obscured whereabouts of the silver raised troubling questions, while the censor and the Ministry of Revenue seemed intent on penalizing him first. Yet, the old royal uncle dismissed the matter as trivial, a mere act of clarity. Could it be that the empty state treasury and surging salt prices were, in his eyes, insignificant? If such matters are deemed trifles, then my grievances are hardly worthy of mention. The emperor's brows knitted tightly, his sharp gaze fixed upon the old King Qing and Zhao Yuan, an inquisitive glint evident in his eyes. What had transpired between these two today that rendered them so conspicuously awkward? A heaviness settled in old King Qing's heart, yet he maintained a facade of joviality, clasping his hands and stating, "Yuan has misunderstood. How could I dare to belittle state affairs? I merely counsel your majesty to temper your anger, lest the holy mind be disturbed by petty individuals. It is my nephew who has acted thoughtlessly. He acknowledges his error, so do not hold it against him. You are aware, dear uncle, that I am but a rough-hewn man, having spent years on the frontier. Though I have returned, I am not like my peers. My words often escape my mind unfiltered. Currently, my child is missing, and my wife has gone to search for them, leaving us without news. The salt workshop was a venture I undertook with my wife, and now these ministers speak as if pricking my very lungs. How could I not be incensed? Surely, anyone in my position would share such sentiments. Just days ago, they claimed issues with military funds, and now they raise concerns over the salt accounts. To be frank, I suspect someone is deliberately targeting me." Zhao Yuan's words, though blunt, were steeped in bitterness and helplessness. The pained smile he wore moved many within the court. Chancellor Liu Heng stepped forward solemnly, clasping his hands in respect. "Your Majesty, the regent has guarded the frontier for many years, battling valiantly to protect the stability of our great Yong dynasty, a fact universally acknowledged. To hastily place blame upon the regent for the discrepancies in the salt workshop's accounts, without thorough investigation, is, I fear, rather rash. Should this trend continue, who in court would dare serve the nation? Thus, I propose a comprehensive inquiry, ensuring that no innocent shall be wronged." His words sent a ripple of shock through the assembly. Soon after, Grand Tutor's son spoke up, "Though I am advanced in years, my eyesight remains keen. I have heard of the salt workshop's affairs. The regent and the princess have indeed labored diligently to achieve its current scale. If there are truly those who would embezzle and cause turmoil, then we must investigate thoroughly to root out the corruption, rather than inadvertently chill the hearts of the loyal." Sun paused, his gaze piercing as he swept over the censor and the Ministry of Revenue. There are those who repeatedly target the regent. Today it is the salt workshop. Just days ago, it was military funds. If there are no unseen hands stirring the pot behind the scenes, I find it hard to believe. Upon hearing this, old King Qing's face, though still amiable, tightened around the grip of his cane. "In response to your majesty, I believe this course is just. It is fair to all. I must admit, I was remiss in my earlier considerations." The old prince offered a respectful bow. "Then it is settled. Let us conclude this court session," the emperor proclaimed, and with that he withdrew. Zhao Yuan wore a look of disdain, reflecting on how he had previously overlooked the old uncle's antics. After the court session, he made his way to the imperial study. "What is the matter today? Why such animosity towards the royal uncle? Has he offended you?" the emperor inquired with curiosity. Upon entering, Zhao Yuan took a seat, surveying the room filled with hidden guards and attending eunuchs. It felt unsafe. Since Su Wantang had warned him to be cautious of King Qing, Zhao Yuan had grown increasingly vigilant. "I harbor no ill will towards the royal uncle. I merely spoke the truth. Those individuals are targeting me, and the royal uncle remains silent. How can I feel at ease? I understand he acts for the greater good, Yet they unjustly accuse me. I cannot remain silent. My temperament is, as you know, I am not one to engage in political machinations. I know you feel wronged. And you are aware of my own financial struggles. I am so impoverished that I must ask you for pocket money. To accuse me of embezzling 200,000 taels is sheer nonsense. Surely, you know my situation well. Enough. Do not be upset. I am aware of everything. Alas. The court is truly mired in corruption. It has become unbearable. Stop complaining. Have you heard any news regarding your sister-in-law or the children? None. Zhao Yuan responded, his demeanor deflating once more. The emperor, observing his disheartened expression, found himself at a loss for reprimands. Master Wang, please inform the kitchen to prepare braised lamb chops for me. I have not enjoyed a proper meal in days. Zhao Yuan instructed. Yes. After Master Wang departed, Zhao Yuan approached the emperor, picking up a memorial to read. Everyone, please leave.
Yes.
The palace maids and eunuchs exited. What is on your mind? Do you wish to speak? The emperor inquired. Nothing, I am merely bored and wish to doodle. In a short while, Zhao Yuan was engrossed in writing and drawing on scrap paper. Your Majesty, do you see any improvement in my calligraphy? Zhao Yuan asked, presenting the paper for the emperor's inspection. The emperor gazed at it, his pupils widening in shock, though he concealed his reaction, muttering, alas, it is still unsightly. As chapter 121 unfolded, Master Wang entered to find the emperor admonishing the regent. After all these years, your handwriting remains akin to a dog's paw prints. Were it not for your status as my brother, I would truly sigh. Your Highness, the meal is ready. Shall we eat now? Master Wang inquired. Yes, let us eat now. I am grateful to you, Master Wang, or else my brother would have scolded me all day long. Zhao Yuan replied, nonchalantly taking a seat to begin his meal. Eat quickly and be gone. You are a bothersome presence, the emperor remarked, returning to his memorials. Master Wang cast a glance at the two, noticing nothing unusual. A smirk of mockery playing on his lips. Just a brute. Zhao Yuan devoured his food rapidly, as if he had not eaten in ages. Once satisfied, Master Wang gathered the dishes. Brother, I shall take my leave now. Go ahead. The following day, Zhao Yuan and the emperor played chess beneath the pavilion in the imperial garden, undisturbed by anyone. A Yuan, was what you said yesterday truly the case? The emperor's expression turned grave. He struggled to accept that his own royal uncle could betray him. Your brother would never speak lightly of such a significant matter. King Qing, despite his outward displays of subservience and kindness, conspires against me. If you think he has not secretly won over hearts and drawn in court officials, I cannot agree. Do you not find it all too coincidental? The emperor inhaled deeply, his voice slow and measured. King Qing is my uncle, having served the late emperor, and now me. Ah Yuan, you must understand, he is the closest relative I have known since childhood, our sole blood relative elder. How can I trust such claims? Precisely because of this bond, he grows brazen. He is certain you will not suspect him, emboldening him to extend his reach into military affairs, the salt workshop, and the Ministry of Revenue. Most infuriatingly, he targets my child. I, too, wish to remain skeptical, yet this is the reality. If we allow this to continue, the court's integrity may well be lost. At this moment, Zhao Yuan felt his brother truly embodied the indecisiveness others spoke of.
Yuan.
Do you realize that if these words were to spread, there would be no turning back between us and the royal uncle? Are you certain of your stance? I am resolute, brother. King Qing's ambitions lie not in serving, but in seizing the dragon throne. Should you continue to waver, you may soon find regret. Moreover, my child has narrowly escaped peril due to his actions. I cannot tolerate this. If you are concerned, then absolve me from this matter. As for the outcome, do not trouble yourself further to protect me.
What do you mean by that?
I have always stood by your side. I am aware that at times I exhibit indecision. However, when it comes to matters of great significance, I remain resolute. It is reassuring that my imperial brother can think this way. Therefore, I implore you, take care of yourself. Within this palace, countless eyes are watching. No one can be trusted. Safeguard this medicine. Here are 2 antidotes, given to me by my wife. Very well, I understand. You too must exercise caution. I find myself in a predicament, as the entire court pressures me to relinquish my military command and live as a leisurely prince. There are numerous issues at hand. Just wait and see, soon enough. I shall be inundated with various admonitions cloaked in excuses. Upon concluding his words, Zhao Yuan cast down the black piece, effectively blocking the emperor's move. I am aware that there has been unrest. I simply did not anticipate it to be for my uncle. Perhaps the signs were evident long ago. Yet I was unwilling to believe. It matters not. If my brother truly abandons me, I shall indeed surrender my military authority and seek out my wife and children. For I long for them. Living as a leisurely prince is not without its merits. Zhao Yuan completed his statement, adopting a nonchalant demeanor that caused the emperor to frown in irritation. Set aside such thoughts. If anyone is to enjoy leisurely excursions, it should be I, not you. Very well, I must take my leave. Alas, being solitary is truly a desolate existence. Having uttered these words, Zhao Yuan leisurely rose and departed from the pavilion. Just as he stepped outside, he caught sight of a corner of fabric by the rockery. TSK, such rudimentary surveillance techniques. Brother, I shall be heading to the army camp tomorrow and will not attend court. You rascal. Zhao Yuan chuckled as he exited the palace. And all that transpired reached the ears of Prince Qing, Zhao Haiqing. As night enveloped the land, the prince's residence lay cloaked in silence. Clad in a yellow robe, Zhao Haiqing stood with hands clasped behind his back before the screen. I am already aware of the emperor's closeness to Zhao Yuan. There is no need to convey such trivial information. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the attendants, leaving only his most trusted ministers and advisors. Zhao Haiqing spoke slowly, his voice low and icy, akin to a venomous serpent. Do you believe the emperor places any trust in him? Rest assured, Your Highness. The emperor has always been suspicious and indecisive. However, he remains utterly unguarded in his dealings with you. Moreover, for years, you have presented yourself as a benevolent elder. So even if the emperor harbors doubts, he will not act rashly, one of his confidants replied, bowing respectfully. At this, Zhao Haiqing's lips curled into a slight smirk, a cold laugh escaping him. This is precisely my greatest advantage. Had it been anyone else, they would have long been consumed by suspicion. Yet, I am the emperor's uncle, the very one he ought to trust the most. This emperor is far more malleable than his deceased father ever was. He turned and took his seat, gently caressing the armrest as he continued, in a deep tone. For these many years, I have feigned loyalty, presenting myself as a devoted servant of the nation. My disguise has endured long enough. Zhao Zirui and Zhao Zifeng are of no consequence. I once believed they could stir the waters, only to find them easily dealt with. Had I known this would transpire, I would have acted sooner. The vast net has already been woven in the shadows. Half of the treasury's finances must pass through my hands. And how many orders from the Ministry of War have not been covertly approved by me beforehand? As for the salt trade, that was merely an unexpected twist. He continued, each word deliberate. I control both wealth and military might, yet the emperor remains oblivious, believing me to be a loyal minister. I cannot decide whether to deem him foolish or overly sentimental. Does he not realize that in the royal family, there exists no true sentiment? The confidants held their breath, not daring to utter a sound. Zhao Haiqing chuckled softly, lifting his teacup and savoring a sip. When the emperor's health declines further, I shall present my filial piety, advising him to abdicate for the sake of a peaceful retirement. Meanwhile, I shall be both the revered Prince Qing and the de facto ruler of the court. At that time, the emperor will merely be a puppet, obediently seated beside me. As for Zhao Yuan, he narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp. This man possesses too much ambition. If I do not temper his fervor soon, he may jeopardize my grand designs. I shall keep a watchful eye on him. And, if necessary, I will personally deal with him. Su Wantang has already been lured away. As for the 3 young masters, they must be well cared for, as they represent the last remnants of the Zhao legacy. Having spoken, he slowly set down his teacup. The world may regard me as benevolent and selfless. But what I seek has never been mere empty accolades. I desire the tangible power to govern eternally. My imperial brother does not trust me, yet it is I who will orchestrate his demise. As for the current emperor, he is no better than my brother. The flickering candlelight within the hall seemed to tremble under the weight of his words. Zhao Haiqing is a profoundly contradictory figure. To claim he is solely driven by the thirst for power would be an oversimplification, yet to assert he is not vying for that position would be equally misleading. In any case, he is the most improbable candidate amidst the sea of suspicion. Zhao Haiqing believes that he still holds sway over those 3 children, unaware that they have long since escaped and are together with Su Wantang. Within the Divine Healer's Valley, Su Wantang leading Xiaowen and Xiaoning as they strolled leisurely through the village. The 3 little ones were no longer as restrained as they had been in the capital. In this paradise, they had fully unleashed their true natures. Xiaowen, carrying a small bamboo basket, imitated the villagers in gathering herbs, reaching for unfamiliar leaves, only to be gently restrained by Su Wantang, Shaoan, that is mugwort. We must leave it for the Dragon Boat Festival to dry and hang on the door. Xiaoning was more composed than his brother, diligently learning to identify medicinal herbs from an elderly villager, occasionally squinting to inhale the fragrant aroma of the plants. The elder chuckled, ruffling his hair. This little lad possesses spirit. He may well become a skilled healer in the future. Little Lo, being the most curious and mischievous, dashed after the chickens and ducks in the yard, laughing joyously as he stumbled and fell, bursting into giggles as tears threatened to spill from his eyes. Seeing this, Su Wantang shook her head with a smile, bending down to scoop him up and gently dusting off his clothes. You little rascal, racing with the chicks all day. I shall have the teacher discipline you another day. Mother, please spare me. The person I loathe the most is the teacher. The village women approached, laughing heartily. Your Highness, your sons are truly clever and lively, bringing much joy to our valley. Su Wantang smiled in response. We are deeply grateful for your hospitality during our stay. This place is truly wonderful. Your Highness, do not mention it. It has been ages since an outsider graced our village, and the children have taken a great liking to your arrival. Indeed, I have never seen such beautiful individuals before, an old woman remarked. Yes, yes. It has been quite some time since our valley has been so lively. In this idyllic divine healer's valley, Su Wantang awaited the awakening of the system. Without the system's assistance, she felt utterly at a loss. While her own abilities were effective, they paled in comparison to the system's efficiency. Combat was manageable, but not without its challenges. Your Highness, the old valley master requests your presence. Someone came to relay the message. Very well.
Su Wantang presided.
The elder is looking for me.
Sí.
Ouyang Jingming poured her a cup of water before speaking. Your uncle has sent a letter. Here it is. Along with your personal correspondence. Thank you, elder. No need for such formalities. I shall take my leave to play with the children. Ouyang Jingming, now quite aged, had once been blessed with a daughter late in life. However, having lost both Ouyang Ming and Ouyang Xianxian, he naturally took great pleasure in the presence of these three little ones. Su Wantang opened the letter, penned by Zhao Yuan. After reading, a smile graced her lips. She had known Zhao Yuan was astute, quick to grasp the situation. Now, she simply needed to focus on caring for the children. When the time came for the system to awaken, she could unite with its power to conquer the 13 tribes of Miaojiang. Zhao Yuan arrived at the camp today, and Feng Jinian mentioned that the soldiers had captured several rabbits, suggesting they enjoy a braised rabbit feast together in the evening. Naturally, Zhao Yuan agreed, as it had been quite a while since he had savored rabbit meat. During dinner, Feng Jinian turned to Zhao Yuan and spoke softly. Your Highness, the rumors in the capital have been rampant, and I have heard them as well. I dare say that there are individuals deliberately inciting this chaos. If your Highness hastily attempts to defend yourself, it will only play into the hands of the enemy. Zhao Yuan smiled faintly. In truth, I sought you out today to hear your perspective. What do you suggest I should do? Should I simply allow them to slander me from the shadows? Feng Jinian clasped his hands and replied solemnly, precisely. The best response for your Highness at this moment is neither to argue nor to contest, but rather to disregard, disbelieve, and refrain from inquiring. Rumors cease with the wise. Should your Highness display panic, it will only reveal a sense of guilt. It would be far better to feign indifference and let them bellow. Zhao Yuan's eyes flickered with contemplation. Feng Jinian continued, currently, with the princess consort and the young prince absent from the capital, these individuals are poised to exploit the situation. Your Highness should focus on training the soldiers and maintaining morale, appearing wholly unperturbed. In doing so, those who attempt to sow discord will surely become impatient and escalate their actions. Once they reveal their true intentions, it shall be the moment for your Highness to strike back. Forcing them to expose themselves, Zhao Yuan murmured, a glint of cold light passing through his gaze. Feng Jinian nodded. Indeed. Your Highness's adversaries lurk in the shadows. Should your Highness confront them head-on, it would only grant them leverage. Only by remaining unyielding as a mountain can one compel the enemy to falter first. A silence enveloped the tent. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Yuan suddenly raised his gaze, a cold smile gracing his lips. Excellent. Since they wish to see me in a frenzy, I shall feign deafness and silence, allowing them to believe they have gained the upper hand, and when they finally reveal their flaws, I shall strike at the very foundation. A smile also appeared on Feng Jinian's face as he said softly, It is good that your Highness understands. Now, we must see which side can endure the longer. For your Highness has long been stationed at the borders, and those who wish to harm you will certainly pay a price. The eyes of the common people are not blind, and some individuals cannot afford to wait. Talking to you has certainly eased my mind considerably. If Su Wantang were here, I wouldn't have to worry so much, Zhao Yuan reflected, feeling a sense of invincibility when Su Wantang was by his side. The wisdom of the princess consort was something he could not hope to match. Feng Jinyun was acutely aware of Su Wantang's formidable influence. In the Great Yong, one could provoke anyone, but never Su Wantang. Chapter 122. Long time no see. Su Wantang had spent over a month in the Valley of Divine Healers, and her 3 little ones had become several shades darker, resembling little black eggs. It must be said that the sun here was indeed relentless. Su Wantang was foraging for herbs in the courtyard while her children played in the mud with other children, shaping the mud into little figures or animals, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Su Wantang did not restrain them. In the capital, they were royal offspring, their every word and action scrutinized and guided, constrained by rigid rules. However, here, they were simply ordinary children, free from the burdens of so-called propriety. Just then, a familiar voice broke the tranquility. Master, Gu Liu is back. Gu Liu's voice echoed in Su Wantang's mind. Gu Liu, you have returned. Yes, Master, Gu Liu has completed the upgrade. The joy in Gu Liu's tone was unmistakable. That is splendid news, Su Wantang replied, adding, I have been waiting for you, for quite some time. Oh? Master, where are you now? What do you think? After scanning the surroundings, Gu Liu exclaimed, Master, you are actually in the Valley of Divine Healers in the south. Indeed, much has transpired during this time. I shall give you a moment to gather your thoughts on the recent events. I require answers. Understood, Master. Gu Liu will begin scanning now. After a considerable time, Gu Liu finally completed the scan and began to speak slowly. Master, you have suffered greatly. Isn't it because of your unreliability? Wah, I had no idea. I did not know they would act in my absence. Silence. What I seek are answers. After a brief silence, Gu Liu began to speak again. Master, there have indeed been some unforeseen complications. Speak plainly. It is the Prince of Qing. He is the hidden mastermind behind it all. And then, why did you, as a system, allow such a significant flaw to occur? Do you realize that my 3 children nearly lost their lives because of him? Moreover, Zhao Yuan remains in the capital while I have been lured to the south. You must have a grasp of the situation in the capital.
Master.
Did you not say you wished to leave a legacy and take control of your own fate? You also claimed you wanted to become an exceptional system. Have you achieved that? Gu Liu, I now need to know why the Prince of Qing is acting this way, and whether Zhao Zifeng and Zhao Zirwei are still alive. I require this information immediately. Master, the Prince of Qing has long harbored rebellious intentions, but he has concealed them well over the years. I am unsure why I failed to detect it. Prior to my upgrade, I couldn't access this information, and up until then, the Prince of Qing had always presented as a positive figure. I do not know why. Su Wantang fell silent, pondering whether other systems might be overseeing this smaller system. Perhaps Gu Liu had achieved certain points or tasks that allowed him to uncover deeper truths after the upgrade. In any case, Gu Liu was now capable of obtaining the information. Retrieve the information on the Prince of Qing again for me. Yes, Master. Shortly thereafter, the information on the Prince of Qing appeared in Su Wantang's mind. The Prince of Qing, named Zhao Haiqing, was the son of the late emperor, known as Hai Yan, which means peaceful sea and river, but alas, it was not to be. In his youth, Zhao Haiqing was resentful of his elder brother's position as crown prince, and he often created trouble for him in secret. After being reprimanded by his father, he settled down somewhat. Later, when the late emperor ascended, at the tender age of 16, Zhao Haiqing attempted to assassinate him but failed. However, the late emperor, recalling their brotherly bond, forgave him and sent him to the south. Only the late emperor and Zhao Haiqing were aware of this incident. After arriving in the south, Zhao Haiqing encountered Lu Ziyue, the leader of the 13 villages, who was 11 years his senior and a remnant of the previous dynasty. Logically, given their significant age difference, there should have been little interaction between them. Yet Zhao Haiqing was inexplicably drawn to him. Within the palace, he and Lu Ziyue shared a brief period of bliss. But their relationship soured when Lu Ziyue's true identity was revealed, coinciding with the outbreak of war at the borders. The late emperor had no choice but to summon him back to the capital, where he was then dispatched to the front lines. Yet it was only after arriving at the borders that he realized that if he ascended to the highest position, he could possess anyone he desired. As for the late emperor, he deemed his existence unnecessary. Ultimately, the late emperor passed away prematurely, a fate orchestrated by Zhao Haiqing, who had poisoned him with a slow-acting toxin. When the current emperor ascended the throne, he placed immense trust in Zhao Haiqing, regarding him as the backbone of the Great Yong, which greatly satisfied Zhao Haiqing's vanity. However, when Zhao Yuan grew up and reclaimed military power, and Su Wantang arrived, he realized that his authority was being systematically undermined, prompting him to enact his sinister schemes. As for Zhao Zifeng and Zhao Zirui's identities, he had long been aware of them. It was all intentional. Since he had no offspring of his own, it mattered little who ascended to the throne. Originally, his plan was to eliminate the emperor and elevate the foolish Zhao Zifeng to power, thereby establishing a legacy through his father's lineage. Unfortunately, Lu Honor proved to be utterly ineffectual. It was only after Su Wantang bore children that he instructed the royal steward to smuggle the child out of the palace, intending to support the eldest among the 3 children to claim the throne, while he himself would assume the role of the behind-the-scenes Grand Emperor. As for Zhao Yuan, the emperor, and Su Wantang, their survival was not to be permitted. In this context, one might say that the emperor now finds himself in a perilous situation. Theoretically, yes. But there is no need for concern, for Gua Liu is here. Should you continue to be unreliable, I might have to dispose of you. He, my master. That is out of the question. Gua Liu is a system, and you cannot touch him. And what of the 13 tribes of Miaojiang? That is quite the tale. The chieftain has perished, and the 13 tribes are now under the control of the Grand Protector. Furthermore, Zhao Ziri has met his end, and Zhao Zifeng has been turned into a living puppet, suffering a fate worse than death. Their offspring, alas, have not survived, having been induced by drugs, lacking in vitality. Very well, then I shall annihilate him. Su Wantang believed it was only a matter of time before he became a threat. I shall accompany you, master. After all, they are but minor characters, incapable of stirring significant waves. That would be ideal. Where is my all-purpose shovel? Here it is. Subsequently, the shovel in Su Wantang's hands gleamed even more brilliantly, almost blinding. And what shall we do about your children, master? Shall we bring them along? What other choice do I have? I cannot rest easy without them by my side. Indeed, your space can temporarily accommodate them, provided they do not stay for too long. They shall come to no harm. The next day, Su Wantang took the children and bid farewell to Ouyang Jingming. Your Highness, I shall not keep you any longer. Please take care of Sun Xianyi and heir. Senior, do not worry. I shall look after him. He is my brother, the uncle to the 3 children. And I will naturally care for him. Thank you, Your Highness. With that, Su Wantang embraced the children and boarded the carriage prepared by Ouyang Sunxian. Slowly, the carriage departed from the Valley of the Divine Healer, leaving behind the place they had called home for nearly 2 months. Mother, are we going back to find father? Little N inquired. Yes, mother misses her father, do you not? We do. The 3 children replied in unison. However, before we return, there is a matter I must attend to, so we must wait a little longer.
All right.
Upon reaching the territory of the 13 tribes of Miaojiang, Su Wantang led the children to a small town for meal. The 3 little ones donned ethnic attire, appearing nothing like the young masters of the capital, their skin darkened by the sun. Su Wantang also wore the garb of a Miao peasant woman, her face similarly darkened, a deliberate choice to avoid drawing attention. After securing a guest room, she transferred the sleeping children into her space. Originally, the space could not accommodate living beings, but the system had undergone an upgrade, allowing it now. Gua Liu, keep an eye on the children. If they awaken, inform me. Su Wantang swiftly navigated through the forest. Understood, master. As she darted between the trees, the damp earth filled her senses. The night was as dark as ink, branches intertwining above, occasionally pierced by the cries of unknown birds and beasts, sending chills down her spine. The further she ventured, the thicker the fog became, and the air was permeated with the bizarre scent of decay mingled with medicinal herbs. This was the required path to the 13 tribes of Miaojiang, nestled deep within the mountains, almost isolated from the world. Should any outsider inadvertently wander into this realm, the odds of their return were grim. After scaling the last treacherous cliff, Su Wantang finally caught sight of a hidden cave. An eerie green flame flickered at the entrance, casting shadows that danced upon the stone walls. Gua Liu's shortcut truly proved to be expedient. She held her breath and approached, her heart tightening in dread at the sight before her. Deep within the cave lay rows of massive iron cages, each imprisoning figures that could scarcely be called human. Their bodies were marred with dark patterns or scars, eyes hollow and devoid of life, skin festering yet void of blood, as if they had been steeped in a potent elixir that robbed them of sensation. Some figures had swollen torsos, blood coursing beneath the skin like serpents, while others were nailed down, instinctively struggling against their restraints. With each breath, Their throats emitted raspy, guttural cries. This was the creation of the living puppets, a secret technique that instilled terror in the hearts of all who heard of it. The living were stripped of bones and blood, daily infused with poisons and medicinal fluids, transformed into mindless puppets that could only kill. Though Su Wantang hailed from a post-apocalyptic world, this was her first encounter with such inhumanity. These beings endured a fate worse than death. "This batch of living puppets is impressive," a hoarse voice echoed within the cave. Su Wantang held her breath, turning her gaze toward the sound, where two men from Miaojiang conversed in hushed tones beside the flickering flames. "The chieftain has ordered that they be delivered to that esteemed gentleman for inspection in 3 days. Do not make any mistakes. Rest assured, these are crafted from the sturdiest of men, imbued with the most potent effects. When that gentleman is satisfied, he shall reward us with even greater wealth." What is wealth compared to the ability to command more living puppets? Eventually, all of southern Jiang will fall under the dominion of our 13 tribes. One of the men sneered, rapping his knuckles against the iron cage. Suddenly, a pair of bloodshot eyes opened within the cage, pouncing like a wild beast, causing the iron bars to rattle and echo against the stone walls. Su Wantang recognized that living puppet. If Su Wantang truly loathed Zhao Zifeng, it was for the original hostess' sake. However, she was not one to indulge in such torturous cruelty. Once the two men departed, Su Wantang cautiously emerged from another side of the cave. Upon seeing Su Wantang, Zhao Zifeng's eyes widened in disbelief, his grip tightening around the cage as he emitted a low, guttural sound from his throat. Su Wantang stepped closer and spoke softly, "Zhao Zifeng. It has been a long time." Zhao Zifeng gazed at Su Wantang, indifferent to any hatred or lofty ambitions. He yearned only for a swift end, wishing to escape the torment he endured. Observing the hellish environment and the plight of the other living puppets, Su Wantang recalled what the two men had said. These puppets were created from villagers captured nearby. Once transformed into living puppets, unless continuously subjected to toxins until death, they could never return to normalcy. To live was to suffer. "Zhao Zifeng, do you realize that the Su Wantang who once loved you has truly perished during that incident? The Su Wantang before you now is a soul from another realm. Do you understand why I am so relentless toward you and Lu Wan'er? Because the genuine Su Wantang was indeed destroyed by your hands." She was not speaking from a place of pity. Rather, she wished for him to comprehend that once there existed a woman who loved you selflessly, yet tragically, she never received any acknowledgement from you. And you, having not loved her, still reveled in all that she offered you. "Zhao Zifeng, if this world indeed holds retribution, then I believe this is your moment of reckoning." Upon finishing her words, tears streamed from Zhao Zifeng's crimson eyes. Whether they were tears of regret or something else, Su Wantang no longer cared. "For the sake of the original host's fondness for him, I shall personally escort you on your journey. Living as you do now is a fate worse than death. If you wish, I can act now. If not, you may continue as a living puppet. If you consent, simply nod your head." "I am willing. Thank you." Zhao Zifeng croaked. "Very well. To all of you, I know you understand my words. If you desire my assistance, then knock on the cage." Su Wantang addressed the remaining conscious drug-enhanced individuals, the clanging sound echoing ominously. Subsequently, she procured gasoline from the marketplace and began to douse the area. For the system had declared that the blood of these drug-enhanced beings was toxic, and only by incinerating them could the risk of infecting others, be they human or animal, be averted. Such a method was undeniably cruel. Once the dousing was complete, Su Wantang gazed upon them and performed a respectful salute. "Blood Rakshasa, I bid you farewell on your journey."
Chapter 123. Annihilation Bang. Boom.
Flames erupted suddenly, lunging into the cave like a beast. As the inferno spread across the drug residue and the oily herbal juices that littered the ground, unleashing scorching waves accompanied by a nauseating stench. Simultaneously, the anguished cries of the drug-enhanced beings filled the air, and though Su Wantang listened, her heart was heavy, not for Zhao Zifeng, but for the innocent villagers whose once happy families had been shattered by abduction. The nefarious practices of the Miao's 13 villages in creating these drug-enhanced beings were cruel and unjust, and they ought not to exist in this world. Moreover, there was more than one cave imprisoning these beings. Numerous caves harbored drug-enhanced individuals, some of whom had lost all semblance of human consciousness, becoming mere tools in the hands of their captors. One by one, Su Wantang ignited the caves, the flames converging behind her like hellfire suddenly igniting in the night. The dark places once used for the creation of drug-enhanced beings were now engulfed in a sea of fire. The mountain winds aided the flames, which danced wildly, causing wooden supports to splinter and drug containers to explode, sending scalding liquid mixed with charred odors skyward, evoking a visceral urge to retch. Before long, individuals from the nearby village noticed the commotion and began to shout loudly. "Oh no! The drug-enhanced cave is on fire. Hurry! Bring water! Extinguish the flames! Inform the village chief at once." The cries reverberated through the forest as the villagers of the Miao's 13 villages rushed with buckets in hand. However, upon reaching the cave's entrance, they found the raging inferno had become an overwhelming blaze, the wooden structures within collapsing under the heat, making it impossible to approach. The drug-enhanced beings. They're still inside. What shall we do? When the village chief arrives, will we face punishment? In truth, the villagers were primarily fearful of the chief, as each of them harbored poison within, necessitating regular consumption of an antidote to survive. Why are you standing there? If you don't wish to perish, quickly assist in extinguishing the fire, shouted one villager, rushing to douse the flames. Yet, the water only stirred up a cloud of steam, quickly consumed by the fire. The herbal juices were inherently flammable, and with the wind fanning the flames, the blaze spread rapidly from cave to cave, rendering any approach impossible. We cannot save them. It's hopeless. Some villagers collapsed, watching helplessly as the cave crumbled, flames devouring everything, their fates seemingly sealed. Su Wantang observed everything from the shadows. Indeed, there was no hope of rescue unless modern firefighting equipment were at hand. Under the night sky, the flames soared, illuminating the mountainous Miao region. The acrid scent of charred remains mingled with the villagers' desperate cries. At that moment, several leaders and elders from the Miao's 13 villages hurriedly arrived. One elder, leaning on a cane, surveyed the inferno engulfing the cave, his complexion alternating between ashen and pale, his voice hoarse and filled with fury. What transpired? How did it catch fire? Where are the guards responsible for this area? Extinguish the flames. Quickly extinguish them. Someone roared. Yet, no matter how many rushed forward, the flames continued their rampage. Elder, this fire cannot be extinguished. Elder, we have no idea how it ignited. It flared up suddenly, leaving us no chance to combat it. The guards stationed there collapsed in despair, fully aware that such a grave error was beyond their capacity to bear. This is disastrous. Should we lose these drug-enhanced beings, our plans for the village will suffer a crippling blow. An elder trembled, his eyes filled with a sense of urgency. No, this cannot be an accident. It must be arson. Otherwise, how could 6 cave entrances ignite simultaneously?
Smell that?
There is a scent of gasoline. Another elder interjected. As her words fell, a collective realization struck the assembly. Investigate. We must scour this entire forest to unearth the scoundrel who dared to jeopardize our 13 villages and make them pay dearly. A chilling voice resonated from behind the crowd, sending shivers down their spines. Startled, everyone turned and bowed deeply.
Chief.
We greet you, Chief. Illuminated by the firelight, the newcomer donned a black robe, its edges billowing in the wind, his complexion ghostly pale. One elder cautiously approached, clasping his hands. Chief, the flames are fierce, and the drug-enhanced beings are entirely destroyed, I fear. Silence. I do not wish to hear nonsense. What I demand is results. Who dares to thwart the endeavors of my 13 villages? Mu Wuyen glared at the blaze, feeling an intense fury boiling within. This batch of drug-enhanced beings was crucial for the future of the village. Recent internal strife had already severely weakened the village as vitality. He had intended to leverage these beings for a trade with the Prince of Celebration, and now everything was in ruins. How could he not be enraged? Yet, he also understood that anger would not resolve the matter. Identifying the arsonist was paramount. Chief, this fire's emergence is suspicious. It must be deliberate arson. Is that not clear? It is an evident truth. However, this individual not only set fire but ignited all these drug-enhanced caves simultaneously. This person must be well acquainted with our village as defenses. Perhaps a traitor lurks among us. Mu Wuyen's words sent a tremor through the crowd as furtive glances were exchanged, the firelight casting shadows of unease across the faces of the elders. Send out an order. Search. Scour the entire forest. Should an outsider intrude, they must not leave Miao territory alive. If it is an insider, I shall personally flay them alive. With that, Mu Wuyen strode away. Understood. Su Wantang observed Mu Wuyen depart, then followed at a distance, trailing him for quite a while until he finally halted. After following for so long, it is time for you to reveal yourself, Mu Wuyen declared. Emerging from the shadows, Su Wantang saw no need to remain concealed any longer. Her fate was already sealed. Indeed, you are the chief of the 13 villages, Quite formidable, she mused with a hint of sarcasm, having followed him for so long without detection. Mu Wuyen turned to face her, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Who are you? Do you dare to burn my drug-enhanced beings? Have you grown weary of life? Who I am matters little. What matters is that those drug-enhanced beings should not exist, and neither should you in this world. With that, Su Wantang transformed her small spade into a formidable weapon, pointing it directly at Mu Wuyen. Mu Wuyen narrowed his eyes, a frigid malice permeating the air. In that case, you shall remain here. Before his words lingered, he lunged forward, his sword flashing with lethal intent, aimed straight for Su Wantang's throat. Anticipating the attack, Su Wantang deftly sidestepped, her form soaring backwards like a swallow as her spade glimmered with golden light, striking downward with force.
Clang.
The clash of metal rang out, sparks flying. Mu Wuyen unleashed a tempest of strikes, each sword flash more ferocious than the last. Su Wantang skillfully evaded, occasionally countering with her spade, maneuvering with ease, as if toying with a mouse, forcing Mu Wuyen to adopt a defensive stance.
You are Su Wantang.
Mu Wuyen asserted, not in question but in certainty. For upon seeing the spade in her hand, he recalled tales of the former Prime Minister of Daeong, the Regent Princess Su Wantang, whose weapon was an unconventional spade. And a pure gold spade at that. Indeed, this is it. Su Wantang let out a derisive snort. TSK, you are not entirely foolish, but what a pity. You are far too wicked.
Boom.
Once again, a resounding clang echoed through the night, startling the nocturnal birds into flight. Su Wantang's shovel struck directly against Mu Wuyen's chest. Not wishing to prolong the battle, Su Wantang waved her hand, summoning the stream nearby to surge towards her, as if it were a living, colossal belt. Gradually, it transformed into countless arrows, all aimed at Mu Wuyen. What sorcery is this? Mu Wuyen felt a chill of trepidation. This is no sorcery, Su Wantang retorted. It is merely the manipulation of the elemental forces. Do you believe everyone is as malevolent as your 13 villages? With that, she pronounced, prepare to meet your demise. As her words faded, arrows rained down upon Mu Wuyen from all directions. With no refuge to escape, he began to resist desperately, but the relentless ice arrows proved insurmountable. The sound of piercing flesh echoed, and soon, Mu Wuyen was as lifeless as one could be. Su Wantang approached and regarded Mu Wuyen for a moment before waving her hand, encasing him in ice, which shattered into countless fragments. Following the directions within Mu Wuyen's information, she made her way to the hidden cave. Inside, she discovered chests overflowing with gold, silver, jewels, and an array of weaponry. Treasures indeed. Additionally, there were numerous herbs, some poisonous and others benign. However, regardless of their nature, Su Wantang collected them all into her spatial realm. The three little ones had long awoken, and, upon finding their mother absent, felt a surge of anxiety. Yet, upon hearing her confrontation with the villain, they quickly understood that their mother was engaged in a battle. They resolved to remain quiet, snuggling under a small blanket, and before long, they drifted off to sleep. After securing all the valuables in her space, Su Wantang glanced at her children, who were peacefully resting without disturbance. She then proceeded to the library, collecting every book into her spatial realm. For these tomes must not go to waste, they would undoubtedly prove useful. Entering Mu Wuyen's chamber, she discovered correspondence between him and Prince Qing, which was irrefutable evidence, complete with the prince's personal seal. The 13 villages of Miaojiang had thrived for many years primarily due to the iron mine located within their territory, making them exceedingly wealthy. Gua Liu, I am here. Yes. Deliver a message to the general stationed in the southern frontier. Instruct him to immediately launch an assault on the 13 villages of Miaojiang. Duplicate Zhao Yuan's seal and affix it to the letter, informing him I await his arrival inside. Understood. I shall relay the message at once. Upon arriving in the southern frontier, Su Wantang promptly notified Yang Xiang, so he was aware of her presence, albeit unaware of her exact intentions. The system operated swiftly, and before long, Yang Xiang found the letter awaiting him in his study. Curious about the sender, he opened it and grew serious at once. Zhong Yun, at your service. Immediately rally the troops. We shall attack the 13 villages of Miaojiang. Here is the map. Review it with your lieutenants. Yes, General. Although Zhong Yun was uncertain of the sudden directive, he recognized the necessity of obeying his commander. Soon, the forces were assembled, and they set forth. The encampment was not far from the southern frontier, and they advanced at full speed, intending to arrive by morning. After thoroughly sifting through the valuables, Su Wantang began to methodically eliminate the elders. The task was alarmingly simple, akin to slicing through vegetables. In no time, most had met their end. While the elders possessed their own caches of wealth, Su Wantang refrained from taking it all, wishing to leave something for General Yang and his men. It would be unreasonable to seize everything, for one cannot simply let the horse run without allowing it to graze, lest she be deemed stingy. After a night of labor, as dawn broke, Su Wantang perched atop the highest branch of a grand pine tree, finally able to behold the entirety of the Miao village. The morning mist had yet to dissipate, a delicate veil cloaking the layered mountains, resembling a celestial realm. Bamboo houses clung to the mountainside, arranged in harmonious disarray. Their eaves adorned with colorful banners and wind chimes that danced in the breeze, producing a sweet, melodious sound. A serene stream meandered through the village, its crystal-clear waters reflecting the wooden structures and bamboo groves. Terraced fields stretched out in layers, the rice paddies glimmering under the sun's gentle caress, showcasing an abundant harvest. Miao women washed clothes by the stream, their vibrant embroidered skirts and silver adornments harmonizing beautifully with the morning mist, evoking a picturesque landscape. At that moment, the Miao village was a stark contrast to the previous night's fiery chaos and lurking danger. It was serene and beautiful, as if untouched by darkness and conspiracy. Were it not for Su Wantang's prior knowledge of this notorious 13 village, no one would believe such a lovely and tranquil place could be so infamous. The geographical and living conditions of the 13 villages of Miaojiang surpassed even that of the Valley of Divine Healers, with scenery that was nothing short of splendid, a true waste of nature's bounty. Mother, we're awake. The voices of the three little ones rang out. Su Wantang suddenly recalled her children. Just a moment, my dears. I'll tidy up and bring you out. She was currently perched high in a towering pine. Utilizing ropes and a hammock purchased from the market, with the system's assistance, she swiftly constructed a cozy resting spot. One by one, she retrieved her children from the spatial realm and placed them onto the hammock, cautioning, "Stay still, or you might fall." Of course, this was merely a playful scare. The items produced by the system were sturdy, and the mighty pine was robust enough to withstand the trifling weight of her little ones. "Mother, we know. We one tea move." The trio chimed, their curiosity piqued as they gazed around. "We're up in the tree, waiting for someone to come for us. Be good and keep quiet so we don't get discovered." "Understood." Su Wantang then produced some bread, yogurt, and sausages, unwrapping them and handing them to her children.
Wow.
"Mother, this is delicious," exclaimed Shaoan, devouring the bread eagerly. "Yes, it would be wonderful if Uncle was here," added Xiao Ning. "Your uncle surely misses us." Su Wantang mused, thinking of Xiao Yun with a pang of longing. "Next time, I'll bring Uncle to crawl through a dog hole,"
Déclarait Xiao Le.
only to receive a gentle thump on the head from Su Wantang. "If you dare take your brother and your uncles through a dog hole again, I assure you, Xiao Lo, I will make you understand why the flowers in the capital bloom so vividly." Su Wantang found it curious that her youngest son held such a fascination with the idea of crawling through dog holes. "Well, Mother, I was just joking. I wouldn't dare," Xiao Lo protested, his eyes darting around. "You had better not, or you shall reap the consequences." "Mother, I don't want any consequences. Could I have another bun instead?" Xiao Lo pointed at the bread. "Very well, enjoy." Su Wantang handed him another piece. "Mother, I need to go potty," Xiao Lo announced. "Mother, me too. Me too." Su Wantang sighed in exasperation, but it was no matter. If they needed to go, so be it. She gathered the little ones and helped them with their urgent needs, and under the gentle breeze, their tiny contributions rained down upon the 13 villages of the southern frontier. Su Wantang had anticipated that Yang Xiang would launch an attack on the 13 villages sooner, yet time passed without a sign of his arrival. Growing weary from the wait, she dozed off with her children in the spatial realm, only to awaken still without any sign of the troops. It was not until nightfall that movement finally stirred. Beneath the shroud of darkness, the thunderous sound of thousands of marching hooves reverberated through the forest, the wind carrying with it the sounds of neighing horses and clashing weapons. "Light the torches and advance at full speed." With a command from Yang Xiang, countless flames erupted, illuminating the night like a blazing dragon, winding its way towards the 13 villages of Miaojiang. The villages, which were once in slumber, were caught completely off guard. Suddenly, the mountain pass resounded with the blaring of horns and the cacophony of battle cries, sweeping over the land like a tempest. "An enemy attack!" A terrified voice cried out, but it was instantly drowned in the deafening roar of iron hooves and clashing weapons. The gates of the village were violently smashed open, splintering wood flying everywhere. The guardians of the Miao people barely had time to raise their weapons before being pierced by sharp spears in an instant. Flames soared into the sky, The cries of battle ringing out, mingled with the wails of children and the piercing screams of women, the 13 villages were thrown into chaos. The army swept through like autumn winds scattering leaves, with no one able to mount an effective resistance, for the elders and the village chief had already perished at the hands of Su Wantang. How could anyone organize a defense? The current state of the 13 villages was akin to a pile of scattered sand. In the blink of an eye, the joyous songs and drumbeats of the 13 villages transformed into lamentations and cries. The once celebratory bonfire feast had turned into a scene of fiery destruction. All troops, advance without mercy. Yang Xiang commanded coldly. These 13 villages were infamous and deserving of their fate. The cavalry surged, flames lighting the sky. In just one night, the 13 villages of Miaojiang had ceased to exist. Looking around, Yang Xiang did not see Su Wantang's figure. She felt there was no need for them to meet. However, after some thought, she decided it was prudent to see him, as there were matters to discuss. Su Wantang leaped down from the tree, while the children obediently waited in the space. Gradually, Su Wantang appeared behind the crowd. Who goes there?
Agar spati Su Wantang. General Yang.
Su Wantang called out. Upon hearing her, Yang Xiang immediately turned around, recognizing Su Wantang, and clasped his fists in greeting. Is it the princess?
Yes, it is I.
This official greets the princess.
Yang Xiang Boed.
No need for such formalities. I expected you to arrive earlier, but it seems you are quite late. Returning to the princess, we should have arrived sooner. But we encountered a mountain flood on the way, which delayed us. It's of no consequence. By the way, the village chief and the elders are already dead. What remains here cannot stir up a significant wave. I shall not accompany you further. The 13 villages of Miaojiang contain an iron mine. What to do about it? General Yang is well aware. This official understands. Well then, I shall take my leave. Princess, would you like me to escort you? There is no need. Had I not waited for you, I would have left long ago. I bid farewell to the princess. Su Wantang paid no heed to the ensuing matters. How to deal with them was no longer her concern. She only wished to return to Zhao Yuan's side. Zhao Yuan, having heeded Feng Yunjin's advice, had been attending court less frequently, and even when he did, he wore an indifferent demeanor. The next day, during the morning court, the minister stood as per usual in the Golden Luan Hall, and Zhao Yuan entered with a detached expression, maintaining his usual air of disinterest. The previously oppressive atmosphere in the hall was suddenly shattered by a loud proclamation. I have a memorial to present. A minister stepped forward, his voice piercing and sharp. The realm remains unsettled, and the borders need to be secured. As the regent, one of the court's key officials, he should be tirelessly assisting the sovereign day and night. Yet, in recent days, he has not only neglected his duties, but has also failed to attend court for days on end. Even when present, he appears fatigued, indifferent, and lacking any intent to engage in governance. Upon hearing these words, the other ministers murmured in agreement. The minister continued to press. I have received confidential reports that Zhao Yuan disregards military affairs, often leaving the capital without reason, lingering in the camps. The army is surely aware of his negligence. How can he be allowed to act so recklessly? If the borders were to falter, who would bear the responsibility? He spoke with a feigned expression of deep concern. This is a grave disrespect and disloyalty. I beseech the sovereign to impose strict penalties. A few ministers, seeing the opportunity, chimed in. The prince, as a royal, should not indulge in laziness and passivity. Such behavior would harm the foundation of the nation. Indeed, if everyone were to emulate him, what would become of the court in the future? Zhao Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression unchanged, as if the accusations were entirely irrelevant to him. TSK, if my lady were still here, she would surely say, these people are truly adept at pretense. How had he not realized this before? These vermin swarmed like flies drawn to meat, instantly converging. The regent had indeed been somewhat lax of late. A punishment was warranted. The emperor suddenly interjected. Zhao Yuan glanced at the emperor, but said nothing. You shall be punished to reflect on your actions for half a month, during which you need not attend the court. Yes, I shall comply. The minister who had made the accusation was dumbfounded. This was not the outcome he had desired. This merely provided Zhao Yuan with an advantage. He truly had tried to steal a chicken, only to lose the rice. He had no idea how his master would punish him. After hearing this, some felt that such punishment was sufficient, while others believed it was inappropriate. After the court session, Zhao Yuan headed straight home, without pausing for a moment. My lord, where are we going? Nowhere in particular. We simply await developments. Yes. After Mu Feng finished speaking, he drove the carriage back to the prince's residence. The carriage rolled to a stop in front of the prince's palace. And just as Mu Feng was about to disembark, he was met by a throng of elegantly dressed women standing at the entrance. Each possessed varying degrees of beauty, yet all were strikingly alluring. Upon seeing the carriage halt, the women, who had been whispering amongst themselves, instantly raised their heads, their gazes fervently fixed on the direction of the carriage. "It is His Highness the Regent," someone exclaimed softly. "Mu Feng, what is happening?" Zhao Yuan inquired from within the carriage. "My lord, a group of women has blocked the entrance."
Mu Feng replied.
"Understood," Zhao Yuan responded, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Had they forgotten the words he had spoken before? Zhao Yuan stepped out, his dark robes flowing with the wind, causing the hearts of the women to tremble, yet they quickly regained composure, laughing and rushing forward. "Your Highness, I am the niece of the Minister of Rights, well-versed in etiquette and capable of managing the household. If I were to serve you, I would surely alleviate your burdens." A woman clad in emerald spoke, curtsying slightly. "Your Highness, do not listen to her. I am the true embodiment of grace and gentleness, skilled in music and dance, perfectly suited to soothe your troubles." The speaker, adorned in red, bore the air of a courtesan. "Grace? Merely a facade. If your Highness seeks loyalty, you must choose me," another woman declared, pushing through the crowd to gaze at Zhao Yuan. Yet Zhao Yuan did not bestow even a glance upon her. In mere moments, the women began to exchange barbs. Some discreetly tugged at the sleeves of others, while others boldly positioned themselves before Zhao Yuan, their voices soft yet tinged with challenge and pride. Before long, the originally dignified demeanor of the ladies collapsed entirely. Several began to shove and pull at one another, their garments and sashes becoming entangled, resulting in a scene of utter chaos. "Your Highness, look at me. Your Highness, do not be deceived by her." Amidst the tumult, Zhao Yuan remained cold and unperturbed, finding these women utterly insignificant compared to his wife. Witnessing the chaos as the women jostled each other, Zhao Yuan finally raised his gaze. His eyes, as sharp as blades, cut through the commotion as he spoke icily. "When did my residence become a marketplace for brawls?" With a single utterance, akin to a sudden thunderclap, several women trembled. The hands that had been secretly tugging at sleeves immediately recoiled, their forced smiles freezing into expressions of fear. Zhao Yuan's gaze swept over them, as if piercing through the layers of schemes behind them. "This residence does not accept those with ulterior motives. Should you come willingly, it would only be an act of self-humiliation. Go back and inform your masters if you wish to live. Do not provoke me. I am not one to show mercy." His words, though spoken lightly, rendered the faces of the women pale.
"Guards,"
Zhao Yuan commanded with a wave of his hand. Immediately, guards stepped forward, separating the women. They remained unwilling, still pleading sweetly. "Your Highness, I am sincere. Please allow me to stay." Zhao Yuan's brow furrowed, and he barked with a voice as cold as frost. "Leave." Each word was like a blade, and the several women dared not resist any longer, being forcibly driven away by the guards. Zhao Yuan did not spare them a glance, striding directly through the grand entrance, swiftly enveloped by the resounding echo of the closing door.
"Mu Feng."
Zhao Yuan called out. "At your service," came the reply. "Investigate the backgrounds of those women. Ascertain their identities." "Yes, I shall do so immediately." These individuals, having nothing better to do, he would lend them a hand. Within a couple of days, the streets and alleys of the capital, including taverns and tea houses, became rife with various rumors. Have you heard? The Feng family's backyard is truly tumultuous. It is said that young Master Feng has entangled himself with his father's concubine, resulting in a child whose paternity is uncertain, exclaimed a diner, revealing a lewd grin. Indeed, when it comes to mischief, these noblemen certainly excel. I must admit, I am thoroughly impressed. Do you not realize? The highborn households have their secrets aplenty. Humph. You have no idea. There are even more scandalous tales. What do you mean? Are you familiar with Lord Lewin? Of course. Does he not have only one daughter? She took in a son-in-law who was subsequently relegated to the role of a scholar in her father's study, and then she took another, who also became a scholar. Tell me, is this scholar truly just a scholar? What? Such occurrences exist? Indeed. This is no mere rumor. Enough. Enough. If we talk too much, we shall grow numb to it. The officials who had sent beautiful women to Zhao Yuan's residence found themselves the subjects of various rumors. From the most intimate secrets of the household heads to the gossip of the servants, all were circulated fervently. Even the details of which concubine the household head spent the night with, and the sounds that echoed from their chambers, became common knowledge. One could not deny that when Zhao Yuan sought to exact vengeance, he was no less formidable than Su Wantang.
Mufeng.
At your service. Go to the pleasure quarters and redeem a few of the young ladies who frequently associate with these gentlemen, then present them to them. Since they enjoy sending people into others' backyards, we shall reciprocate with courtesy. Inform them that these women are a token of my appreciation for their efforts.
Yes.
I shall take care of it. A smile danced on Mu Feng's lips, recognizing the cruelty of the prince's stratagem. The beauties bestowed by the prince were impossible for those officials to refuse. In the future, one could only wonder if they would dare to meddle again. Mu Feng procured 6 young ladies, and observing them, he spoke gently. You shall now attend to the gentleman I just mentioned. This is your opportunity, graciously bestowed by the prince. Whether you establish your standing in their households depends upon your capabilities. After all, you are beauties gifted to these esteemed gentlemen. Do you understand? Thank you, my lord. We understand, and we shall serve well. The girls were left astounded by this unexpected fortune. Once redeemed, they were no longer courtesans. Should they bear a child or 2 for these gentlemen, their lives would be deemed worthwhile. After all, they were well versed in the art of pleasing others and navigating the treacherous waters of intrigue. Chapter 125. Retaliation. Early the next morning, the officials who had sent people to the regent's residence found their worlds collapsing. What? You dare to take a courtesan as a concubine? Oh, I cannot endure this. I have toiled and sacrificed for you, bearing your children, and this is how you repay me? Cried Lady Foam, dramatically clutching her handkerchief and wailing. Silence. Lower your voice. Snapped Lord Foam, his expression darkening. Since you have the audacity to act, do you think you can silence the whispers? This is utterly outrageous. These individuals were all sent by the regent. Had it not been for your reckless decision to send them to the regent's residence, would such a situation have arisen? Now you must endure this, unless you wish to leave the household, Lord Foam said, his headache intensifying. To be frank, he had no knowledge of sending the girls to the regent's residence. His foolish wife had acted on her own accord, and now calamity had befallen them. What did you say? Lady Foam, momentarily forgetting her tears, stared blankly at Lord Foam. I said those girls were sent by the regent. Do you now comprehend? Who told you to provoke trouble? Be cautious in your service, or who knows what else might transpire. With that, Lord Foam strode away. For him, it mattered little. More beauties were always welcome. Yet he could not fathom why Zhao Yuan favored only Su Wantang, as if he would never tire of her. Upon hearing this, Lady Foam was truly at a loss for tears. She had thought that any man would naturally appreciate beautiful women, which was why she had sent her distant cousin to the regent's residence. How had it turned into this? Now, they had returned with a grand figure, emerging from the pleasure quarters, and it was no longer feasible to disregard her. Not just the Foam household, but the residences of other dignitaries were in similar disarray. Yet no one dared to voice their grievances, simply enduring their fates. The young ladies emerging from the pleasure quarters had indeed found themselves a formidable patron, primarily securing positions as favored concubines. Should they bear a child or 2, their futures would be assured. Su Wantang sat aboard a merchant ship with her children, having reserved a modest private room. Although labeled as such, it was not spacious, merely accommodating a soft couch, sufficient for the 3 children to rest, while she laid out bedding on the floor beside them. Mother, where does this water come from? Asked Xiao, and naturally, it is clean water. Drink up, it is safe.
Replied Su Wantang.
Mother, last time we were on a boat, we saw someone defecating into the river. We all saw it. Chimed in another child. Yes. And that backside was so pale. Added the third. Mother, the river water is undrinkable. It is dirty. The 3 little ones recounted the day's events, leaving Su Wantang at a loss for words. Clearly, they had witnessed a repugnant scene, leading them to doubt the cleanliness of the water in their possession. This was mineral water purchased from the marketplace. How could it be unclean? Rest assured, this is not river water. See how exquisite this bottle is? How could it possibly be from the river? Now drink up, and then it's off to sleep. All right, Mother, how long until we reach home? In about 3 days. We shall be home. I miss Father, sighed one child. So do I, echoed another. Oh, I miss Uncle, lamented the third. After drinking their water, the 3 children finally drifted off to sleep. Su Wantang covered them with a small blanket. Despite it being the sweltering month of July, it felt stifling even aboard the ship. It had barely been 2 months since her departure, yet it felt like an eternity.
Su Wantang truly missed Zhao Yuan.
Before their separation, she had never felt such longing, but now all she desired was to see him. She had indeed grown increasingly sentimental. As evening descended, The ship docked at a small town and would not depart until the next morning, allowing the passengers to disembark and replenish their supplies. The evening glow bathed the river surface, casting a golden-red hue along the town's edge. Su Wantang held the hands of her 3 children as they joined the throng descending the gangplank. The town, though modest, was built along the river, with boats continuously arriving at the dock, bringing merchants and goods from all directions. The marketplace buzzed with life, filled with porters, carts, and the clamorous calls of vendors, creating a lively atmosphere. At the street corner, a watermelon vendor called out loudly, "Sweet and juicy watermelons. Refreshing and cool. Only 3 coins for a generous slice." With a swift motion, he brought the knife down, and with a crisp crack, the large watermelon was cleaved in 2. The vibrant red flesh glistened, juices cascading down the cut, instantly captivating many passers-by. The children, their eyes wide with wonder, fixated on the alluring crimson pulp. Unable to resist, Xiaoning swallowed hard and tugged at Su Wantang's sleeve. With a smile, Su Wantang purchased several slices for them. The 3 brothers embraced their prized fruit, laughing and munching away, their chins smeared with juice, their comical appearance eliciting amused chuckles from onlookers. In this era, watermelons had spread to every city in Daeong, yet none could rival the exquisite taste of those cultivated in Su Wantang's orchard. After all, the watermelon seedlings in her estate were grafted, while those grown by the common folk were not only ungrafted but often poorly tended. Some melons, though large and with enticingly red flesh, simply lacked sweetness. Nevertheless, in a time when fruit was scarce, the mere existence of watermelon was a delightful surprise. With its introduction, prices had dropped, making it affordable for nearly everyone, and households were now able to cultivate their own watermelons. The reason for its continued market value was the influx of travelers. "Mother, you should try some too." Xiaoan offered the watermelon to Su Wantang. "No, Mother doesn't wish to eat," Su Wantang replied, as she was not accustomed to eating in public. While the children were indifferent to such concerns, most women would avoid drawing attention to themselves while dining on the streets. "All right, I'll hold your hand after I finish eating, so you won't get lost," Xiaoan suggested, and promptly took large bites of the fruit.
Su Wantang quipped.
"Do you think your mother is that unreliable?" "No, it's just that we can't spare a hand to hold you. Let us eat over there in the corner. Once we're done, we can continue our stroll," Su Wantang said, glancing at the bustling crowd, wary of the children getting jostled. "Okay." Soon after, the 3 children were happily devouring their watermelon on the edge of the street. Once they finished, Su Wantang took one child by each hand, pulling Xiaoan along, and they re-entered the throng of people. The taverns, fabric shops, and apothecaries lining the streets hung vibrant red lanterns, their businesses thriving. Occasionally, the melodic voice of a storyteller could be heard, weaving tales to enthralled audiences. Su Wantang guided the children into a seemingly clean inn. The young attendant immediately approached with warmth, beaming as he welcomed them. "Esteemed guests, please come in." Su Wantang chose a table by the window, inquiring, "What specialties do you offer?" "Madam, our steamed chicken wrapped in lotus leaves is exceptional, as is our braised pig's trotter. Our small shrimp are also highly popular, and the amaranth soup is delightful," he replied enthusiastically. "Very well, we shall have these dishes, and do add a jar of steamed eggs, as my children enjoy them." "Certainly, esteemed guest. Please wait a moment. The dishes will be served shortly." The food arrived promptly, steaming and fragrant. The 3 brothers stared eagerly as Su Wantang wiped the chopsticks clean before handing them over. Demonstrating their understanding, the children refrained from eating until she did.
"Boys,
"Take whatever you wish. If you can't reach something, your mother will serve you," she encouraged. "Thank you, Mother." Xiaolo, the smallest, was the quickest, deftly snagging a piece of chicken. He beamed at his brothers before shoving the morsel into his mouth, exclaiming, "Delicious. Mother, you should try some too." Xiao Ning, feeling competitive, attempted to seize a piece but was thwarted by Xiaoan. In a fit of frustration, Xiao Ning huffed and reached to snatch it back, while Xiaoan defended his bowl, declaring, "I got this first."
"But I wanted it,"
protested Xiao Ning, his eyes wide with determination.
Su Wantang chuckled helplessly,
Gently tapping the table. "All right, you 3, no mischief. Eat slowly. If it's not enough, we can order more." She distributed the steamed eggs among the children and began to eat herself. As the young attendant had promised, the meal was indeed delightful. After their meal, Su Wantang led the children to a clean inn, securing a room where they could finally enjoy a restful sleep. Although the boat had claimed to offer private quarters, it was still prone to rocking in rough winds, leaving her feeling unsettled. After bathing her sons and coaxing them to sleep, she took the outside position. "Gua Liu," Su Wantang called out. "Master, I am here." I'm going to rest now. Keep watch, and if any danger approaches, wake me immediately. Also, ensure to rouse me at 8 tomorrow morning, she instructed. Understood, master.
Gua Liu will do as you say.
With the assurance of her system, Su Wantang finally surrendered to a peaceful slumber. It was not until after 7 the following morning that she awoke, and upon seeing her 3 sons sprawled in slumber, her heart softened. These little black dumplings had not changed a bit. Around 10 in the morning, passengers boarded the ship, which then began its slow journey towards the capital. Meanwhile, in the study of the Duke's residence, a chilling tension permeated the air. What? Zhao Haiqing sprang to his feet, the letter in his hand flung to the ground, his eyes blazing with fury as though he could tear someone apart. Fools! He stood abruptly, his sleeves sweeping across the table, sending documents crashing to the floor. The attendants in the room bowed their heads, too fearful to breathe. Rage seethed within Zhao Haiqing's eyes as his voice thundered. The royal palace is fortified with sentinels. Not even a fly could slip through. How could 3 children simply vanish into thin air? The guards knelt in unison, trembling. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Zhao Haiqing swept his arm, toppling a bronze incense burner from the table. The disappearance of the 3 children meant disaster if Su Wantang found them. His eyes bloodshot, he ground his teeth. Those are Zhao Yuan's 3 sons. As long as they are in my grasp, they are leverage I may wield at any moment.
But now?
Where are they? Alive or dead? If they've been rescued, all my plans will be in ruins. He paced back and forth, his anger roiling like flames, his countenance dark and foreboding. If they fell into the hands of others, not only would he lose his bargaining chips, but he could also face retaliation. How could he afford to lose 3 instruments of coercion at such a young age? But if they were to end up in Su Wantang's possession? Thinking this, his gaze turned icy, and he nearly roared. Search for them. Even if you must scour the mountains of the southern regions, bring those 3 children back to me. If you find them, I want them alive. If not, ensure you deliver their remains intact. If you fail to uncover the truth, not a single sentinel shall remain at the royal palace. The air thickened, cold sweat trickling down the backs of the hidden guards, their voices trembling. Yes. We shall relay your orders immediately. Zhao Haiqing slammed his palm heavily onto the table, muttering through clenched teeth, truly an unkillable pest. It was unclear whether he was referring to the children or someone else. In the court, the seat of Zhao Yuan lay vacant. The emperor cast a glance at it, pondering when Su Wantang would return, for his brother was on the brink of being overwhelmed. At that moment, a minister bowed and reported, Your Majesty, I have investigated certain colleagues who, as esteemed officials, indulge in the brothels day and night. Not only do they engage in debauchery, but they also privately purchase women from these establishments to bring into their homes, some even elevating them to the status of favored concubines. Such behavior is a disgrace and a detriment to the integrity of the court. It is utterly intolerable. The officials named turned pale, hastily kneeling and protesting. This is slander. I merely sought to rescue these women from their plight and marry them. How can this be unjust? Meanwhile, General Wei stood with arms crossed, a flicker of amusement in his eyes as he observed the scene. The prince's methods are indeed masterful, allowing them to swallow their own losses. While rescuing women from distress is commendable, the general recalled that just days prior, at the gates of the regent's residence, a procession had delivered so-called exquisite beauties, claiming they were virtuous women, not of the brothel. It appears that you have meticulously selected courtesans for the regent, haven't you? General Wei has always held disdain for the civil officials who constantly target military officers, and this time, it seems he has caught them red-handed. The prince and those officials are in accord. Now that the prince is under house arrest, it is only natural for his subordinates to come to his defense. Several officials turned pale, beads of cold sweat trickling down as they knelt in silence. The emperor has also heard about this matter, and it must be said that Yuan has handled it splendidly. This child has finally learned the art of intrigue within the court, marking a true maturation. Chapter 126. Lord Feng, drenched in sweat, lamented that he was merely a scapegoat, entirely unaware of the circumstances. It was all due to his wife's unilateral actions. Let us not dwell on this matter any longer. Esteemed ministers, if you cannot manage your personal affairs, you ought not to attend court. Your private matters have taken up precious time, delaying so many officials. If you cannot even handle your own affairs, then perhaps you should reconsider your positions. Dismissed. With that, the emperor waved his sleeve and departed. The ministers hurriedly bowed in reverence.
Ha!
Lord Feng, you are truly fortunate in love, growing ever more robust. General Wei remarked before striding away. Lord Feng wore an expression of helplessness. Whether he wished to bear the blame or not, he had no choice but to accept it. When Su Wantang returned to the capital with the children, it was already afternoon. She procured a carriage and entered the city. "Mother, shall we soon see father?" Little Ning inquired. "Yes, we shall see him shortly." "Is uncle also waiting for us?" Little Lin asked. "Indeed, he is," she replied. "Hooray." Su Wantang's carriage halted at the regent's residence, and upon sighting her, the guards promptly approached to inquire about the situation. "Your Highness, Your Grace?" The guards bowed hurriedly upon recognizing Su Wantang. "No need for such formality," she replied, gently lifting the children down. The guards were taken aback at the sight of the 3 dark-skinned children, wondering if they were indeed the same 3 plump, fair infants they once knew. Entering the estate, the children exclaimed, "Father, we're back. Where's uncle?" Their voices reached Zhao Yuan's ears, causing him to momentarily think he was imagining things. He hastened outside, only to be stunned by the sight of 3 little black ducklings. "Where are my 3 fair-skinned sons? Who are these little black ducks?" "Father," the boys shouted, confirming their identities.
Yuan.
Su Wantang called out, snapping Zhao Yuan from his daze. "My dear." Zhao Yuan affectionately ruffled the boy's hair before approaching Su Wantang. "My love, you have finally returned." He enveloped her in his embrace. "Am I adopted?" Little Lin queried. Indeed, mother is the most important," Little Li chimed in.
"Oh well.
"I'll just go find uncle," Little Ning declared. "You've lost weight," Zhao Yuan observed, gazing at Su Wantang. "I'm fine, though I may have tanned a bit," she responded. "Not tanned, merely a touch haggard," he reassured her. "But why are our suns so dark?" Zhao Yuan inquired. "The sun in the southern borders is fiercely scorching, and they enjoy running about, hence their tan," Su Wantang explained as they made their way back to the courtyard. "Oh my little masters, how have you become so dark?" Xiao Tao lamented upon seeing the children's deepened complexions. "Xiao Tao, fret not. They will return to their fair complexions in time," Su Wantang reassured her.
Miss Sobi.
"You have finally returned," Xiao Tao exclaimed, relieved at Su Wantang's presence. "All is well now. Everything will be fine. By the way, where's Xiao Yun?"
Su Wantang asked.
"Oh, the young master is at second master's residence. Mu Feng, bring Xiao Yun back." "I miss him," Su Wantang requested. "Yes, Your Grace." Mu Feng replied before leaving to fulfill her command. "My dear, you have endured so much," Zhao Yuan said, taking Su Wantang's hand and sitting down. "It's nothing. I have gained a wealth of experience," she replied, instructing Xiao Tao to prepare the children for a wash and bath. "Miss, I understand. I will take the young masters to wash up," Xiao Tao assured her. "Very well, off you go." "Yuan, how have you been lately?"
Su Wantang inquired.
"Fairly well. Though, as you mentioned, some individuals have become restless and started targeting me," he replied. "That is a good sign. I fear they're in action more. Worry not. I have returned, and shall ensure you are not wronged." "My dear, such words should be directed towards you," Zhao Yuan said, a hint of helplessness in his tone, yet acknowledging that he was indeed outmatched by his wife. Subsequently, Su Wantang recounted all the events that transpired in the southern borders. Zhao Yuan, upon hearing, was astounded. "You annihilated the 13 villages of Miaojiang?" "Yes, more or less, but the credit will be attributed to General Yang, as I was too conspicuous. A report of victory should arrive in a few days. That is for the best, to prevent unwanted scrutiny." "Indeed, that was my intention."
"So,
the children were rescued by uncle's father-in-law?" Zhao Yuan asked. "Yes, although they managed to escape, they took the wrong route and headed into the deep mountains. As you know, the southern borders are rife with venomous insects and snakes. Thus, they were discovered by Elder Ouyang. We spent over a month there, which explains their sun-kissed skin."
no wonder.
"We owe much to the elder," Zhao Yuan acknowledged. "Indeed. Is Zhao Zifeng truly dead?" Zhao Yuan inquired once more. "Yes. I personally sent him on his way. He had been transformed into a drugged being and would have wreaked havoc, so I incinerated him," Su Wantang replied. Omitting her conversations with Zhao Zifeng, perhaps it is for the best, a release from suffering. How strange the fates of men can be. To be frank, Zhao Zifeng and Zhao Zirui were quite endearing as children, always trailing behind him. Yet, regardless, such fleeting warmth cannot absolve them of their treason and their illegitimate lineage.
Indeed.
It is lamentable. After toiling to escape to the southern borders, they were reduced to mere breeding tools and turned into drugged beings. Had Zhao Zifeng and Zhao Zirui known such an ending awaited them, would they have regretted their flight from the capital? Regardless, it is a dead end. Once their parents committed acts of treason, their fates were no longer in their own hands, leaving them without a path to choose. Truly, one reaps what one sows. Respecting the fates of others is the wisest choice, Su Wantang concluded as she produced letters exchanged between the Miao chief and Zhao Haiqing from her spatial pouch. Here, take a look at this correspondence between Prince Qing and the chief, she said, handing the letters to Zhao Yuan. Very well. Zhao Yuan accepted the letters, his brow furrowing deeper with each line he read. After a lengthy silence, he finally spoke. I never imagined the emperor would so thoroughly shatter the image I held of him. To know a person's face but not their heart. Humans are indeed inscrutable. Su Wantang remarked just as Su Yun's voice echoed from outside. Sister, you're back. Su Yun entered the room. I'm back. Come here.
Let me see you. Su Wantang bekonet.
Su Yun, now over 6 years old, appeared quite the little adult, her resemblance to her past self strikingly similar. My little Yun, you have grown so beautifully, Su Wantang exclaimed, before continuing. Are you getting along well at Second Uncle's place? Very well. I read and learned every day, and Second Aunt prepares delicious meals for me. I've even gained some weight, Su Yun replied, pinching her little belly. Second Aunt is indeed wonderful, Su Wantang affirmed, just as the voices of her 3 children filled the room. Uncle, goodness, why are they so dark? Su Yun gazed at her 3 nephews, a look of sheer terror etched across her face. Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan exchanged glances at the children, their expressions mirroring a sense of helplessness. Little Tao had dressed the kids in vibrant colors, which only accentuated their inky complexion.
Eyes me get escaped Su Wantang.
Unable to suppress her laughter. We've tanned. Grandpa said we'll turn fair again. It'll be alright in a few days. Little Un said, sheepishly scratching his head. Uncle, did you miss us?
Little Un inquired.
Yes, I did. Not just missed, I would have chased after you if I weren't so young, he replied.
Me Su.
The meal is ready. Shall we dine now? Xiao Tao entered to ask. Aunt Xiao Tao, let us eat now. We're so hungry. I feel I could devour 3 large bowls. Little Ning exclaimed. All right, let us eat. Su Wantang declared, leading the children to the dining hall alongside Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan felt a wave of contentment wash over him. It had been ages since the house had been this lively. After spending many solitary days, finally, the family was reunited. Su Wantang could finally enjoy a peaceful meal. Once they finished and lulled the children to sleep, she and Zhao Yuan could finally rest. The following morning, Zhao Yuan escorted Su Wantang and the children into the palace. Though he did not attend court, as he was currently reflecting on his past misdeeds. Upon hearing of Su Wantang and the children's return, the Empress hurried to greet them. Oh, my little darlings, you have truly suffered, the Empress exclaimed upon seeing the 3 little black ducks, her heart aching for them despite their appearance. Look how thin they've become, how could they be so haggard? The person who abducted them deserves severe punishment.
Aunt.
We're not thin, we just tanned. Little Ning explained helplessly. That is still suffering. Wantang, you've endured hardships too, the Empress said to Su Wantang.
No hardships.
Thank you for your concern, Empress. Quickly come inside. That morning, while the court officials were bowing and discussing matters, Prince Qing had yet to enter the hall. He was older now, no longer the sharp figure of his youth. His attendance at court depended solely on his mood and energy, and the emperor never pressed him. He reclined on a couch, holding a bowl of ginseng soup, his eyelids half closed, appearing drowsy. Suddenly, a shadowy figure slipped in through the window like a specter, whispering in his ear, Your Highness, Su Wantang has returned to the capital safely with the 3 children. In that instant, the jade bowl in the prince's hand trembled violently, spilling hot soup that burned his fingers and nearly fell to the ground. His expression contorted with fury, anger surging in his chest, almost bursting forth. How is that possible? He slammed the table, his gaze as menacing as a cornered wolf. He had meticulously arranged a deadly trap. How could that woman escape unscathed? Following his rage was a chilling fear, as if a heavy hammer struck his heart, causing his breath to quicken and his chest to rise and fall erratically. He recalled Su Wantang's cold, blade-like gaze and her fierce nature when it came to protecting her children, a shiver running down his spine. If she knew it was him who orchestrated this, he murmured, his voice trembling. Prince Qing felt a chill envelop him, as if an invisible hand was gripping his throat. The anger could not suppress the dread within him. He could almost see Su Wantang standing before him, smirking. He slowly closed his eyes. A bone-chilling tremor spreading through his chest, the harsh realization dawning upon him that if she truly sought revenge, he might not be able to withstand it. Su Wantang was a reckless madwoman. None of the ministers in the capital who bore a grudge against her had come out unscathed. He had initially believed that sending out so many men would surely eliminate Su Wantang, yet they had proven utterly useless. Now, he feared returning to court. If his thoughts were ever revealed, it would be a death sentence. Presently, it seemed he had no way out, and if that were the case, he might as well gamble everything. Even if he were to die, he would ensure mutual destruction. The assassins he had sent out had, of course, never encountered Su Wantang. Their paths were entirely divergent, and given Su Wantang's swift movements, they would never intersect. Even if they had crossed paths by misfortune, those men would surely not return. One could only say that the assassins had been exceedingly fortunate to keep their lives. When the emperor descended from court, he was greeted by the familiar sound of children's laughter. Instantly, he felt a surge of joy and strode towards the hall, while eunuch Wang, hearing the laughter, broke into a cold sweat, his back chilled. How is this possible? He thought. Stepping into that room felt like a certain death. Yet not stepping in also felt like a death sentence. The emperor swiftly entered Fingy Hall and lifted his gaze to see three small figures tumbling and frolicking in the hall, pushing and shoving each other. Their laughter and shouts echoing. The children's skin, kissed by the sun and wind, was as dark as coal, rolling across the brocade carpet like little coal balls. The emperor paused momentarily before bursting into laughter, his voice laced with playful teasing. Where did these little black coals come from?
Whose children are these, to be so dark?
The three children halted simultaneously, raising their little heads with wide eyes to glare at him. Uncle, you're the one who's dark. The empress couldn't help but chuckle, lightly tapping the emperor's arm. They're not dark. They're adorable. The emperor laughed heartily, bending down, feigning astonishment at the children. Oh dear. Your faces are nearly as dark as the inkstone in my study. If we don't light a lamp at night, we might not even see you. Not at all. I'm fair, the three children retorted. As chapter 127 unfolds, Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan bowed to the emperor, who waved his hand dismissively, signaling for them to forego excessive formalities. Su Wantang smiled gently, turning to eunuch Wang, who stood with his head bowed, waiting nearby. Internally she smirked, biding her time to deal with him after the meal. With Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan's arrival, the empress had the kitchen prepare a greater variety of dishes. This braised pork from Aunt's palace is delightful. During those days on the ship, my palate was so bland, Littlin remarked, devouring a hefty piece of braised pork. Since Littlin enjoyed it, he was encouraged to eat more. The empress, though older and less fond of such greasy fare, felt joy seeing the children relish their meals. Come, have a lion's head. You've all worked hard, the empress offered, serving each little one a lion's head, which they eagerly devoured. The three children at home were generally not picky eaters, consuming whatever was presented to them, making them remarkably easy to care for. Once everyone finished their meal, the palace maids cleared the dishes, and Su Wantang cast a cold smile at eunuch Wang, who stood stiffly like a wooden statue. The children were taken by the maids to wash their hands and digest their food, and would not return for a while. Shortly thereafter, eunuch Wang's thoughts echoed in the silence. Now that Su Wantang has eaten her fill, isn't it time for her to leave the palace? As eunuch Wang's thoughts resonated, everyone in the hall exchanged glances, but chose to remain silent, continuing their conversations, while the empress's confidence grew increasingly tense.
Mama.
You go ahead and prepare some cloud cakes for the children, and take them out of the palace to enjoy later, the empress commanded. Yes, your highness. This servant will do so immediately. Once the wet nurse exited the room, only eunuch Wang remained. Wanang, during your journey to Nanjing, did you have any noteworthy experiences? The emperor inquired. In response to your majesty, Nanjing is indeed very hot, not to mention teeming with venomous insects and snakes. I visited the royal residence in Nanjing, and it is well maintained. How could it not be, you simpleton? The royal palace in southern Xinjiang was personally overseen by Prince Qing, and it would not be an exaggeration to call it his second home. The voice of eunuch Wang continued to resonate. This palace, once inhabited by the emperor's uncle, was thus constructed with considerable opulence. That is Prince Qing's stronghold in southern Xinjiang, is it not? They say Su Wantang is astute. How could she be so foolish? Has motherhood rendered her dim-witted? Su Wantang feigned ignorance, continuing, it was there that I found the children. What? Both the emperor and the empress gasped in astonishment. How is that possible? Did not Prince Qing claim that the children were placed in a secure location? How could they have been rescued so easily? Moreover, the prince stated that assassins were dispatched to eliminate Su Wantang. How could she have returned alive? Truly useless, for it took all my efforts to smuggle those three little rascals out of the palace. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan clenched his fists, recognizing the malice of the eunuch. Meanwhile, Su Wantang appeared unperturbed, sipping her tea. The Emperor's expression darkened, mirroring that of the Empress. Perhaps the Emperor could not fathom that one of his most trusted confidants was, in fact, a lurking viper at his side. I too can hardly believe why my children ended up in the royal palace of southern Xinjiang. Brother, ordinarily, such places are accessible only to royalty or those bearing royal insignia. Yet, my 3 children were brought inside by someone else, which warrants further contemplation.
Ha!
The deeds of Prince Qing are beyond the comprehension of a mere girl like you. This time, consider yourself fortunate.
Su Wantang skillfully guided Iknak Wenge's thoughts.
And he remained oblivious to her manipulation. With a cold smile, she mused on who the real fool might be. After rescuing the children, I investigated the 13 villages of Miaojiang and discovered they were embroiled in internal strife. The former leader had perished amidst the chaos, and Zhao Zifeng and Zhao Zirui had been turned into medicinal puppets, also meeting their demise. The chieftaincy was assumed by one Mu Wuyan, whom I subsequently eliminated with the assistance of General Yang, leading to the annihilation of the 13 villages. In a couple of days, news of our victory should reach the capital. After speaking, Su Wantang cast a sidelong glance at Eunuch Wang. What? You actually destroyed the 13 villages of Miaojiang? The Emperor's face was one of disbelief. Indeed, they were but a hollow shell, lacking any real power, Su Wantang replied nonchalantly. Haha, splendid. The 13 villages of Miaojiang were like a thorn embedded in flesh, painful yet not debilitating. Now, with the remnants of the previous dynasty utterly eradicated, how delightful. The Emperor's exhilaration did not wane, while Eunuch Wang's complexion turned ashen. How could this be? The 13 villages have been destroyed? The former chieftain is dead? How is this possible? Su Wantang, may you meet a wretched end for ruining my homeland. Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan exchanged startled glances, not anticipating that Eunuch Wang was from the 13 villages.
How could this be?
Truth be told, Su Wantang had never uncovered this eunuch's identity previously. Otherwise, the current situation would not have unfolded as it did. It should be noted that the prior, unrefined system failed to detect the true identities of Prince Qing and Eunuch Wang, but now, having been upgraded, it finally could. Su Wantang continued to subtly direct the conversation. The 13 villages posed no significant threat. They merely employed some insidious tactics. I incinerated their puppet caves, ensuring that the 13 villages would no longer exist in this world. Dear brother, you need not worry. How excellent. Truly splendid. This time, your accomplishments are monumental. What reward do you desire? As for rewards, I shall forego them. General Yang and I have agreed that my involvement should remain unmentioned. I wish to avoid drawing attention, so let this remain known only to us. You speak wisely. Indeed, it is prudent not to attract undue notice.
Ha!
You destroy my village, yet wish for a peaceful resolution? You are sorely mistaken. Not only have you become an obstacle to Prince Qing, but the Emperor himself may not have long to live. The secret army of Prince Qing is not one that can be easily resisted. What significance lies in your burning a puppet cave? Our puppets have long been transported elsewhere. Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan exchanged glances, having gleaned the necessary information, deeming it unnecessary to prolong the interrogation. The Empress, however, was visibly distressed, fearing for the Emperor, as Eunuch Wang had just claimed that the Emperor's time was limited. Brother, we shall take our leave. The children have caused enough disruption for now. We will return to see you tomorrow. As Zhao Yuan and Su Wantang rose to depart, the Empress remarked, Very well, we shall not keep you. By the way, the cloud cakes the children enjoy should be ready. Take some with you. Understood, sister-in-law. After Zhao Wantang and Zhao Yuan left, the Emperor continued to engage in casual conversation with the Empress. It was only by evening that the Emperor finally departed the Empress's quarters. As night descended, the palace lanterns flickered uncertainly in the wind, and the cold palace exuded an especially eerie desolation, with only the sound of insects echoing in the darkness. The cold palace had always been this way, and the station soldiers were not particularly vigilant. Eunuch Wang hunched his shoulders, carefully placing his feet on the blue bricks. Fearful of alerting anyone, he dared not carry a lantern, relying solely on the moonlight to navigate, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. Upon reaching a corner, he paused to survey his surroundings, ensuring no one was following, before hastily making his way toward the cold palace. However, just as he reached out to knock on the dilapidated palace door, a sudden gust of cold wind swept through. Following that, a voice emerged from the darkness. Eunuch Wang, what brings you to the cold palace at this late hour? Eunuch Wang stiffened, abruptly turning to see a tall figure emerge from the shadows. It was Regent Zhao Yuan. Before Eunuch Wang could utter a word in his defense, another figure gracefully descended from the tree shadows. It was Su Wantang, her eyes glinting with a knowing smile that seemed to penetrate his thoughts. Eunuch Wang's face went pale, and with a thud, he knelt, his voice trembling. "My lord. My lady, I was merely passing by." "Passing by? In the dead of night, sneaking about, neglecting your post to wander into the cold palace. And you dare claim it was merely a passing?" Su Wantang replied with a light chuckle, casually questioning him. Zhao Yuan stepped forward, the sound of his boots striking the blue bricks echoing heavily, causing Eunuch Wang to struggle to lift his head. Zhao Yuan coldly declared, "You are caught red-handed. Do you still wish to argue? Speak. Who sent you, and to whom did you intend to relay information?" Eunuch Wang stammered, unable to respond. His palms slick with cold sweat, his mind racing through the events of the day in the Empress's palace. This was a trap set for him, and he had unwittingly walked straight into it. Zhao Yuan's brow furrowed, his voice low and commanding. "Bring him down. Interrogate him slowly. I refuse to believe that anyone would simply pass by the cold palace at this hour." Shadows flitted from the darkness as the dark guards swiftly subdued Eunuch Wang, pinning his arms to the ground. His face turned ashen, and he pleaded, "My lord, spare me. My lady, please have mercy. I was truly confused." His voice trembled pitifully, and with his advanced age, he appeared to be on the brink of death. However, Zhao Yuan observed him with cold indifference, a sense of unease settling in his heart. The old man's eyes did not reflect those of a terrified eunuch. "Master, this Eunuch Wang intends to poison you. Be cautious." Gua Liu's voice suddenly rang out.
Warning Su Wantang.
Indeed, as Eunuch Wang continued to plead for mercy, his fingers subtly curled, a glimmer of cold light stealthily slipping from his sleeve. His nails were coated with a layer of dark powder, inconspicuous in the night. Should he inflict a scratch, it would undoubtedly lead to immediate poisoning.
Su Wantang silently scoffed.
What a convincing act. Just as Eunuch Wang abruptly twisted his wrist, preparing to strike under the guise of struggle, Su Wantang simultaneously made her move. With a swift swing of her shovel, it embedded itself into the floor tiles with a clang, severing Wang's outstretched hand. The pain shot through Wang's wrist, causing the toxic powder at his fingertips to scatter, rising with the wind and leaving a faint scorch mark on the nearby blue bricks. The dark guards exchanged glances, their expressions changing as they tightened their grips. Stepping forward, Su Wantang coldly remarked, "You handle the poisons from the 13 villages of Miaojiang quite adeptly. I never imagined such a skilled individual would hide in the palace as a cowardly eunuch." Eunuch Wang's face turned pale, blood streaming from his hand. Yet he uttered not a word. "However, one must admit, you possess quite the audacity to lurk beneath the Emperor's very nose. Unfortunately for you, your secrets are destined to remain buried. This afternoon's trap was laid specifically for you. Did you think we were oblivious to your thoughts and schemes? Alas, if one were to call you foolish, it would indeed be an understatement." Upon finishing her words, the dark guards swiftly sealed Wang's acupoint, rendering him motionless. "We shall interrogate him thoroughly. I refuse to believe that a man who has concealed himself for so many years has nothing to reveal." "Yes, my lady." At that moment, another dark guard escorted a palace, made forward. "My lord, my lady, we have captured the contact. Bring them all in for questioning." "Yes, and be vigilant. We must not allow them to perish." "Understood. My subordinates will comply." Once in the prison of the Jinui, there are no criminals whose mouths cannot be pried open, nor any who walk out alive. After Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan concluded their business here, they proceeded to the imperial study. On this day, they had not left the palace but had gone to the palace where Zhao Yuan once resided, waiting for this very moment. "Your Highness." Zhao Yuan and Su Wantang entered the imperial study. "What news? Have you captured them?" the emperor asked anxiously. "We caught them in the act." "That is good." "I truly did not expect Deban to betray me," the emperor replied, his countenance darkening. "Do not grieve, your highness. Capturing him is the best outcome. No one will harm you from the shadows again," Zhao Yuan reassured. "Eunuch Wang has been by my side since childhood. We grew up together. He was only 9 years old when I was 7. I never imagined my most trusted companion would betray me. Your Majesty, heed his true intentions. From the moment he became your personal eunuch, he has been surveilling you. He did not merely betray you. He approached you with ulterior motives. He is a spy sent by your enemies, so do not dwell on it. Eunuch Wang's demise is of no consequence. He has long been in collusion with Prince Qing. And moreover, he is an agent from the 13 villages of Nanjing. No matter how one looks at it, he is not worth lamenting over." Su Wantang understood that discovering a longtime companion to be a traitor would be painful for anyone. Indeed, Your Highness, do not be saddened. It is not worth it. Zhao Yuan said, taking a seat. Right now, the most pressing matter is for my wife to examine your health. Zhao Yuan recalled Eunuch Wang's words. Yes, Your Highness. Extend your hand so I may take a look, Su Wantang insisted, unwilling to see the emperor perish. If he were to die, her son would ascend the throne.
No.
It would be Zhao Yuan who would take the throne, and they would have no leisure time left. She did not want Zhao Yuan to be emperor. Nor did she aspire to be empress. This palace, with its rigid confines, offered no freedom whatsoever. Fortunately, she had 3 sons, allowing her and Zhao Yuan to ultimately take a back seat. Upon hearing this, the emperor extended his hand. Gua Liu, scan the emperor's health status. Su Wantang commanded in her mind. Yes, my master, please wait a moment. Following this, Gua Liu commenced the scanning process. Shortly thereafter, the information regarding the emperor's condition reached her mind. He had been poisoned by Miaojiang's Sheng man, and his life was in jeopardy. But a universal antidote could resolve the poisoning. Su Wantang exhaled in relief. There was hope. Your Highness, you have been afflicted by the secret poison Sheng man, which has penetrated deep into your bones. Fortunately, it can be cured. Her words initially filled the emperor and Zhao Yuan with trepidation, but soon they were calm. Sheng man, also known as No One Survives, is insidious. The poisoned individual remains unaware, and ordinary physicians cannot detect it. Only the poisoner is aware. Thankfully, I possess the antidote given by my uncle, Yuan. Administer it to the emperor. Su Wantang attributed the antidote to Ouyangming. Your Highness, did I not provide you with an antidote last time? Quickly, take it. Very well, I shall take it now. The emperor promptly consumed the antidote. Gua Liu, scan again to see if the poison has been eliminated. Yes, my master. Soon. Gua Liu's message arrived. The poison had been eradicated. Your Highness, your health is now stable. That is good. Thank you. No need for thanks, Your Highness. The 3 then resumed their discussion about subsequent matters. The situation with Prince Qing could not be delayed any longer. As you all have heard, his underground army is likely comprised of Yao Ren, the vicious creations of Miaojiang's alchemy. Though they exist, they do not truly live. They lack consciousness, entirely controlled by the poison within them. When I was young, I heard my father mention that these Yao Ren are immune to blades and guns, and any scratch or exposure to their blood can be fatal. However, their creation is exceedingly difficult, with a survival rate of 1 in 10, which is why they are rarely mass-produced. I never imagined Prince Qing would command such an army. The emperor's expression darkened after speaking. Your Highness, I have always been perplexed as to why my uncle would betray us, Zhao Yuan inquired. Su Wantang replied. What else could it be? It is all for that coveted position. Do you think everyone is as disinterested in it as you are? However, Su Wantang refrained from voicing her thoughts, knowing one thing while Zhao Yuan remained unaware. What came from the emperor's mouth would undoubtedly carry more weight than her own revelations. As for my uncle's matters, I too am uncertain. However, when my father passed, it was all too abrupt. By the time I reached my father's chamber, he was already on the brink of death. Yet he mustered the strength to warn me to be wary of my uncle. If my uncle harbored ambitions for the throne, I was to eliminate him immediately. At the time, I believed my father was merely being overly cautious, as you are aware of the events that followed. My uncle never exhibited any desire for the throne and consistently supported me.
Reflecting on it now, alas,
the emperor truly could not fathom that his uncle would act thusly. To know a person's face but not their heart, Your Highness need not feel excessive guilt. Beyond this, Zhao Yuan was at a loss for words. Perhaps the late emperor did not perish from illness, Su Wantang suddenly suggested. My lady, what do you mean? Zhao Yuan looked at Su Wantang in disbelief. I mean, the late emperor may not have succumbed to illness. During my recent visit to Nanjing, I heard some rumors. What rumors? It is said that Prince Qing was once exiled to Nanjing due to an incident. You are all aware of this, correct?
Su Wantang inquired.
We know of this. Father said it was because my brother opposed our grandfather. As for other matters, I am not clear. But what I heard is not quite the same. The version I encountered claimed that Prince Qing attempted to assassinate the late emperor but failed and was subsequently exiled to Nanjing. The reasoning given was familial considerations. After all, there were only 2 children. Later, when the late emperor ascended the throne and turmoil erupted at the borders, Prince Qing was allowed to return to court to atone for his past. How could this be possible? Both the emperor and Zhao Yuan were left utterly astonished. Su Wantang anticipated this outcome, which is why she refrained from speaking at the outset. After all, royal secrets, once divulged, can lead to unpleasant repercussions, and a careless slip might even result in blame that could tarnish their familial bonds. There are even more shocking revelations. However, I must request that your highness does not hold it against me. We are all family. There is no room for resentment. Please, feel free to express yourself. After the emperor finished speaking, he took a sip of tea. The secret in question is that Prince Qing had a romantic entanglement with Lu Jiue, the chieftain of the 13 villages of Miaojiang.
What? How could this be?
To my knowledge, the chieftain of the 13 villages is nearly a century old. It is simply inconceivable that he could have had a relationship with my uncle. The emperor truly struggled to believe it. Su Wantang was at a loss for words. Isn't romance between siblings not entirely commonplace? Yet, in this ancient context, such a relationship is understandably difficult to accept.
Indeed.
Perhaps our esteemed uncle simply has a penchant for such connections? However, at that time, Lu Jiue was using an alias. And it stands to reason that my uncle was unaware. Had he known, given the circumstances, he would certainly not have dared to engage in such a scandalous affair. Eventually, they parted ways, and whether he was aware of Lu Jiue's true identity remains a mystery. However, given my uncle's subsequent close dealings with Miaojiang, he likely became informed. Lu Jiue? The true name of the chieftain of the 13 villages of Miaojiang? Zhao Yuan inquired. Certainly not. It is said to be an alias.
No wonder.
Therefore, Your Highness, many matters are not as they seem on the surface. A deeper investigation may yield unexpected results. Nevertheless, at this juncture, no matter the circumstances, the situation has unfolded as it has, and further discussion is futile. What we must focus on now is how to dismantle the underground army of Prince Qing.
Su Wantang es certid.
Indeed, you are correct. Yet these past few days, Prince Qing has not attended court. The emperor wore an expression of helplessness. Even if he were to attend, he might not disclose anything. However, fear not. I shall handle this matter. The vendetta for the kidnapped children shall not go unavenged. Very well, I shall trouble you with this. For now, let us refrain from action and await the interrogation results from Eunuch Wang, after which we can formulate our plans. Agreed. In the dark and cold confines of the Dali Temple prison, the sound of dripping water echoed ominously, accompanied by the clanking of chains against the stone walls. The acrid smell of burning torches mingled with the metallic scent of blood, inducing a wave of nausea. Eunuch Wang hung from a wooden frame, his wrists already marred by deep cuts. Once the most astute and capable head eunuch in the palace, he now bore a visage drenched in cold sweat, his lips pale. The jailer lashed out with a whip, instantly reopening the wounds.
Speak.
What was your intention in sneaking into the cold palace at midnight? Eunuch Wang gritted his teeth, suppressing a groan, refusing to utter a word. Yao Bao let out a cold laugh, signaling for the jailer to escalate the torture. A heavy club struck his knee, eliciting a sickening crack, and Eunuch Wang screamed, veins bulging on his forehead. Still not speaking? Eunuch Wang, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. After so many years by the emperor's side, if you were to cooperate, he might show mercy and spare your life. Yao Bao's voice dripped with temptation. Yet, Eunuch Wang resolutely closed his eyes, seemingly determined to endure. At that moment, the jailer brought forth a basin of water, in which floated fine iron wires, exuding a peculiar and sinister odor. Eunuch Wang's gaze flickered. He recognized it as the Miaojiang's specially concocted bone-burning water, which, upon contact with wounds, would inflict excruciating agony. As a few drops splashed down, he could no longer contain himself, his wails reverberating through the dungeon, and he finally trembled to confess. Yes, someone ordered me to rendezvous in the cold palace. Who?
Yao Bao Bakke.
Eunuch Wang, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, replied. It was a palace maid. She was delivering messages for someone. I was merely there to facilitate the exchange. Before he could finish, the maid who had been meeting him was dragged out. The young maid appeared ashen, trembling on the ground. Witnessing Eunuch Wang's torment, her heart was gripped with terror. Though she had yet to be subjected to punishment, the fear alone was enough to shatter her resolve. Yao Bao, relieved, thought this would be an easy interrogation.
Speak.
Who is your master? He demanded coldly. The maid, weeping profusely, repeatedly bowed her head. I dare not conceal the truth. I was originally an informant planted by His Highness Prince Qing in the palace. Over the years, I have relayed numerous messages. This time, I was sent by His Highness to rendezvous with Eunuch Wang in the cold palace to gather intelligence. Her words plunged the dungeon into silence, save for Eunuch Wang's frantic breaths. Oh, what intelligence were you gathering?
Yao Bao inquit.
I do not know. I truly do not know. Each time, Eunuch Wang would hand me a note, and I never dared to look at it. This time, I was apprehended before I could even meet with Eunuch Wang. I genuinely do not know. Please, my lord, do investigate. The maid trembled as she spoke. Eunuch Wang suddenly raised his head, his complexion ghostly pale, and shouted furiously, "You vile maid! How dare you slander me? There are no notes. It was all communicated verbally." Yao Bao, well aware that the young maid was lying since he had already searched Eunuch Wang and found no notes, recalled that the prince had mentioned they had not searched Eunuch Wang's person nor witnessed him destroying any evidence. This indicated that the information was conveyed orally. Thus the maid was being dishonest. "You wretched girl, how dare you lie beneath my very nose? Do you not know where you are?" Yao Bao's voice resonated like that of a demon emerging from hell, frightening the maid to the brink of unconsciousness. How could one become the leader of the Jinui without possessing the requisite capabilities? The intelligence of this girl was truly exasperating. It was unclear whether she was insulting herself or the leader of the Jinui. Two jailers immediately seized the maid by her arms and forced her to the ground. The sound of iron shackles clinking echoed alongside a sharp tearing noise as the bamboo torture stick came crashing down.
Ah!
The maid shrieked as the welts formed on her back. Yao Bao observed coldly, his voice frigid. "Still not confessing? If you continue to resist, we shall use the crushing stick to grind your leg bones to dust." The maid struggled, weeping and sniffling, her face smeared with tears. Her voice had turned hoarse. "I dare not speak. If I do, my entire family will perish." Yao Bao let out a cold laugh, gesturing for the jailers to bring forth a bronze spoon filled with chilly water, which was forced into her mouth. The maid choked, her face turning crimson, gasping for breath. Under the brutal torture, she finally broke down, screaming, "It is Prince Qing. I was originally one of his people. I beg you, my lord, spare my life, and that of my family." Upon hearing the name of Prince Qing, Eunuch Wang's heart sank into despair. He knew all was lost, and neither he nor the maid would escape this ravenous prison. Yao Bao sneered, speaking slowly. "Oh, so you are one of Prince Qing's people? Then do enlighten me. How many accomplices remain? How many informants? If you are forthright, I can intercede on your behalf, ensuring only you are held accountable and sparing your entire family. As for whether you choose to cooperate, that is entirely up to you." The maid trembled all over, as if her soul had been wrenched away. She caught sight of the jailer holding the basin of bone-burning water, her heart plummeting as she repeatedly bowed and cried out, "I will tell everything. I will reveal everything. I only ask for my lord to spare my family."
Speak.
Her voice quivered as she intermittently relayed, "Prince Qing has embedded over a dozen informants within the palace. Aside from myself, there is one in the royal kitchen, one in the lantern bureau, and a young servant in the imperial garden, all of whom gather intelligence for him. They typically only convey trivial matters, but should anything significant arise, it will undoubtedly be relayed, reaching His Highness's ears." Yao Bao narrowed his eyes, nodding coldly. "And more?" The young maid's cries grew desperate, her body curling into a ball. "Last time, when the three young masters went missing in the palace, it was all part of Prince Qing's prior arrangements. The servant under orders successfully diverted the palace attendants stationed at the side hall and secretly administered a soporific to the young eunuch on guard, allowing the young masters to be spirited away amidst the ensuing chaos. Subsequently, the servant was confined in silence for several days, only to be released once the turmoil subsided. As she recounted this, tears streamed down her face, and her forehead repeatedly struck the ground. "I, a mere servant, truly dared not defy the command. His Highness employs ruthless methods. Should I oppose him, I fear my entire family would have perished long ago. My family, in the clutches of Prince Qing, I beseech you. Spare us, noble sir, spare us." In the dimly lit prison, the torches crackled ominously. For the Jinui, those who entered were merely prisoners, devoid of any consideration of life or death. They served as the Emperor's blade, unwavering in their resolve to eliminate anyone who had harmed the Emperor or threatened the nation as security. Thus, these two individuals were destined to remain trapped within those walls. Chapter 129. The alleged groundedness. Yao Bao, having obtained what he desired, stepped out of the prison, leaving behind the echoes of pleas and cries, which faded as the heavy door closed. The following day, during the court assembly, the familiar figure of Gong Wang was absent from the Emperor's side, replaced instead by another well-known eunuch. No one found this peculiar, as it was customary for either Wang or this current eunuch to alternate in serving the Emperor during court sessions. Zhao Yuan had been relieved of his punishment of solitary reflection and attended the court as well, maintaining his usual demeanor. Let them bicker amongst themselves, as long as they kept their distance from him. After court, Zhao Yuan made his way to the Emperor's study. where the emperor had already provided him with the results of the Jinyui's interrogations. "Brother, have these individuals been subdued?" Zhao Yuan inquired. "Indeed, they have been subdued. Moreover, some have disguised themselves as their counterparts, continuing to perform their duties in their original positions. A sudden removal would undoubtedly raise suspicion," the emperor replied. "You are correct, brother. We shall take charge of the subsequent covert investigations," Zhao Yuan assured. "Very well, I appreciate your efforts. There's no trouble at all. This is our duty." Su Wantang took the children out of the city, to the estate. It was the season when watermelons and grapes ripened, and the fruits in their garden were ready for harvest. Although vendors in the capital sold watermelons, the ones from Su Wantang's estate always sold out quickly, for they were notably crisp and sweet, as they had been grafted. This, however, posed no conflict with the vendors, for as the saying goes, cats have their paths, and mice have their holes. The watermelons from Su Wantang's estate, while undeniably sweet, were limited in quantity and had already been reserved by ministers and nobles. Furthermore, their pricing was slightly elevated. The common people consumed watermelons grown in neighboring villages, which were relatively inexpensive but lacked the exquisite taste, characterizing them as ordinary fruit. Consequently, while merchants profited from the common folk, Su Wantang catered to the affluent, establishing a high-end sales route. Upon arriving at the estate, the children, unrestrained, dashed about joyfully. For their carefree days were numbered. In about 10 days, at the start of the next month, they would return to school. Between the rows of fields, vines sprawled, and plump watermelons lay scattered across the fields, their dark green rinds gleaming in the sunlight. Beneath the grapevines hung heavy clusters of glistening purple fruit, swaying gently in the breeze like precious gems. Su Wantang rolled up her sleeves and personally led the harvesting. The children, unable to contain their excitement, cheered and ran about the fields. Little N was the most energetic, clutching a large watermelon in his arms, wobbling as he walked. He stumbled but managed to keep the watermelon from falling, causing Su Wantang to gasp in alarm. "Put that down immediately. Can you even carry such a large watermelon? If it drops and crushes your toes, you will surely cry." "Mother, worry not. I can manage," Little N declared, continuing to wobble away with the watermelon.
Su Wantang Said.
Little Ning darted beneath the grapevines, reached out to pluck a grape, and popped it into his mouth, calling out to Su Wantang, "Mother, this grape is delightful." Su Wantang said nothing, merely instructing little Tao, "You go over there and keep an eye out. There are many snakes about, and they might crawl onto the grapevines. Use a stick to prod them away." "Understood, miss." Little Tao replied earnestly, hurrying away. These young masters were all quite mischievous, with Su Gongzi appearing soft and gentle, yet harboring a mind as dark as night. As Mu Feng aptly described, Su Gongzi is like a glutinous rice dumpling filled with surprises. Only Su Wantang and Zhao Yuan were aware of Su Yun's true identity. Within his small frame resided a grand intellect. His thoughts sometimes surpassed even those of Su Wantang. Thus, even wrapped like a dumpling, he remained her most cherished brother, incomparable to any other. "Wow, mother, mother." Suddenly, Little Lu cried out. Su Wantang responded, "What an odd shout. What is it?" She rushed to Little Li's side. "Mother, look what I caught," exclaimed Little Lu, holding up a wriggling creature. Su Wantang focused her gaze and realized it was a tiny, black rabbit. "This little creature," she said, understanding why Little Lu had been able to catch it, "it had a broken leg. Mother, I love it. I want to keep it. You know, I also enjoy eating it. Spicy rabbit bits are the best. Don't you like them too?"
Su Wantang chuckled.
"That's different. Let us raise it until it grows big, and then we can eat it?" Su Wantang, bemused by the child's logic, replied, "Very well, place it in a cage and bring it home with us."
"Got it."
Little Lu scampered off to find the steward to keep it safe. Su Wantang was relatively lenient with the children, perhaps due to her modern upbringing. She despised rigid protocols and ceremonies, yet she insisted that the children must learn when necessary. When it was time to study, they would play and enjoy delicious food during their leisure. As a result, her children were more vivacious than their peers. "Sister, it is indeed hot. You should rest instead of picking watermelons," Su Yun suggested before tasting a slice. "This is so delicious. Truly exquisite. In my previous life, my memories are scarce, but I distinctly recall never having tasted such delightful watermelon." In the context of his previous life in Daeong, he had never encountered such a treat. "Moderate your consumption, otherwise, you will find yourself rushing to the privy all night." "Sister, do you think I should participate in the imperial examinations?"
Su Yun asked. "What?"
"The examinations? No, Little Yun. You are barely over 6 years old, Attending the examinations now would surely terrify the examiners. In Daeong, there was no age limit for the examinations, but certainly no 6-year-old had ever participated. If Su Yun were to attend, Su Wantang was confident he would secure the top position, not a mere boast. For Su Yun possessed such talent. In his past life, he was the illustrious Master Ku Rong, having endured the reigns of several emperors. Should Su Yun genuinely attempt the examinations, the age criteria for participants would undoubtedly be revised. After all, none would wish to witness a 6-year-old parading through the streets on horseback. Imagine the heartbreak of the noble young ladies of the capital. After all, a 6-year-old could hardly be a suitable match for marriage. Sister, when do you think I should take the imperial examinations? I do not wish to remain idle. Merely rote learning mundane knowledge every day. At the very least, you should wait until after you turn 9, perhaps around 12 or 13. However, Xiaoyun, do you truly wish to pursue an official career? What other path could I take? Should I delve into business instead? But sister, I am not adept at that. Even though I have acquired a title, I believe I ought to pursue a dignified path in the official realm. Regardless of which of the 3 children inherits that position, I wish to lend my support in some capacity. My dear Xiaoyun is truly sensible. When the time comes, I hope you will take good care of the little ones. Sister, our encounter in this world is truly a remarkable fate. Naturally, we must contribute something to this country. At least that is how I see it. Very well. Whatever you choose to do, your sister will support you. Of course, do not come seeking my assistance for treasonous endeavors. Sister, what are you babbling about? Our reunion in this world is precisely to assist this nation. If we dared to act otherwise, we would be swiftly dealt with by the system, eliminating us both without a second thought. You have a point. However, Xiaoyun, you are still a child. Thus, live your life as it comes. Do not overthink things. Just focus on guiding the children. Sister, just say I should look after the children. There's no need for guidance. These 3 are clever enough. Do they really need my instruction? Indeed. Suddenly, the cheerful laughter of the children echoed nearby, causing Su Wantang to glance over, her forehead throbbing. The 3 little ones were rolling about in the water reservoir beside the watermelon field, intended for irrigation. The reservoir wasn't deep, but it contained a good deal of mud, and the children were gleefully tumbling in it. Before long, they had transformed into muddy little dolls. Calm down, sister. This is simply their nature. As the old saying goes, letting children roam the fields is grounding, helping them stay healthy. Seeing her sister's impending outburst, Xiaoyun promptly intervened. Grounding doesn't entail rolling about in mud, does it? Su Wantang observed Xiaola playing with the mud, which trickled between his fingers, dark and wet, and she felt a strong urge to scold them. I truly want to reprimand them. Resist, resist. They are my own flesh and blood, she reminded herself internally. Subsequently, she distanced herself, continuing to pick watermelons, out of sight, out of mind. This way, her blood pressure would not escalate. Before long, amidst the soft, squishy voices, a slightly louder child's voice joined in, and Su Wantang's expression turned dark. Grounding indeed. It seems you want to join in the fun too, don't you? Forget it. It's all fine. After all, they are my own children and brothers. Let them play freely. In her family's farms, fruits were predominantly cultivated. Presently, they had not only grapes and watermelons but also pear varieties from daxing, honey plums, pingu peaches, bayberries, winter jujube trees, and more. Although many had been planted, they had yet to bear fruit due to their lengthy growth cycles. However, there was no rush. In a year or 2, they would soon be ready for harvest.
Wife.
Zhao Yuan's voice called out as he approached. What brings you here? Su Wantang looked up at Zhao Yuan walking toward her. I came by after court. With tomorrow being a day off, I wanted to see you all, Zhao Yuan replied, taking the scissors from Su Wantang's hand and bending down to trim the watermelon vines. Everything at court as well? Yes, everything is normal. The emperor has already strengthened security measures. That is good to hear.
Oh.
Do this year's watermelons seem larger than last year's? Zhao Yuan inquired, gazing at the plump watermelons. Indeed, they are. Su Wantang, however, did not mention that this year's watermelons benefited from modern fertilizers, naturally growing abundantly. Recently, I visited other farms and saw that those fruit seedlings planted last year have grown considerably, although they have yet to bear fruit. Naturally, they won't bear fruit yet. It takes at least 3 years for those seedlings to yield. What of the children? Zhao Yuan asked, noticing their absence. They are over there. Su Wantang indicated towards a distant patch of land. Zhao Yuan looked and saw 4 little ones covered in mud, their original appearances completely obscured, playing joyously. Zhao Yuan regarded Su Wantang with disbelief. Wife, you aren't scolding them today. Previously, when the children played in the mud, dirty and disheveled, Su Wantang would have spanked them. Yet today, she allowed them to play freely. Why should I scold them? They were only following Xiaola into a dog hole, which was quite filthy. Isn't this mud pit dirty as well? Zhao Yuan remarked, puzzled. Shaoran stated that children need to be grounded to stay healthy.
Su Wantang continued harvesting watermelons.
That makes sense. When I was at the border, the common folk would let their children roam the fields freely, and the elders claimed that crawling on the ground would strengthen their bodies. Perhaps. Su Wantang was unsure how to respond. She didn't know. In her previous life, which child would crawl on the ground? The soil was corrosive, and prolonged exposure could even burn the skin. However, the soil here was untainted. And if the children enjoyed playing, then let them be. The elders surely had their reasons for such beliefs. Su Wantang recalled that in her past life, the community advocated for a scientific approach to postpartum care. The mothers who followed this guidance would drink cold water and eat various dishes mere days after giving birth. What was the outcome? On rainy days, they would suffer from debilitating joint pain, headaches, and abdominal discomfort, highlighting the stark difference between scientific postpartum recovery and the ancestral wisdom of a full month of proper care. Thus, after giving birth, Su Wantang was well looked after, ultimately taking a full 40 days for her confinement. During this time, she had not touched cold water nor indulged in heavily flavored foods. Her second aunt frequently prepared delicious soups for her, and Zhao Yuan ensured the cooks provided nutritious meals. Upon completing her confinement, compared to the women from her previous life, she appeared radiant, as those who adhered to the scientific approach often looked pale and unwell. Chapter 130. The Law of True Flavor. Therefore, sometimes, what is deemed scientific pales in comparison to the carefully selected wisdom of our ancestors. Miss, a few days ago you instructed the farm to raise some snails.
Didn't you?
They are nearly ready. Do you wish to have them? Xiao Tao approached with the inquiry. The common folk of Daong do not consume snails, leading to their overpopulation. However, Su Wantang knew they were a delectable treat. Thus, she had some collected to purge the sand. Yes, I shall prepare them tonight. They won't be returning until tomorrow evening.
Understood, Mum.
Wife, those things contain no meat and have quite a strong odor. Can they truly be eaten? Zhao Yuan expressed his curiosity. His wife had a penchant for preparing dishes that few dared to try, yet sometimes the flavors were unexpectedly delightful. The last time, she had chopped some dead bamboo, extracting white worms, which she then fried for the children. He felt queasy just thinking about it, though he dared not voice his discomfort. Eventually, after being coerced into tasting one, he found it utterly delectable, truly delicious. His wife had claimed it was high in protein and very nourishing. Although he did not fully comprehend what high protein entailed, he understood it to be beneficial for the body. You must trust me, Yuan. This will be equally delightful. Very well. I believe in you. Cousin. Sister. Su Chuanwen and Ouyang Xuanxian followed Ouyang Ming into the scene. Uncle, Chuanwen Xuanxian. What brings you all here? Su Wantang rose and approached them. We're on break and intended to find you, but upon hearing you were at the farm, we decided to come here. Chuanwen explained. It is indeed well. During our moments of respite, we shall indulge in relaxation. Your timing is impeccable, for this evening we shall feast upon spicy snail and crayfish. Upon hearing this, the three companions turned their gazes towards her. It is that peculiar creature, with bones on the outside, the meat seemingly elusive, and a pointed, crooked tail. Abundant in the fields, Zhao Yuan remarked. Your Highness. The trio bowed respectfully. With a countenance of resignation, Su Wantang reflected on the rigid hierarchy of ancient society. It was truly exasperating. She had reiterated countless times that such formalities were unnecessary in private, yet they remained obstinate, rendering her powerless to change their behavior. Uncle. Zhao Yuan reciprocated the bow. Cousin, we cannot eat that. It is far too fishy, Ouyang Xianxian interjected hastily. Rest assured, when I declare it edible, it shall indeed be so. Await the evening and witness my culinary prowess, she assured them. Subsequently, the three donned straw hats and proceeded to assist in harvesting watermelons. Nearby, fields of rice began to turn golden, the fruits of their labor, as they consumed rice cultivated by their own hands. Su Wantang had once contemplated acquiring modern high-yield hybrid rice, but the system had yet to unlock this option, citing insufficient points, the exact amount of which remained unknown to her, compelling her to abandon the idea. The fruit trees at home had also been unlocked by the system, not purchased by her. Were she able to procure seeds, her endeavors would not be so arduous. As she ambled past the rice paddies, a casual glance revealed a creature scuttling with pincers, Could it be a crayfish? Bending down for a closer examination, she confirmed her suspicion. Xiao Tao, fetch 2 buckets. I've found something wonderful, she called to the distant Xiao Tao.
Understood, miss.
In a short while, Xiao Tao arrived, carrying 2 large wooden buckets. Miss, what do you intend to catch? She inquired, puzzled. This. Su Wantang waved a crayfish before her. That creature pinches. Be careful, miss. Indeed, I am aware. Miss, you do not intend to eat it, do you? Xiao Tao asked, incredulous. Yes, precisely it, Su Wantang affirmed. Oh dear, miss, those things are truly inedible. No one consumes them. Xiao Tao exclaimed in distress. You will discover their edibility this evening. At that moment, Zhao Yuan approached, observing Su Wantang's crayfish gathering without further inquiry. Instead joining her in the task, his sole guiding principle was clear. Whatever his wife undertook, he would follow. Whatever she proclaimed, he would heed.
For it could only lead to success.
Eventually, the 4 little ones arrived, eager to see the contents of the buckets. How peculiar these creatures are. Their pincers are quite large.
Xiao Lu exclaimed.
Xiao Yun, though slightly familiar with them, could not recall much, having been born in an era where such critters were scarce. And he himself was still quite young. Sister, what is this? Crayfish.
Su Wantang replied.
Oh, I thought it looked familiar. It resembles a lobster. Indeed. This reminded Su Wantang of the time they had seen lobsters. Alas, they could only gaze upon them, unable to partake. They had watched others enjoy the delicacy. When time permits, I shall catch lobsters for you, Su Wantang promised. That would require a trip to the coast. Should the opportunity arise, I shall certainly do so. Excellent. You 4 remain here. This is not a trifling matter. Being pinched can be quite painful, so you may only observe, not capture until you are older, Su Wantang instructed. Sister, fear not. I will watch over them, Xiao Yun reassured her. Upon hearing their little uncle's words, the 3 siblings cast glances of discontent toward Xiao Yun. Uncle, is this truly fair? We wish to join. No, should you venture forth, when your mother scolds you, I shall not come to your defense. Very well. As dusk descended, Su Wantang returned home with 2 large buckets of crayfish and instructed the servants to clean them thoroughly. She then procured spices from the market, preparing to cook. Zhao Yuan joined her, assisting in the kitchen. In Su Wantang's presence, he was but an ordinary husband, shedding the titles of prince and general, simply her devoted spouse. Gathering an array of vegetables, including cucumbers, she began her culinary endeavor. Tying on an apron, she poured a generous ladle of canola oil into the pot. As the oil heated, she added Sichuan pepper and dried chili, the sizzling sound releasing a fragrant aroma. Next, she introduced slices of ginger, garlic cloves, and a handful of spring onions, instantly filling the kitchen with a pungent allure that drew the attention of the little ones. Play nearby, but be cautious not to inhale too deeply, Su Wantang advised the children. It's all right, mother. The fragrance is delightful. We simply wish to enjoy it.
Xiao Li kind in, grinning at Su Wantang.
Disregarding them, Su Wantang continued, for the joy of children was paramount. She added the cleaned crayfish to the pot, watching as their shells turned a glossy red. Then, she ladled in several spoonfuls of bean paste, the red oil bubbling with heat, the spicy aroma wafting enticingly. After adding cooking wine, the pot soon brimmed with a rich broth. The crayfish danced in the bubbling liquid, their shells dyed a vibrant red, the spicy oil clinging to their antennae, an irresistible sight. When the time was right, she ladled out 2 large bowls of crayfish, ample for their feast. Though they appeared plentiful, the meat within was scant, thus preparing a bit more would be prudent. Next, she blanched the snails, which had already expelled their sand and had their tails removed. In another pot, she heated oil, again starting with Sichuan pepper and dried chili. Adding extra chopped chili and fermented black beans, the sizzling intensified. Once the spicy fragrance erupted, she added the snails, stirring continuously, then incorporating cooking wine and broth, covering the pot to let it simmer. Just before serving, she sprinkled chopped garlic and cilantro. The aroma both spicy and savory, tantalizing the tongue. Just as she completed her preparations, Su Wantang heard the unmistakable slurping sounds of her little ones, who were wide-eyed, gazing hungrily at the table laden with food. Look at you all. Zhao Yuan lamented. Father, do not feign innocence. I saw you salivating. Xiao Le boldly called out, not sparing Zhao Yuan's pride. Hey, you little rascal. Must you expose your father like this? Zhao Yuan feigned anger. Alas, mother, father is quite embarrassed now. Xiao Lu exclaimed, running to embrace Su Wantang's leg. Enough of this. Dinner shall be served shortly. Go summon your uncles, Su Wantang instructed.
All right.
The little ones scampered off. Yuan, dinner is ready. Very well. I shall set the table. As they were at the estate, there were no elaborate arrangements. Everyone dined in the yard of the thatched cottage. When the 2 large bowls of spicy crayfish and snails were placed on the table, their vibrant red hue shimmered under the light, the aroma intoxicating, the spiciness and freshness nearly spilling over from the bowls. Everyone gazed at the crayfish and snails, their appetites whetted by the mere sight. Su Wantang had also prepared a stir-fry of bok choy and shredded potatoes, along with a lotus root and rib soup. Once all the dishes were presented, they were ready to commence their meal. Su Wantang demonstrated how to eat the crayfish and snails, skillfully peeling the crayfish and placing the succulent morsels into the children's bowls, ultimately serving Zhao Yuan as well. Meanwhile, Ouyang Ming and the others had already begun peeling, though Zhao Yuan was not as swift as Su Wantang. Yuan, try a bite first and tell me how it tastes.
Su Wantang inquired. Certainly.
Zhao Yuan set aside the half-peeled crayfish and took a bite of the one that Su Wantang had expertly shelled, his eyes instantly sparkling with delight. Delicious. Truly exquisite.
Wow.
This is fantastic. I want more. Sister, who would have thought this unassuming creature could taste so marvelous? Shouting, this crayfish is truly remarkable. If it could be sold at your second uncle's shop, I wonder how wildly popular it would become. Ouyang Ming, ever the astute businessman, immediately recognized the potential opportunity. As long as your uncle enjoys it, feel free to indulge. There's plenty more, and if we run out, we can catch more tomorrow and continue feasting at home. Absolutely. With that, everyone began to eat, savoring the extraordinary flavors. Su Wantang, after enjoying a few pieces herself, began to shell the crayfish for the children. It wasn't just her. Even Zhao Yuan, Su Chuanwen, and Ouyang Ming joined in to help. One person alone would not suffice to satisfy the appetites of 4 children. Once the little ones were satiated, the adults resumed their meal. That night, everyone feasted heartily, already contemplating the need to catch more for the following day. Later, as they settled in for the night, Su Wantang prepared baths for the 4 little ones. They had already washed their hair after emerging from the muddy waters earlier that day, so there was no need for another wash. Only after the children had drifted off to sleep did Zhao Yuan join her and rest. My dear, I truly did not expect that delicacy to be so delectable, he remarked. There are many surprises yet to come, my Yuan. In the future, when the opportunity arises, we shall explore the mountains and rivers and encounter even more delightful treats. Indeed, the following day, they harvested watermelons, deciding to postpone their crayfish and snail consumption for a couple of days, as daily indulgence would surely upset their stomachs. Thus, they arranged for their servants to catch the snails and crayfish and deliver them to the manor, opting not to gather more themselves. The freshly picked watermelons were transported to the city, where they set up a stall right at their own doorstep, a familiar sight for the locals. Business thrived, with customers swiftly purchasing and departing. Su Wantang, however, chose not to concern herself with the subsequent affairs, for upon returning home, she was soon visited by members of the Su family seeking her audience. They informed her that the clan elder had encountered a predicament and urged her to come at once. Since the passing of Su Bingqiao, the Su family had remained quite orderly, and she was content to allow them to live under her protective shadow, refraining from stirring up trouble. Over the years, the Su family had been relatively peaceful, with only her aunt, now a mere passerby, causing any unrest. Yet now, with the elder in trouble, she felt it her duty as a junior member to pay a visit. My dear, I shall accompany you, Zhao Yuan offered. There's no need. I can manage alone. You stay here with the children. Besides, we do not yet know the nature of the issue. Your presence might complicate matters. You are right. Should anything arise, simply send word. Understood. After preparing herself, Su Wantang boarded the carriage. The residence of the clan elder was half an hour's journey from the regent's estate, a distance comparable to 2 cups of tea. In fact, many prominent families chose to reside in close proximity, not necessarily under the same roof, but within the same vicinity. The Su family, for instance, lived in Yongmen Alley in the northern part of the city, with their relatives occupying the latter half, while the Liu family resided in the former. Upon her arrival, she was greeted at the entrance. The clan elder was typically the most venerable and esteemed elder in the family, chosen for their fairness and integrity. What is the matter, Uncle Sun?
Su Wantang inquired.
Addressing the elder servant, who was known for his loyalty. It is the second elder who has caused a ruckus, upsetting the third elder, Uncle Sun replied. The third elder?
Who is that?
I am unaware, Su Wantang admitted, genuinely perplexed. To say she was unfamiliar with the original family dynamics would be an understatement. Even had she been the original owner, there seemed to be little regard for her. The reasons were clear. The family held traditional views that favored males, prohibiting women from entering the ancestral hall, thus barring her and Lu Wanner from participating in ancestral gatherings. Such a mindset was undeniably feudal in nature. The third elder was only distantly related to the second elder. Their connection was tenuous at best. Acknowledging this, Su Wantang strode confidently into the main hall, where she beheld the elders seated regally at the head of the table. "Greetings, your highness." The assembly rose in respect, except for the elder, who leisurely raised his teacup for a sip. "Please everyone be seated," Su Wantang instructed, and they complied. She observed the third elder, whom she decided to refer to as Elder Su San. He appeared exceedingly aged, easily in his 80s. In this era, reaching such an age was indeed remarkable. People believed that the presence of elder family members signified unity and strength, thus earning them the title of ancestor. While Su Wantang felt that elderly individuals deserved respect, she also believed that age did not grant one the right to be disrespectful, and she wouldn't hesitate to respond accordingly. "Are you the daughter of Su Bingqiao?" Elder Su San inquired, peering at her with clouded eyes. "May I ask what you require of me, elder?" Su Wantang refrained from responding directly to his question. "Humph. Truly impudent. Even your father would not dare to be so disrespectful." Elder, my father has passed away, so he cannot greet you. If he were to meet you, it would likely startle you, for I have not dreamt of him in quite some time." Su Wantang discerned that this man was deliberately seeking confrontation. What gave him the audacity? Simply due to his age? How outrageous. "Is this how you speak to your elders? It is utterly disgraceful,"
Elder Susan exclaimed,
striking his cane against the floor.
"Oh,
"And how should I address you?" Su Wantang inquired, a smile playing on her lips. "At the very least, you ought to bow your head in greeting. A woman should lower her head when speaking. This is the most basic etiquette. But then again, your mother passed away early, and no one taught you proper manners," he retorted, his words dropping like a stone in the silent hall. "Oh, is that so? What gives you the right to demand such respect? Do you think yourself worthy of my courtesy? You are merely an old man, after all. Listen well, everyone. This is the kind of descendant Su Lao Si is raised, utterly devoid of respect." "Elder, perhaps you should temper your words," someone interjected hastily. "Very well. If you wish for me to remain silent, then Su Wantang must apologize, and the title of the carefree marquis must be relinquished as well. That foundling has no right to inherit the Su family title. By what merit does he bear the surname Su? That mere child knows nothing. How can he act as he pleases?" Elder Su San asserted, his gaze fixed intensely upon Su Wantang. Su Wantang let out a cold laugh, finally comprehending that these individuals were merely waiting for her, attempting to dissuade her from confronting the elderly Su San. Presumably, everyone held this belief, and the fainted elder was quite adept at choosing the opportune moment, perhaps secretly awaiting the outcome. Their scheme was about to crumble before her eyes. Unfortunately for them, they had miscalculated. She was not the original owner of this body, nor was she someone to be bullied. Since she was partaking of the resources at hand, she would not remain passive. Thus, she would overturn the pot, and they could all fend for themselves. The so-called clan ties were inconsequential to her, as she was not the original owner. Moreover, the original owner was not particularly close to them, so why should she indulge them? Having come to this realization, Su Wantang swiftly devised a counter-strategy. Today, she would not hold back. What concern did the title of the Xiangyao Marquis have for the Su family? Wasn't he the Su family's title that of a duke? Now that it was no longer valid, the title of Xiangyao Marquis had been acquired through mines. How dare they covet it? Su Wantang cast a glance at the assembled guests. Claiming it was acquired through mines. Yet it was merely a shadow of the duke's residence. The elder Su San would not fall for such tricks. Is that so? The duke's household has long since fallen from grace. If you are unaware, perhaps you should take a look. Where is the Su duke now? Have you perhaps lost your wits? Su Wantang, regardless of your status as an outsider, the title should rightfully belong to our kin. It would provide you with a support system should you encounter difficulties in the future, Elder Su San remarked, glancing at the relatives seated nearby. Your Highness, sometimes the elder's words do hold merit. After all, we are members of the Su family, are we not? We hope your Highness will consider this. One voice chimed in, prompting others to join in. Indeed, although you are now a princess, the Su family shall always be your maternal home. The Xiangyao Marquis is indeed quite young. Perhaps you should reconsider, another suggested. Indeed, our Su family cannot be without a title, they echoed. Su Wantang regarded their grotesque expressions, overcome with amusement at their audacity. Since you all feel this way, who do you think should inherit the title of Xiangyao Marquis? She inquired, probing. I believe Su Yuanxiu would be an excellent choice. Indeed. Su Yuanxiu is the most learned among us. Certainly, among the younger generation, he shows great promise. Su Wantang sneered at the assembly. Who is this Su Yuanxiu? If we are to discuss inheritance, I believe Su Chuanwen is the most suitable candidate. Not only is he studying at the Imperial Academy, but he has also passed the scholar examination and will be taking the provincial exam next year. Furthermore, he is my blood relative. Why should I consider someone I do not even know? Do you truly think me a fool? That's not the same. What is the difference? Su Bingwen is already at the Imperial Academy and will undoubtedly forge his own path. The title of Xiangyao Marquis must be passed to another. Elder Su San continued. Get lost. Do you think I lack temper? Huh. One after another, attempting to scheme against me. Do you not consider whether you possess the capability? Since you wish to conspire against me, I shall not indulge you. From this day forth, I, Su Wantang, shall have no connection to the Su family. As for the dowries and gifts you have bestowed upon me, I shall return them in due course. Of course, all benefits I acquired through my status shall be reclaimed. If we are to sever ties, let us do so clearly. As her words fell, the assembly was left in stunned silence.
No.
Your Highness, you misunderstand. Misunderstand?
Ha.
Do not treat me like a fool. If I could rise to the position of Chancellor, it is a testament to my capabilities. I have truly indulged you all. Rest assured, I will have someone inventory all that belongs to me and to Su Bingwen. We will reclaim what is ours. From now on, consider Su Bingwen no longer a member of the Su family. How can you do this? He is your father. I regret to inform you, he is passed. Had he lived, he would not have allowed me and Chuanwen to be bullied. You merely see that I lack a biological brother? I shall inform you frankly. Su Yun shall be my true brother from now on. I have raised him, and he shall be my family. As for you, may you fend for yourselves in the future. I lack the ability to care for you. Do take care. With that, Su Wantang turned to leave. Your Highness, please wait. The true elder had arrived, appearing nothing like the one who had fainted.
Oh.
Elder Su, do you have something to discuss? Please forgive me, Your Highness. What we did was indeed wrong. Regardless, we are still family, bound by blood. I apologize, but I have no need for such relatives. Elder Su, do not underestimate my intelligence. Everyone here is well aware of what transpired today. There is no need to state the obvious. When you chose to stage such a grand performance, you should have anticipated the consequences. You sat back and hoped to leverage his power to voice your grievances. But unfortunately for you, your wager was misplaced. I do not fall for such tricks. Let us all find our own peace from now on. With that, Su Wantang strode out, not glancing back. It's over. It's truly over. What shall we do? Someone lamented, finally filled with regret. Fear not. She does not possess the courage to act against us. Otherwise, the citizens of Daeong would drown her in their ire, Elder Su San stated.
Ha!
Do you think Su Wantang is an ordinary person? During her time as Chancellor, how many tongues could not drown her? Do you truly believe she would fear such matters? The elder remarked, his face a mask of helplessness. One could only hope that Su Wantang would not truly follow through with her threats. He still clung to a sliver of hope. Yet, in the end, Su Wantang dealt a resounding blow to their pride. Instead of returning to the royal residence, Su Wantang sought out Su Chuanwen directly. Second uncle, Xiao Tang, what brings you here? Su Chuanwen welcomed her into the private chamber. She then recounted the events to him. This is truly outrageous. They are taking advantage of your lack of a father as support. Su Chuanwen was equally incensed. Second uncle, it's all right. I only came to inform you that I plan to sever ties with them. I require no elders, she declared resolutely. I stand with you. After all, with your father gone, I am the only one left of our branch, he affirmed. Thus, I do not require their guidance. I fully support you. They are clearly lacking in discernment, and there will be more trouble ahead. You have 3 children, and whichever one assumes the position, they will undoubtedly use their royal connections to create further disturbances. We must remain vigilant. I share the same sentiment. Whatever you choose to do, I will support you. Thank you, second uncle. No need for gratitude. To speak selfishly, I am also considering Chuanwen's future. He aspires to a career in government, and I cannot allow those related individuals to jeopardize his prospects. Your understanding is appreciated. What shall we do about your parents' graves? I plan to relocate grandfather and grandmother's graves, as well as my father and mother's, from the Su family's ancestral plot to establish our own branch. Excellent. That sounds perfect. Then I shall take my leave for now, to have the dowries and gifts from the clan inventoried and returned. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I will. Afterward, Su Wantang returned to the royal residence. Zhao Yuan, upon noticing her troubled expression, hastily approached and inquired, "My lady, what is the matter? Have they bullied you?" "Ha, bully me? They are hardly worthy. They merely grew too ambitious," she replied, and then recounted the events to Zhao Yuan. "This is simply intolerable. Who do they think they are? He still harbors aspirations for the title of a minor noble. His calculations are truly audacious, unmindful of the potential repercussions. My dear wife, fret not, for I shall support you. I shall simply tear off their roof." "Very well. Do not worry, I am prepared to disclose my intentions to Su Wantang." "Agreed. Let's proceed with this plan. Please wait a moment while I enter the palace to seek an imperial decree, ensuring they refrain from making any reckless statements. Indeed, I must trouble Yuan with this. Do not utter such phrases as trouble. You are my wife, and if you suffer any grievances, it is only natural that I stand by you, right? If mother faces any injustices, Xiaoan shall also support you. I shall find a way to sneak out through the dog hole and release mice into their home." Su Wantang. Zhao Yuan. What should I do about sons who are so fond of sneaking through dog holes?
Chapter 132. Severing TSA.
Should you dare to sneak through again, rest assured, I will ensure you slumber in the dog hole. Upon finishing her statement, Su Wantang cast a glance at Zhao Yuan. She knew well that Zhao Yuan had commanded Mu Feng to discreetly tidy up the dog holes, preventing the children from making a mess upon their escape. It must be said, Zhao Yuan's foresight was quite commendable. "Mother, we were merely jesting. My dear wife, I shall head to the palace at once," Zhao Yuan declared, promptly making his exit. After Zhao Yuan departed, Su Wantang could not help but chuckle. "Mother, do not be upset. Once we grow up, no one shall dare to bully you."
Piaoning proclaimed.
"Yes, you must all grow up well." Shortly thereafter, Su Yun entered the room. "Sister, you are in the right. They are but a swarm of leeches clinging to you. Not to mention that you are no longer the original Su Wantang. Even if you were, they are not worth your concern. As the three children mature, their status will only grow more illustrious. If they remain unsatisfied, who knows what calamities may ensue. It is prudent to sever ties before reaching that point. Indeed, you speak wisely. I share your sentiments. They possess no substantial foundation. Previously, they relied on the Duke's residence for their livelihoods. You know well that such titles, devoid of real power, cannot yield much strength for the clan. Moreover, the Su family has declined with each generation. Now, they are rotten to the core, and I have even begun to scheme against them. Sister, whatever you choose to do, I shall support you. I may be young now, but when I grow up, I vow to become your formidable ally. Xiao Yun. I hope you grow up healthy and happy, pursuing your own desires. As for protecting me, I can fend for myself. If necessary, I have your brother-in-law and nephew to rely upon. You need only be a joyful little uncle. I understand, sister. Upon entering the palace, Zhao Yuan conveyed his intentions. "What your wife has done is indeed correct," the emperor said solemnly. "I am aware. The excessive scheming of the imperial relatives is detrimental to the court. The Su family truly has deteriorated with each passing generation. Had they any sense, they would not have coveted Su Yun's title. They have inadvertently placed themselves in peril. And it is only fitting that they be severed from the family. My elder brother speaks true. I shall lend a hand in this matter to prevent anyone from gossiping about your wife, sparing her further distress. I am grateful to you, elder brother." Zhao Yuan then received the imperial decree and returned home. "Uncle Wu." Su Wantang set down the decree and called out,
"Miss,
"Take the list of gifts and the registry. Return what is owed, and reclaim what must be returned." "Understood, miss." Uncle Wu and Mu Feng departed the regent's residence, their carriage laden with boxes and crates. Among the items were the dowry possessions Su Wantang had brought upon her marriage, now to be returned in full. The Su family's relatives had already received word of this development and were gathered at the gates of the Su residence, pale and anxious as they awaited news. As the procession halted, Uncle Wu, with a stern countenance, commanded that a list and registry be presented. "These are the dowry gifts from Miss as she left for her marriage. They are to be returned in full today, with no debts remaining. Please examine them. And if all is in order, we shall proceed with a handover," Uncle Wu concluded, passing the registry forward. The relatives, upon hearing this, were filled with both shock and dread. One could not contain themselves and rushed forward, crying, "She is of the Su bloodline. How can you sever ties so easily?" "Ha! Pray tell, what do you think this is?" Uncle Wu, already harboring little fondness for the Su family, felt even less now. At that moment, a young eunuch stepped forward, unfurling the imperial decree, his sharp voice ringing out. The imperial decree has arrived. The Su family members trembled as they knelt to receive the decree. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees. The Su family, relying on the merit of a woman, covets noble titles, bullying their kin, and oppressing the people, is indeed most rebellious. The title of the carefree marquis is bestowed by the emperor. How dare you harbor such aspirations? Henceforth, I decree that the Su clan shall be severed from the Su family and shall no longer profit under the name of Su Wantang. Those who defy this will be treated as traitors. The decree fell like a heavy hammer upon the heads of the Su relatives. Some aged clan members collapsed to the ground, wailing, "It is over, it is over. The Su family has perished," while the third elder of the Su family fainted outright. Uncle Wu, with an indifferent expression, waved his hand. The decree is issued. From this day forth, there shall be no more Su Wantang in the Su family. May you all seek your own fortunes. The onlookers in the streets murmured amongst themselves, their gazes devoid of envy, filled only with pity and disdain. Indeed, greed has led them to swallow an elephant. The Su family members were utterly unprepared for the situation to escalate to this point. As the items were counted and reclaimed, their faces grew increasingly pale. Eventually, all possessions were accounted for, and the fixed properties would be addressed later. Mu Feng and Uncle Wu ensured all goods were properly tallied and loaded for return. As Uncle Wu departed, he glanced at the elder of the Su clan and remarked, "This is of your own making. Knowing well my young mistress's identity is already quite extraordinary, you still dare to covet what should not be coveted. My young master is destined to inherit that position. Do you truly believe the emperor would tolerate such machinations from the imperial relatives? You have underestimated the situation. It is fortunate you have not lost your heads. Henceforth, part ways and leave the capital." Uncle Wu's words left the faces of the relatives ashen. They suddenly grasped why the emperor had issued the decree. They had clearly touched a forbidden nerve. They had only seen the immediate benefits, failing to consider the broader implications. After all, Su Wantang's offspring is the sole royal heir of the Daong dynasty. It is certain they will ascend to that position in due time. Their blatant demands for the title of carefree marquis were nothing less than a direct affront to the emperor. Had they chosen a different path, they would have become true imperial relatives, genuinely connected to the royal family. Alas, it is too late for regrets. Upon regaining consciousness, the third elder of the Su family pieced together the events and was instantly filled with dread. He had believed Su Wantang would not dare to act. Yet he had grossly underestimated her resolve. It can only be said that the Su family's relatives have brought this upon themselves. They are not worthy of sympathy, for their very essence is steeped in selfishness. Su-san, are you pleased now? The Su family has utterly fallen. Are you happy with this outcome? The second elder of the Su family queried. Am I to blame?
Who among you opposed it back then?
Why must all the blame rest on my shoulders? Was I not merely hoping for a better future for the Su family?
Blame you?
Had it not been for your instigation, we would not have come to the capital. A young man, who had long detested the obstinate elder, retorted. Indeed. Had it not been for your ambition to secure the title of carefree marquis for your great-grandson Su Yuanxiu, would things have reached this point? Truly, you are an old fool.
Silence.
The family law shall be enforced.
Susan que mandith.
Family law? The Su family no longer exists. What need have we for such laws? Brothers, I shall take my leave now. If you wish to carry this old relic back, then do so. I certainly have no desire to. With that, the young man turned and departed. Su-san, of considerable age, resided in a small town beneath the capital, having arrived in a sedan chair carried by these younger generations. As he found the jolting of a horse-drawn carriage intolerable, we, too, were unwilling. With no benefits to be gained, we ended up with a foul stench. Let us depart.
Depart.
The crowd hastily dispersed, leaving Su-san quite incensed. Very well, now that the Su family is no longer associated with the princess. Let us register our departure and leave, Su heir said wearily. How can you allow our kin to leave? If they depart, the Su family will truly be scattered.
Susandi markt. Ha.
Scattered, yet perhaps we might survive. If we do not scatter, we shall inevitably be exterminated by the likes of you. Subsequently, the members of the Su family began to pack their belongings in preparation for their exodus from the capital. Deprived of Su Wantang's protection, they found no place left for them in the city. Ultimately, after dividing their assets, the members of the Su clan departed the capital, dispersing to various locales to seek their livelihoods. What was once a well-coordinated chess game had concluded with a grievous misstep. Su Wantang did not pursue the subsequent events closely. However, she did manage to find a feng shui site to bury the original parents of the Su family. Between Su Bingqiao and Ouyangyan, she erected a nameless grave, hoping the original owner might reunite with her loving parents. To put it bluntly, the Su family had already come to an end under her stewardship. All of this was merely for the sake of appearances, a facade for the outside world. For Su Yun was her own younger brother in the modern world. This Su representing the Su family from her realm. Not long after the news of the Su family's expulsion from the clan spread throughout the capital, it became a topic of fervent discussion. In the court, numerous officials seized upon this opportunity to voice their grievances. A censor boldly stepped forward, passionately declaring, "Your Majesty." Although Su Wantang hails from the Su family as the legitimate wife of the regent, she resides in the inner quarters. Why must this become common knowledge?
Now.
In her stubbornness, she liquidates family assets and severs clan ties. Is she not using the regent's power to suppress her kin? Such actions epitomize the dangers of external relatives in power. Another quickly echoed, "Your Majesty." The fall of previous dynasties due to the overreach of external relatives is a well-documented tale. Now, with the princess indiscriminately severing family ties, does it not invite speculation that our great Yong dynasty may be on the verge of repeating history? In an instant, a cacophony of voices erupted among the officials, their collective outrage palpable, eager to seize upon this opportunity to undermine Su Wantang. The emperor's expression grew increasingly frigid as he struck the dragon table with a resounding thud, plunging the hall into an immediate silence. "Oh, Your Majesty, please exercise caution with your hands." A nearby eunuch hastily interjected. "Silence." The emperor barked. "Do you comprehend the extent to which the Su clan has abused its power? Capitalizing on the princess's reputation, they extort fortunes and even dare to covet noble titles. If we do not sever ties now, shall we simply stand by as the Su clan attempts to seize power? External relatives in court? I am far more aware of the intricacies than you. Su Wantang's actions are, in fact, a necessary measure to eradicate the roots of external relatives' malice. Yet you twist it against her? Or do you wish to instruct me on how to govern? The decree is mine to issue. Do you think I am unaware of the reasons behind it? If you have nothing of importance to discuss, I command you all to vacate the capital alongside the Su clan. Your Majesty, please temper your anger." The assembled ministers quickly bowed in compliance. "Do not heed rumors. I do not wish to pursue today's matters too rigorously, yet I am aware of your intentions." Do you truly believe me a fool? Should you choose to be the scapegoat, ensure you are qualified for the role." The censors turned pale, yet none dared to respond further. The emperor coldly surveyed the court. "I caution you all, the peril of external relatives must not be mentioned again. The regent commands the military, and the princess severs familial ties. This is an act for the nation and its people. Should anyone else incite discord, I shall hold you accountable for your collusion. We shall obey." The assembly of officials promptly acknowledged, realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, the royal offspring rested under the care of Su Wantang. If these greedy relatives were not dealt with, should the young lord inherit the throne, regret would come too late. If they dared to covet the title of the carefree marquis now, what would they do in the future? The senior officials dared not dwell on it, while those who had offered counsel felt their positions were in jeopardy. Upon hearing the admonitions from the court, Su Wantang could not help but smirk, finding their meddling utterly frivolous. At times, she pondered how truly simplistic the minds of these ancient individuals appeared, as if devoid of intellect. She could hardly fathom how they attained their positions. In a modern context, their level of reasoning and emotional intelligence would certainly disqualify them from passing civil service examinations, let alone securing a position. Once more, Su Wantang escorted the children to the palace for their studies, this time with the assurance of the system's oversight, alleviating her concerns. "Remember, if you encounter danger, blow this whistle, understood?" she instructed, ensuring all 4 children carried a whistle. This time, Suyun also attended school, instructed by royal educators. With Suyun present, Su Wantang felt reassured. She trusted in a system and covert guardians, believing no one would dare to act against them. "Understood, mother. You've reiterated this several times. I am speaking directly to you, Shaoan. Should you neglect your studies, you know what I am capable of. Do not worry, mother. I will diligently protect my brother and uncle." "Well, that is more like it. Mother, could you perhaps prepare some crayfish and spicy snails for me?" "Yes, sister. I wish to indulge as well." Upon hearing their uncle express a desire for the delicacies, the children felt a surge of confidence. Their mother might refuse them, and perhaps even slightly deter their father, but she would undoubtedly grant their uncle's request, for he held a place in her heart that surpassed even her 3 little rascals. Very well, I shall have someone deliver them tomorrow, and then I will prepare them in the palace for you, Su Wantang said, affectionately ruffling Su Yun's hair. Thank you, sister. Chapter 133 has been completed. Since the children resumed their studies, Su Wantang personally escorted them, rendering any attempts at assassination or abduction nearly impossible. Zhao Yuan had begun investigating the army of drugged soldiers maintained by Prince Qing, yet after several days, he found no leads. Ultimately, Su Wantang sought the system's assistance. Gua Liu, investigate the location of the drug soldiers and army maintained by Prince Qing. She commanded. Understood, Master. Gua Liu will commence the inquiry immediately. Please hold on.
All right.
Understood. Xiao Dao, bring me a glass of grape juice. I have matters to discuss with the prince. Yes, miss. I shall do so at once. After Xiao Dao delivered the glass of juice, she departed, and at that moment, the system's findings flooded into Su Wantang's mind. Master, the investigation is complete. Please review the information. Understood. According to the gathered intelligence, Prince Zhao Haiqing excelled in the art of turning the invisible into the tangible. His private army was not consolidated in a camp, but rather dispersed throughout the capital in various strata. Some resided under the roofs of common folk, masquerading as carpenters, butchers, or cart drivers. Others lurked within brothels and taverns, transforming into waitstaff or guards. Even among the affluent and merchant households, they had covertly infiltrated as servants and managers. On the surface, they appeared indistinguishable from ordinary citizens, rising early and returning late, engaged in the daily grind of life, wholly inconspicuous. Yet, at a mere command from Zhao Haiqing, they could coalesce into a formidable force. Despite the court's numerous secret investigations, they had yet to uncover definitive evidence. For this army had already melded into the very fabric of the capital, making them nearly impossible to extricate. Moreover, each time inquiries were made, they were met with various obstructions, rendering their existence undetectable. Compared to the undercurrents at play, the existence of the medicinal beings nurtured by Zhao Haiqing beneath the private estate is far more chilling. On the surface, the estate outside the capital appears tranquil and harmonious, with fertile fields and farmers toiling away, painting a picturesque rural scene. However, once one steps through the inconspicuous stone door at the back courtyard, an entirely different world unfolds. Behind that stone door lies an astonishingly vast underground chamber, housing the medicinal beings from Miaojiang. Were it not for Su Wantang's system, she would never have fathomed that Prince Qing would employ such a clandestine method to conceal his army. Nonetheless, one cannot deny that Prince Qing is indeed a person of remarkable talent. My dear, what are your thoughts? Zhao Yuan inquired. I have discovered the location of Prince Qing's army, she replied. Oh, my dear, is that truly the case? You are indeed impressive. How did you uncover this? Zhao Yuan gazed at Su Wantang with admiration. The prince's army is hidden right within the capital. What? My dear, that consists of many individuals. Such a multitude of soldiers would surely be noticed. Yuan, the prince's army has long since integrated into the fabric of the capital. They may have been cooks, coachmen, or even shop assistants just moments ago, but at a single command, they can swiftly assemble. Do you recall the several villages that have been established in recent years outside the capital? The inhabitants of those villages are predominantly composed of soldiers loyal to Prince Qing. Haha, I never would have imagined. Prince Qing truly possesses remarkable methods. Were it not for you, my dear, I doubt I would have discovered this in my lifetime. Zhao Yuan thought to himself, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. Indeed, Prince Qing is a figure of considerable intelligence and cunning. Unfortunately, he has encountered Su Wantang. My dear, now that we are aware of where he conceals his troops and medicinal beings, I shall communicate with my imperial brother and see what can be done. However, I advise against acting too hastily, for these individuals have already blended into normal life. Some, despite their loyalty, may waver when faced with their children and wives. Additionally, if we provoke them, it could incite panic and disrupt the lives of the common folk in the capital, as they have become part of it. Understood, my dear. I propose we capture the leader first. You should discuss this with my imperial brother, and then we can make our preparations. Zhao Yuan pondered for a long moment before nodding. You speak wisely, my dear. If we are to act, we must do so with precision, leaving no opportunity for him to recover. Su Wantang smiled faintly, whispering, with the troops dispersed among the populace, there is no immediate need to uproot them all. Instead, if we can first restrain Prince Qing and his trusted subordinates, they will become as rootless as floating weeds. Those soldiers who have been coerced will lose their backbone and naturally seek to survive on their own. A brilliant strategy. Once Prince Qing is captured, his medicinal beings and hidden forces will be nothing more than scattered sand. Zhao Yuan's eyes sparkled with admiration for Su Wantang. His wife was truly formidable. However, once action is taken, it will undoubtedly stir up a tempest. Therefore, it is imperative to pacify the citizens and prepare in advance. The censorate could announce that anyone who surrenders will not be prosecuted, while those who resist will be treated as treasonous rebels. Thus, we can reassure the populace and minimize unnecessary bloodshed. Zhao Yuan slowly nodded. Very well, I shall enter the palace tomorrow to confer with my imperial brother. We will divide our forces into 3, one to strike directly at Prince Qing's residence, another to seal the city gates, and a third to search his estate and underground chamber. Once we capture Prince Qing, the remnants will surely collapse. The following afternoon, in the imperial study within the palace, Emperor Zhao Yu sat behind his desk, dismissing his attendants, his gaze falling upon Zhao Yuan, who stood opposite him.
Yuan?
I have thoroughly examined the secret letter you sent last night, the emperor began in a calm tone. Your Majesty, Prince Qing's hidden forces have infiltrated the homes of the citizens within the capital, appearing ordinary while being poised to strike at any moment. If we act rashly, it will undoubtedly alarm the populace and incite panic. Zhao Yuan understood that this matter was exceedingly delicate. A single misstep could ignite public outrage. One cannot deny that Prince Qing possesses considerable cunning. The emperor nodded thoughtfully. What do you propose we do? I have devised 3 strategies. Though I am uncertain of their feasibility. Speak, and let us consider them. Zhao Yuan proceeded to outline his plans. First, we must sever his connections. Prince Qing communicates with the outside world through a network of spies. I have dispatched individuals to discreetly monitor them, ready to act at your command. Second, we should rotate the garrison. By replacing the soldiers stationed at key locations with my loyal troops, we can leave Prince Qing without any opportunity to exploit. Should he dare to retaliate, he will find no openings. Third, we set a trap to capture him. During tomorrow's court assembly, I suggest you summon Prince Qing to the palace to meet with you, at which point the imperial guards will lie in wait. I will lead our forces in 3 directions. One to storm Prince Qing's residence and seize his accounts and weapons. Another to seal the city gates and cut off external support, and the last to assault his estate and underground chamber, revealing the existence of the medicinal beings to the public. Once Prince Qing is apprehended, his followers will surely scatter and lose their momentum. The emperor listened intently, pondering for a long while before gazing at Zhao Yuan. Yuan, you have indeed matured. This is precisely how it should be. However, I worry that Prince Qing has long cultivated support within the court. If we seize him recklessly, it may provoke dissent among the officials, perhaps even leading to attempts to shield him. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I have prepared a confidential report detailing Prince Qing's misdeeds, all backed by irrefutable evidence. Once he is captured, I will read it publicly, ensuring that the hearts of the people are swayed. Moreover, my wife will be present, so you need not worry. Excellent. Yuan, I entrust you with the fate of the capital. I believe we will succeed. I will not disappoint your trust.
Zhao Yuan,
As if struck by a sudden thought, turned to the emperor and asked, Your Majesty, do you think I have become too ruthless? Too cunning? Not at all. This is the correct path. You once possessed exceptional martial skills, but were naive in the intricacies of court politics. That ignorance is the most perilous state. Your Majesty, I do not wish to become this way. I would prefer to lead troops into battle than to engage in the machinations of the court. Yet I have no choice. With a wife and children, if I remain as I was, I fear my family will endure great hardship. I know you will not treat us poorly, but you will grow old one day, and when that time comes, no one will protect us. Hence, I must grow stronger. Yuan, although you are my brother, you have been raised by us since childhood, and it would not be an exaggeration to consider you as my son. Regardless of the circumstances, I will always stand by your side. Do not fear. Pursue your ambitions boldly, and I shall support you. Even if the heavens should fall, I will bear the weight. Understood, Your Majesty. When Zhao Yuan returned home, night was falling, and Su Wantang and the children awaited him for dinner. 3 meals a day, the changing seasons, a wife, and children. This was a life Zhao Yuan cherished. As night deepened, the study in Prince Qing's residence remained aglow with light. Zhao Haiqing sat alone at his desk, the jade ring he had cherished for years creaking under his grip. In recent days, no news had emerged from the palace, and the once constant stream of information seemed to have ceased overnight. The restlessness and unease within him coiled like a venomous serpent in his chest. That little brat, Zhao Yuan, must have grown suspicious. His gaze turned cold, yet a sinister smile crept upon his lips. However, I have buried myself in the capital for so many years. Even if he possesses some ability, he cannot possibly eradicate me entirely. With that thought, he suddenly slammed his hand down on the desk, causing the teacup to topple and scalding tea to splash onto his sleeves, though he paid it no mind. The murderous intent within him surged, each wave more intense than the last. If anyone in the court dares to speak out, I will eradicate them first. I would rather rivers run red with blood than allow anyone to trample upon me. The several trusted aides nearby dared not utter a word, for the benevolent Prince Qing was known to possess two faces. As he contemplated Zhao Yuan's detestable traits, a flicker of complexity passed through his eyes. Zhao Haiqing slowly closed his eyes, memories of his youth alongside his imperial brother galloping on horseback resurfacing in his mind. In those days, they were merely impetuous youths, one a prince, the other a beloved brother, who vowed to safeguard the great Zhou together as they raced across the fields. Oh, my imperial brother. His voice was low and hoarse, tinged with mockery and bitterness. If you truly regarded me as your brother, why do you remain ever vigilant against me? If you cannot tolerate my existence, why not end my life? Why must we find ourselves in such an untenable situation now? After his imperial brother's demise, he had earnestly supported the emperor, genuinely caring for Zhao Yuan. Yet, as years passed, his desire for power only grew, spiraling into an uncontrollable obsession. He had effectively brainwashed himself, shifting from denial to affirmation, from fervor to distortion. Do you have any suggestions or strategies regarding the recent events? Prince Qing inquired of his trusted confidants. However, none dared to speak, save for one named Chen Mao, who offered his perspective. Chen Mao bowed and said, "Your Highness. During this period, news from the palace has been non-existent, and our covert lines have gone dark. I fear that turmoil is brewing in the capital. If your Highness were to attend court at this time, it would be perilously unwise. In my humble opinion, it would be better to feign illness and avoid the limelight for the moment." Zhao Haiqing slammed his teacup down with a resounding clap, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Chen Mao. Avoid? Avoid what? Do you believe my years of effort have been in vain? Or do you think Zhao Yuan can unravel the intricate schemes I have woven over the years with merely a few severed threads? Chen Mao's heart raced. Yet he pressed on, "Your Highness, I mean no such thing. However, while your forces may be scattered among the populace, should even a hint of their existence be discovered, the emperor will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike. If you rashly attend court, you'll be presenting them with the perfect opportunity." Preposterous. Zhao Haiqing's sudden outburst sent the candle flames flickering wildly. He rose slowly, hands clasped behind his back, glaring down at Chen Mao. "I have hidden my troops among the common folk, mingling with all walks of life. Even if the emperor harbors suspicions, what of it? A blade and a gun cannot distinguish between loyalty and treachery. This is my greatest assurance. Why must I cower in fear?" A cold sweat broke out on Chen Mao's forehead as he clasped his hands together. "I am merely concerned for your safety, Your Highness." Zhao Haiqing chuckled coldly, waving his sleeve dismissively. "Enough. Chen Mao, you have followed me for many years, and I know of your loyalty. But remember, a lion that hides in the shadows becomes a sickly cat. Tomorrow, I shall personally witness who dares to conspire against me." His voice was laced with a ruthless confidence, as if he were certain he could navigate through any storm. Chen Mao's heart sank, and he could only bow his head in response, refraining from further words. The other confidants remained silent, fearful of inciting Prince Qing's wrath. In the dead of night, Chen Mao returned to his modest courtyard, his expression grave. The lights within were still aglow, and his wife sat at the table, sewing shoe soles. Upon seeing him, she immediately set aside her work. "Husband, you have returned. Why do you look so pale?" Chen Mao shut the door, lowering his voice with urgency. "Do not ask. Quickly, gather some clothes and essentials, take the child, and leave tonight. Go as far as you can. The farther, the better." His wife was taken aback. "What do you mean? What about the prince?" "Shh." Chen Mao pressed a hand over her mouth, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his eyes filled with panic. "The situation for Prince Qing has turned dire. The palace has already set a trap, and tomorrow at court, he will surely be captured. If you remain in the capital, you may suffer the same fate." "How do you know this?" Chen's wife asked incredulously. "The prince has grown increasingly arrogant with age. They say outsiders see clearer than those involved, after tonight. I suspect the other advisors think the same. Besides, I have angered him this evening, and I fear." Her eyes welled with tears as she trembled, reaching for their sleeping child. But Chen Mao's voice suddenly tightened. Hurry. Do not delay. Gather quickly. At dawn, we must leave. All right. Just then, faint footsteps echoed outside the courtyard. Chen Mao's heart dropped, and he barked. Who goes there? Before he could finish, the courtyard door was violently flung open, and several figures in black rushed in, brandishing knives, exuding a palpable aura of menace. The leader sneered, Chen Mao. The prince has commanded that those who know too much must not be spared. Is the prince truly so ruthless? Chen Mao's face fell, realizing he had angered Prince Qing. But he never anticipated the swift move to eliminate him. That is of no concern to you. Rest assured. We will send you on your way without letting you die too painfully. The black-clad figure lunged at him with a blade. Chen Mao's expression changed drastically as he pushed his wife away, whispering urgently, run. He quickly drew his sword to engage. In the courtyard, the clash of blades erupted, the scent of blood filling the air. Chen Mao fought valiantly alone, but ultimately, he was outnumbered, and a gash was opened on his shoulder. His wife, witnessing this, screamed. Husband!
Run. Go.
Chen Mao shouted back. Just as a black-clad figure raised their knife to strike him down, a flash of white rushed in, accompanied by the sound of heavy objects colliding with flesh. With a resounding thud, a golden shovel hurtled through the air, striking the black-clad man's head, sending him crashing to the ground. TSK, with such assassination skills, you dare to silence others? Who do you think you are? The newcomer was Su Wantang. She had been closely monitoring Prince Qing's every move through her system, including the information regarding his advisors. When she received a frantic message from Gua Liu tonight, imploring her to come to the rescue, she had abandoned her preparations for sleep and rushed over, her shoes on the wrong feet. Fortunately, in the darkness, it was not noticeable. Chen Mao, bloodied and pale, struggled to kneel. Su Xiang, no, princess, thank you for saving my life. Su Wantang regarded him coldly. Chen Mao, now that you see Prince Qing's true nature, you must understand what his fate will be. If you are wise, come with me to see the emperor. Should you divulge all you know, not only will your family be spared, but you can live incognito afterward. Surely, you do not wish to see your wife and child meet a tragic end? Chen Mao gazed at his wife, holding their trembling child, tears welling in his eyes. This was all his fault. Everything was his fault. The child was innocent. As a humble subject, I am willing to follow. He knelt, bowing deeply.
Princess.
Mu Feng has brought the guards for support. Good. Clean this place up. I will take Chen Mao to see the emperor, Su Wantang commanded. Yes, I understand. And ensure Chen's wife and child are well taken care of. Yes, princess, do not worry. I will make the arrangements.
Su Wantang escorted Chen Mao onto a carry,
directing it towards the palace. Your Majesty, the prince and princess have arrived. A eunuch announced. Let her in quickly. Su Wantang entered the royal study with Chen Mao. Are you unhurt, my dear? Zhao Yuan inquired with concern. I am fine, just a minor ruffian. You arrived rather swiftly, Su Wantang replied. During her rescue of Chen Mao, she and Zhao Yuan had split their efforts. She saved the man while he protected the emperor. I have only just arrived myself, Zhao Yuan said, glancing at Chen Mao before taking a seat beside Su Wantang on the soft couch. As for the interrogation, they needed not intervene. The emperor would handle it. Chen Mao, do you acknowledge your crimes? The emperor began. I do, Chen Mao replied, kneeling and bowing his head. Since you acknowledge your guilt, then confess fully to atone for your misdeeds. I may spare your life and allow you to live incognito. Thank you, your majesty. I shall recount everything without omission, Chen Mao declared, bowing again. He intermittently recounted how Prince Qing clandestinely garnered support, how he dispersed soldiers to conceal themselves among the common folk in the capital, fragmenting their unity, and how he nurtured practitioners of medicine in the outskirts, training them day and night. He detailed the routes for delivering correspondence, the secret codes, and the several hidden storages he had personally witnessed, along with a list of undercover agents that he disclosed. Su Wantang committed every word to memory, subsequently cross-referencing it with the information provided by the system, only to find that Chen Mao's account was entirely accurate. By the end, Chen Mao's voice had become hoarse, and he appeared almost exhausted, leaving one to wonder if his fatigue was genuine or the result of fear. The emperor cast a glance at him and instructed the secret guards, first, escort him to safety and assign someone to keep watch. Not a whisper of this must escape. Once Chen Mao had departed, Zhao Yuan finally spoke. My lady, is there anything amiss? No, all he disclosed is indeed correct. But the number of names on these lists is overwhelming. Managing them will certainly prove to be quite cumbersome, Su Wantang mused. contemplating how to apprehend all the ringleaders in one fell swoop. It need not be a hassle, my lady. Let the Jinui handle this matter, Zhao Yuan replied. Indeed. That should not cause concern. The Jinui are more than capable. However, the events of tomorrow are of paramount importance, the emperor remarked.
Fear not.
Everything for tomorrow has long been prepared, Su Wantang replied, casting a glance at Zhao Yuan, her heart whispering. At last, this will come to an end. Henceforth, tranquility shall reign. Meanwhile, within the Prince Qing's residence, the candles flickered brightly. Zhao Haiqing sat brooding behind his desk, his expression dark. An aide entered quietly, reporting, Your Highness. Chun Mao and his family have been dealt with. A cold smirk crept onto Zhao Haiqing's lips. Humph. Foolishly unaware of the times. This prince has nurtured him for years. If he dared to waver in loyalty, his demise is but just. With his death, his lips shall be sealed. The so-called confidant, upon hearing the prince's words, could not suppress a scornful smile. He lifted his teacup, secretly relieved that his arrangements were executed efficiently. There was no chance for Chen Mao to survive. Thus, all secrets remained securely locked away, with no vulnerabilities. The candlelight cast shadows across his face, his gaze sharp and self-assured. As if he still held dominion over the entire game. Little did he know, at that very moment, Chen Mao was at another location, meticulously unveiling the secrets he had so painstakingly cultivated. Early the next morning, Prince Qing donned his attire and proceeded to the court. Meanwhile, Su Wantang took a chair and settled in the rear hall, where she could hear the ministers and the emperor deliberating. Long live the emperor! The ministers paid their respects. All rise, the emperor commanded. Thank you, your majesty. The emperor, as customary, offered a seat to Prince Qing, signifying respect. Thank you, your majesty. Prince Qing expressed his gratitude. Uncle, your health has been poor of late. How have you fared? The emperor inquired, concern etched on his face. Thank you for your concern, your majesty. This old minister is but a shadow of his former self, Prince Qing replied. Such words are unworthy, uncle. You are a great benefactor of our Daong. Always the finest among us. Thank you for your exaggerated praise, your majesty. Su Wantang listened to Prince Qing's words, feeling a wave of disdain for his sheer hypocrisy. How had she not perceived his duplicity before? Subsequently, several officials took turns reporting trivial matters. At that moment, a voice resonated through the hall. It was Prince Qing's. Humph. That foolish emperor remains as ignorant as ever. Without Su Wantang's assistance, he is utterly inept. I feared that no news had reached the palace recently, thinking the emperor had uncovered something, but it amounts to nothing. As Prince Qing's voice echoed, the assembly was thrown into confusion. What was happening? No one dared to speak. Heads bowed, for this was a direct insult to the emperor. How had they not realized Prince Qing's true nature until now? It seemed that since Su Wantang had withdrawn from court, gossip had ceased, leaving them unaware of the prince's thoughts. Moreover, it was likely that Prince Qing had harbored such blatant sentiments all along. They simply had not been able to hear them. But why could they hear them today? This could only indicate one thing. Su Wantang was present. The assembly fell silent, for the emperor's countenance revealed no emotion, and none wished to hasten their own demise.
Then,
Prince Qing continued his tirade. After all this investigation, what have you uncovered? My army is not something mere mortals can comprehend. What if the 13 tribes of Miaojiang were annihilated? They have long since delivered the army of practitioners into my grasp. Now, it is but a matter of time before the throne is mine. The ministers' hearts trembled in shock. How could this be? Prince Qing, it appeared, harbored intentions of usurping the throne. Once I decipher the schematics for Zhao Yuan's crossbow, I shall eliminate both the emperor and Zhao Yuan, and this realm shall ultimately be mine, albeit belatedly. As for those 3 little rascals, they are still young. A few memory-erasing pills would suffice to raise them as my own. And Su Wantang, that enchantress, has lost her utility. She must be eliminated without delay. The ministers grew increasingly apprehensive, while Zhao Yuan's expression darkened ominously. Su Wantang busied herself with a palm-sized object, an essential tool for what was to come. As for Prince Qing's incessant ramblings, she feigned ignorance, thinking to herself, this old fool wishes to kill me, eliminate my husband, and poison my children? Perhaps he has had too much to drink. The hall was enveloped in silence, save for the heavy breaths of the emperor, who, though aware of Prince Qing's treachery, found that hearing it firsthand struck a different chord. At that moment, General Wei stepped forward. Your Majesty, I have grave news to report. The emperor raised his gaze, his voice solemn. General Wei, please proceed. I have long guarded the capital and would not speak lightly, yet months ago, I sensed something amiss. Supplies have been covertly allocated within the city, in quantities far exceeding normal military needs. Had your majesty not been vigilant, scarcely anyone would have known. These provisions have not entered the border or the accounts of the southern frontier but have instead been surreptitiously directed to Prince Qing's estate and secret storages. Moreover, I dispatched individuals to investigate, and they confirmed that Prince Qing is indeed training practitioners, their movements ghostly and impervious to blade or sword. Should they enter the fray, they would spell disaster. Unknown individuals frequently enter and exit the prince's residence, leaving no trace, all of whom are likely concealed agents. Your Majesty, I dare speak plainly. Prince Qing's ambitions extend far beyond a mere corner of the realm. He has scattered his troops among the common folk, fragmenting their strength. Should he rise, chaos will ensue in the capital, with enemies all around. This is not mere alarmism. It is a matter of fact. I implore your Majesty to discern wisely. As General Wei's words fell, the Emperor turned to Prince Qing. Uncle, is this true? Prince Qing felt a surge of panic. How could he have known such things? Yet, what did it matter? He could simply deny it. Your Majesty, General Wei is unjustly accusing me. I have been loyal to Daong, steadfast for many years. All ministers and citizens can attest to this. How could I commit such a heinous and disrespectful act? There must be some misunderstanding that has led General Wei to target me so, Prince Qing declared, rising to bow. Internally, he mused, where did this fool obtain such information? But even if he knows, what of it? I can simply deny it. Furthermore, without evidence, what can he do to me? The ministers exchanged glances, speechless. Prince Qing's audacity was staggering. Moreover, he had unwittingly revealed his inner thoughts. He had no secrets left, having stripped himself bare. The assembly remained silent, each minister exchanging wary looks, with some sweating nervously, while others silently rejoiced at their lack of entanglement with the prince. The original intent of Prince Qing's faction was to issue a warning, yet the prince, with his obstinate demeanor, initially expressed his intention to strike decisively, leading them to believe that further intervention was unnecessary. They felt that refraining from speaking in defense of Prince Qing would enhance their chances of survival, or, at the very least, preserve their entire clan if death were to befall them. To stand up would mean hastening their encounter with their ancestors, as they recognized that the emperor would not tolerate disloyal subjects, typically punishing entire families. Your Highness, if there is no evidence, I dare not report, General Wei stated. Oh. Then may I inquire, where is your evidence? Prince Qing retorted. Your Majesty, I implore you to allow the witness to be brought forth. General Wei addressed the emperor. Granted. Soon, a man in handcuffs was ushered in, causing Prince Qing to break into a cold sweat upon recognizing him. How is it that he is not dead? Did the hidden guards not report his demise? What is happening? This is disastrous. I have fallen into a trap. As these thoughts coursed through Prince Qing's mind, the assembly understood that his actions had indeed constituted treason. It was no wonder the emperor had orchestrated such a grand scheme. Commoner Chen Mao, I kneel before your Majesty. Chen Mao announced, bowing deeply. Chen Mao, do you have something to disclose? The emperor inquired. The commoner wishes to accuse Prince Qing of treasonous intentions, Chen Mao declared. You lie. Prince Qing exclaimed, infuriated. Then please elaborate, the emperor responded, dismissing Prince Qing's protests. The commoner was once an advisor to Prince Qing, who has been secretly nurturing medicinal practitioners from Miaojiang, maintaining an army, and colluding with the 13 Miao villages to kidnap the 3 young sons of the regent, he enumerated, listing a multitude of accusations. The ministers listened in disbelief, questioning how a man known for his honesty could commit such heinous acts. It was a reminder that one should not judge by appearances. You slander me. I have always acted with integrity. How dare you defame me so casually? Prince Qing retorted, turning to the emperor. Your Majesty, do you truly place your faith in this nameless wretch rather than in my decades of loyal service to you and the protection of Daong? To be subjected to such unfounded slander is profoundly disheartening. Prince Qing, your eloquence is truly remarkable. You would make a splendid storyteller. Su Wantang's voice resonated as she emerged from the inner hall. Realizing the gravity of his predicament, Prince Qing understood that he was ensnared. There is no need for you to hastily defend yourself or attempt to contact your informants in the palace. They have long since perished, Su Wantang continued, casting a knowing glance at Zhao Yuan. What brings you here? This is the court. You are not welcome. Prince Qing recoiled at her presence, feeling a chill run down his spine. I have come to expose you. There is no need for you to rush to your defense. I will ensure you are thoroughly convinced. With that, Su Wantang produced a recording device and pressed play. Instantly, the hall reverberated with Prince Qing's voice. Ha! That foolish emperor remains as ignorant as ever. Without Su Wantang's assistance, he is utterly inept. I was concerned that the palace's whispers had ceased, thinking the emperor had discovered something, but it turns out to be nothing of the sort. Prince Qing's astonishment morphed into fury. It became clear why no one had come to his aid. He was the very fool in this scenario. With a sudden sense of clarity, he recognized that their meticulous preparations indicated an unassailable plan, and he regretted not having eliminated the emperor sooner. What do you have to say for yourself, Prince Qing? The emperor inquired, gazing at him intently.
Ha!
What is there to say? Yes, I orchestrated all of this, so what? If it weren't for your father's cunning, this throne would never have fallen to you, a mere child. Had I known better, I would have shown no mercy when I had the chance to eliminate you both back then. The fault lies with my own leniency. Prince Qing abandoned his pretense, recognizing its futility. Uncle, why have you done this? The emperor asked, bewildered. What other reason could there be? Of course, it is for the throne. What a foolish question. I despised your father, who always overshadowed me. My existence was forever eclipsed in the eyes of the late emperor. As for you, he scoffed, you are but a waste. A fraction of your father's worth. Otherwise, I would not be standing here today. Very well, then let us send Prince Qing to join my father, the emperor declared, signaling for guards to seize him. Having grown old, Prince Qing was unable to resist. General Wei, the emperor called. At your service. You are tasked with apprehending the remaining traitors. The regent will cooperate with you. Yes, I shall obey. And the medicinal practitioners shall be entrusted to Su Xiang. The emperor retained his formal address.
Yes, I shall comply, Su Wantang said internally.
In the end, this farce concluded hastily, remaining unbeknownst to the public as a royal scandal, suppressed from the masses. Upon encountering the medicinal practitioners, Su Wantang felt a lingering fear, despite having seen them before. Ultimately, she ordered their transport to a remote forest, where she set fire to them, providing a grim form of salvation. After a month of tumultuous events, everything had reached a conclusion. One day, Su Wantang sat in the courtyard conversing with Zhao Yuan when the system spoke in her mind. Master, you have completed your task, and Gua Liu has also fulfilled his mission. Henceforth, Gua Liu cannot accompany you, as he must return to report. Are you leaving? Su Wantang felt reluctant to part with Gua Liu. Indeed, Master, it is time for me to depart. Will I no longer have access to the marketplace? Fear not, Master. You will retain access to the marketplace and the system until your demise, and it shall vanish with you, though I shall no longer be present. What are the system's abilities? They will persist, Master. Only I shall be absent. Thank you, Gua Liu. You're welcome. May your future be bright. Thank you, Master. I wish you and Zhao Yuan enduring happiness. Farewell. Goodbye, Master. As the electric hum faded, Su Wantang felt the absence of the system. Sadness enveloped her as she looked up at Zhao Yuan, who silently regarded her. She then glanced at her younger brother and 3 sons playing in the corner of the yard, and her sorrow dissipated. For she had family, a husband, and children. There was nothing left to be incomplete. My lady, what troubles you? Zhao Yuan asked gently. Nothing, merely reflecting on how swiftly time passes. Indeed, it truly does.
Yuan.
Encountering you has been a blessing. The same can be said for me. To hold hands and grow old together, that is what it means, perhaps. Despite the trials I have faced, traversing the depths of despair, you remain, and therein lies my greatest happiness. The end.